I'm Really a Villain Chapter 1322 to Chapter 1408. Brother Suzimo. Hearing Suzimo's words, Wang Li hesitated for a moment, but eventually retreated. You're Hong Jun? Suzimo glanced at him and asked curiously. Who are you? Are you from the 72 mountains or the 36 caves? Hong Jun asked with a frown. He found it strange that Suzimo wasn't afraid in the face of such a situation. In his expectation, Road should be scared out of his wits. That was why he was suspicious of Suzimo's identity. However, he knew those who were stronger than him. My identity is not important, Suzimo shook his head and said. I only want to ask you, how do you plan to deal with this matter? How do we deal with it? Before Hong Jun could speak, Hong Zhe beside him laughed sinisterly. According to the rules of the demon race, killing one of the same race should be punished by death. I didn't ask you, Suzimo couldn't be bothered with Hong Zhe and kept looking at his father, Hong Jun. At this time, Hong Jun couldn't make up his mind. The key was that Suzimo's behavior was too strange. Do you know me? Hong Jun wasn't in a hurry. After all, Road couldn't run away, so he felt that it was better to clarify things. I don't know you, but I've heard of your name, Suzimo said. Naturally, the Demon Hall will deal with you. You don't need to ask me, Hong Jun said. Just as the two were debating, whispers came from the side. Lord Tanda Demon is here. The crowd that was watching the show naturally opened up a path, and an old man walked in. In fact, this Tanda Demon was only 200 years old. To mortals, he was probably an old man, but to cultivators, he was just a young man. Many cultivators would maintain their appearance and try to look as young as possible. However, this Tanda Demon made himself look older because he was in charge of etiquette and had to be dignified. This appearance was also a kind of dignified appearance. What are you all doing? The Tanda Demon shouted. His voice was like thunder, causing people's ears to tremble. Why are you all here instead of cultivating? Brother Tanda, Hong Jun stepped forward and greeted him with a smile. Mountain Lord Hong, what do you mean by this? Tanda Demon ignored his polite greetings and looked behind him at the 1,000 or so Mount Sun demons, asking with a frown. Brother Tanda misunderstood. I'm just taking the people from Mount Sun for a walk, Hong Jun said with a smile. I'm here to ask you something. What is it? Tanda Demon asked. Brother Tanda should also know that although my son's trip to the Fiend Dao this time cannot be considered to be filled with danger, he will not be able to escape unscathed. However, there's always a chance. I'll give him my MCMAU, Hong Jun said with a smile. However, I've heard that someone attacked him in the Fiend Path and even stole MCMAU. What does Brother Tanda think we should do? You're slandering me. Wang Li's face turned red with anger when he heard this. He quickly retorted that Hong Zhe clearly wanted to use MCMAU to kill us. It's okay. Suzimo patted Wang Li's shoulder and walked forward step by step. With a wave of his right hand, demonic chi gathered in his palm. The black flame Qilin was released. A powerful aura swept through the black flames, constantly spewing out in all directions. When it saw Hong Jun and the others, it was excited and wanted to run over. However, Suzimo stomped him to the ground, making him unable to move. Give me back MCMAU, Hong Jun's expression changed and he said angrily. I'll only say this once. Listen carefully, Suzimo said calmly. Hong Zhe was the first to stir up trouble and wanted to use MCMAU to kill us. However, he was no match for me. I stole MCMAU, and I was kind enough to let him go. At this point, Suzimo smiled and looked at Tanda Demon. He asked, how are you going to deal with this? You're talking nonsense. Although Hong Zhe was a little guilty, he still defended himself. No one knows about the Fiend Path. Your words are not evidence. However, Zimo couldn't be bothered with him. He just looked at Tanda Demon. Let's end this here. Tanda Demon thought for a while and looked at Suzimo deeply. Then, he said, since no one knows about the Fiend Path and no one is injured, there's no need to stop. Hong Jun frowned slightly. In his impression, Tanda Demon was not the kind of person who would smooth things over. He had always been strict and fair. How can we let him go so easily? Hong Zhe next to him was unwilling. However, Hong Jun said, "We can stop, but MCMAU must be returned to me." He thought that he could stop for now and get someone to investigate Suzumo's identity. If he couldn't afford to offend him, then he might as well forget about it. However, if he was an ordinary kid, then this debt would have to be settled properly. "MCMAU can't be returned to you," Suzumo said, shaking his head. "I spared his life. It's not too much to ask for MCMAU. It's just a piece of MCMAU. With your Sun Mountain strength, you can raise it again," Tianda Demon said. "Brother Tianda, I respect your position in the magic hall. However, if you're unjust and bring this to the clan leader today, don't blame me for not giving you face." Hong Jun's face was gloomy. After being rejected again and again, he was a little annoyed himself. He was the Sun Mountain's lord. Even the clan leader had to give him some face when they met. "I've said what I need to say. If that's the case, you can see for yourselves." Tianda Demon showed that he didn't care anymore. "Kid, no matter how powerful your background is, you must return MCMAU to me today," Hong Jun shouted. He grabbed Suzumo directly, wanting to suppress him. "If you want it so badly, then I'll give it to you." Suzumo smiled. He looked at the black flame Qilin below and kicked it. Like a missile, the black flame Qilin flew over. Seeing this, Hong Jun's expression changed slightly. He wanted to catch the black flame Qilin. After all, it was his MCMAU. He couldn't bear to hurt it. However, when he caught the black flame Qilin, the powerful inertia sent him flying. Lord! The demons of Sun Mountain next to him were all enraged when they saw this scene. However, Hong Jun quickly stood up and blocked the demons who were about to kill him. "Kid, you're quite strong. No wonder you're so arrogant." Although his voice was calm, it was sonorous and powerful. He was obviously furious. The demonic chi around him was also getting stronger. Crackling sounds of explosions could be heard from the top of their heads. Some people looked up and felt that the sky, which was covered with demonic clouds, was getting darker and darker. "I have to teach you a lesson today," Hong Jun said. He was the lord of the Sun Mountain. If he attacked the younger generation, it would be easy for him to be criticized. However, now he had a legitimate reason to do so. The cry of the golden crow resounded through the sky. Behind Hong Jun, the huge golden crow opened its wings. The golden devil crow howled, and its huge body almost covered half of the void. The surrounding people retreated, afraid of being implicated. Its wings flapped, and its eyes were like lightning. The golden devil crow's strength was shocking. Hong Jun shouted, and the golden devil crow's huge body streaked across the void, directly attacking Suzumo. "Hong Jun, why do you have to make things so awkward?" Tianda Demon frowned. He was a subordinate of Ancestor Shi, and they were of the same bloodline. This time, he was under Ancestor Shi's orders to not get involved in this matter. If he really made a big deal out of it, he would lose face. "Brother Tianda, don't say I didn't give you face," Hong Jun said. "Today, there are so many people watching. If I give up now, how can I still be the Mountain Lord of Sun Mountain?" Tianda Demon frowned slightly. He knew what Hong Jun meant. After all, he had a noble status, and he had so many Sun Mountain demons. If he retreated, he would lose all his dignity. "Fine, you guys can make trouble," Tianda Demon said directly. "Let Ancestor Shi worry about it. If it doesn't work, there's still Patriarch." Looking at the golden devil crow rushing over, Suzumo's eyes were calm. Hong Jun's strength was also very strong. He had reached the level of a great emperor. He also comprehended two profound meanings, the demonic profound and the fire profound. Suzumo was somewhat flabbergasted. He realized that as a member of the devil race, he seemed to be born with the ability to comprehend two profound meanings. The demonic profound came naturally. Even if they didn't comprehend it, they would still have it. As for the fire profound, Hong Jun comprehended it with the power of the golden devil crow. Just like in the Fiend Path comprehended the void law and the law of magic. However, he didn't mind. The stronger the demons were, the more advantageous it was for him. He waved his right hand, and invisibly, water restrained fire. The world's profound meanings were born and suppressed. Just like how everything in the world was born. Behind him, a golden devil crow condensed. However, this golden devil crow was condensed from the law of water. The golden devil crow is fire. Water is nothing, Hong Jun sneered. Two golden devil crows flew in the void, bringing with them a powerful devil chi that blotted out the sky. Die! Hong Jun shouted. The intense flames were about to melt the entire void. Boom! The next moment, the two golden devil crows collided with each other, and their cries continued to ring out. Hong Jun's golden devil crow was unable to put up any resistance and was instantly annihilated. Hong Jun was severely injured. He spat out a mouthful of blood and almost fell to the ground. Father, Hung Za shouted from the side. Mountain Lord, the countless demons from Mount Sun behind him said worriedly. One by one, they began to spread out, wanting to surround Su Zimo. I'm fine. Hong Jun took a deep breath. His pale face became rosy again. When did the devil race have someone like you? How come I didn't know? Hong Jun looked at Su Zimo without any contempt in his eyes. Although it was only a probing move, he understood that he had already lost the confrontation just now. It was just that he believed that among the devil race, he knew those who were stronger than him, but he had never seen Su Zimo. Since we've fought, it's time to teach you a lesson today, Su Zimo said. Let's see if you have the ability. Hong Jun's face was fierce, and he no longer hid his strength. Demonic chi began to surge from his hand. In addition to demonic chi, there was also a vast emperor's pressure, which attracted everyone's attention. The demonic chi began to condense from gas into liquid, and a splash sound began to ring out. The demonic river was so thick that no one could see its end. It's a demonic swamp, someone said in surprise. Rumor has it that Mount Sun is our devil race's land of extreme, someone said again. They use the power of the sun to suppress the moon, but Mountain Lord Hong cultivates the essence of fire. How can there be such a demonic swamp? Everyone in the surroundings discussed. The demonic swamp is formed by thick water, and in fact, it has been nourished by demonic chi for hundreds of years. Even if demonic swamp is not that big, not everyone can bear it, some of the more knowledgeable people began to analyze. As the demonic swamp's power grew stronger and stronger, Hong Jun's body was gradually submerged. A drop of the demonic swamp fell to the ground like a water droplet. It was just a drop, but it penetrated a large hole in the ground. Hong Jun waved his right hand, and the countless meridians in his body swam as if they were about to materialize. A whistling power flowed through his body, and as he glared, an extremely powerful kill echoed in the sky above the Triumph Palace. The demonic swamp finally flew over. Su Zimo didn't say anything. He felt that he should reveal his identity. For a member of the devil race, how could he reveal his identity in such a simple and crude way? Su Zimo's lips curled into a smile as he activated his suppressing hell devil body. Unlike ordinary demonic chi, Su Zimo's demonic chi was pure. It was like a king descending to the world, as if he was born noble. The surrounding demons felt oppressed, as if this demonic chi was a natural king. Demonic chi spewed out from his black eyes. The purple lines spread from his face to his nose. His black hair moved without wind, and the aura around him was like a tornado, filling the whole world. Such powerful demonic chi, someone muttered. Since when did our devil race have such a powerful existence? It's good that he's strong, it means that our devil race is on the rise, the people discussed. Only Hong Jun's face was pale. He felt that he wasn't Su Zimo's opponent. But unfortunately, the arrow was already knocked on the bow, and he had no choice but to release it. The demonic swamp had already swept over. Seeing the demon body of purgatory, many demons didn't feel anything. They were the new generation of demons, and most of them had never seen the so-called devil lord before. Occasionally, they'd only read a few words in books. But the devil race didn't lack a few old antiques. In the academy, the old man who accompanied Su Zimo to read before leaned against a book, flipping through it, and felt something. Looking at the horizon, demonic chi rose to the sky. He slowly stood up and walked to the window. The sloppy old man outside also rushed in. Devil Saint, this. The sloppy old man wanted to say something, but stopped. I want to ascend to the heavens, Feng Xiao Xianxia, and the Devil Saint suddenly laughed. On the other side of the devil domain, in a world that was almost completely covered in ice. Snow and wind filled the air, demon dragons were sleeping inside. But if you look carefully, those demon dragons have already been dead for a long time, it's just that there are people resting inside them. At this time, a skinny black hand tore the dragon's body apart. As the crack on the dragon's body grew bigger and bigger, a huge figure stood up from the dragon's body. It's here, after 100 million years of waiting, it's finally time to settle the score. His voice echoed in the world of ice and snow, shattering the layers of ice and refusing to dissipate for a long time. In the northwest of the demon territory, there was a cage in the sky. This was a forbidden area in the demon territory. To the demon race, other than Laozu, no one else could enter. It was said that even their clan leader did not know who was locked in the cage, and did not even allow anyone to get close. In the demon territory, this place could not even be mentioned. At this moment, evil laughter came from the cage in the sky, each sound louder than the last. And in the demon mountain where the demon region's patriarch lived. Of the two demon mountains, the one on the left, where Tianping demon lord lived, was empty. Only the one on the right remained silent. At this moment, Ancestor Pu knelt in front of the demon mountain and said softly, "Laozu, his identity has been exposed." Although his voice was soft, Ancestor Pu knew that the person inside could hear him. "Are there any abnormalities in the demon territory?" "Not yet," Ancestor Pu said. "What about Mo Celestial Emperor?" Clan leader did not appear, nor does he plan to. Instead, Tian the demon went, but it was useless. "Tell Mo Celestial Emperor to come see me," the hoarse voice from the demon mountain said. "Understood," Ancestor Pu nodded. After a while, seeing no response from the demon mountain, he knew it was time for him to leave. But Ancestor Pu still hesitated and asked, "Laozu, is that our master?" "Nonsense," a cold snort came from the originally calm demon mountain. Like thunder, the entire demon mountain began to boil, and demon chi spewed out. Ancestor Pu was so frightened that he trembled. He looked up, and on the demon mountain, there seemed to be a flash of Mo Sha's figure. Disciple knows his mistake, Ancestor Pu quickly admitted his mistake. "Leave, don't ask or say anything you shouldn't," the hoarse voice came from the demon mountain. Ancestor Sure quickly nodded and retreated with fear and trepidation. Only when the surroundings were silent did the demon mountain speak again. "Why, I have been stable for billions of years, but when he appears, it seems like he wants to take everything away." The voice had complex emotions, and no one could tell what it was thinking. At this moment, in the Triumph Palace, although no one knew what was happening. However, when they saw Suzimo's current power, they were all surprised. The demonic swamp above his head moved as if it wanted to destroy Suzimo. However, Suzimo didn't mind. His eyes continued to emit demonic aura. One of the 10 great divine techniques, Samsara's eyes, had now completely fused with the demonic aura. Suzimo named it Samsara's magic eyes. The pitch-black eyes glanced at Mose, and heaven and earth Samsara rose from the swamp. The void distorted, and violent winds blew. Dark clouds gathered above their heads like angry waves. Heaven and earth began to distort along with the Samsara devil swamp. The originally vast devil swamp twisted into the shape of a whirlpool. Eventually, it became smaller and smaller. Then, the world became empty. Someone swallowed hard. With just a glance, Samsara's scalp-numbing devil swamp was taken away. Not a single trace was left behind. Even Hongjun was stunned on the spot. He didn't dare to act rashly. Suzimo walked in front of him step by step and slowly raised his right hand. Hongjun's body stiffened, and he subconsciously wanted to retreat. The people behind him didn't even dare to breathe loudly. "I won't kill you. Come and apologize to me yourself," Suzimo said. As soon as he finished speaking, he walked past Hongjun and continued forward. He was already tolerant enough to the Devil Clan. Especially some of the Devil Clan. It wasn't until Suzimo left that Hongjun's tense body relaxed. He didn't know when, but his whole body was covered in cold sweat. He didn't understand what happened just now. When he saw Suzimo's eyes, he didn't feel fear or fear. It was just an indescribable feeling that made him unable to summon up any strength to resist. "Lord." Someone beside him gently supported Hongjun. "Some of you may not know me." Suzimo looked around. Looking at the puzzled eyes, he said, "Tell the whole devil domain that your lord is back. I want to compete with Tiangong again. Whoever wants to go with me can come find me." Hearing this, the whole Triumph Palace was in an uproar. "The devil lord is back? Our lord is back?" The whispers of the crowd turned into shouts and shouts. Everyone's expression was different, and no one knew what they were thinking. But everyone knew that only the Devil Clan and Triumph Palace knew. It wouldn't be long before this news spread throughout the Devil Domain. Eventually, it would be a complete uproar. The younger generation of Devil Clan didn't think too much, but among the people present, Tianda Demon and Hong Jun were the higher-ups. Naturally, countless years passed through their minds. Hong Jun's figure couldn't stand steadily and directly knelt on the ground. Wang Li and the others beside him felt like they were in a dream. They couldn't believe it. The elegant and easygoing brother Su was actually the Devil Lord. He suddenly remembered that Su Zimo asked them what their dreams were when they were in the demon path. Su Zimo didn't care about the people here, because he had already revealed his identity. This matter needed time to ferment. Even if it spread throughout the devil race, it would take some time. And the higher-ups of the devil race also needed time to digest it and think about their own decisions. Su Zimo wasn't in a hurry, and slowly waited. His figure left Triumph Palace step by step. A brave Devil Clan member beside him asked, "Where is Lord going?" "A castle in the sky," Su Zimo calmly said as he raised his head. Everyone's heart trembled, because Su Zimo was looking in the direction of the devil race's forbidden area. The cage in the sky that generations of patriarchs couldn't enter. They didn't understand, or perhaps the majority of the devil race didn't understand, but Su Zimo knew. He had been to the academy, and in the book in the Hall of Concealment, there were detailed records. When the devil race was defeated, the devil lord disappeared. Tianping Demon Sovereign and the Purgatory Devil Buddhist pretended to surrender to the Heavenly Tao, secretly searching for the devil race that followed the devil lord to attack the heavens. But in the end, the news was confirmed. The majority of the devil race was sealed in the ancient devil cave, and the devil lord was killed. The devil race's pretended surrender had no choice but to become real. But among this group of devil race, there were some who were unwilling to surrender. "If Lord really dies, I hate that I can't wait, and I will follow him to death." This was what Su Zimo saw in the book. This group of devil race wanted to fight to the end with the Heavenly Tao. In their eyes, the devil race could accept their pretended surrender, but if they really surrendered to the Heavenly Tao, they would rather die in battle. And the Purgatory Devil Buddhist and Tianping Demon Sovereign were afraid that these devil race would cause trouble and affect the other devil race that surrendered. In the end, they built this cage in the sky. It lasted for hundreds of millions of years. As he approached the cage in the sky, Su Zimo could already hear the laughter coming from inside. That laughter contained too much. They knew, their lord had returned. The figure stepping on the air gradually landed. Su Zimo's feet stepped on the solid prison cage. He raised his head and saw that ahead was a prison cage shrouded in fiendish energy. The prison cage was like a tall tower, soaring to the sky. The position of that tower was oval-shaped, reaching up to the sky. The fiendish energy here was different from ordinary fiendish energy, appearing even more tyrannical. Countless resentment energy twined inside. The ground under his feet already cracked with countless cracks over hundreds of millions of years. But Su Zimo did not care. His feet stepped on the cracked ground, walking over step by step. All the way until Su Zimo approached the sealed tall tower, the originally rioting fiendish energy suddenly calmed down. Just like a subject seeing the monarch, becoming very docile. It was also all the way until he walked in that Su Zimo discovered that this tall tower was locked by iron chains all around. Occasionally, when the fiendish energy rioted, these iron chains would emit a purple light, sealing everything inside. Before Su Zimo had the next move, only to see three figures block in front of him. These figures did not appear suddenly. In fact, from the moment Su Zimo stepped into the fiend territory, he sensed that someone was following him. Furthermore, they had been lying dormant by his side all along. But he did not care. He knew that this was the Purgatory Devil Buddhist ordering people to monitor. Entering this fiend territory, he had not seen the Purgatory Devil Buddhist all the way until now. It looked like the other party did not care. But Suzimo knew that the other party actually cared more than anyone else. He was afraid of seeing him, even more afraid of his arrival. Those three people looked at Suzimo and said, "Esteemed guest, this is not a place you should come to." The three people's faces were hideous. But it was not that their expressions were hideous, but that they were born hideous. Wearing enormous black robes, like eagle robes, enveloping the entire body inside. At the back of this eagle robe, 3 blood-red long lines were engraved. The bloodlines in the fiend race represented the blood fiends. They were the purgatory devil Buddhists' personal guards. Speaking of the blood fiends, Suzimo recalled that book. This was another section of history that was covered in dust. As a branch of the fiend race, the blood fiends were naturally also one of the fiend race. They had once flourished too. But it was said that 10,000 years ago, the blood fiend clan made a huge mistake. Their bloodline had almost been wiped out. However, the purgatory devil Buddhists still opened a side of the net. However, they disappeared later on. The devil race didn't tolerate them, so they became the personal guards of the purgatory devil Buddhist. Usually, they would stay in the forbidden grounds and not show themselves. It was to the extent that to the devil race, they were like death warriors who only listened to the orders of the purgatory devil Buddhist. "Lao Tzu sent word that you can't come here," said the blood demon, who was in the middle of the 3 figures. "Why can't I come?" Suzimo asked. "Is there a place in the infernal domain that I can't go?" Lao Tzu said that the things inside cannot come out, Blood Devil explained. "What the demon region needs is peace. I hope that our esteemed guest can understand." Suzimo sneered. The demons needed peace. He could guess what the purgatory devil Buddhist was thinking. The other party was afraid that after the demon clan in the cage was released, the purgatory devil Buddhist was afraid that after the demon clan in the cage was released, billions of years of hatred would cause them to destroy the infernal domain. A war would break out in the originally peaceful evil demon region. "Go back and tell the purgatory devil Buddhist that these are my subordinates. Whether peace or chaos is at my command," Suzimo said calmly. Hearing this, the 3 blood demons looked at each other. In the end, they shook their heads and said, "We don't care about anything else. We only follow orders. You can't set foot here. If you want to set foot here, you'll have to step over our dead bodies," the blood demon on the right said. "Do you really think I'm kind and unwilling to kill demons?" Suzimo said calmly. "Even if I have to step over your dead bodies, why not?" As soon as he finished speaking, the tyrannical shadow behind him was already unsheathed. Brilliant blade intent filled the entire void. It was as if a blade light had broken through the devil chi above their heads and descended from the sky. The blood demon on the left didn't even have time to react before he was killed. Not even a bit of flesh could be seen. The 2 blood demons on the side were shocked. The blood demon on the right charged over. His fingernails were a few meters long, and fangs grew out of his mouth. He looked like a zombie. However, he was even more terrifying than a zombie. As part of the devil clan, blood demons were a very strong existence. They used fresh blood as a catalyst. The more blood they had, the stronger they would be. Therefore, the battle with this blood demon couldn't be delayed. Looking at the blood demon charging at him, Suzimo seemed to be indifferent. He only reached out his hand and flicked the blade with his index finger. With a buzz, one of the 10 great divine techniques, the demonic plate immortal manual, appeared. As a divine technique of music, it didn't have to be played. Its strength lay in the fact that it could be integrated into any place where there was sound. The sound of the index finger hitting the back of the blade exploded. It was as if the entire world was rumbling. The blood demon charging at him was completely turned into ashes by the music. He was directly killed on the spot. Suzimo calmly raised his head. There was only 1 blood demon left. He stared blankly at Suzimo, his entire body frozen on the spot. In the next moment, he seemed to have reacted. He shuddered and took a step back. "You. What do you want?" Suzimo didn't say anything. He just walked forward step by step. With every step he took, the blood demon would take a step back. In the end, Suzimo walked up to the blood demon with no way out. "Don't kill me," the blood demon said with some difficulty. The devil clan was originally brothers. Why do you have to end up like this? Su Zimo raised his hand and gently placed it on the blood demon's shoulder. I remember that your blood demon clan was once glorious. Our blood demon clan's Laozu once carried a palanquin for some important person. This is all from what I heard, the blood demon said, trembling with fear. Yes, that palanquin was very stable, Su Zimo said with a smile. Even if the heavens fell and the earth cracked, your Laozu never made the palanquin shake. You shouldn't ruin his reputation. Su Zimo patted the blood demon's shoulder. A flame of zhurong floated over and completely burned the blood demon to ashes. A long sigh came from Su Zimo's mouth. Then, step by step, he walked to the front of the tower. He grabbed the iron chain that sealed the tower with both hands. The purple iron chain seemed to be a little hot. It was like magma. As soon as he touched it, his body was about to melt. Su Zimo wasn't afraid. He grabbed the iron chain tightly, trying to break it from the tower. As if sensing Su Zimo's strength, the purple iron chain seemed to have a spirit. It kept struggling. The purple light on it shone brightly. The patterns on it flickered like mottled light spots. The entire tower started to shake. As if it was about to collapse, the heavens fell and the earth cracked. Bang, bang, bang. In the next moment, the purple light shone brightly again. When the purple light shone brightly, it actually turned into a monstrous net, binding Su Zimo. After the purple net bound Su Zimo, it immediately began to shrink, as if it wanted to completely trap him inside. However, the demonic energy around Su Zimo's body was vast and mighty, and the purple veins on his neck lit up. With a hong sound, the purple net was completely shattered. The veins on Su Zimo's forehead bulged, and the blood vessels on his arms were about to burst. Break. Behind him, the purple planet of the divine continent flashed past. A powerful force ran through his body, and Pai Li Pa La sounds came from the purple chains. Countless purple chains were defeated, and layer by layer, they broke apart. After the first section of the purple chain broke, it was like a broken dam, and couldn't be stopped. The purple light also completely dimmed. When all the purple chains were broken, the sealed tower finally began to shake. We're finally out. Ha 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 ha, Emosha, you can't trap us. No one can stop the return of the master. A thunderous sound came from the clear sky, as if a big hole was about to explode in the sky. Above his head, lightning flashed and thunder roared. The heaven and earth were angry, and the demonic clouds rolled. Below his feet was a twisting path, and the earth cracked. The sky cage began to collapse, and countless rocks fell from the sky. Finally, a big hole appeared in the sealed tower. Countless black gases flew out from it. These gases were scattered all over the sky. They had been trapped for who knows how many years, and freedom was already an unattainable word. Now that they were reborn, they naturally couldn't control it. Su Zimo also didn't think of controlling it, and just looked at the sky. After a while, the demonic energy began to fall from the sky, turning into figures that knelt in front of him. We greet the master. Their shouts resounded through the heaven and earth. Coincidentally, at this time a bolt of lightning fell. The cage in the sky completely collapsed. Su Zimo didn't care about the sky cage. He just calmly stood in the sky with his hands behind his back, extremely calm. And those demons also knelt on the ground, looking at their master with pious eyes. Long time no see, Su Zimo said with a smile. Master, it's really been a long, long time. Some demons even knelt on the ground and wept bitterly. Su Zimo looked down and saw that there were more than 70 people below. Different devils. There was a demon with white hair and red armor. The armor was like the mouth of a deep abyss, with layers of cracks that were clearly visible. His red cloak was behind him, and a loose black robe was at his feet. There was even a golden cuff around his waist. The armor protected his entire neck. There were also the devil, the Buddha, and the devil. Half of his face was that of a Buddha, and his hair was golden. His ears were like screens, and there was a faint Buddha wheel at the back of his head. His gaze was neither happy nor sad as he narrowed his eyes slightly. The other half of his face was that of a demon. His skin was black, and his hair was pointed towards the sky. His eyes were wide open, and his fangs were exposed. There were also demons whose clothes looked like they were written in cursive, indescribable handwriting. It looked like cloth, but it also looked like armor. The clothes were like fish scales, arched in shape, and gray in color. He had 4 hands, and he held a sword in each hand. All 4 hands held the sword, like a closed man-eating flower. On the arms of the 4 hands, there were large areas of purple patterns flickering. The sword in his hand was 100 meters tall, and the sword was sealed by iron chains. If the chains were unlocked, it would probably have the power to destroy the world. The faint purple light that was revealed was enough to make one's heart skip a beat. He looked like a mouse. His face was very small, and the gray hair on top of his head was in the shape of slanted bangs, but it was longer and covered half of his face. The remaining half of his eye emitted a strong purple light. Every demon had their own personality. At a glance, they left a deep impression on people. It's been hundreds of millions of years, but your lofty aspirations haven't been eliminated yet, right? Suzimo sighed. Time was the biggest killer. He was deeply moved by this. Time could erase everything, let alone hundreds of millions of years. A demon next to him instantly stood up. He tore open his clothes and saw that his body was covered with words. There were words to destroy the heavenly Tao, and also words to conquer the heavens. Follow the demon lord and lie down for thousands of years. If these words are not erased, my aspirations will not disperse. If my skin and flesh open, I will carve again, the demon said firmly. Back then, I hated that I could not die with you, Lord. I waited for hundreds of millions of years just to restart the conquest of the heavens and go again. If I die, I will only seek to conquer the heavens. I will not seek to live. Looking at these demons who swore seriously and persistently, Suzimo closed his eyes slightly. The demons instantly quieted down. A breeze blew a few strands of black hair. Life is long and fleeting. Some people see the dust, and some people see the stars. Suzimo suddenly opened his eyes. He said coldly, as for me, I will spend the rest of my life chasing after the stars in the vast universe. The stars he spoke of were not real stars. To him, the stars were not as difficult as ascending to the heavens. It was a vision, just like the death of Mount Tai and Goosefeather. Lord, how is the demon domain now? Some demons calmed down and asked. What does the Purgatory Devil Buddhist mean? Back then, they were imprisoned by the Purgatory Devil Buddhist, so they were naturally concerned about this problem. You just came out, take a rest. There are some old friends, you can also go and catch up with them, Suzimo said. As for the demon domain, I can solve it myself. Suzimo waved his hand, and the teleportation path to the divine land was opened. Without any hesitation, the group of devils bowed towards Suzimo. Once again before entering the palace. After everything calmed down, Suzimo collected his thoughts and looked around the entire demon domain. Then, he stepped into the air. The next moment, he crossed countless spacetime and arrived at a mountain in the demon domain. The wind on the mountain blew violently, blowing on people's faces like knives. In the jagged rocks, Suzimo found a rock and sat down slowly. He was waiting. No one knew what he was waiting for. Finally, someone walked over from the other side of the mountain. That person was dressed in a long robe and was surrounded by violent demon chi. His face was as sharp as a knife, and his eyes were deep and boundless. That long robe was not black. Instead, it looked like the robes worn by scholars in ancient times. It was gray and white, and the belt was tight. The first impression it gave was arrogance, but it seemed like he had the right to be arrogant. He walked over step by step, stepping on the strange rocks, which gave off a creaking sound. At this moment, other than the biting cold wind, there was only the sound of his footsteps on the mountain. Finally, he stopped in front of Suzimo. He looked at Suzimo calmly. You. The man had just opened his mouth when he was interrupted by Suzimo. Why don't you kneel when you see me? Suzimo said indifferently. The man's expression changed. Eventually, he knelt down slowly. Greetings, my lord. The black-robed man knelt down and said respectfully. Rise. Suzimo nodded. Demonic Sky Emperor, the current leader of the demon world. The demonic Sky Emperor stood up and did not deny it. Instead, he stared at Suzimo and asked, What do you want? Can't you guess what I want? Su Zimo retorted. The Purgatory Devil Buddhist sent you here. Yes, Lao Tzu said that the demon world needs peace. The demonic Sky Emperor said. Tell us what you want. We will try our best to fulfill it. Why doesn't the Purgatory Devil Buddhist meet me personally? Su Zimo asked. Why? You don't dare to meet me? Lao Tzu naturally has his own thoughts. We don't dare to guess. The demonic Sky Emperor replied. What about you? What are your thoughts? Su Zimo asked. I am the leader of the demon world. The demon race is the most important. The demonic Sky Emperor shook his head. His thoughts were not important. As long as it was beneficial to the demon race, he would do it. I will tell the demon race that I will be waiting for them on this mountain. Su Zimo said calmly. If they are still willing to fight with me, they can come here and follow me. If not, I will leave in 3 days and will not disturb the peace of the demon race. No matter what, they have contributed in the past. I will give them a chance to die a good death. This. The demonic Sky Emperor fell silent and seemed to be in a difficult position. In fact, if he spread the news, the entire demon race would fall into chaos. But now, the demon race was already in chaos. The moment Su Zimo appeared in the Triumph Palace, the news of the demon lord's return spread throughout the demon world. If you don't spread the news, someone else will. Su Zimo said calmly. It's not that it has to be you. I will. The demonic Sky Emperor looked deeply at Su Zimo and said. I hope you remember what you said. Looking at the demonic Sky Emperor's back view, Su Zimo chuckled, unmoved. Right now, he had 4 great sages by his side, as well as a few dozen demons that he had rescued from the sky prison. If they really wanted to fight, not only would this Purgatory Devil Buddhist not be able to do anything to him, he would also have to worry about the safety of the Devil Domain. Therefore, Su Zimo believed that the Purgatory Devil Buddhist did not have the guts to fight him head-on. Moreover, he wasn't afraid. Have you heard? The Devil Lord is back. He's on Chongsong Mountain. Really? It can't be fake, right? Do you think the news that the Patriarch personally sent over can be fake? That person asked back. Should we go to Chongsong Mountain and take a look? Let's go and take a look. It's not just us. I heard that many elders and even the Lao Tzu that we usually don't see have gone there. As expected, the devil race in the demon domain was shaken. Almost everyone was talking about this matter. Everyone had their own thoughts, but it was clear that more than half of the demons were rushing towards Mount Chongsong. Nightmare Lao Tzu, what do you think? At this moment, the first to arrive at the foot of Mount Chongsong were naturally the higher-ups of the demon race. What about you, Sunset? I don't know if it's a blessing or a curse. It's hard to predict. But since we're here, of course we should pay him a visit. The sky cage seems to have fallen. Yes, but the Devil Buddhist Lao Tzu did not respond. I think it's a tacit agreement. Su Zimo raised his head. Noisy footsteps came from the mountainside. He stood up and looked down from the top of the mountain. At this moment, the number of demons that had gathered was close to 10,000. They were densely packed and almost took up the entire Mount Chongsong. From the mountainside to the foot of the mountain, the demons were all climbing up. However, Su Zimo's expression was still normal. He just looked like a proud monarch. The demons in front had already climbed to the top of the mountain. Because Su Zimo was there, they did not dare to step on air. They could only climb step by step. We greet the Devil Lord. The 10 or so higher-ups of the demon race began to kneel down and shout. The demons behind them all knelt down as well. Tens of thousands of people. This could be said to be a mighty and awe-inspiring scene. We greet the Devil Lord. A chorus of shouts came from the crowd behind. The sound shook the heavens and the earth. It was very majestic. Rise, all of you. Su Zimo raised his hand and said calmly. He looked to the side and saw a familiar face. The old man he met at the academy called himself the Devil Saint and asked him to call him Little Shizi. You knew my identity long ago. Su Zimo said. I wouldn't dare. It was just a guess. The Devil Saint hurriedly replied. Suzimo nodded slightly and looked down at the tens of thousands of people below. His voice was filled with demon chi. It could be heard throughout the entire demon realm. It shook the demon chi above their heads. I think all of you should know why I'm here and who I am. Suzimo's voice was like a bell, piercing through the clouds and splitting stone. I want to go to the heavens again. I'm also preparing for it. Some of you know me. Some of you are the new generation of demons. You may have only heard of my name. But it doesn't matter. Suzimo paused for a moment, then continued, since the beginning of the demon race, the tens of thousands of demons have only one goal. To destroy the heavens and establish a world that is fair for demons. Why do we want to destroy the heavens? A demon below suddenly asked. Living in the demon realm can be considered peaceful. We demons are the rulers of the sin devil realm. Who dares to look down on us? What is the point of destroying the heavens? The demon realm is peaceful because I am still here. The demons of the primordial devil cave are still trying to find a way to return. Suzimo explained. The heavens wants to divide us from the inside. Otherwise, the demon race will join the heavens. How can you be peaceful? How can you rule the sin devil realm? You are the devil lord, but I don't know you. In the 1,000 years since I was born, I have never relied on you. You say the heavens are against us demons. How can I believe you? That person asked again. You don't need to believe me. I only want to ask you one thing, Suzimo said indifferently. Ever since the demon race came to the sin devil realm, apart from you two great sages, Laozu, there has been no other great sage. Has there ever been a third great sage? Even if there have been other great sages, have they lived for long? Hearing Suzimo's words, many people felt a chill in their hearts. Demon sovereign Tianping and the purgatory devil Buddhist had already become great sages during the era of destroying the heavens. The demon race had been peaceful in the sin devil realm for hundreds of millions of years and had yet to be destroyed. Logically speaking, the demon realm should have accumulated a lot of resources. As for the experts under it, they were like carps in a river. There were too many to count. However, the truth was that the demon realm only had two great sages. It had to be known that the Grand Sky sect of the Hard region also had 3 great sages. However, the value of a great sage differed from one great sage to another. Suzimo guessed that demon sovereign Tianping and a purgatory devil Buddhist had already reached the great sage king level. A sage king was at the peak of the great sage realm. That wasn't strange. Otherwise, how could the devil realm rule over sinful devil realm? Although the Clear Sky sect had 3 great sages, their realms weren't high. Even if they joined forces, they probably wouldn't be a match for a sage king. Everyone pondered. The path to becoming a great sage was difficult to begin with. It could be said that only 1 in a million could become a great sage. For the devil race, it was even more difficult. It was as if the laws of the world were rejecting them, making it difficult for them to comprehend. Occasionally, there would be heaven-gifted geniuses among the devil race who comprehended the laws and became great sages, such as the fiend devil who left behind the fiend path. But these newly ascended great sages wouldn't live for more than 100 years before dying. It had to be known that great sages were as old as the heavens. How could they die in a mere 100 years? But the devil race experts died. They didn't know why they died, and the devil race never pursued the matter. There had always been rumors among the devil race. Some said they reached the end of their lifespans, while others said they were killed. Unfortunately, there were many different opinions, and no one had a unified answer. But now, when they heard Suzimo's words, countless people trembled. It was as if something had sent a chill down their spines, and countless guesses arose. Guesses that they didn't want to face, nor did they want to believe. You mean to say that the heavenly Tao is the reason why we devils can't become great sages? Occasionally, there will be heaven-gifted geniuses like Laozu, but they also die early because of the heavenly Tao? Asked someone among the devil race, trembling. You already have the answer in your heart. Why do you need me to confirm it? Asked Suzimo. In truth, these people weren't stupid. Perhaps many of the devil race had already thought about this. Some of the devils who didn't understand quickly understood after hearing Suzimo's hint. I don't believe it. Where's the patriarch? Where's Laozu? Let's go ask them for an explanation, shouted some devils who still didn't want to believe it. Why don't you want to believe it? Asked Suzimo calmly, staring at the devil. You're afraid. The devil instinctively wanted to retort, but when the words reached the tip of his tongue, he knew that he was truly afraid. Even the Holy Court could easily wipe out the devil race, let alone the heavenly Tao. You can be afraid, but you can't be timid, Suzimo said. It's normal for all living things in the world to feel fear and panic. I can forgive that, but if you are afraid, you will never be able to stand up again. Even if the weapon was in your hands, you wouldn't dare to wield it. At this point, Suzimo turned around. He looked around at the whole Xianxia mountain and said, I don't want you to be afraid, not for my own sake. It's the entire devil race, the devils who will follow me, even if you're weak and powerless, even if you're facing a great sage. I can die, I can be defeated, but I will never allow myself to be cowardly. If anyone can't do it, you can leave Mount Xianxia now. I will leave the devil domain in 3 days. I won't step into it for the rest of my life, and I'll leave you a peaceful place. Hearing this, some of the demons began to hesitate. A few of them even snuck out from the crowd. They had come here to watch the show. Now that they heard that they were going to fight the heavenly Tao, they didn't have any courage. Everyone has their own ambitions, Suzimo muttered to himself. He didn't think much of it, nor did he look down on these demons. It was just that their paths were different and they couldn't work together. In the future, he would no longer have anything to do with them. The next time they met, if they offended them, he wouldn't be soft-hearted. How can we win against the heavenly Tao? Some of the demons began to think and voiced their concerns. You have hands and feet, how can you not win? Suzimo said. Billions of years ago, we created the golden age of the devil race. Why can't we do it now? What if we lose? I'm saying what if, another demon asked. If we lose, we have to start all over again. Isn't everything in the world the same? Before Suzimo could speak, a demon beside him had already begun to explain. Perhaps the heavenly Tao hasn't killed us all yet, but what about thousands of years later? We may have already returned to the earth, but what about our children, grandchildren, and the descendants of our children and grandchildren? Although I've never seen the Lord, I've often read the historical records and look forward to the Lord. I hate that I can't go to the era of the heavens and follow the Lord. That's right, even if it's not for ourselves, we should fight for our descendants. Hearing all the demons talking at once, more and more demons began to feel tempted. Of course, there were still some demons who were hesitant. After all, they didn't dare to agree to such a thing on a whim. At this moment, the sound of a bugle horn suddenly rang out in the devil domain. The sound of the bugle horn seemed to have a dull feeling. It came from the wasteland and resounded through the entire world. The sound continued, one sound after another, growing louder and louder. This is the devil return command, a demon shouted. We demons haven't blown the devil return command for thousands of years. That's right. As long as the demon return command is given, all demons must gather. I remember that the devil return command 1,000 years ago was to go to the North Sea. What should we do? Are we going? No, the Lord is here today, we will only listen to the Lord. As for this devil return command, we ask the Lord to make the decision. Ask the Lord to make the decision, more and more demons began to shout. At this moment, a figure came from afar. This figure was Ancestor Xianxia. Suzimo had seen him when he had just opened the devil domain. This Ancestor Xianxia was dressed in a white robe and stood in the air. Ancestor Xianxia is Mo Xiaolaozu's direct disciple. What's the meaning of coming at this time? Didn't you notice, among the demons that came to Xianxia Mountain today, many of Mo Xiaolaozu's disciples didn't come. Could it be that Laozu and the Lord have differences? While everyone was discussing, Ancestor Xianxia looked around and swept his gaze across everyone. He frowned slightly, his expression somewhat serious. He himself didn't expect that Suzimo would come to the devil domain and do nothing. With just a few words, he actually made so many demons submit and want to follow him. Ancestor Xianxia took out a golden demon decree from his sleeve. Mo Xiaolaozu's decree, Ancestor Xianxia began to read. All demons are to gather at 10,000-year mountain. Within 3 days, they are not to come to Xianxia Mountain. Violators will be expelled from the devil domain. When these words came out, everyone's expression changed greatly. The meaning of this decree couldn't be any more obvious. Laozu and the Devil Master had differences. Ancestor Shi put away the decree and looked at the demons below indifferently. He said, "What are you hesitating for? Don't forget, this devil domain is your home. You grew up here. Are you really going to leave based on a few words from this person?" Many people's confidence began to waver as soon as Ancestor Shi finished speaking. Even if they were expelled from the demon realm, this was still their home. Ancestor Pu raised his head and looked at Su Zimo. "Child Su, Laozu also asked me to bring you a full stop. Some things should be passed, don't go too far." "Don't go too far, are you talking about me or him?" Su Zimo asked. "Go back and tell Purgatory Amo Sha that I can tolerate him because he was once a demon general, but that doesn't mean he can be impudent." Ancestor Pu fell silent after hearing this. There were some things he didn't want to get involved in, as it wouldn't do him any good. "I will report it as it is," Ancestor Pu replied, then stopped talking to Su Zimo. Instead, he looked at the disciples and said, "Have you thought it over? Are you really going to be expelled from the demon realm?" "Ancestor Pu, we demons have always followed the Lord, this is baseless. It's against the rules to expel us from the demon realm," a demon argued. "Could it be that in this devil domain, the patriarch is the rule? Is this Amo Sha and Laozu the law?" Some of the demons even began to question him. However, Ancestor Pu didn't panic, but looked at these demons indifferently and explained, "The demon realm needs peace. If you attack the heavens, you will break this balance. Expelling you from the demon realm is a separation between different daos. Ancestor Pu is right, if you follow me to attack the heavens, you will definitely leave the demon realm, and who knows when you will return," Su Zimo said. "But it's not expulsion, you will leave on your own accord." The moment he said this, the conclusion was reached. Some demons began to retreat, but Su Zimo only watched calmly, he didn't stop them. At this stage, it was to expel those who didn't agree with him, to seek common ground and put aside differences, to keep those who thought the same as him. Seeing some demons leave, Ancestor Pu's expression was still ugly. Because those who left were only a small portion, the majority of the demons still remained in Xianxia Mountain. "Have you thought it through?" Ancestor Y asked in a gloomy voice. "Lord Ancestor Servant, why do we cultivate?" A devil stood up, looked directly at Ancestor Servant, and asked. Ancestor Shi frowned slightly and replied, "What do you want to say?" "I think everyone here should understand that the purpose of cultivation is to become strong. She would not be bullied and she would protect the people who were important to her. That's the simplest aspect," the devilish man said with a wry smile before narrowing his eyes in a cold manner. "Now you're suddenly telling us that no matter how hard we work, we'll never become a great sage." He was also worried about the destruction of the heavenly Tao. "Do you think there's any meaning to this cultivation?" "That's right. I feel like we're like pigs being reared. The heavenly Tao is only feeding us now. Once the Lord is dead, our comrades in the primordial devil cave will be wiped out and we'll be slaughtered. Isn't that right?" Another devil stood out and snorted. "This?" Ancestor Shi was speechless. Actually, he also wanted to refute, but the truth was right in front of him. How could he refute it? "We're willing to follow the Lord, whether it's to destroy the heavens or to crush our bones. Whether it's for the revival of the devil race or for ourselves, we won't regret it," shouted another devil. At that moment, the situation seemed to be in a deadlock. Suddenly, loud shouts could be heard. "Laozu, save me!" A cry for help rang out from outside Xianxia Mountain. Everyone frowned and looked over, only to see a bloodied devil running over in a panic. "What's going on?" Ancestor Shi frowned. The devil lost his balance and tumbled to the ground. "What are you doing? Is the sky falling?" Ancestor Shi said coldly. "The sky is falling." The devil actually nodded. Boom. 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 As soon as he finished speaking, the sound of explosions could be heard. Everyone's expressions changed. Within the demonic zone, they all understood that someone was attacking the demonic zone's barrier. "What's going on?" Ancestor Shi asked. "Speak clearly." "It's the Holy Hall." "They're attacking," said one of the devils who had fled in panic. "The Holy Hall, they..." Ancestor Shi wanted to ask why they were attacking. But when he glanced at Suzimo, he suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. In fact, the Holy Hall had been pressuring them all this time. And now that Suzimo was openly recruiting forces in the Devil Realm, the Holy Hall might not be able to hold on any longer. They wanted to do it themselves. But Ancestor sure also thought about it. Although the 9 regions were connected to each other. However, going from one domain to another was not a simple matter. The Holy Hall couldn't leave the Calamity Immortal Realm on a large scale and invade the Sinful Devil Realm. Therefore, there was still a chance. Have you notified Laozu? Ancestor sure looked at the Devil Disciple and asked. I have, but Laozu didn't respond, the disciple said cautiously. Come with me to fight. Ancestor sure looked back at Suzimo, then stepped into the air and flew away. After Ancestor sure left, the scene became completely silent. The devils looked at each other in dismay, each having their own thoughts. Demon Saint walked out first and asked, Master, do you have any orders? Do you want to save the Devil Realm? Suzimo asked. Yes, everyone said in unison. The Devil Realm is where we grew up, of course we have to save it. And we also want to destroy the Holy Hall. Of course we have to save the Devil Realm. Just treat it as a pure land. But I won't save the devils outside. Suzimo said, as for the reason, you should know. Those devils were the ones who had left Mount Chongsong and chose to live a peaceful life. From that moment on, Suzimo had nothing to do with them. Even if they were all slaughtered, it had nothing to do with Suzimo. Since they chose to live a peaceful life, they had to pay the price. We devils will not live a peaceful life because the Heavenly Tao will not allow it, Suzimo said flatly. If you want to live a peaceful life, then overthrow the Heavenly Tao. Otherwise, there will be no such thing as a perfect nest in this world. We know, the devils said in unison. Master, what should we do now? Wait, Suzimo said calmly. The Holy Hall's target is us, so they will naturally come. Although the devils were suffering inside, Suzimo had already spoken, so they didn't dare to leave the mountain without permission. The sound of explosions came one after another in the distance, as if several great battles had taken place. In the end, the Devil Realm's entrance couldn't be defended and was completely destroyed. As for the Devil race, they either hid or killed. For a time, corpses were everywhere. The Holy Hall also didn't hesitate and directly locked onto Suzimo's direction and attacked. My lord, they're here. The Demon Saint stood up and looked at the distant horizon. Finally, he saw a dot of light. Suzimo also opened his eyes, and raging demonic energy began to burn from his body. He saw an immortal warship flying over with great momentum. At the front of the immortal warship was the head of an immortal beast. However, Suzimo had never seen what kind of immortal beast it was. As for the tail of the immortal warship, there was a huge ring with 5 balls hanging from it. They were pure white like amber. Just like the immortal warship, they were ethereal. The structure of the immortal warship was complicated, and its surface was covered by a layer of blue light. Although the immortal warship had yet to arrive, everyone could already feel the pressure. The huge fleet was approaching at a speed that was hard to see with the naked eye, and the sound of sonic booms continued to ring out. The surrounding spiritual energy gathered at the front of the immortal warship, and the giant beast opened its mouth, gathering a myriad of energy. The torrent shattered the endless void, and with an unstoppable momentum, it rushed over. Before Suzimo could do anything, the Demon Saint, who had stood up, stepped into the air and collided with the torrent. He slightly bent the fingers of his right hand, and a powerful demonic energy condensed into a black ball in his palm. It directly exploded in the void. Rumble. When the torrent dissipated, the Demon Saint's eyes were calm, and his robe was still intact. He looked ahead, and the huge immortal warship slowly came to a stop. Immediately after, thousands of people from the Holy Court flew out. They were all wearing the same style of robes, which were mainly blue and white, and each of them had a cold and arrogant temperament. After these thousands of people came out, 2 leaders slowly walked out. One of them was a white-haired old man in his 70s. The other was a young man in his 20s. However, when they saw these 2 people, the surrounding demons' expressions turned cold. "They're immortals of the Holy Court," said a demon solemnly. It said that the immortals of the Holy Court are all in the Great Sage Realm. If you're not a great sage, you're not qualified to be an immortal. That's right. I also heard that after becoming an immortal, the Holy Hall will create a statue for the people of the Calamity Immortal Domain to worship their statue. Looking at the noisy crowd of Devil Clan, Suzimo coughed and slowly stood up. The two of us are here on the orders of the Immortal Master. Where is Suzimo? The old man shouted. Laozu, Xianming Master, come with me. I'm standing right here, Suzimo replied calmly. If you want to take me away, just come. Is this generation's Devil Master so weak? The old man, Xianming Zi, sized up Suzimo and sneered. We've really lost our prestige. Before we came here, we had some misgivings. But now, it seems that it's no big deal. Master Xianming, don't be careless, the young man beside him reminded him in a deep voice. His name was Xiang Tianhui, and he was called Xiang Tianhui. He knew that as long as it was a demon, there was nothing simple about it. Otherwise, the heavenly Tao would not have been helpless for so many years. Brother Xiang, you're too cautious, Xianming Zi said with a smile. Think about it. Capturing the Devil Master and bringing him back would be a great merit. If we can trap him in our Holy Quartz immortal trapping platform, we can take down his prestige. When our Lord was at his peak, you were nothing but his lackeys, a demon beside them said coldly. He couldn't bear to listen to their words. Now that you're barking like dogs, it seems that your Holy Court is acting like petty people. When it comes to war, it's always about success or failure. What other logic is there? Xianming Zi snorted. He laughed and said, Brother Xiang, wait here for a while. Watch me capture the Devil Master. Xiang Tianhui wanted to stop him, but it was too late. Xianming Zi's immortal aura burst forth, and in the next instant, he appeared in front of Suzimo. Unknowingly, the void along the way had been completely torn apart by a powerful force, creating a path. However, Suzimo ignored him with his hands behind his back. Xianming Zi's eyes were like torches, and his right hand was about to grab Suzimo's shoulder. Suddenly, there was an explosion. Boom! A large hand grabbed Xianming Zi's wrist. Due to the excessive force, his wrist was crushed. That was why there was such an explosion. Xianming Zi hurriedly retreated, and his wrist recovered in an instant. Who's stopping me? Xianming Zi raised his head, his eyes filled with anger. Tianping Demon Sovereign stood in front of Suzimo, his body surrounded by powerful demonic qi. Greetings, Laozu. The demon disciples hurriedly knelt when they saw Tianping Demon Sovereign. They all knew that the two strongest Laozu in the demon domain were the Purgatory Devil Buddhist and Tianping Demon Sovereign. However, Tianping Demon Sovereign was always in seclusion and didn't care about the demon domain. That was why they were more familiar with the Purgatory Devil Buddhist. Xianming Zi glanced at Tianping Demon Sovereign, his expression ugly. Demon Sovereign, what do you mean? I want to know what you mean. Tianping Demon Sovereign didn't back down. The saintly might around him collided with Master Xianming's, suppressing him. He was a sage ruler, while Xianming Zi was a great sage, but he was only an eternal sage. It was obvious who was stronger between the two. I am under the orders of the Immortal Master to hunt down the Demon Lord. This has nothing to do with your demon domain, said Xianming Zi. Our promise to your demon domain is still valid, and we can let you live the rest of your lives in peace. However, it's best that you don't interfere in this matter. When Master Xianming spoke, he always maintained a lofty attitude. It was as if he was giving alms. He continued, My Holy Hall's army will arrive soon. Think about it carefully, and weigh the pros and cons. I believe that you have lived in peace for hundreds of millions of years, and you don't want to break this hard-won peace. Suzimo had been watching coldly from the start. When Xianming Zi finished speaking, his expression was calm. He glanced at them indifferently and said concisely, Kill. As soon as he said that word, it was as if an earth-shattering killing intent swept over. Tianping Demon Sovereign took the lead and charged over. Soon after, the countless demons on Chongsong Mountain also stepped into the air. They began to fight the Holy Hall's army in the sky. The Holy Hall had sent two great sages, and Xianming Zi temporarily stalled Tianping Demon Sovereign. As for the other person, Xiang Tianhui, he wasn't in a hurry to make a move. Instead, he stepped into the air and slowly descended. He was less than 10 meters away from Suzimo, and both of them stood in the sky. "I want to know what you have up your sleeve," said Xianxia. "The Purgatory Devil Buddhist won't fight." "The Purgatory Devil Buddhist isn't the only one of the 18 demon generals," said Suzimo calmly. "So what?" "They've all been exiled to the primordial devil cave," said Xianxia. "It seems that you don't know much about the War of the Heavens." Suzimo shook his head. "The 18 demon generals weren't all exiled." Hearing Suzimo's words, Xianxia expression froze. "Are there other demon generals left?" "Look behind you." Suzimo raised his head slightly, indicating something. Xianxia turned around in confusion, then his expression changed drastically. Baimont, the seven-faced demon general, and the Scarlet Blade Ox demon were all standing calmly behind him. And he hadn't noticed them at all. You. Xianxia was so shocked that he couldn't speak. "Since you're here, you might as well stay here today," Suzimo said. Baimont and the other two Saint Aura surged. Their powerful force was like a rainbow piercing through the sun, crushing everything in its path. "Old Ox, go help Tianping deal with that person. The two of us will take care of him." "Try to end this as quickly as possible," Baimont said. The Scarlet Blade Ox demon nodded. Then everyone joined the battle. Even Suzimo didn't recklessly interfere in a battle between great saints. Everyone else was also fighting. The entire demon realm was in chaos, but the Purgatory Demonic Buddhist still had no intention of coming out. Suzimo watched for a while. This battle wouldn't end anytime soon. He remembered what Tianping Demon Sovereign had said to him. The previous demon lord had left behind a place. Rumor had it that he wanted him to go there. Suzimo felt that he could go take a look. By the time he came out, the battle might already be over. With that thought in mind, he no longer paid any attention to the collapsing void and the setting sun. He walked straight to the bottom of Chongsong Mountain. When he reached the foot of the mountain, Suzimo saw Ancestor Pu. At this moment, he was standing at the foot of the mountain, watching the battle in the sky. At the same time, he also saw Suzimo's arrival. His eyes were filled with complicated emotions. For a moment, it was as if a bottle of mixed feelings had been shattered. He didn't know what to say. "I heard that the previous demon lord left behind a place," Suzimo looked at Ancestor Pu and said. "Yes, there is a place," Ancestor Servant quickly replied. "It's usually a forbidden area. Even the two Laozu haven't entered it before." "Are you going in?" "Take me there," Suzimo replied with a nod. Ancestral Servant didn't dare to be negligent and hurriedly led the way, saying, "I heard Mo Sha Laozu say that it is a continent in a small world. It was the Devil Lord who entrusted the mainland to come over." "Does the Purgatory Devil Buddhist know about the Holy Hall's arrival?" Suzimo asked. Ancestral Servant was silent for a while, then nodded slightly. "What do you think?" Suzimo asked with a smile. Ancestral Servant was silent for a while. This time, the silence was obviously much longer. Then he replied, "I think Laozu is also helpless. I'm the meat on the chopping block." "This is his own doing," Suzimo said. "Weakness is the original sin. Unfortunately, after fighting with me for so long, he still didn't understand this principle." The two passed through the mountain path behind Chongsong Mountain and stopped in front of a cliff. Logically speaking, the demon domain was vast and boundless, but there was a cliff here. It was shocking. Mo Sha Laozu said that if you jump down from here, you'll reach that place. "The void here will be weightless and you won't be able to step on it," Ancestral Servant explained. "I've never been there myself. Be careful." Suzimo nodded, then pointed to the sky where the demons and the Holy Hall were fighting. He said to Ancestral Servant, "Go take a good look. You've been kneeling in front of the Holy Hall for so many years that you don't even have any pride left." After he finished speaking, he directly jumped down. Ancestral Servant looked in the direction and headed towards the Devil Mountain where the Purgatory Devil Buddhist was. He had to report this matter to the old ancestor. "He went down?" A somewhat suppressed voice came from the Demon Mountain. Ancestral Servant knelt there and nodded. "Repeat what he said to you," the Purgatory Devil Buddhist ordered. Ancestral servant didn't dare to hide anything and repeated the contents of their conversation word by word. The demon mountain was silent for a long time. Ancestral servant carefully raised his head and asked, Laozu doesn't plan to come out. Offending the holy hall won't end well for our demon domain, the purgatory devil Buddhist said. But the holy hall has already come knocking on our door and killed many of our demons, ancestral servant continued. He seemed to be unwilling. He also heard what Suzimo said before. He naturally knew some of the grudges with the holy hall. Don't meddle in this matter. No matter who wins or loses, it has nothing to do with us, the purgatory devil Buddhist said. Ancestral servant stood up, nodded, and prepared to leave. But just as he took 2 steps, he was stopped by the purgatory devil Buddhist. You've been cultivating under my tutelage for thousands of years, right? Yes, I'm indebted to Laozu for taking care of me. I've been under his tutelage since I was young, ancestral servant hurriedly replied. 1,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. You're no longer the child who just came under my tutelage. All these years, regardless of whether my orders were right or wrong, you've done them dutifully. But I know you have your own thoughts, the purgatory devil Buddhist suddenly sighed. Tell me the truth. Was I really wrong in this matter? This disciple dares not criticize, ancestral servant replied fearfully. I don't blame you. Just say it, the purgatory devil Buddhist replied. Ancestral servant prepared his words, then carefully said, actually, Laozu's original intention was not wrong. He wanted the demon domain to stay away from conflict. After all, war is always accompanied by death. No one is willing to die. Laozu's only mistake was that he didn't see the situation clearly. Situation? The purgatory devil Buddhist seemed to be thinking. Whether it's the heavenly Tao or the holy hall, they can't tolerate us demons, ancestral servant struck while the iron was hot. Why not? The purgatory devil Buddhist asked again. Because they won't think they're wrong, ancestral servant shook his head. Millions of years ago, we demons rebelled to break the calamity of fate. The heavenly Tao won't think it's wrong. Especially after the previous demon lord was killed, the heavenly Tao won't admit it's wrong. Since the heavenly Tao isn't wrong, then in their eyes, it's us demons who are wrong. The heavenly Tao won't be wrong, the purgatory devil Buddhist repeated. This is only a fallacy of this disciple. Laozu, don't mind it, ancestral servant said. No, you're right. I didn't expect that in the end, as a disciple, you would see things more clearly than me, the purgatory devil Buddhist said with a bitter smile. Actually, it's not like I didn't know. I was just hoping for a fluke. Ancestral servant, tell me the truth. Do you also want to join the Lord's side? The purgatory devil Buddhist seemed to have paused when he said the word Lord, but he still shouted it out. I won't be angry if you say it. This disciple is willing to give my all for the revival of the demon race, ancestral servant shouted while kneeling. Although ancestor servant did not say it clearly, his meaning was clear. He also wanted to join the revival of the demons, even if he died, he had no regrets. Go, the purgatory devil Buddhist said quietly. These 3 words seemed to use up all his strength, and he remained silent. He had worked hard for hundreds of millions of years for the stability of the demon domain, even abandoning the former demons. But hundreds of millions of years later, he discovered that everything he did was futile, and even wrong. This kind of fall and blow was not something anyone could bear. Laozu, I won't go, ancestor servant seemed to have made up his mind, kneeling and saying. You raised me since I was young, I am willing to guard the demon domain forever. I raised a disciple of flesh and blood, not a puppet, the purgatory devil Buddhist shook his head and refused. Go, I cannot return to the demon domain. You represent my will, when we fight in the future, kill a few more people for me. Ancestor servant wiped away the tears that had fallen at some unknown time, then finally stood up, bowed to the demon mountain, and left. After jumping down from the cliff without hesitation, Suzimo felt weightless. He could not control his body. At the bottom of the cliff, it was as if he had fallen into an especially large bubble. The bubble was warm and soft. Then the bubble burst, and the impact of the fall was dissolved. Suzimo landed safely. His feet touched the ground, and he looked around, discovering that this was a desolate place, with only a temple in sight. With no place to go, Suzimo could only walk towards the temple. Along the way, the ground was cracked, and the void was shattered. He touched the void with his hand. Logically speaking, after the void shattered, it would automatically repair itself. Just like when experts fought, it was common for the world to be destroyed, and the world had the ability to repair itself. But the void of this world was shattered like this, and could not be repaired. Is this space-time freezing? Suzimo muttered to himself. But then he shook his head in denial. What kind of space-time freezing could last for so long? It had probably been like this since billions of years ago. Suzimo recalled what Ancestor Servant had said before. This was the continent that the previous Devil Lord had brought over from the broken world. In other words, the original world of this continent should have been destroyed. Therefore, without the ability to heal itself, it would be easy to destroy this place. Ignoring the broken walls along the way, Suzimo slowly walked to the front of the temple. The temple was 2 stories tall, and the main door was vermilion red. The second story was mainly blue and red. There was a circle drawn on the vermilion door, and within the circle was the image of an immortal Taoist. Suzimo raised his head. On top of the temple, the plaque had already been broken into 2 halves, leaving only the left half hanging in the air. Skybearing. Suzimo took a look and muttered to himself. He pushed open the door, and a muffled sound rang out. A cool breeze blew over, carrying with it a lot of dust. The inside of the temple could be considered peaceful. There was a lotus pond in the middle, and there were 2 paths paved with blue tiles on both sides. Bodhi trees were planted on both sides. Knowing one's true nature added a sense of righteousness to the temple. In the innermost part, there were 3 main halls. The halls on both sides had collapsed, and only the hall in the middle stood solemnly with pure gold. When Suzimo passed by the lotus pond, he saw that the pond water was bubbling with do-do-do sounds. Under the bubbles, there were countless goldfish swimming. In an instant, a dragon's roar could be heard. The goldfish turned into thousands of divine dragons and soared into the sky, echoing in the temple. Who dares to barge into my sky-bearing temple? The golden dragon spoke in human language and said coldly. Suzimo was surrounded by demonic chi, and he said calmly, "It's time for your obsessions to disperse." He could tell that the golden dragon was not a real golden dragon, but a remnant of their obsessions when they were alive. Nonsense. Those who barge into the sky-bearing temple shall die, the golden dragon said sternly. Then, it charged toward Suzimo with an irresistible dragon's might. However, Suzimo did not care. When the golden dragon charged toward him, it did not hurt his body, but his soul. Unfortunately, he had the 9 States Palace body to protect him, so he was not afraid. Seeing the golden dragons disappear one by one, Suzimo continued to walk forward. The pool water that was originally surging with waves had actually dried up at some point. When he came to the front of the hall, he realized that the door of the hall was actually a demonic gate. It was a gate formed by thousands of demonic chi. This demonic chi was different from ordinary demonic chi. It was like the king of demonic chi, as if thousands of demonic chi were ruling over the world. Sensing the demonic chi, it seemed to have a connection with Suzimo's own demonic chi, as if they were about to merge into one. Suzimo took a step forward, slowly reached out his right hand, and touched the demonic gate with his fingertips. He had a feeling that if other beings encountered the demonic gate, something terrifying would happen. However, he was the only one. The demonic chi of the demonic gate was like an obedient little lamb. His body entered the demonic gate bit by bit. In the next moment, the world spun, and the sun and moon were reversed. His entire body was completely swallowed up. In the hall, there were offerings of fruits and incense burners on the high platform. Unfortunately, there were no statues. Below him was a praying mat, and a figure was sitting on it. However, no matter how hard Suzimo looked, he could not see the figure's face clearly. "Who are you?" Although he already had a guess in his heart, Suzimo still asked. "Just follow what you think," the figure said with a smile. "The previous demonic master?" Suzimo asked. "To be honest, I don't like this title. There is only one demonic master. It doesn't matter if it's the previous generation or the current generation," the figure said as he shook his head. "My name is Chu Tianong. You are Suzimo. Just call me that. Shouldn't we be more honest when communicating?" I can't even see you clearly, Suzimo said directly. Demons are formless. What do you think is what it is? Chu Tianong shook his head and replied. Why did you wait for me here? Suzimo asked. If we were in the 9 regions, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to wait for you. I would be discovered by the heavenly axiom of this world and destroyed. So, I found a continent of a broken world to hide in, Chu Tianong said. I'm here to give you the inheritance. Since you can come to the demonic realm, it proves that you have passed the test. You should receive the demonic master's inheritance. What kind of inheritance? Suzimo asked. A power irrigation will allow you to have the ability to protect yourself in the future, Chu Tianong said. However, before the inheritance, I have to remind you of a few things. Speak. Suzimo nodded. In fact, every hundreds of millions of years, the Devil Lord will be reborn, and we are all the resurrected bodies of the Devil Lord. You are Suzimo, and also the Devil Lord. But strictly speaking, Suzimo is you, and the Devil Lord does not have to be you. Chu Tianong said solemnly. Suzimo was a little confused. He shook his head and replied, I don't really understand. Simply put, the Devil Lord can be many people, it can be you, it can be me, it can also be the Devil Lord of the previous generation. He is an existence that cannot be destroyed. You have to understand, even if we die, the Devil Lord will only be samsara for a few more years, he will eventually be resurrected. But if you and I die, we will die forever, Chu Tianong explained. Hearing his words, Suzimo also understood. Suzimo was him, but the Devil Lord did not have to be him. Even if he died, a new Devil Lord would be born. I understand, Suzimo nodded. So in the future, you have to be careful. If you are an enemy of the heavenly axiom, you will be doomed eternally if you are not careful. Many people don't understand this, they always think that they are immortal, even if they are killed, they can be resurrected by samsara. But they don't understand, after samsara, the new Devil Lord will no longer have anything to do with them, Chu Tianong sighed. Thinking about it this way, he had this mentality back then, so it could be considered a warning to the next Devil Lord. Thank you, Suzimo nodded. In fact, he knew in his heart that his real trump card was the divine land, the world he created. It was not the identity of the Devil Lord. Even if he was not the Devil Lord, he would fight for the world. And the so-called Devil Lord was only a helping hand on his journey. It could be the icing on the cake, but it was not a timely help. What did you experience in the War of the Heavens? Suzimo asked curiously. As far as I know, when the Devil Lord came, you were already invincible. Why was it that after the War of the Heavens, you were defeated? In the end, some died, some were exiled. Sigh, Chu Tianong sighed deeply. He seemed to have thought of something, and his eyes were filled with fear and unwillingness. I can't say. Chu Tianong shook his head and replied, we walk different paths. Every generation of Devil Masters walks different paths. In the end, the demons themselves will be the ones to suffer. Accept the inheritance. No matter how far you can go in the end, it will be your opportunity. I'm just warning you, before you're fully prepared, don't rashly challenge the heavens. The two of them sat cross-legged, and 2 waves of devil chi surged around their bodies. Demonic chi soared into the sky and intertwined in the void. This enormous amount of demonic chi even dyed the void black. At the center of the intersection, wind rose and clouds rolled, turning into a bottomless vortex. Chu Tianong formed a seal with his hands, and a powerful force condensed within his body. It was as if all of his power was about to be condensed, and his figure was becoming thinner and thinner. Sky Demon Avatar, Master Seal sealed. On the palm of Chu Tianong's hand, a 5-pointed star imprint was completely formed. The moment this imprint appeared, even if it didn't deliberately release a powerful aura, its own power had already caused the surrounding void to boil. Then, the void collapsed, and the entire continent shook. This part of the world can't withstand this power. I'm afraid it's going to sink, Chu Tianong said. Before the continent collapses, you have to complete the inheritance. Otherwise, the heavenly axiom will sense it. The 5-pointed star imprint floated, and then slowly sank into Suzimo's forehead. At that moment, a tidal wave of demonic chi covered the sky and covered the earth. Su Zimo only felt that the world in front of him disappeared, and the only thing left was the endless demonic qi. The sea of demonic qi seemed to want to drown him. And from the outside, one would see that Su Zimo was surrounded by a demonic qi shield. The shield was ink black, and everything that happened inside couldn't be seen clearly. Chu Tianong slowly stood up, and just calmly watched Su Zimo transform with his hands behind his back. And at that moment, the continent that the two of them were on was also constantly collapsing, and countless plates fell. Su Zimo was now in the fourth of the 5 great emperor realms, the life and death realm. He was still a distance away from becoming a heavenly lord. Originally, Su Zimo wanted to slowly comprehend it, but now, with so much power pouring in, something seemed to open up. It was as if something had been opened up, and a powerful force flowed through his internal organs, even nourishing his spirit. His understanding of the Heavenly Lord realm was getting deeper and deeper. What was a Heavenly Lord? It had already surpassed the life and death realm. In the 9 regions, it wasn't impossible to become an overlord. The powerful demonic qi flowed in his body, and Su Zimo seemed to have entered a state of emptiness. He didn't think of anything, and only the endless Taoist rhymes surrounded him. In all the meridians in his body, the spirit ocean was surging like waves. This state lasted for half a day, and then Su Zimo slowly opened his eyes. Only the aura of a heavenly lord surrounded him. He felt that his 10th meridian was about to be opened, and he would be a great sage. But the spiritual qi was still a bit lacking. Even if it was just a bit, it was still not enough to break through to the great sage. Only Su Zimo could feel that the next step was to condense the soul of life and death. As long as the soul of life and death appeared, he would be a great sage. The black shield on the surface of his body began to shatter, and a powerful aura swept over like a tornado. Looking inside his body, Su Zimo could see that there was a 5-pointed star that was flickering. This pentagram was attached to his body, and an unimaginably powerful force was raging out. "How do you feel?" Chu Tianong looked at Su Zimo with a smile and asked. "Much stronger," Su Zimo said. "You are now a heavenly lord." "Of course, this is not important. The most powerful thing is the pentagram mark in your body. That is the core of the inheritance," Chu Tianong explained. "Core?" Su Zimo frowned slightly. In fact, he wanted to test the power of this pentagram, but he could feel that it was too powerful. He was afraid that his body couldn't bear it, so he didn't use it. "This pentagram contains the power stored by the past demon masters," Chu Tianong said. "The more power you use, the less it will be. So remember, don't use it unless your life is in danger." Su Zimo nodded slightly. As the two chatted, the continent under their feet had completely collapsed. After passing the power of the pentagram to Su Zimo, Chu Tianong's figure became thinner and thinner. "I should leave too," Chu Tianong said. "From now on, you are the only demon master. I hope you can overcome all obstacles and finally become a true demon master." As Chu Tianong's voice fell, his figure completely disappeared. As for the continent Su Zimo was standing on, a rumbling sound came from beneath his feet. The entire continent was completely submerged. Su Zimo sighed, the feeling of weightlessness disappearing. He stepped into the air and flew towards the cliff he jumped off from. Standing on the cliff, the continent behind him had also completely sunk. Explosions rang out incessantly, and dust drifted up from below like a sandstorm. Su Zimo knew that from this moment on, the demons would turn over a new leaf. The former demon lord would also completely disappear. He raised his head and looked at the place where the battle had taken place. It seemed that Baimont and the others' battle was coming to an end. Su Zimo identified the direction, then flew towards Mount Chongsong. "You demons are crazy. You don't care about your lives at all." Xiang Tianhui roared. Beside him, Master Xian Ming had long been suppressed in place, unable to move. Although the demons had suffered heavy losses, almost all of the Holy Court's people had died, except for the 2 great sages. Even the huge immortal warship had been blasted into several pieces and fell to the side. The demons were resting on Mount Chongsong. Only a few great sages were fighting in the sky. After all, they couldn't interfere in a battle of this level. Baimont and the other great sages were besieging Xiang Tianhui, the only one left of the Holy Court. His momentum was growing weaker and weaker, and it wouldn't be long before he was suppressed. At some point, Ancestor Shu had also joined the demon army. Seeing Suzimo descend from the sky, the aura around him grew stronger. Everyone felt a chill run down their spine. "Greetings, Master." Ancestor Shu took the lead, and everyone knelt down. "It seems you've thought it through." Suzimo looked at Ancestor Shu and smiled. "I've always wanted to revive the demons, but there are many things that are beyond my control." "Don't blame him, Oshalazu. He doesn't mean any harm. If he had any ill intentions, he would be a corpse by now," Suzimo said indifferently. "We just chose two different paths. He wanted to beg the heavenly Tao for mercy, but I insisted that the weak have no right to live. But now that you're here, you should work hard for the revival of the demon race." "Understood," the ancestor servant replied firmly. Suzimo didn't care about the battle in the void. Instead, he slowly walked over to the Xianming master. At this moment, the other party was trapped in place, unable to move. "Let's talk?" Suzimo smiled. "Don't waste your energy." "I won't tell you anything." Master Xianming snorted. "You're all just vile characters enjoying your success. My Holy Court's army will be here soon. At that time, all of you will be smashed to pieces. There's no point in talking tough now. Let's wait until the Holy Hall arrives," said Suzimo. "Whether or not we'll be smashed to pieces is still uncertain. But you'll definitely be smashed to pieces." When he heard Suzimo's words, Master Xianming began to struggle with all his might. But although he was a great saint, he wasn't a great saint yet. No matter how he struggled, he couldn't do anything. On the other side, the battle between the great saints was nearing its end. Xiang Tianhui's body had been suppressed and thrown down from the void. The powerful impact blasted a deep crater into Mount Changsong. Bai Meng and the others descended from the sky. The Scarlet Blade Ox demon grabbed Xiang Tianhui out of the deep hole as if he was grabbing a chicken. "Master, how should we deal with these two?" asked the Scarlet Blade Ox demon. "Aren't great saints very hard to kill?" Suzimo rubbed his chin, deep in thought. "Great saints have life and death souls, so it's not easy to kill them. If they still have their life and death souls, even if we kill them now, they can still be revived." Baimont nodded. "I'm guessing that one of their life and death souls is hidden in the Holy Court." Suzimo nodded. He agreed with this. What place was safer than the Holy Court? The Holy Court had been the dominant force for countless years. In recent years, they'd been looking down on the 9 realms with a lofty attitude. Presumably, to the Holy Court, placing one of their life and death souls in the Holy Court was the safest choice. "Since that's the case, let's lock them up first," said Suzimo. "In any case, without my permission, they won't be able to leave for the rest of their lives." Once the two entered the Divine Continent, they wouldn't be able to resist at all. Xiang Tianhui appeared to be quite calm. Only Master Xianming continued to shout. "The Holy Court won't let you off. You're just a mob. Sooner or later, you'll be destroyed." Suzimo waved his right hand, opening up a tunnel to the Divine Continent. Baimont and the others brought Xiang Tianhui and Master Xianming into the Divine Continent. Suzimo looked at the demons behind him, who had just gone through a great battle, and thought for a while. In the end, he said, "I don't think we can stay in the demon realm any longer. When the Holy Court's army arrives, it'll definitely be destroyed. It's not good for the demons to go against the heavenly Tao now. We need to accumulate enough capital. Go to my small world and cultivate well. In the future, we'll definitely have a chance to fight them." When Suzimo said this, he was careful. He described the Divine Continent as a small world, not a complete world. In fact, not to mention great saints, many people who'd just become great emperors could already create small worlds. However, this kind of small world had no possibility of growth. In the end, when the main body died, the small world would also collapse. Suzimo's small world could grow endlessly. As long as the foundation was enough, it wouldn't be a problem for it to surpass the 9 realms. Of course, the resources needed were immeasurable. Even if Suzimo was killed, the Divine Continent could still exist independently. "We obey, Master," the demons replied in unison. One by one, the demons entered the Divine Continent. Suzimo wasn't afraid. After these demons entered, the 1,000 Demons tribe and Baimont would take care of them. When only Ancestor Servant was left, Suzimo asked him to stay. Stay by my side. I still have some things to do in the evil demon realm, Suzimo said. As you command, Master, Ancestor Servant hurriedly replied. Have you heard of the stories of the ancient gods? Suzimo asked again. Ancient gods. I know of the wind god Tianwu, Ancestor Servant said. However, I don't pay much attention to it. The era of the ancient gods has been lost for too long. What's left are just a few words. Even if I pay attention, it's not very useful. Tell me more, Suzimo asked. Tianwu, the head of an 8-faced human, the body of a tiger, and 10 tails. He was the ancient god of the wind. I heard that the wind god had descendants in the evil demon realm, Ancestor Servant replied. What is wind? It is the fusion of heaven and earth, formed by the residual heat of the sun and the flow of air. It is rumored that Sin Devil region was almost destroyed by a storm. This storm was caused by wind god Tianwu. Ancestor Servant said. Later, Tianwu disappeared, just like the other ancient gods, he evaporated in the 9 regions. No one knew where he went. Tens of thousands of years later, Sin Devil region caused another storm, and people thought that Tianwu had returned. However, after investigation, they found that the one who caused this storm was not Tianwu, but a group of descendants with the wind god's bloodline. What happened to these descendants? Suzimo asked. They suffered a blow and were forced to live in seclusion. Ancestor Servant said. Later, there was no more storm, and these descendants were slowly forgotten. Then it will be troublesome. Suzimo said. Sin Devil region is so big, without accurate information, it will be like looking for a needle in a haystack. It is indeed a bit troublesome. We can go to the place where these descendants were last seen. Ancestor Servant could only say so. Perhaps there will be clues. Where? Suzimo asked. Skywind Valley. Ancestor Servant thought for a moment and finally said. He had almost forgotten the name of this place. Master, why are you looking for the ancient gods? Ancestor Servant asked curiously. The demons exiled from the ancient devil cave need the inheritance of the ancient gods to break the seal. Suzimo did not hide anything and directly said. So Master has been working hard to revive the demon race. Ancestor Servant suddenly realized and rejoiced. This subordinate is also willing to die for the demon race. There is no need to show loyalty. We are all demons, and I am very tolerant of my own people. Suzimo waved his hand. Sin Devil region can be considered crippled. Since the Purgatory Devil Buddhist wants to escape, let him escape for the rest of his life. He led Ancestor Servant outside of Sin Devil region. With Ancestor Servant, a native of Sin Devil region, Suzimo did not need a map. Ancestor Servant was enough to lead the way. Skywind Valley was not in the southern region. According to Ancestor Servant, it should be in the poorer northern region. The demon race, on the other hand, had a teleportation array, so they didn't need to waste much time. Suzimo also took the opportunity to ask about the influence of the demon race. According to Ancestor Pooh, it was just as Suzimo had expected. Although the demon race did not manage Sin Devil territory on the surface, the demon race did not do so. But in fact, in the dark, many forces had people from the demon race. That will save us a lot of trouble, Suzimo said with a smile. We need to get there before the Holy Hall does. If news of the Holy Hall destroying the Devil region spreads, the entire Sin Devil region will probably place a bounty on us, said Ancestor Pooh. Suzimo narrowed his eyes and said indifferently, the Holy Hall is not suitable for us to fight head-on for now. But one day, we will kill our way there. Ancestral Servant nodded. He brought Suzimo to the Infernal Domain's teleportation array. This teleportation array was located at the entrance of the Infernal Domain. It was circular in shape and was surrounded by purple electric arcs. This is the Thunder Sound Formation. Among the teleportation formations, it is one of the fastest formations, Ancestor Y explained. It was left behind by a senior of the demon race. Suzimo nodded slightly. The two stood above the Thunder Sound Formation. Ancestor Y waved his right hand and began to activate the formation. Their destination was Skywind Valley. The originally faint blue electric arcs seemed to have been summoned and instantly exploded. Countless bolts of lightning surged out. The entire teleportation array was covered by lightning. Then, the two figures disappeared. Not long after the two left, the sound of slow footsteps came from not far away. A man in a red robe with a pale face walked over. A powerful aura reverberated around him, but at this moment, he knelt in front of the array. He knelt 3 times. It was unknown whether he was kneeling to the array or to the person who had just left. Not long after Suzimo left, the entire infernal domain sky began to boil. It was as if something was about to descend. The red-robed man seemed to sense something. He looked up at the sky and narrowed his eyes. He muttered to himself, "What will come in the end." This time, he did not run away. Instead, he stood on the highest mountain in the infernal domain. This place was the closest to the sky and could better observe the infernal domain. Compared to the demon domain of the past, this place was rather bleak and desolate now that people had left. Sigh. The red-robed man sighed deeply again. The stability that he had planned for hundreds of millions of years had been destroyed in an instant. At this moment, the sky shook more and more violently. It was as if the entire sky was about to collapse. Finally, the sky shattered and an explosion resounded. When the red-robed man looked up, there was a blinding immortal light. He was still unmoved. Then, an even larger immortal warship slowly descended. There were countless smaller immortal ships floating around this immortal ship. When they appeared, the entire void was sealed. It was as if the entire infernal domain was frozen. A man in battle armor came down from the immortal warship. The man's face was resolute. His eyebrows were thick and his eyes were as sharp as knives. No one dared to look at them directly. The moment the man came down, he saw the red-robed man standing at the top of the mountain. He was slightly surprised, but in the end, he still stepped forward. The distance of a few hundred meters was close. "Purgatory demonic Buddhist," the armored man said when he saw the red-robed man. "I thought you would leave with them. We agreed to coexist peacefully." The red-robed man was the Purgatory demonic Buddhist. He was the true ruler of the infernal domain for hundreds of millions of years. He said indifferently, "Your holy court broke the rules first." "Rules? What rules?" The armored man sneered. "The so-called rules are just an excuse for weaklings like you to feel at ease. Do you really think you are qualified to talk about rules with our holy court?" "Yes, I am indeed too naive." Unexpectedly, the Purgatory demonic Buddhist was not angry. Instead, he nodded in agreement. "Your holy court will never give the infernal race a chance to live peacefully. You are just a bunch of lackeys of the heavenly Tao. You are just waiting for death by staying here," the armored man snorted. "In that case, I will fulfill your wish. Indeed, I am waiting for death. But before I die, I will peel off a layer of skin from your holy court." The Purgatory demonic Buddhist closed his eyes for a long time before slowly opening them. He murmured to himself, "This is probably the best contribution I can make to the infernal race while I am alive." After he finished speaking, he raised his right hand and grabbed at his own chest. His fingers pierced through his body, and the Purgatory demonic Buddhist tore out his own heart just like that. His heart was black and surrounded by demonic chi. "What's this guy doing?" The armored man frowned. He had a bad feeling in his heart. Immortal power surged in his hand and he attacked the Purgatory Devil Buddhist. The Purgatory Devil Buddhist ignored him. He buried the heart in his hand deep into the ground. The earth now had a heart, as if it was about to come alive. Thump, thump, thump. The heartbeat sounded as if the entire sky was shaking. The armored man's fist arrived and sent the Purgatory Devil Buddhist flying. The figure of the Purgatory Devil Buddhist crashed into a mountain not far away, and another rumbling sound rang out. The entire mountain that wasn't considered tall was directly shattered into 2 halves. However, the Purgatory Devil Buddhist didn't care. He slowly stood up and looked at his empty chest. Without a heart, his life force was slowly weakening. He slowly reached out his right hand. The demonic chi had disappeared and was replaced by dense demonic chi. In the next moment, countless explosions sounded, as if someone's pulse had been opened. Demonic chi had taken over the entire area where the demonic domain was located. It was like an impenetrable wall that sealed off the entire void. What's this? The armored man's eyes narrowed. Purgatory Devil Buddhist, what are you doing? Killing you, the Purgatory Devil Buddhist replied indifferently. He raised his right hand. Within 100 miles, it was as if an invisible hand was slowly rising. It directly grabbed the armored man's neck. The armored man's expression turned cold. They were clearly 100 miles away, but the other party had restrained him so easily. Damn it! The armored man resisted with all his might. His right hand kept attacking in front of him. Unfortunately, this invisible hand couldn't be touched or seen. All his attacks were ineffective. This kind of strange attack was the most unbearable. Seeing that the armored man didn't resist at all, another figure jumped out of the immortal ship not far away. It was a man and a woman in immortal robes. They held long swords in their hands, but their aura wasn't the strongest. In fact, even in the holy court, their status wasn't very high. However, they were very special. Because they were sword bearers. There were experts in the holy court who were good at training sword slaves. The sword servants had been tempered since they were young. They used their own bodies to nurture the divine sword. This way, they could ensure that the divine sword was in its best and sharpest state every time they pulled it out. These two people were sword slaves that had been nurtured since they were young. After the two of them came out, they respectfully stood on the left and right. His white robe was cold, and the crescent moon was like the sun. The stairs in front of the immortal ship slowly opened up, and a white-robed figure walked down from it. When he walked down, the two swords held by the sword servant beside him seemed to have sensed his presence. Sword cries rang out incessantly as sword intent surged through the 9 heavens. Immortal Master's disciple, Xianxia. The Purgatory Devil Buddhist said solemnly when he saw the man walking down. He was the famous holy king of the holy court. He was the most famous holy monarch of the holy hall in the past tens of thousands of years. Anyone who paid attention to the holy hall would know of him. After the older generation of saint kings went into seclusion, he took over the banner of the new generation. He was now one of the higher-ups of the holy court. I didn't expect that even you would come. The Purgatory Devil Buddhist looked at the other party and said solemnly. Since it's such a big event, I naturally have to come, Xianxia said calmly. Where's the Devil Lord? I don't know. Even if I did, I wouldn't tell you. The Purgatory Devil Buddhist snorted coldly. Devil Buddhist, why do you have to make such a fuss? For so many years, the holy court has given your demon domain peace. You should know how to be content, Xianxia said. We should be on the same side. Kill the Devil Lord and the demon domain will return to its former peace. Do you think I'll still believe you? The Purgatory Devil Buddhist asked. To the demon race, if the Devil Lord dies, you'll probably raze the entire demon domain to the ground. You didn't believe us before either. Do you think the Holy Court doesn't know about the Lich calamity? Xianxia said calmly. There's no point in saying more. I, the Purgatory Devil Buddhist, may know that I haven't accomplished anything in my life, but I've at least been loyal to the demon race. Now, even if I die, I'll do my best for the demon race, the Purgatory Devil Buddhist said calmly. He raised his hands as if he were holding up the sky. At that moment, both the earth and the sky were replaced by a demonic red. You once wanted to change the demon race into a lich. You must have used some method, right? Xianxia asked calmly. Now that things have come to this, there's no harm in telling you. In fact, you've always been wrong about one thing. I didn't research the Lich race. It's a race that really did exist in history. However, as time passed, the Liches had already perished. And I once obtained the heart of a Lich progenitor. The Purgatory Devil Buddhist said with a crazed expression. I've nurtured this heart for tens of thousands of years. It's time for the Lich race to appear. As if in response to his words, the earth began to shake and the sky turned even redder. Xianxia sensed that the Purgatory Devil Buddhist's life aura was growing weaker and weaker. He also knew that the Purgatory Devil Buddhist was a holy king. What are you doing? Xianxia couldn't keep his composure any longer. You'll know soon enough, the Purgatory Devil Buddhist said with a sinister smile. Retreat from the demon domain first, Xianxia ordered the two sword slaves beside him. The sword slaves transmitted the news to the immortal warship. The huge immortal warship was instantly activated. 2 balls of fire appeared behind it and it rushed out of the demon domain. Boom! An explosion was heard. Zhang Huanjin looked up in surprise and saw that the immortal warship had crashed into the void. The void was intact, but the immortal warship was destroyed in several places. He was shocked. This immortal warship was the face of the Holy Court. Usually, it tore through the void and traveled at light speed. But now, it was destroyed. This space has been sealed. No one can leave, the Purgatory Devil Buddhist said with a grin. His life aura weakened again. Even his figure was thin, as if he would disappear at any time. Devil Buddhist, you're crazy, Zhang Huanjin shouted. You're really crazy. There's no normal person in the demon race. One had to know that the effort and hardship to cultivate to the Holy King level was indescribable. So everyone cherished their lives. The life and death soul was hidden very deeply. As for the Purgatory Devil Buddhist, it was clear that he was sacrificing his own life to summon something. How precious was the life of a Holy King. Death is also a release. The Purgatory Devil Buddhist slowly raised his head. A few drops of tears flowed from the corners of his eyes. In the next moment, his figure completely disappeared. Following his death, something seemed to be coming out from the underground of the demon domain. Heaven and earth shook, and countless cracks appeared on the ground. In this crack, the shadow of a monster slowly poked its head out. This monster had 3 horns on its head. There was one on each side and one on its forehead. Its entire body was dark red, and what was even more terrifying was that it only had one eye. This eye was erected on its face, and its mouth was open, revealing rows of teeth. It made people with trypophobia unable to look straight at it. As the ground shook more and more, the monster's entire body was gradually revealed. Its body was huge, and there were rows of barbs on its back. Although its limbs were thick, they were a little short. When this monster appeared, dust flew everywhere, and the ground shook. The entire sky looked as if it had been splashed with blood. So this is the Lich? Zhang Huanjin's eyes were like torches as he said coldly. However, obviously, no one answered his question. This was because the Lich's huge body looked at Zhang Huanjin, and then it reached out to grab the immortal warship in the sky. Damn it. Zhang Huanjin snorted. Sword, come. The 2 sword slaves at the side hurriedly raised their swords. Clang! Clang! 2 swords that were flowing with brilliant lights danced in the air. One of the 2 swords was a long sword, and the other was a short sword. One of the 2 swords was hidden in the sleeves, and the other was filled with a shocking sword light. Looking at the Lich's huge hand, Zhang Huanjin directly rose into the air. A powerful Holy King aura spread out. With a boom, the sword intent slashed the Lich's arm. However, what surprised Zhang Huanjin was that the arm was unharmed under the powerful sword intent. There was another explosion. This time, it was the Lich's hand that grabbed one end of the immortal warship and pulled it down forcefully. Inside the immortal warship, there was a series of explosions. Sword in the sky, wind in the universe. Zhang Huanjin was a little angry. The long sword in his hand swept out like a storm, wanting to tear everything in its path to shreds. The sword intent came down again and slashed the Lich's body heavily. There was a sound that sounded like the anger of the heavens, and it was enough to see the power of this sword. Unfortunately, the Lich didn't feel any pain, and there was no hesitation in its actions. Just like that, the vast immortal warship was torn into 2 halves. Countless members of the Holy Court fled in panic. In the beginning, many people in the Holy Court were not willing to show their faces. After all, when the Devil Lord was not present, they were too lazy to come out. Now that the Holy Hall was destroyed, he had no choice but to appear. Among this group of people, the great emperors and ordinary great sages were the most powerful. They were Zhang Huanjin and one of the elders. When the immortal warship was destroyed, the others fled in panic. Only the old man sat cross-legged in the void. His expression was calm, as if he was not affected in the slightest. The Lich frowned and threw a punch. When the fist landed on the old man's body, the old man instantly activated a powerful shield. However, the power of the fist was astonishing, and it sent the old man flying. The old man's figure retreated a few hundred meters before he slowly stood up. He looked at Zhang Huanjin and said, "Since when did the demon's domain have such an existence?" "I'm afraid his strength has already surpassed that of a saint king," the old man said again. Although he said that the lich's strength surpassed that of a sage king, this lich was still far from reaching the level of a Dao fruit expert. If he was a Dao fruit expert, he would probably be crushed to death with a single finger. This was the terror of a Dao fruit expert. They were the strongest existences in this world, and they had opened 11 meridians. As for the so-called 12 meridians, they only existed in legends. No one had seen them before. Didn't you notice? This lich is already dead. The purgatory demonic Buddhist sacrificed his life and nurtured his heart to revive him, Zhang Huanjin explained. Every time the lich attacks, he will consume his life force. When his life force is exhausted, the lich will naturally die. You mean, we only need to consume his life force, and we shouldn't fight him head-on? The old man also reacted. The two of them, one on the left and one on the right, began to fight around the lich. As for the other members of the holy hall, they also supported from the side. The lich seemed to be a little angry from the beating. He roared, and his originally red body suddenly became blood red. His skin began to boil like flowing blood. "Be careful," Zhang Huanjin shouted, "get out of the way." But it was already too late. The lich's body grew even larger. With him as the center, countless strands of demonic aura appeared from all directions. Although Zhang Huanjin and the old man narrowly dodged, the other experts of the holy hall were hit by the demonic aura. They were all imprisoned in place. Then, the 3 bloody horns on the lich's head shot up into the sky, forming a bloody vortex in the air. A powerful suction force came from the vortex, wanting to devour all the experts. Although the two of them didn't know what would happen if they were devoured, they could feel the power of the vortex. "What do we do?" Zhang Huanjin looked at the old man and asked helplessly. "Combine our strength and attack this lich together." "I don't believe we can't injure him," the old man shouted. Zhang Huanjin nodded slightly. He raised his 2 swords, a long sword and a dagger-like short sword. When he raised the 2 swords, his true fate appeared behind him, as if a figure had appeared in a daze. It raised the same sword as him. Zhang Huanjin's movements were very slow. When the sword fell, sword light flashed. Then, the sword disappeared. What was left in the sky was an endless sword that was like the Milky Way. The old man was still sitting cross-legged. In the palm of his right hand, a powerful sphere was condensing. All kinds of laws were entwined in this sphere. There were elements of metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, and thunder, as well as darkness. The sphere was thrown out, and the sword intent and the sphere exploded on the lich's body. Another earth-shattering explosion rang out. Under such a fierce attack, even the lich's powerful body was blown away. But when Zhang Huanjin looked up, the vortex in the sky didn't stop. Many experts of the holy hall had already been devoured. "Sir, save us." The two of them looked at each other. Clearly, they couldn't do anything about this lich. "Use the immortal talisman," the old man said. "This was given to us by the immortal master. We can only use it when our lives are in danger." Zhang Huanjin was obviously reluctant. Only they knew how important this talisman was. It was equivalent to a life-saving item. By the time we arrived, the demon master had already fled. We didn't get anything from this trip. If the holy hall suffered such heavy losses, do you think the immortal master won't be angry? The old man asked. If the talisman is gone, we can ask for more. But if these people die, they're really dead. Zhang Huanjin raised his head to look at the sky, his expression uncertain. Many great emperors of the holy court had already been sucked into the vortex. These were great emperors. If they were outside, they would be invincible. But now, they were being swallowed by the vortex without a sound. Seeing that the situation was hopeless, Zhang Huanjin snorted and said, "Then let's use the immortal talisman." He stretched out his right hand, and a powerful force gathered in his palm. His eyes abruptly opened, and 2 rays of golden light shot out, shining on his palms. Then, the power in his palm began to twist and change. Not long after, the shape of a rune appeared. This rune was very strange. No one could understand the symbols engraved on it. They were curved like tadpoles. But the moment the immortal talisman appeared, this world was completely suppressed. Annihilation. Zhang Huanjin only spat out 2 words before throwing out the immortal talisman. After the immortal talisman flew out, Zhang Huanjin fell to the ground as if he had lost all his strength. His whole body was drenched in sweat, and he didn't even have the strength to move a finger. One had to know that he was a sage ruler. But now, he had expended so much energy just to activate the immortal talisman. If he wanted to use the immortal talisman to its full power, he would probably have to be a Dao fruit expert. But now, Dao fruit powerhouses did not appear in the world. Sage kings were already invincible. After the immortal talisman flew out, it engulfed everything, even the lich suppressed the surrounding void. But the void was still forcefully shattered, destroying everything. The immortal talisman rose into the air and floated in the void, emitting a vast light. This void was originally suppressed by the lich. Now that the immortal talisman appeared, it suppressed the lich as well. The lich couldn't move, and the vortex above his head also disappeared. It's done. Zhang Huanjin was happy to see this, but he also felt a little heartache. It's a pity that I wasted an immortal talisman. These demons are really detestable. Brother Huanjin, something's wrong. The old man next to him ignored him and looked ahead with a frown. Although the lich was suppressed on the spot, his aura didn't decrease. Instead, it increased. His skin, which was already bright red, became even redder. Even his blood vessels were clearly visible. His huge body was like a balloon, constantly expanding and expanding. What is this lich trying to do? Zhang Huanjin asked curiously. Logically speaking, unless one was a Dao fruit expert, one wouldn't be able to resist the suppression of an immortal talisman. Not good, he wants to self-destruct. The old man's expression changed, as if he had guessed something. He quickly shouted, "Everyone, leave this demonic domain." This group of people had been imprisoned by the lich in the infernal domain, so they were unable to leave. Now that the immortal talisman had taken over this place, they could naturally come and go as they pleased. Everyone from the holy hall fled in panic, but it was already too late. After the lich's body expanded to its limit, it exploded. The rumbling sound seemed as if it was going to explode a hole in the sky. Putting aside the power of the explosion, just the sound alone was enough to make many great emperors spit out blood and injure their souls. No matter what it was, everything was annihilated by the explosion. A mushroom cloud blossomed in the sky. Sparks bloomed, and a sea of fire raged. Even the 2 saint rulers, Zhang Huanjin and the old man, left in a hurry. They dared not hesitate at all. The explosion in the infernal domain lasted for 6 hours. When the explosion ended and everything disappeared, the holy hall's people came back to their senses. They looked in the direction of the infernal domain, which was originally hidden in the void. Now that the void was incinerated, everything was annihilated. This colossus that had existed for hundreds of millions of years and ruled over the sinful demon domain for countless years had finally dissipated. The infernal domain was destroyed. The lich's self-destruction was enough to destroy everything. However, in the outside world, Zhang Huanjin's expression wasn't too good. His face was covered in dirt, and even his robes were tattered and covered in dust. He didn't have the prestige of a saint ruler at all. "How are the holy hall's losses this time?" he asked with a gloomy expression. "At least 80% of the 18 great emperors and 5 great saints who came with us were killed," a great emperor said hesitantly. Hearing this, Zhang Huanjin's heart skipped a beat. This loss could be said to be one of the holy hall's greatest losses in hundreds of millions of years. Ever since the demonic era, the holy hall had vaguely become the leader of the world. Thus, no matter which part of the 9 regions it was, no matter how powerful the factions were, they had to give the holy hall some face. It was also the first time they'd suffered such heavy losses. "I knew these demons would only invite calamity if they nurtured a tiger," the old man said angrily. "We should have killed them all back then. This is the venerated ancestors' will." "Don't make wild guesses," Zhang Huanjin said hurriedly. "No matter what the result was, the venerated ancestors' will couldn't be questioned." "What do we do now?" the old man said helplessly. "We can't just go back like this, can we? Send out a notice to all factions in the sinful demon domain. Put the demons on the wanted list," Zhang Huanjin said through gritted teeth. Anyone who kills a demon can come to the Holy Hall to receive a reward. Great rewards. Outside Skywind Valley, Skywind City. The wind is in Xianxia, only heaven's will. This was a poem carved on both sides of the city's walls. Suzimo and Ancestor sure stood in front of the city gates. They'd taken a transportation formation here, but the one in Skywind Valley was outside the city, not inside. The biggest difference between Skywind City and the outside world was that the wind here had a physical form. It was said that wind was formless and had no color. That was because the normal wind was just wind, without any attributes mixed in. But the wind here was one with all kinds of attributes, so all kinds of colors could be seen. There was wind here all year round. As for why, no one knew. Where's Skywind Valley? Suzimo asked, looking at the city in front of him. When I came here, it was still Skywind Valley. How did it become a city now? Ancestor sure was puzzled. Why don't we ask around? We don't usually pay much attention to this place. Something must have happened. Suzimo nodded. The ancient god's inheritance was very important. He couldn't be careless. The two of them walked into the city and found a restaurant. Restaurants had the most people from all walks of life, so it was naturally the best place to gather information. Wind Rising Azure Ape. The restaurant in front of them only had 4 words. But the style of the restaurant was strange. It was like a giant ape that reached the sky. It was 10 stories tall and was one of the most eye-catching buildings in Skywind City. As soon as the two entered, they could feel the prosperity inside. The restaurant occupied a vast area and was bustling with activity. Upon entering, it was as if they'd entered a bustling city. Guest, here's your startling immortal dragon tongue and jade immortal soaring wine. 2 kilograms of full tiger meat and 3 flying cloud beast legs. The restaurant was bustling with noise. What caught everyone's attention was that the waiters in this restaurant weren't mortals. They were all Emperor Vane cultivators. One had to know that Emperor Vane cultivators were already very strong in the outside world. Although they weren't considered high-end fighters, they were still mid-level fighters. But now, they were just lowly waiters in this restaurant. What a lavish restaurant. Suzimo smiled. Yes, it seems Tianfeng City is quite interesting. Ancestor Pu smiled. But you should be careful, Master. The Holy Court probably already knows about the demon domain. It won't be long before we're wanted. We shouldn't stay here for long. Only this is the sinful demon domain. If it were any other domain, the Holy Court wouldn't dare act so arrogantly, Suzimo said coldly. It wasn't a secret that the Holy Court was strong. But since ancient times, there had been many experts. Being strong and being invincible were 2 different concepts. In the Nether domain, there was the Lord of Dead Spirits. In the Ghost domain, there was the Thousand Slaughter Apocalypse. In the Blazefire domain, there was Xuanzhu. Each of the 9 regions had a true ruler, so the Holy Court definitely wouldn't dare to send so many people here so brazenly. However, Sin Devil region was the only place where the Holy Hall dared to come and openly put up a bounty on his head. Even the demons here had to give way. As the two spoke, the inn's waiters came up to greet them. He smiled at the two and said, "Do you have any orders?" "We'd like a quiet room," Ancestor Pu said directly. "Please come with me." The shop assistant waved his hand and led the way. They climbed the stairs in the restaurant's long corridor. The stairs rose on their own and sent them to the 10th floor. The 10th floor and the 1st floor were 2 different worlds. The outside world's noise didn't enter their ears. It was abnormally peaceful here, and there was a faint sandalwood fragrance in the air. In the private room next to them, the walls were painted with all kinds of divine beasts. There was the azure dragon swinging its tail, the black ant catching the sky, and the 3-eyed purple wolf. In short, this private room was exceptionally noble, and there was even dense spirit chi gushing out from it. It was as if he was bathing in a sea of spiritual energy, making him feel relaxed and happy. "It's a nice place," Suzimo said. "As long as both of you are satisfied," the shop assistant said with a smile. "Someone will come to serve the dishes in a while. I'll wait at the door. If you have any orders, just let me know." Suzimo nodded and walked into the private room. The interior was also decorated extravagantly. "This guy is really quick," Suzimo said. He is an emperor vain realm existence, unable to see through our cultivation. He should be able to guess that our statuses are noble. Ancestor Service explained. But this also saves a lot of trouble. I'm afraid the Holy Court has already arrived. I wonder if Master. Patriarch Service sat down and sighed. He was still worried about the Purgatory Devil Buddhist. After all, the other party had nurtured him since he was young and could be considered half a father to him. If he leaves the demon domain, he should be safe, Suzimo said. Based on my understanding of Master, he would rather die in battle than leave. Patriarch Service shook his head and said. This was also what he was worried about. Master's love for that piece of land is very deep. That's not a disgrace to his spirit as a demon general, Suzimo said. I'm afraid Master is already dead. Please don't blame him, Patriarch Service pleaded. If I blame him, I would have killed him in the demon domain. How can I keep him alive? Suzimo asked. I'm not as petty as you think. I'm ruthless to my enemies. Even if I kill thousands of people, I won't frown. But those who follow me have always been treated well. No matter what, he has gone through fire and water in the past. This subordinate is overthinking, Patriarch Service said, ashamed. While the two of them were talking, the shop assistant knocked on the door and slowly walked in. He carried many dishes, all of which were the specialties of this restaurant. The wine had not yet been opened, but the fragrance had already drifted out. Assistant, I have something to ask you, Suzimo said. Please ask, the shop assistant replied. We're here in search of the Skywind Valley. Why do we only see the city and not the valley? Suzimo said. Are you also here in search of the Skywind Valley? The shop assistant smiled. Why, is there anyone else? Patriarch Service followed up. There wasn't before, but recently, there are often people here in search of the Skywind Valley. At least I've seen more than 10 waves, and there are even imperial lineage. The shop assistant smiled. That's interesting, Suzimo rubbed his chin and pondered. Logically speaking, things like the ancient gods were too far away. Ordinary people could not come into contact with them. Even the legends of the ancient gods were few and far between. You don't have to be surprised, the shop assistant seemed to see Suzimo's surprise and explained with a smile. I don't know where the rumors came from, but they say that the Skywind Valley has a divine treasure. That's why many people have come. Divine treasure? Suzimo frowned slightly and replied. You haven't told me where the Skywind Valley is. Actually, I don't know, the shop assistant replied. A long time ago, this was indeed the Skywind Valley. But a few hundred years ago, the Skywind Valley was destroyed. Our Skywind City was built on the old site. As for the name, it's because of the old site. Who is the city lord of the Skywind City? Who built the city? Patriarch Service asked curiously. The current city lord is Situminghu, the shop assistant replied. I don't know who built the city. But I know that the Skywind City is under the management of the Purple Afterglow Holy Land. At this point, the shop assistant knew that he had said too much. He smiled and said, You two should eat early to avoid getting cold. I won't disturb you. Suzimo waved his hand slightly and watched the shop assistant leave. How much do you know about the Purple Afterglow Holy Land? Suzimo looked at Patriarch Service and asked calmly. 3 million years ago, an unparalleled talent appeared in the Sin Devil region. He was almost invincible among his peers. In less than 1,000 years, he ascended to the position of immortal king. He almost stunned the entire Sin Devil region. Most importantly, this person was a loose cultivator. For a time, countless forces tried to recruit him. Even our demon race was no exception. Patriarch Service thought for a while and then began to talk about the origin of the Purple Afterglow Holy Land. But this unparalleled talent didn't join any forces. Instead, he founded the Purple Afterglow Holy Land. Originally, this matter was still bustling with activity. The eyes of the entire Sin Devil region were fixed on the Purple Afterglow Holy Land. But good times didn't last long. Less than 1,000 years after the Purple Afterglow Holy Land was established, news came. That unparalleled talent died. Dead? Suzimo asked curiously. How did he die? No one knows. Xianxia Holy Land only said that he died. As for how he died, no one knows. Without that peerless talent, Xianxia Holy Land became a phoenix that fell into the water. Their original glory was gone, and the surrounding forces joined forces to steal all their treasures. They even almost destroyed the sect, Ancestor Zhu said. Ancestor Service replied, from then on, the purple afterglow Holy Land sealed itself off from the outside world, and it was slowly forgotten by the world. You remember it quite clearly, Suzimo said. To tell you the truth, I was the one who recruited that peerless talent, Ancestor Zhu said with a bitter smile. At that time, he was also proud and arrogant. As a member of the demon clan, he led the entire evil demon region. It could be said that countless people wanted to join the demon clan. It was originally a sure thing, but he didn't expect that he would be rejected. What was the name of that peerless talent? Suzimo asked again. He Fei Yang, Ancestor Zhu said word by word. I didn't expect that after so many years, Xianxia Holy Land would be forgotten. No one even paid attention to it. They came out unknowingly and built Tianfeng City. Then tell me, why did they build Tianfeng City? Suzimo lightly tapped the table with his hand as he pondered and asked. Master, what do you mean? What are they planning? Ancestor Zhu's eyes lit up. Could it be that they also covet the inheritance of the ancient gods? I don't know about that, Suzimo said with a smile. After eating, let's go find the Lord of Tianfeng City. Ancestor Zhu nodded. The two of them had a light taste, then left the restaurant. It had to be said that the restaurant's service was good, and the price was frighteningly high. However, for Suzimo and Ancestor Zhu's wealth, it wasn't even a hair off 9 oxen. They went to the city lord's mansion, but the city lord wasn't someone anyone could meet. Finally, after Ancestor Zhu beat up the guard at the door, he learned that the city lord, He Fei Yang, had gone to the Azure Dragon platform. The two of them went to the Azure Dragon platform. The Azure Dragon Arena was located in Tianfeng City, which was not very far away. When the two of them arrived at the Azure Dragon platform, they discovered that many people had already gathered here. It would be an exaggeration to say that there was a sea of people, but it was indeed very crowded. Now that the Azure Dragon platform has appeared, I wonder what kind of treasures we can obtain. I heard that the Crimson Blood Great Emperor obtained the divine item from the Azure Dragon platform back then. That was how he became a great saint. I wonder if we have that good fortune. I don't dare to think about the good fortune of a great sage. Even a small opportunity would be enough, as long as I don't return empty-handed. That's right, I only hope that you don't come empty-handed. Listening to the discussions around him, Ancestor Pu asked around and found out the whole story of the Azure Dragon platform. Although the reputation of the Azure Dragon platform was not prominent in Tianfeng City, every time it opened, it could be said to be a grand occasion in Tianfeng City. Legend has it that the Azure Dragon platform is connected to the heavenly abode. There were countless treasures in the heavenly abode. Every once in a while, treasures would fly out of the Azure Dragon platform. Furthermore, there were all sorts of treasures. It was said that even a great saint would covet the most powerful treasures. However, the opening of the Azure Dragon platform did not mean that a certain force would take it for themselves. Instead, everyone could obtain the treasures. It's quite interesting. Suzimo nodded. Although he did not lack treasures, just the tyrannical shadow on his back alone was enough to make him invincible in the world. He looked up and saw that although it was crowded below, there were many people below. However, there were not many people at the Azure platform in front of him. There were dozens of steps on the Azure platform. 2 Azure Dragon statues were placed on both sides of the platform. The statues were vivid and lifelike. One of them stood in a posture of soaring into the sky, while the other was a coiling dragon. At the top of the steps, there was a very large pavilion. The style of the pavilion was very ancient. Every piece of wood exuded an ancient charm. One could tell at a glance that it was very old. I heard that Tianfeng City was founded less than 10,000 years ago. This Azure Dragon platform should not be something that belongs to the city, Ancestor Pu said with narrowed eyes. Someone used a great magic to move it here. It's not just a great magic, Suzimo said with a smile after observing for a while. It's an amazing thing. Unfortunately, it's useless to me. After saying that, he walked up the steps. because He Feiyang was in the pavilion. However, before Suzimo could go up the steps, he was stopped by someone beside him. "Friend, you shouldn't be from our Tianfeng city, right?" The person who stopped Suzimo was a man in white clothes. "What's wrong?" Suzimo asked. "Although everyone can go and obtain the treasures when the Azure Dragon platform is opened, the big shots are going up first. Only after they're done can we, the loose cultivators, go up," the man in white clothes kindly reminded. "If I accidentally anchor those big shots, I'm afraid I'll bring about a fatal disaster." "I appreciate your kindness. However, those people are not big shots." Suzimo shook his head and walked up the steps. Originally, the situation of the Azure Dragon platform was already clear. However, at this moment, they saw another person going up the steps. Suzimo began to discuss, thinking that it was another person from a big power. However, although everyone was discussing, no one could recognize Suzimo. "Who's that guy?" someone asked doubtfully. "I've never seen him before." "I've never seen him before either. He can't be someone who's just here to make up the numbers, right?" Seeing Suzimo enter, several gazes from within the pavilion also turned to look at him. "I wonder which fellow Taoist is here." A young man with a sword in his arms looked at Suzimo with a sharp gaze. "You wouldn't know even if I told you," Suzimo said with a smile. The young man with a sword in his arms slightly narrowed his eyes. There was a trace of killing intent in his eyes. Suzimo found a place to sit down. Seeing the young man's expression, he knew that the other party was thinking about something. He coldly snorted. This cold snort was like a clap of thunder, shocking the young man with a sword in his arms. He felt as if his soul was about to split open. There was a sweet taste in his throat, as if he had spat out blood. However, the young man with a sword in his arms fiercely swallowed the blood back down. "Sanner, back down. The Azure Dragon platform is open. Anyone can come here." A voice came from the side. The young man with a sword in his arms quickly calmed down and slowly retreated to the side. Only then did Zuzu see that there was a blue-robed young man behind the young man with a sword in his arms. This young man was leaning against the pillar of the pavilion with a folding fan covering his face. His blue robe was as blue as the sea and there was a faint fragrance coming from his body. At this moment, the blue-robed young man stood up and took the folding fan from his face. He looked at Suzimo with a smile and said, "The Azure Dragon platform is open. There are all kinds of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. If my Sanner has offended you, please don't take offense." Suzimo calmly said, "I'll take offense. He's not worthy." The young man with a sword behind him changed his expression, but he still endured it in the end. "The Azure Dragon platform is open. Who wants to go first?" A voice came from the side. The Azure Dragon platform. Back then, the Crimson Blood Great Emperor obtained a drop of sovereign blood here and eventually became a great sage. "Is there a pattern?" The white-clothed youth smiled as he held a folding fan in his hand. His name was Paper Song, and he was the young sect master of the Skyleaf sect. And the direction in which Paper Song was speaking was towards a red-robed youth. The young man carried a huge saber on his back. His eyes were like the arc of an eagle's, and his nose bridge was high. The deficit embroidered on his long robe had already exposed his identity. The Crimson Blood Divine Sect was a sect established by the Crimson Blood Great Emperor. He could be considered a disciple of the Crimson Blood Great Emperor. He was called Qi Qianyu. "Brother Bai's question is unreasonable," Qi Qianyu said. "If the treasures of the Azure Dragon platform had a pattern, my Scarlet Blood Divine Sect would have become invincible in the Sin Devil region. How can you talk about your current status?" "That's right. Back then, Great Sage Violet Dawn spent a great deal of effort to bring the Azure Dragon platform back from the outer heavens. How can there be any pattern to the Azure Dragon taking the treasure? Isn't that right, City Lord He?" Hearing the questions of these young talents, a middle-aged man in the innermost part of the pavilion slowly turned around. Previously, he had not interacted with anyone else. There was only an old woman by his side. However, these young men all had extraordinary statuses. They were also disciples of some of the major forces in the vicinity. Therefore, the middle-aged man didn't dare to underestimate them. He was the city lord of Tianfeng City, He Feiyang. He had been in charge of this place since 100 years ago. He was humble and kind, and had a good reputation in the area. Who can be sure of anything in this world? My Purple Dawn Holy Land does not know if there is a pattern to the Azure Dragon's treasure hunt. If all of you can find it, the treasure will naturally belong to you. While everyone was chatting, a commotion suddenly came from outside the pavilion. Dream Samsara is here. Why would he come here? No matter what, ancient Samsara is still a holy land. Why would he be interested in our Wind City's Azure Dragon Terrace? That's right, they don't have anything in ancient Samsara. Why would they fight with us for treasures? The people who were looking at the treasures discussed fervently as a palanquin was carried up. The palanquin was made of ancient dust wood, and it was filled with Dao runes. Meanwhile, the silk of the palanquin was embroidered with mountains and rivers. Precious light pervaded the air. Even the people carrying the palanquin were all Emperor Vane realm existences. It was enough to show the noble status of the person in the palanquin. Dream Samsara, what is he doing here? Someone in the pavilion snorted coldly. Obviously, they did not welcome this person. Who is this Dream Samsara? Suzimo looked at Ancestor Servant and asked. I don't know much about him. He's the successor of the ancient land of Samsara. It's said that he's the closest existence to becoming a great saint in this era, the ancestral servant replied. 10 years ago, he was already at the Soul Conduit realm. I've also heard that this Dream Samsara is the reincarnation of an expert. Interesting. Suzimo stood up and stood at the edge of the pavilion. Looking ahead, the so-called Azure Dragon platform was very spectacular. In front of him was a waterfall. The waterfall flowed rapidly, and the water flowed down 3,000 feet. However, there was no sound of running water. Above the waterfall, there was an azure dragon's head floating in the void, emitting a dragon's aura. The azure dragon's head was very large, occupying almost half of the void. The azure dragon's head was connected to the pavilion, and the dragon breath it breathed out was very hot. Suzimo walked towards He-Fei-Yang step by step. When he got close, the old woman next to him stood in front of Suzimo. I'm looking for the city lord for a chat. Suzimo smiled. The old woman didn't say anything and only looked at He-Fei-Yang. It's fine, old woman. He-Fei-Yang smiled and said. Everyone who comes is a guest. The old woman left. He-Fei-Yang smiled and asked, how should I address you, young master? Suzimo. Suzimo replied. I'm here to ask the city lord about something. Go ahead. He-Fei-Yang nodded. I'm here for Tianfeng Valley. Suzimo smiled. But I've only seen Tianfeng City, I don't know where Tianfeng Valley is. Is there a connection between the two? It's just a name. Young master, you're thinking too much. He-Fei-Yang shook his head. Then what about Tianfeng Valley? Suzimo asked. I don't know about that. When we built the city, this place was already a wasteland. He-Fei-Yang smiled. Young master, why are you suddenly interested in Tianfeng Valley? I'm looking for the ancient god's inheritance. Suzimo didn't hide anything and stared into He-Fei-Yang's eyes. The ancient god's inheritance? He-Fei-Yang shook his head in confusion. He said, I've never heard of it. But recently, there's been a rumor about some god's treasury. I wonder if it's what Child Su is looking for. Since City Lord he doesn't know, then I'll have to bother you. Suzimo nodded. He turned around and left. But the moment he turned around, He-Fei-Yang's gaze became slightly serious. Go and find out where he came from. Hearing He-Fei-Yang's order, the old woman next to him silently disappeared from the pavilion. Master, how was it? Seeing Suzimo return, Ancestor Servant hurriedly asked. He-Fei-Yang definitely knows something, but he didn't say. Suzimo smiled. But it's fine as long as he knows. I'm just afraid that he really doesn't know anything. While the two were talking, outside the pavilion, Dream Samsara had already walked out of the palanquin. He was wearing a beautiful robe. One look at the robe and you could tell that it wasn't ordinary. It was decorated with stars that filled the sky, as if there was a galaxy hanging on it. There was a sword at his waist. The sword hadn't been unsheathed, but just by looking at the two words skyward on the sword hilt, it was enough to make countless people tremble in fear. The divine sword that was ranked 76 in the universe. Skyward sword. Oh, everyone is here. It's a lot more lively. Dream Samsara smiled as he walked. A young talent next to him saw Dream Samsara arrive and consciously gave up his seat. Although this pavilion was very large, there were limited seats. Although he was also a young talent, he didn't dare to compare himself to Dream Samsara. Because behind him, ancient Samsara, there were two great sages. Manglu and Hui immediately sat down. He didn't care about the cold atmosphere of the people present. This Azure Dragon Tower treasure hunt belongs to none other than me. Dream Samsara smiled. Treasure hunt depends on fate. Someone next to him said faintly. What bullshit fate? If this Azure Dragon Tower doesn't give me what I want, I'll smash it. Dream Samsara coldly snorted. This guy is too arrogant. Hearing this, someone next to him whispered. Who told ancient Samsara to be so strong? In the entire Sin Devil region, other than the demon race, no one dares to go against them. They have the right to be arrogant. Someone next to him sighed. City Lord He, when will the Azure Dragon Tower be opened? Dream Samsara looked at He Fei Yang and asked. After all, the key to the Azure Dragon Tower was in He Fei Yang's hands. Waiting for someone. He Fei Yang replied. Calm down, young Master Meng. Although He Fei Yang was also somewhat displeased, he was still the city lord after all, so he still replied with a pleasant expression. Who are we waiting for? Who is qualified to make us wait? Dream Samsara asked. The saintess of my Purple Glow Holy Land, He Fei Yang said calmly. Purple Glow Holy Land, a third-rate force. How dare you call yourself a holy land? Dream Samsara said coldly without showing any mercy. Young Master Meng, this Azure Dragon platform belongs to my Purple Glow Holy Land after all. You should watch your words, He Fei Yang warned. What? Are you threatening me? Dream Samsara laughed. Do you believe that with a single order from me, this Azure Dragon platform and the entire Tianfeng city will belong to my ancient Samsara? Hearing the other party's arrogant words, He Fei Yang did not speak anymore and closed his eyes. It was useless to talk to this kind of person. Instead, the conflict would only deepen. After Dream Samsara appeared in the pavilion, the voices of the others became much softer. After a long time, He Fei Yang's originally closed eyes suddenly opened. He muttered to himself, she's here. The next moment, a sonic boom came from not far away. By the time everyone reacted, a figure was already standing in the pavilion. This figure was 7 feet tall. Her eyes were like torches, her eyebrows were like knives, and her black hair moved without wind. Although she was a woman, she had the aura of a man. A few strands of hair fell on her thin face. Her long hair was tied up behind her head, and she wore a tight blue robe. When she arrived, He Fei Yang hurriedly stood up to welcome her. He went forward and greeted, greetings, Saintess. Hey, you're the Saintess of the Purple Glow Holy Land. You've made us wait for so long, Dream Samsara complained impatiently. The woman turned her head and glanced at him. She did not seem to be very interested and directly chose to ignore him. Open the Azure Dragon platform, the woman ordered calmly. He Fei Yang hurriedly nodded and saw that he had arrived in front of the huge dragon head. He did not dare to be negligent and took out a black box from his chest. He carefully opened the box, accompanied by a creaking sound. A green light suddenly illuminated the world and floated up to the entire sky, covering everything in the sky. Within the green light, the faint roar of a supreme dragon could be heard. At this moment, the eyes of the huge dragon head seemed to be glowing. Space and time are beginning to move, Suzima whispered as he saw this. Master, what did you say? Ancestor Pu asked. Previously, the spacetime of the Azure Dragon platform was restricted, Suzima said. How is that possible? The water from the waterfall was flowing non-stop. How could it be restricted? Ancestor Y did not understand. Because this isn't ordinary water. Suzimo shook his head. If I'm not wrong, this water is drowning water. Flowing is just its form. It's not really flowing. Brother, you have good eyesight. As if she had heard Suzimo's words, the holy maiden of the Purple Dawn Holy Land slowly walked over. He smiled and said, "This is drowning. However, there are no more than 5 people in Sin Devil region who know about drowning. I'm not boasting, but Taoist brother's insight is admirable." Suzimo shook his head and chuckled. As for how he knew, it was actually when he received the inheritance of the previous demon lord in the demon region. In addition to power, the inheritance also contained many memories. These memories were about the experiences of the previous demon lord, some of which were erased. Presumably, she was afraid that Suzimo would be affected. After all, everyone had their own secrets. However, those memories were all in the inheritance. Suzimo also planned to find time to take a look at these memories. And in the memories, there was naturally something about drowning. "Young master, where are you from?" the woman asked again. "I'm a rogue cultivator," Suzimo said. "Young master, you can't fool me. I can feel the blood of the demon race in your body." The woman smiled and suddenly approached Suzimo and whispered. Suzimo did not react, but Ancestor-wise expression changed slightly. One had to know that at their level, they could return to their original state and knew how to hide themselves. Unless there was a stronger existence, it was impossible to see through them. "Don't be nervous, I have no ill intentions," the woman smiled. "I'm Xian." "I'm not nervous," Suzimo shook his head and smiled. "However, there are some things that surprised me. The legendary genius is actually a woman." Hearing Suzimo's words, Xian's expression changed greatly. Then, she returned to normal and replied, "I don't understand what you're talking about." "It's fine if you don't understand, just pretend I didn't say anything," Suzimo shook his head and smiled. Xian also looked deeply at Suzimo, then left. Outside the pavilion, the changes of the Azure Dragon were gradually coming to an end. The sound of the waterfall began to be heard. This time, it was a real waterfall, not a flowing form. Mist spread out from the bottom of the water. It made the dragon's head look like a fairyland. And a long road appeared from the dragon's mouth. The road was like a circle, it was full of holes with countless openings. Some people who had been to the Azure Dragon platform understood. However, some people who didn't know were full of surprise. "Let this young master try it first," Menglu and Hui stood up and shouted. He Feiyang wanted to stop him, but Ziyan shook her head. Dream Samsara walked in front of the circle and asked, "How do I obtain this treasure?" "Young Master Dream can choose any of the openings. No matter what method you use, as long as you're recognized, you can obtain the treasure." Although He Feiyang was not happy, he still explained. "This depends on fate, it can't be forced. I'm famous in the 9 regions. What's so difficult about obtaining the recognition of a small Azure Dragon platform?" Dream Samsara snorted. He reached out his right hand and placed his palm on one of the openings. Immediately after, a blue spiritual energy was emitted from his hand and entered the mysterious sphere. "It's the ancient Samsara's chi of Samsara," a prodigy said. "Samsara was formed in the beginning of chaos, and everything began with a peck and a drink." "That's right, their Samsara's chi is very special. It's said that when cultivated to the extreme, even heaven and earth can be Samsara." The surrounding people looked at Menglu and Hui with envy. Although Dream Samsara's talent was average, he was born noble. Even a pig could grow into a powerhouse in such a force. As Samsara's chi spread out, the entire Azure Dragon platform seemed to shake. The shaking became stronger and stronger. Just as Dream Samsara was feeling proud, all the shaking suddenly calmed down. The Samsara's chi of Azure Dragon platform disappeared, as if it had been swallowed by something. "It's over?" Dream Samsara was dumbfounded. "Where's my treasure?" "Looks like young Master Dream is not fated with the Azure Dragon platform," He Feiyang said with a smile. "What nonsense are you spouting? I'm so talented, how could I not be fated?" Dream Samsara shouted coldly. The power of reincarnation rippled in his hand as he threw a punch at the Azure Dragon platform in exasperation. Boom! The Azure Dragon of the Azure Dragon platform was completely shattered. However, as the Azure Dragon platform was shattered, a green aurora shot out from within. This aurora was like the Milky Way and was unstoppable. As if it wanted to destroy everything around it, the aurora shot out at the speed of light and shone on Dream Samsara's body. Dream Samsara's screams were heard continuously. His entire body, from his true fate to his soul, and then to his physical body, started to rot bit by bit. What is this? Someone asked in fear. The Azure Dragon platform had been in Tianfeng City for thousands of years. During this period, the Azure Dragon platform had been opened many times, but no one had ever been injured. Everyone only treated it as a place to obtain treasures. You don't know what's good for you, He Feiyang snorted coldly. The Azure Dragon platform was moved here by our ancestors from the Lost Lands. Even if your ancient samsaras Laozu were here, he might not be able to do anything. Manglu and Hui's body was dissipating bit by bit. At the critical moment, a buzzing sound was heard. A holy light was emitted from Dream Samsara's body. This light shot up into the sky, and the holy aura seemed to sweep through the 9 heavens and 10 lands, dispersing the aurora of the Azure Dragon. The remnant soul of a supreme sage? Ziyan narrowed her eyes and said calmly. I heard that Laozu's 1,000-crane supreme sage loved Dream Samsara. I didn't expect him to give his remnant soul to her, He Feiyang said in surprise. I think they knew that Dream Samsara's personality would cause trouble sooner or later, so they held back. The appearance of the Supreme Sage's remnant soul immediately suppressed the aurora. Then, with the help of supreme power, it began to reconstruct Dream Samsara's body. In the blink of an eye, Dream Samsara came back to life. His face was pale, and he sat weakly at the side of the pavilion. However, no one cared about him anymore. The Azure Dragon platform had opened, and obtaining the treasure was the most important thing. Paper Song stood up and looked at Ziyan. The Azure Dragon platform belongs to Tianfeng City after all. Saint to see, you can go first. Obtaining treasures depends on fate. There is no order, Ziyan said, shaking her head. I'm not in a hurry. Alright, then I'll go ahead and take it. Paper Song smiled. He slowly took out an item from his bosom. It was a green Azure Dragon crystal. Ordinary Azure Dragon crystals were not considered precious, but the Azure Dragon crystal in Paper Singer's hand was like amber. There was actually an Azure Dragon's afterimage in it. Good crystals. Suzimo nodded. Master, do you know what this is? Ancestor servant asked. This Azure Dragon crystal should be related to the Azure Dragon Tower, Suzimo said. I'm afraid that Paper Song has come prepared. Paper Song placed her hand on the Azure Dragon platform. Suddenly, a purple light flashed and turned into clouds of purple mist. The Azure Dragon's low roar came from within. Hearing the dragon's roar, everyone's heart trembled, but before they could react, the dragon roared. Before they could react, the Azure Dragon spat out a ray of light. The ray of light seemed to contain something, and it landed in front of Paper Song. When Paper Song reached out to grab it, the green light faded, revealing an immortal stone. Mending Moonstone. Qi Chanyu sighed. Good stuff. Harvested from the essence of the moon, a top-grading stone. He came from the Scarlet Blood Divine sect and was naturally knowledgeable. Even he was tempted by this item. Not bad, not bad. Paper Song was very satisfied. Brother Qi, try it. Fellow Taoist Bai, I'm afraid I'm not as prepared as you. Qi Chanyu shook his head. He was not prepared at all. In fact, the Azure Dragon treasure hunt was just for fun. When Qi Chanyu placed his hand on the dragon's head, dark red spirit energy constantly gushed out. Qi Chanyu's entire arm turned blood red. Seeing this, Paper Song praised, the Scarlet Blood Divine Sect's Ocean Divine Blood art is truly amazing. But it was clear that the Azure Dragon platform did not buy it. It only showed a slight change before calming down. Qi Chanyu bitterly smiled and said, It seems I'm not fated with it. Mister, do you want to try? Ziyan looked at Suzimo and asked with a smile. You really want me to try? Suzimo asked with a smile that was not a smile. Fellow Taoist, please. Ziyan extended her hand and directly said. Suzimo slowly walked in front of the Azure Dragon platform. With the memories of the previous demon lord, he naturally knew what this thing was. Rather than calling it a treasure, it was more like a treasure to temper one's heart. Throughout the ages, only my Tao heart is invincible. Suzimo muttered to himself. He did not place his hand on the Azure Dragon platform. Instead, he activated one of the 10 great divine techniques, Samsara's demonic eyes. In an instant, the world in front of him seemed to disappear. There was no Azure Dragon platform, nor was there a pavilion. It was just an independent void. Suzimo stepped into the void. Above his head, there was a divine dragon circling around, its eyes closed as it dozed off. Time to wake up. Suzimo snapped his fingers. Although it was just a snap, it was still a divine technique, the demonic plate immortal manual. Suzimo had already cultivated the demonic plate divine shop to its limits. As long as it was a sound, it would be able to transmit it. Which bastard disturbed my sleep? The divine dragon seemed to be enraged. It roared furiously. After the divine dragon opened its eyes, it was as if the world had changed. He stared at Suzimo and said with some confusion, "A human can actually recognize the true appearance of my Azure Dragon platform? As a member of the dragon race, instead of staying in the Xianxia region, you came here to act mysterious," Suzimo said with a smile. "It seems that the 16 demon races are indeed not peaceful. Kid, who are you? How dare you meddle in our business?" The Azure Dragon snorted. Suzimo's guess was right. "I'm just a passerby." "I don't intend to meddle in your business," Suzimo said with a smile. "But I want something." "If you want something, I must give it to you," the Azure Dragon said calmly. "I'm in a bad mood, so I've decided not to give you anything." Suzimo smiled without saying a word. He couldn't be bothered to talk to the other party, so he slowly took out the demon mirror. The demon mirror had sealed 2 demon beasts, Ao and the ancestral dragon. In a sense, the fate of these 2 tribes was already in Suzimo's hands. "What are you doing?" When the demon mirror was taken out, the Azure Dragon felt an inexplicable sense of panic. It was as if the evaluation report was the source of all evil, making him feel a little solemn. "I'm only giving you one chance. Once I open the demon mirror, you'll have to bear the consequences," Suzimo said. Seeing Suzimo's hands on the demon mirror, the Azure Dragon hurriedly shouted. "Stop. Kid, I'm afraid of you. What do you want?" Hearing Azure Dragon's words, Suzimo replied, "Why? Do you think you have something that can catch my eye?" Azure Dragon's expression changed slightly. In fact, he knew what Suzimo wanted, but he was still hoping for a fluke. "This is something I've discussed with He Feiyong. Can I exchange it for something else?" Azure Dragon asked. "He Feiyong? The city lord of Tianfeng City?" Suzimo asked. "Not him, but the founder of Xianxia. Holy Land. The peerless talent you speak of. Although their names are the same, they are not the same person," Azure Dragon said, shaking his head. "That's interesting. The city lord of Tianfeng City has the same name as Laozu of Xianxia Holy Land," Suzimo said with a smile. "I can't tell you this. I've made a blood oath. Even if you kill me, I can't tell you," Azure Dragon said seriously. He did not lie about this matter. If he told Suzimo, he would also be on the road to death. "Don't worry. Even if you don't tell me, I can guess it," Suzimo said. "Give me that thing, and I'll leave." Azure Dragon hesitated for a moment, but finally nodded. The next moment, Suzimo's vision disappeared, and he returned to the pavilion. The head of Azure Dragon shattered, and an aurora flew out from it. Suzimo's eyes were sharp and his hands were fast. He directly caught the aurora in his hand. After the Azure Dragon platform shattered, it did not recover. This made the surrounding people a little surprised. One must know that this had never happened to the Azure Dragon platform. "What's going on?" The surrounding people began to whisper. However, Ziyan did not panic. She looked at He Feiyong and said, "City Lord He, just say that the Azure Dragon platform has malfunctioned. Ask everyone to leave." After Ziyan finished speaking, she looked at Paper Song and the others in the pavilion and said with a smile, "Everyone, let's call it a day. The Azure Dragon platform has shattered. Saint Lady Z, if you have any requests, just say it." Paper Song smiled and prepared to leave. After all, the other party had already ordered him to leave. However, Dream Samsara, who was sitting beside him, was clearly displeased. The color on his face began to return. Although he wasn't a great monarch, he still had a divine vein. As long as he could survive, his injuries wouldn't be a problem. "Brat, What treasure did you take just now? He looked at Suzimo and asked while glaring at him. The other people in the pavilion also had status. Paper Song was from the Sky Leaf sect while Xianxia was from the Scarlet Blood Divine Church. Only Suzimo looked like a rogue cultivator, so he was not familiar with him. Therefore, he naturally set his sights on Suzimo. If he returned empty-handed, he would not be satisfied. However, before Suzimo could say anything, Purple Yen stepped forward. Young Master Meng, fellow Taoist Su is my guest. Who do you think you are? I'm giving you face by calling you Holy Maiden. Otherwise, you don't even have the right to talk to me, Dream Samsara snorted. Your Purple Glow Holy Land is just a third-rate force. How dare you be so noisy? Young Master Meng, this is Tianfeng City, not your ancient Samsara. He Feiyang, who was at the side, squinted his eyes and said indifferently. Your ancestor's remnant soul can save you once, but it can't save you a second time. Dogsh *T. Try touching your young master here. Do you believe that I'll trample your Purple Glow Holy Land apart? However, the moment young Master Meng finished his words, his voice came to a stop. Because a pair of gigantic hands were gripping onto his neck. The immense strength seemed as though it was about to snap his neck. You. Young Master Meng struggled with all his might. However, in the next moment, a nameless flame burst out from He Feiyang's body and burned young Master Meng into ashes. The one who killed Dream Samsara was naturally He Feiyang. He shook his neck, seemingly dissatisfied. As for Qi Qianyu and He Feiyang, who were about to leave, they were drenched in cold sweat as they froze where they were. The two of them had never thought that the Purple Glow Holy Land would have such guts. City Lord we. Qi Qianyu and He Feiyang smiled stiffly. It has nothing to do with you. However, you didn't see anything today. He Feiyang said. Yes. We didn't see anything. The two of them nodded their heads like chickens pecking at rice. Go. He Feiyang waved his hand, indicating that the two of them could leave. Only then did Ziyan look at Suzimo. She smiled and said, Child Su, can we talk? Why should I talk to you? Suzimo smiled. He Feiyang smiled and walked towards Suzimo step by step. However, Feiyang also took a step forward and stood beside Suzimo. City Lord Child Su is not an enemy. Ziyan smiled and shook her head. She then said, to be honest, when I just arrived, I received a decree from the Holy Court. Hearing this, Feiyang's pupil shrank. Clearly, he was filled with killing intent. Don't be nervous. I just said that we are not enemies. Otherwise, the Holy Court would have already surrounded this place. Ziyan smiled. She continued, I wonder if we can talk now. No. Suzimo still shook his head and replied, I'll wait here. You can send a message to the Holy Hall right now. However, believe me, the one who will die in the end will be you. It seems that young master is not someone who can be threatened. This is also what I want. Ziyan replied. Then what about Skygale Valley? Does young master want to talk about it? You are from Skygale Valley, right? Suzimo said. To be precise, you are a descendant of wind god Tianwu. Young master's eyes are as bright as torches. You must have seen through it long ago. Ziyan smiled and said. How about we talk in the city lord's mansion? We can be considered mutually beneficial. Let's talk here. What do you want to talk about? Suzimo casually sat down and asked. Cooperation. Ziyan said. How? I will help you obtain the wind god's inheritance, and you will help me become a holy king. Ziyan replied. Holy king, what kind of joke is this? Before Suzimo could say anything, Ancestor Pu beside him replied. You have just become a great emperor. How can you talk about becoming a holy king? Who knows how long it will take you? No, he is now a good fortune realm expert. He is only one step away from becoming a holy king. Suzimo shook his head. How is that possible? Ancestor Pu was in disbelief. He stared at Ziyan for a long time, but he could only see that she had just become a great emperor. How do you want me to help you? Suzimo asked. As for Ancestor Pu's doubts, he would explain it to him later. I want you to protect me. Xian said. I used to have many enemies. If I become a great emperor, I think they will spare no effort to kill me. Suzimo pondered. He was weighing the gains and losses. He had to obtain the ancient god's inheritance. However, it was not an easy task to protect Xian. After all, his enemies were all ridiculously strong. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been forced to commit suicide and reincarnate. My lifetime flower is still in Child Su's hands. Can you give it back to me? Xian smiled. Previously, at the Azure Dragon platform, the thing that Suzimo had asked the Azure Dragon for was the flower of this era. As a reincarnated body, Xian wanted to return to the peak. This lifetime flower was the most precious thing. Suzimo slowly took out the green ball of light. He knew that Xian wanted him to take the treasure first because she wanted to test him. She wasn't afraid of losing the flower of this lifetime because it had already been covered by the imprint. If she tried to take it by force, she would just have to use a few more methods. Tell me, who are your enemies? Suzimo asked. At least I have to be prepared. The Holy Court. Xian looked at Suzimo and said word by word. She knew that Suzimo was from the demon race, so the two of them had a common enemy. Moreover, each took what they needed. This was also the reason why she dared to look for Suzimo. I'm quite curious. With the Holy Court's arrogance, they don't care about ordinary people. Suzimo smiled. Now that 1,000 years have passed, you're still afraid of revenge. What did you do? It's a long story. At that time, I appeared out of nowhere and was recruited by various large factions. In fact, the Holy Court also sent people to contact me. Xian shook her head and explained. But at that time, I was also arrogant and refused almost everyone's recruitment. I had hopes of breaking through to the Great Sage realm, but unfortunately, when I converted my profound laws, I was too anxious and left a hidden injury in my body. So I went to the paradise of the gods. Xian laughed dryly as she said this. Paradise of the gods. Suzimo thought for a moment and said, it's the Holy Court's medicine garden. That's right. I originally planned to take a 10-transformation silkworm dragon heavenly deep grass. Xian laughed dryly. Should we take one or steal one? Suzimo asked. Heavenly treasures are originally things of the world. Everyone can obtain them. Taking and stealing are the same concept, said Xian. Later on, although I obtained the silk dragon heavenly deep grass, I offended the Holy Court because of it. Under their pursuit, I had no choice but to commit suicide. But they didn't expect that you had a trick up your sleeve, Suzimo continued after Xian. As a reincarnated body, he crossed over from the future, wanting to revive himself. Xian shook her head and said, it's not that I'm holding back. This was originally an opportunity on my path of cultivation. I didn't expect to use it on the Holy Court. I'm not afraid of the Holy Hall, Suzimo said. But now that the Holy Hall's main force is here, are you sure you want to break through to the Holy King level now? Although the Holy Court had existed in the past, most of them weren't that strong. And now, in order to destroy the demon region, their main forces had arrived. At this critical juncture, it was clearly not wise. I have my own plans. In fact, even if you don't help me, I have a backup plan, replied Xian. It's just for insurance, that's why I joined forces with you. I can protect you, but under the premise of cooperation, how can I believe that you know about the wind god's inheritance? Suzimo asked. Xian waved her right hand, and a wisp of wind circulated in her palm. This breeze was no ordinary breeze. When it swirled, it seemed as if it contained a world within it. There were divine beasts galloping, birds singing, and flowers fragrant. There were also lush ancient trees that reached into the sky. It was as if everything in the world had evolved. And it wasn't an ordinary evolution. It was mainly the laws of the great Tao, and there were also traces of rules flowing. The power of rules wasn't something that ordinary people could come into contact with. Not to mention mastering it, even comprehending it was probably extremely difficult. In this world, in terms of comprehension of wind, my ancestor has never been surpassed, said Xian confidently. The 9 ancient gods went to the distant wind era to seek enlightenment. That was the most barbaric era of cultivation. The future was unknown, and there wasn't even a division of realms. The predecessors didn't know how to walk the path. They were the first batch of pioneers. This was the greatness of the ancient gods. The wind in Xian's hand was enough to explain everything. Besides Tian Wu, no one else had such an understanding of wind. Okay, I believe you, Su Zimo nodded. When will you break through? Tomorrow night, to the purple afterglow Holy Land, replied Xian. Before I break through, I can give you half of the inheritance. After I'm safe, I'll give you the rest. Okay, Su Zimo nodded. Looking at Xian and He Feiyang's departing figures, Su Zimo narrowed his eyes and leaned back in the pavilion. Master, you really plan to cooperate with her? Ancestor servant asked. Do you think she'll really believe me? Su Zimo asked. This, ancestor servant hesitated. After all, the two of them didn't know each other. If they were to talk about trust, neither would believe the other. It's just a deal. You don't have to think too much, replied Su Zimo. Ancestor servant nodded. The two of them left the Azure Dragon platform and left Tianfeng City on the same day, heading towards the Purple Afterglow Holy Land. The Purple Afterglow Holy Land was to the north of Tianfeng City. It wasn't too far away. After all, after the Purple Afterglow Holy Land declined, they ruled over Ahe looked at the surrounding 100 li of land. It was said that when they were at their peak, not only did they establish a country here, but even dozens of sects and small countries were attached to the Purple Afterglow Holy Land. The two of them hurried through the night and finally arrived at the Purple Afterglow Holy Land in the wee hours of the morning. The Purple Afterglow Holy Land was located in a forest. Amidst the lush ancient trees, there was a faint glow of light. Especially now that it happened to be the wee hours of the morning, when the first ray of light shone on the land, when the first ray of light shone on this land. Xian seemed to have given instructions early on. When the two of them arrived, someone was already there to welcome them. This person was He Feiyang. The saintess is in seclusion to adjust her state. Are you going now or? He Feiyang asked. Are you waiting for us? Su Zimo asked. No, I'm waiting for ancient samsara. He Feiyang shook his head. When breaking through, apart from the holy court, other unnecessary troubles have to be dealt with first. Previously at the Azure Dragon platform, He Feiyang had killed the dream of samsara. It seemed that ancient samsara would not let this matter rest. It seems that the Purple Afterglow Holy Land has endured for too long, Su Zimo said. Since we're going to lay our cards on the table, why don't we make the Sin Devil region tremble? He Feiyang smiled cruelly. In that case, there's no hurry. I just happen to want to watch a show, Su Zimo said with a smile. He waved his right hand and the branches of the ancient trees beside him all pulled down, condensing into the shape of a chair. Su Zimo sat on it and waited with He Feiyang for the arrival of ancient samsara. Ancestor servant thought for a while and asked, can the Purple Afterglow Holy Land compete with ancient samsara now? There were two great sages in the land of reincarnation. Although their first great sage, the boundless great sage, had disappeared 10,000 years ago. However, the foundation he left behind was still not to be underestimated. As for the Purple Cloud Holy Land, other than the Purple Cloud Saint, He Feiyang, there had never been a great sage. The difference in their foundation was like heaven and earth. In front of the strong, what is a foundation? He Feiyang replied calmly. From what I know, although the first supreme sage of the land of reincarnation disappeared, the second supreme sage, the reincarnation supreme sage, has always been in the sect. Ancestor servant said, and this great sage of samsara has already entered eternity. The 5 realms of the great sage were supreme, origin, eternal, creation, and holy king. He's just a chicken and a pottery dog, He Feiyang said indifferently. Ancestor servant sized up He Feiyang again. The other party's aura was not obvious. At most, he was a great emperor. Could it be that my eyes are blind? Ancestor servant could not help but think. Unless the Purple Cloud Saint was resurrected, otherwise, he did not understand how the current Purple Cloud Holy Land had the courage to challenge ancient samsara. Ancestor servant, just watch the show. If you have any doubts, you will understand in the future, Su Zimo said with a smile. He leaned against the chair made of ancient trees, narrowed his eyes slightly, and released his divine sense thousands of miles away. the dawn on the horizon began to be wrapped in purple light. Then, the purple light intensified, and the last wisps of darkness of dawn also retreated bit by bit. In the purple light, a golden sun began to appear. Suzumo's originally closed eyes slowly opened. He muttered to himself, "It's here." "Ancient samsara?" Ancestor servant asked. As soon as he finished speaking, a black dot appeared in the sky. A moment ago, this black dot was still far away in the sky. In the blink of an eye, it had already arrived in front of everyone. It was a huge demon beast. This demon beast was very similar to a black horse, but it did not have ears. Instead, it had two black horns. There was a red light on its body, and the tail behind it was very messy, like a group of demons dancing wildly. Its face was like a dragon's, and it was covered in scales. On the back of this demon beast, there was a huge mountain. The mountain was steep and heavy, and there were rocks rolling on top of it. It's Mount Samsara, a supreme treasure refined by the great sage of the horizon. Although it's not part of the great thousand objects, its combination of offense and defense is something that countless people covet, Ancestor Pu replied. It seems that ancient Samsara has come with the determination to destroy the Xianxia Holy Land. The arrival of Mount Samsara meant that a supreme saint had arrived. To cut the weeds, one must dig up the roots. I was afraid that the great sages wouldn't come. It saves me the trouble of going there personally, He Feiyang said nonchalantly. When the demonic beast approached the purple afterglow holy land, it opened its bloody mouth. Its mouth was like a bottomless pit. The moment it opened its mouth, it spat out endless hellfire. With a boom, flames filled the entire sky. It was as if the entire sky was about to be incinerated. Hell horse. He Feiyang looked up and flicked his finger. With a gentle flick of his finger, a ray of light rushed into the sky. The light exploded in the void like a meteorite falling from the sky. It turned into countless streams of light and smashed toward the demonic beast. Although the demonic beast kept dodging, the streams of light were densely packed and finally landed on the hell horse. The hell horse whined and fell straight to the ground. Seeing this, the existence in Mount Samsara seemed to be a little dissatisfied. It snorted coldly. It was just a cold snort, but in an instant, the earth shook and the mountains shook. Countless cracks appeared on the ground. Countless ancient trees collapsed in response. The power of a supreme saint was terrifying. Is this how the Xianxia Holy Land treats its guests? A figure walked out of Mount Samsara. It was a man, 8 feet tall, wearing a black and white robe of Samsara. He had gray hair at the temples and his robe fluttered faintly in the raging fire. The sect master of ancient Samsara, the world-weary immortal, Ancestor Pu said with narrowed eyes. In fact, people who heard this name for the first time would find it strange. However, this name had a certain origin. The world-weary immortal was famous for being world-weary. It was said that he had once obtained the inheritance of the world-weary supreme saint. Even the self-proclaimed world-weary immortal was recognized as the existence in ancient Samsara with the highest chance of becoming a saint. World-weary immortal, I'm not waiting for you, He Feiyang said indifferently. Tell the person behind you to come out. A small city lord of Tianfeng City dared to kill the saint of ancient Samsara. And who gave you the courage to speak so arrogantly? The world-weary immortal snorted coldly and said. Obviously, with the strength of ancient Samsara, this kind of matter was investigated in a short period of time. I said, tell the person behind you to come out. He Feiyang was too lazy to talk nonsense and said indifferently. Otherwise, I'll smash this damn mountain. You're courting death, the world-weary immortal shouted. The spiritual energy in his hand surged and he directly grabbed at He Feiyang. However, in the next moment, there was a bang. The world-weary immortal's figure was directly sent flying by a slap. The speed of this slap was astonishing, no one saw clearly when it was swung out. The world-weary immortal stood up from the ground, his eyes were a little angry and a little surprised. Based on the results of their investigation, the city lord of Tianfeng City was not an expert. All these years, he had been trembling in fear. How could he have such strength now? Do you still want to try? He Feiyang asked indifferently. You're courting death, the world-weary immortal said. Ever since he became the sect master of ancient Samsara, there were very few people who dared to be presumptuous in front of him. After a long time, he slowly got used to this sense of superiority. As the world-weary immortal spoke, he took out a rope that emitted a vicious aura. Why was it said that he was emitting a vicious aura? Because this rope was only 1 meter long, and each section of the rope had a sinister face floating above it. This was a very ominous aura. It was unknown how many people he had killed to gather so much ominous aura. The world-weary rope, this rope has killed countless countries. Today, it's best to use it to end your Xianxia holy land, the world-weary immortal said in a strict tone. Looking at this rope was like looking at piles of bones. They saw a sea of blood soaring into the sky and mountains of corpses. It's indeed an incredible weapon. Unfortunately, if the world-weary great sage was in possession of it, he might have to fight a bitter battle. But you. At this point, He Feiyang revealed a disdainful smile. You're not worthy. Nonsense, let's see what you can do after I refine this world of the Xianxia holy land, the world-weary immortal shouted. He directly threw the rope into the sky. After the world-weary rope rushed into the void, it actually disappeared, as if it had merged with the sky. Heh. The world-weary immortal formed a seal with his hands and muttered. The sky above everyone's head changed. The blue sky turned blood-red. In the blood-red sky, wind and clouds suddenly swirled, and a huge vortex swallowed everything. All of this, the surrounding spiritual energy all rushed into the vortex like a whale swallowing everything. In the forest where the purple afterglow holy land was located, ancient trees were uprooted one after another, as if the entire world was going to be refined into it. Even Ancestor Servant felt a strong suction force, as if it was going to devour him. He Feiyang snorted coldly. He stretched out his hand, and immediately felt a soaring sword intent. In the depths of the purple afterglow holy land, a stream of light shuttled through. It was as if the light was endless, and the darkness in the world was expelled. The light gradually revealed itself, and actually turned into the shape of a longbow. This bow and arrow were made of gold. The crescent moon was like an arc, the bow was like fire, and the bowstring was 10,000 feet long. He Feiyang grabbed the bow and arrow with one hand, his body turned half a circle, and directly pulled the bow in his hand. This bow did not need He Feiyang's guidance. When he pulled, the power of heaven and earth gathered on the bow, and a sharp arrow appeared on its own. This is? Ancestor Servant narrowed his eyes, feeling the supreme power coming from the bow and arrow. It's just a purple light, Suzimo said. Although he did not completely merge with the Demon Master's memories. But at least he knew part of it. The Demon Master's memories were huge, and this was not just the memories of the previous Demon Master. There were also the memories of the previous Demon Master from the previous Demon Master. It could be said that the Demon Master Samsara had as many memories as she lived. If one day, Suzimo followed in the footsteps of the other Demon Masters and was defeated by the Heavenly Tao, then he would also pass this memory, along with his own memories, to the next Demon Master. This was a kind of obsession. Eternally, never to be erased. Purple misty light? Ancestor Service muttered to himself. He was only a great emperor. With his knowledge, although it could not be said to be very far-sighted, at least he knew a lot of things. But he had never heard of such a thing. There are two extremely powerful things in the sun. One is the sun's true fire, and the other is the purple light. Suzimo had nothing to do, so he explained. Purple mist light was collected and supplemented with various precious materials to forge this bow. It's not part of the greater thousand things, but it surpasses the greater thousand things. Hearing Suzimo's words, Ancestor Shi's eyes narrowed. The boundless thousand treasures was the most direct ranking of treasures in the 9 regions. As a matter of fact, this list wasn't eternal. Every time a peerless treasure was created, the list would undergo a change. Many people took pride in the fact that their treasures could be ranked among the greater thousand objects, and their names would spread throughout the 9 regions. However, there were also many things that were not as rare as things like flying. The longbow wriggled, and a purple mist appeared. Suddenly, a burst of aurora shot into the sky from the blood-colored void that had been refined. After the aurora entered the vortex in the void, it was still calm at first. However, gradually, the void began to shatter. Even the devouring vortex began to shatter. A nameless flame burned in the sky. The catalyst for this nameless fire was the rope of samsara. You. What did you do? World-weary immortal shouted in panic. He wanted to recall the rope of samsara, but unfortunately, his connection with the rope of samsara had been severed. I said, you don't have the right to fight with me. Tell the person behind you to come out, He Feiyang said indifferently. As everyone knew, he didn't pay attention to world-weary immortal, as if he was an ant. Not worth mentioning. He stared at Mount Samsara, and saw that there was still no movement inside. He smiled and said, since you don't want to come out, I'll beat you until you do. After He Feiyang finished speaking, the bow in his hand reappeared, and the purple mist condensed again. A ray of light appeared in front of him. World-weary immortal couldn't dodge in time and was sent flying. As for the reincarnation mountain, an earth-shattering explosion was heard. It was as if a bottomless pit had appeared in the ground. Then, a cold snort sounded. This cold snort was like thunder, exploding in everyone's hearts. He Feiyang also took a few steps back. When the dust settled, Mount Samsara was already on the verge of collapse. And as it was on the verge of collapse, a simple figure slowly walked out. At this moment, the world was silent. This figure seemed to have traveled through countless space-time, and when his moving eyes looked at everyone, it was as if he had been samsara countless times. A mayfly trying to shake a tree, but you're just an ant, said the figure that walked out. He Feiyang's eyes narrowed, and he stared at the figure that walked out. It was a man, and he didn't have a strong or shocking aura. There was only endless samsara surrounding him. It was as if with every step he took, the world was a samsara, the sun and moon were reversing, and the sky was shaking. A simple robe wrapped around his imposing body, and his long hair fluttered. There was a very large millstone behind him. This millstone had been behind him for an unknown period of time. It was as if it was one with him. The great sage of samsara, ancestor service said word by word. Even though he was born in the demon realm, he knew how powerful the great sage of samsara was. Other than the two demon generals of the demon realm, Laozu, almost no one was a match for the great sage of samsara. This was also the tragedy of the demon race. After hundreds of millions of years, even a pig could cultivate to become a saint. Unfortunately, the great sages of the demon realm were all short-lived. Otherwise, after hundreds of millions of years of accumulation, how powerful would they be? The more ancestor service thought about it, the angrier he became towards the holy court and the heavenly Tao. In the past, he hadn't thought about these things. Now that he had jumped out to take a look, he realized the tragedy of the demon race. They were like animals that were being raised and waiting to be slaughtered at any time. Don't be agitated. This is a matter of the Purple Dawn Holy Land. It has nothing to do with us, Su Zimo said with a smile. Master, do you think He Feiyang is a match? Ancestor Service asked. In fact, he didn't think highly of He Feiyang. Sometimes, death is not the only way, Su Zimo said with a smile. He seemed to know something, but he didn't say it out loud. Ancestor Service didn't dare to ask more and could only watch quietly from the side. In front of the Purple Dawn Holy Land, the great sage of samsara looked indifferently at He Feiyang and said, not to mention you, even if your Purple Dawn Holy Land was revived, he wouldn't dare to be so presumptuous. They were both great sages, so they didn't fear each other. Seeing that He Feiyang didn't say a word, the great sage of samsara continued, don't say that I'm bullying the younger generation. I'll give you a chance to attack first. Who said I'm going to fight you? He Feiyang shook his head and laughed. Killing the holy son of the ancient samsara is not up to you, the great sage of samsara said. If it's a grudge between the younger generation, it's fine. But for someone like you, do you think there's no one else in samsara? No, you don't understand what I mean, He Feiyang shook his head and replied. I just want you to be quiet for a while. When Xianxia Saint revives, I'll fight you again. Hearing He Feiyang's words, the great sage of samsara's eyes narrowed. He asked, are you kidding? How can someone who has been dead for tens of thousands of years be revived? You don't have to worry about that, He Feiyang said calmly. I'm afraid that's impossible. Before Xianxia Saint revives, I will destroy your Xianxia Holy Land, the great sage of samsara replied. If he wants to settle the score, I'll be waiting. That's not up to you. He Feiyang shook his head. He stretched out his hand and an invisible force rippled out. Then, where this force was, countless voids froze and the great Tao collapsed. Within the territory of the purple afterglow Holy Land, a cage would descend. Above the cage, there were dragons swaying their tails, phoenixes crying, and Samsara's artistic conception emanating. In short, the cage was full of strange phenomena. It was shocking. The moment the cage appeared, even the powerful great sage of Samsara's expression changed. He wanted to escape, and the laws around him appeared. He broke free from the confinement of the void in an instant. Then, he tore the void in front of him with one hand. He didn't even care about Mount Samsara and wanted to leave. He Feiyang didn't stop him from beginning to end. He just looked at everything in confusion. He smiled and said, "It's useless. If you stay in the land of ancient Samsara, I can't do anything to you. But in the territory of Xianxia Holy Land, I am a god." As his voice fell, the cage above his head fell from the sky. It seemed to have locked onto the great sage of Samsara. In the blink of an eye, he could escape tens of thousands of miles away, but he was still surrounded by the cage. With a boom, the earth shook. The cage landed heavily in front of Xianxia Holy Land. And in the cage, the power of Samsara gushed out, constantly attacking the cage's restraints. Don't struggle. This cage is made of the river of time iron. Unless you can enter the river of time, you won't be able to get out, He Feiyang said confidently. What's so difficult about that? Once I understand this river of time iron, I can still get out, the great sage of Samsara said. It's just iron. It's not the real river of time. I didn't want to control you for long. By the time you understand it, you should be resurrected. He Feiyang looked inside the Xianxia Holy Land and said in a low voice. Your Xianxia Holy Land is well prepared. You even prepared something like this for me, said the reincarnation Grand Sage. But when I come out, it will be the end of your Xianxia Holy Land. Although he was trapped, the Samsara Grand Sage did not panic. In fact, Samsara's soul's and life and death's. The long river of time iron not only couldn't control him, on the contrary, it was a type of opportunity, allowing him to comprehend it. This wasn't prepared for you. He Feiyang snorted coldly. Was to of Samsara. Holy you. Holy of Samsara of heaven. Of to heaven of holy to Samsara. He to you twos to you to ignore to do's of you. Of tu twos of you to twos of Samsara of s to tts for the world weary immortal, he had already escaped with Samsara. Even his own Laozu was trapped. Naturally, he didn't dare to stay. City Lord you're quite capable, ancestor servant said. It's just a small trick. He Feiyang shook his head calmly. He smiled and said, Our Sanctus has been waiting for a long time. Please follow me. He Feiyang led the way. Su Zimo and Ancestor Servant followed him into the Xianxia Holy Land. Speaking of which, this purple afterglow Holy Land was quite strange. Looking from the outside, it was filled with boundless multicolored light and a heavenly treasure aura. But inside, it was just an ordinary forest. The only difference was that the flowers, plants, and trees here all had Taoist rhymes. They grew very lush. This? Ancestor Servant looked around. He seemed to be thinking about something. Finally, He Feiyang's figure stopped in front of a door. In this lush forest, the sudden appearance of a door was still very abrupt. He Feiyang reached out his right hand and gently placed it on the door. Bang! There was a muffled sound. The door disappeared. What appeared in its place was a tree as tall as the sky. This tree was 1,000 meters tall. One couldn't see the end of it. Its branches were very lush. And at the trunk of the tree, there was a crack. The crack was formed by countless branches, and it felt soft to the touch. He Feiyang's figure passed through the crack. Su Zimo and Ancestor Servant followed closely behind. When they passed through the crack, it was like cotton candy. There was still a trace of elasticity. But after entering the crack, Ancestor Servant was stunned by the scene in front of him. The sight in front of him was vast and boundless. Thousands of miles of mountains and rivers turned solid, spewing out endless spiritual energy. Immortal herbs and trees stood on the mountain peaks. Strange phenomena occurred in the sky. There were even powerful creatures that swallowed the essence of the sun and moon. The Milky Way of the 9 heavens hung on the horizon. The endless hot sun intertwined with the snow of April. What a treasure land! Even Ancestor Servant couldn't help but sigh. One had to know that even the demon territory couldn't compare to this place. But it wasn't that the demon territory was bad. After all, the demon race had operated for so many years. The demon territory didn't lack immortal trees and divine beasts. The only difference was that this place had divinity. Divinity was a mysterious thing. Even a piece of soil with divinity could make countless people fight over it. But at this moment, the world in front of him was filled with dense divinity. This divinity was not born from the world. Someone had taken away the divinity and merged it with the world. From the outside of the forest, no one would have thought that the Xianxia Holy Land would have such a vast world. Everyone said that the Xianxia Holy Land had already declined. Now it seems that many holy legacies are inferior to this place. Ancestor Servant sighed. Please, He Feiyang said with a smile. He seemed very calm. After all, he had lived here for a long time and was already used to this world. The Xianxia Holy Land probably invited other people besides me to protect it this time, Suzimo said. Hearing Suzimo's words, He Feiyang's expression froze. Then he smiled and said, "You have a good eye." Not bad, there are 3 other people protecting it this time. Who are they? Ancestor Servant asked curiously. Supreme Saint Ming Jing, Demon Refinement Sage, and Fairy Hao Yu, He Feiyang said. 3 Supreme Saints? Ancestor Servant's breathing stagnated and he asked with some difficulty. How is that possible? One had to know that existences at the level of Supreme Saints were usually elusive. They were existences at the level of Laozu in every holy legacy. Basically, they were all comprehending the way and climbing to a higher level. It seems that the Supreme Saint of Samsara didn't come just to avenge the younger generation. He must have heard some rumors, Ancestor Servant suddenly said. The ancestor was not stupid. After thinking for a while, he understood the logic behind it. Dream Samsara had been killed. Although he had a noble status as the Holy Son of Ancient Samsara, what was the Holy Son of Ancient Samsara, however, who was the reincarnation Grand Sage? After the boundless Grand Sage, he was the strongest being in the land of reincarnation. How could he bring a Holy Son to Mount Samsara just for a Holy Son? He must have heard the news that Xianxia Saint was going to be resurrected and had invited several saints to protect him. There was more to this than met the eye. Just to invite Suzimo, he had used the Wind God's inheritance. In that case, what benefits did the other 3 great sages promise? Daring to go against the Holy Court, the risks and benefits involved would make even the great saints tempted. Thinking of this, the ancestor's eyes narrowed. The Xianxia sacred land was more mysterious than he had imagined. He Feiyang just smiled and did not say anything. The group walked along. In fact, the Xianxia sacred land was vast and boundless, but there were not many disciples in the sect. Along the way, they did not see many disciples. Many places were even dead silent. The disciples and elders have all left. He Feiyang seemed to have seen through the ancestors' doubts and smiled. When the war starts, it's not suitable for them to stay here. As the 3 of them talked, they finally arrived at the place where Ziyan was resurrected. It was a pit filled with birds and fragrant flowers. There was an endless stream of vitality in the pit, as if life was about to be born. The ancestor was surprised when he saw this. Previously, there was divinity in this world. He had guessed for a long time, but he did not expect the so-called source of divinity to be the pit in front of him. What a treasure land created by heaven and earth. Suzimo also smiled. This treasure land was not man-made, but was given to them by heaven and earth. With such a treasure land, the chances of Xianxia Saint's resurrection are higher, the ancestor said with emotion. You're wrong. This treasure land was not prepared for the ancestor, but for the protectors. He Feiyang smiled. The vitality of the treasure land is useless to the ancestor. The reincarnation is the power of laws. When the time comes to face strong enemies, this vitality is for everyone to heal. The few of them went down the pit and walked through the birdsong and fragrant flowers. The ground beneath his feet was emerald green. Stepping on this piece of land, he could feel the flow of life energy. When the 3 of them arrived at the center of the pit, the other guardians had already arrived. This was a very large altar. The altar was made of white jade, and wisps of mist were emitting from it. Above the white jade was a triangular beak, holding a pearl in its mouth. The primordial chaos heaven-devouring pearl reflected the primordial chaos energy within. Xian's figure was sitting on the altar. She was wearing a purple robe that glowed with multicolored light, as if the clouds in the sky had been refined into it. The light was so bright that it was hard to open one's eyes. Her long black hair cascaded down from her head like a waterfall. Her nose was high and her eyes were bright. The current Xian was different from before. Her aura was like that of a celestial that had descended to the mortal world. Standing beside Xian were three people: Supreme Sage Mingjing, the alchemy saint, and Fairy Hao Yu. "It seems that more Tao protectors have come," said one of the old men with a smile. A gourd hung from his waist, and he wore a gray-brown robe. His face was full of frowns. When he smiled, he gave off a slightly wretched feeling. This old man was the alchemy saint. "There's demonic qi. It's someone from the demon domain." A middle-aged man beside him suddenly opened his eyes. He wore a white robe made of embers, and a mirror hung from his neck. The mirror was simple and grand, like a breastplate. It seemed to be embedded in his chest. The middle-aged man's aura was very mysterious. He was Supreme Sage Mingjing, a mirror that could illuminate the ages and the underworld. He was extremely famous among great sages. "Fellow Taoist Ziyin, you're so honored to be able to invite someone from the demon race," said the alchemy saint with a smile. "As far as I know, the demon race only has two great sages." "I wonder who it is this time?" asked Supreme Sage Mingjing. The Purgatory Devil Buddhist and Tianping Demon Sovereign were like two boulders that pressed down on the chests of everyone in the sinful demon domain. For millions of years, no one dared to provoke the demon race. The main reason was because of the strength of these two. Not just great sages, but saint kings at the peak of great sage. It was said that they had once conquered the heavens and ruled an era of demons. Although that era was long gone, and even in the dust of history, it was difficult to see. But if one thought about it, being able to rule an era was enough to prove the strength of the demon race. Supreme Sage Mingjing's eyes narrowed. He had the sky mirror, so he knew more. Ziyan was the first to stand up from the altar. She smiled and said, "Fellow Taoist Su, since you're here, I'm more confident after this reincarnation." "Don't forget our agreement," said Su Zimo. "Don't worry, I know." Ziyan nodded. "How should I address you?" Supreme Sage Mingjing walked forward and stared at Su Zimo. "My name is not important. I'm just a passerby," said Su Zimo, shaking his head. Seeing that Su Zimo did not want to say, Supreme Sage Mingjing did not force him. However, his gaze was fixed on Su Zimo the entire time and did not move. Other than Supreme Sage Mingjing and the alchemy saint, there was also an ethereal woman standing beside them. She was Fairy Hao Yu. The moon hung high in the sky, and all things were clear. She hadn't said a word since she stood there. Her eyebrows were slightly furrowed, and her eyes were like frost. "Alright, since everyone is here, I'll briefly explain the plan," said Ziyin. "My reincarnation will need at least an hour to fuse with the Great Tao and comprehend time. I don't expect you to defeat the Holy Hall, but I just need you to hold them off for an hour." "An hour? That's a bit long," said Supreme Sage Mingjing. "But the most important thing is how strong the Holy Hall will be. Only then can we be sure." Although they were supreme sages, they were not sage rulers. If a few sage rulers came, they would not be able to hold them off for more than 10 minutes, let alone an hour. "You'll have to ask the demon race." Ziyan smiled and looked at Su Zimo. After all, the news of the Holy Hall destroying the demon region and the demon race's wanted list had already spread. Although most people did not know about it, a few experts had already received the news. "Demon race?" The alchemy saint glanced at Su Zimo and chuckled. "Brother, please don't take offense. It's just that before I came, I heard some rumors. The demon region seems to have been destroyed." "The Holy Hall is looking for you," said Fairy Hao Yu, who rarely spoke. "I'm not interested in the Holy Hall, and I won't sell you out. It's just that we all know the demon region's strength." "What kind of existence did the Holy Hall send?" "I really don't know," said Su Zimo calmly, shaking his head. "How could you not know?" Great Sage Mingjing asked. Because before the demon domain was destroyed, I had already left. Suzimo said. But I estimate that the Holy Court will need at least 2 sage kings to destroy the demon domain. After all, the demon domain had the Purgatory Devil Temple and its natural environment. Without 2 sage kings, it would be impossible to defeat the Purgatory Devil Temple. Hearing Suzimo's words, everyone's pupils shrank. This joke is a bit too much, Demon Refinement Sage said with some difficulty. What? Fellow Taoist monster refiner, are you scared? Ziyan asked with a smile. I'm not afraid, but I'm curious. Why must you break through at such a critical time? Demon Refinement Sage shook his head. The Holy Court has just destroyed the demon domain, and their main forces are now in the demon domain. It's not wise to recultivate now. If you wait a while longer and the demon domain calms down, wouldn't you have a better chance? That's right. You've already waited for so long. Do you still care about a little bit more? Great Sage Mingjing persuaded. He also felt that this was not a good time. In fact, the Holy Court had remnants of forces in every part of the 9 regions. Firstly, they represented their will. Secondly, they would be the first to know if something big happened in the 9 regions. However, these remnants were not strong. That was why everyone persuaded Ziyan to have a better chance of breaking through. I also understand this principle. However, I was also forced to do so because of this reason. Ziyan bitterly laughed. There's no room for discussion. I must break through today. If you're afraid, you can choose to give up now. I have no objections. Forget it, forget it. Since we're here, how can we give up? Great Sage Mingjing shook his head. That's right. But the reward fellow Taoist Xianxia promised can't be less. Demon Refinement Sage nodded. Although they were afraid of the Holy Court, this was the demon domain. Not the Calamity Immortal domain, the headquarters of the Holy Court. If we work together, there's nothing to worry about. Ziyan smiled. City Lord He, please entertain them for me. I have some matters to attend to with Child Su. Ziyan brought Suzimo to a remote area beside the pit. Ziyan smiled, Child Su, I'll give you half of the Wind God's inheritance I promised you. I'll have to trouble you to protect me. Suzimo nodded slightly. Ziyan slowly closed her eyes, and the world fell silent. In the next moment, there seemed to be a cool breeze blowing past. The wind was very, very light, and when it blew past, Ziyan suddenly opened her eyes. The pupil had turned green and was shaped like a triangular vertical pupil. Her originally black hair, under the support of the mysterious power, actually turned green. Her head full of fine black hair, floating and sinking for eternity. I'll pass you half of the Wind God's legacy. Watch carefully. The so-called inheritance was not a move, nor was it a power. Instead, it was a type of Tao. The ancient gods asked about the Tao, the rules that they seized from the heavens, Ziyan said seriously. The green light around her became brighter and brighter. In the end, it turned into countless characters. These runes pulsed and were surrounded by balls of light. Then, the countless characters condensed together like an immortal chapter. The Tao in the chapter knocked on the void, and the sound of the great Tao spread continuously. At this moment, under Ziyan's control, these chapters surrounded Zimo, and the profound meaning of the mystery surged. Zimo felt that his world was clear. An invisible wind wrapped around him, warm and gentle. Everything in the world had wind at all times and places. Wind was everywhere. Even if you were just walking normally, you could bring about a weak wind. Between the light breathing and blowing breath, there was also the rhythm of the wind. At this moment, Zimo felt as if he had the entire world in his control. The wind that he had never felt before was now like an arm of his. He could wave it freely and control it at will. However, this mysterious state did not last for long and suddenly disappeared. Zimo woke up. When he opened his eyes, he felt as if there was something more in the world in front of him. But it also felt like there was nothing more. He knew that this was because he had not received the complete inheritance. He could sense it, but could not use it. Child Su, what do you think? Ziyan asked with a smile. It's incomparably mysterious, Zimo sighed. Let's go. Don't let the others wait too long, Xian smiled and said. I heard that the wind god once wanted to destroy the world, Suzimo suddenly asked after taking 2 steps. As soon as he said that, Xian's figure stopped. She shook her head and explained, that was not my ancestor's intention. It's just that when some things happened, even he did not have the ability to stop them. So your ancestor was destroyed by the villainous heavens, Suzimo replied. I don't know about things that happened too long ago. If you're curious, you can investigate it yourself, Ziyan smiled and walked towards the altar. The 2 of them met up with the others. Ziyan walked onto the altar with a solemn expression. The originally calm altar suddenly exploded with a powerful aura of primal chaos. Everyone, I won't keep you company, He Feiyang said with a smile. The holy court is about to arrive. With my weak cultivation, I'm afraid I can't do anything. He Feiyang left, and the others did not bother with him. Only Suzimo's gaze was deep. No one knew what he was thinking. In the boundless void, Miss Jing sat in a lotus. The lotus was golden and enveloped her entire body. Her expression was solemn, as if she was the reincarnation of a bodhisattva. Countless lotus flowers floated down beside her. They bloomed all over the sky, and the great Tao enveloped her. After a long time, Miss Jing let out a long breath and slowly opened her eyes. The world she was in was a void that did not exist. No matter how strong an existence was, they would not be able to sense this place. Miss Jing looked into the depths of the void. She had woken up from her cultivation state because someone had come. The Xiaoyue fairy walked over with a dull gaze. Her figure shuttled through the layers of the void, and the great Tao under her feet was constantly evolving. She was carrying a figure in her hand. If Suzimo was here, he would definitely recognize that the person in the Xiaoyue fairy's hand was Wu Zhaodi. Didn't I tell you not to bring anyone else here? Miss Jing frowned. I found his tracks, the Xiaoyue fairy replied respectfully. As soon as he said this, Miss Mirror's eyes shone with a shocking sharpness. I knew it. He wouldn't die so easily. Even the strongest attack of a Dao fruit wouldn't be enough to kill him. Where is he? He went to the sinful demon region, said the Xiaoyue fairy. I should have known. He went to find demons. Miss Jing's gaze pierced through the void, as if trying to find Suzimo's figure in the sin demon region. Then what's with this woman? Miss Jing asked. She's someone he met in the sin demon region. It said that he helped her become the palace master of the heavenly Luan Immortal Palace, Fairy Xiaoyue replied. Oh, then she must be someone close to him, Miss Jing said with interest. She reached out and placed her right hand on Wu Zhaodi's forehead. A powerful force poured into Wu Zhaodi's mind. But not long after, Miss Jing withdrew her hand. Her originally solemn face was a bit pale. Just now, she had checked Wu Zhaodi's river of time. Not just anyone could casually enter the river of time. Suzimo had the chaos bead and was blessed by the heavens. As for Miss Jing, even someone like her couldn't handle it. We can use this person, Miss Jing said. Destroy her river of memories and give her new ones. But I can't do that. We must find His Excellency. The His Excellency she spoke of was incomparably mysterious. Even she had never seen his true face. At this moment, the purple dawn's sacred land was filled with multicolored light. The light that soared into the sky first rushed into the clouds, stirring up waves of clouds. Then, it turned back from the skyline and fell on the horizon. It was as if the sky and clouds were reflecting the 7-colored flowing light. On the altar, a rainbow barrier had already risen around it, enveloping Ziyan within. As for the situation inside, no one could see through it. Even the divine sense of a great sage couldn't penetrate it. Is this reincarnation? Ancestor Pu asked curiously. This was the first time he had seen such a thing. Ordinary people can't reincarnate. Do you see that altar? Suzimo explained. The time reincarnation altar is nurtured for millions of years and can only reincarnate once. Back then, Purple Dawn Saint faked her death and put her soul into the time reincarnation altar. That's right. I heard that the time reincarnation altar doesn't belong to the Sin Demon region. Great Sage Mingjing smiled. This thing comes from the Calamity Immortal region, from the Holy Court. Suzimo glanced at the reincarnated Ziyin. This fellow probably didn't just go to the paradise of the gods to steal a godly herb. Can this reincarnation succeed? Ancestor Pooh asked again. If we only rely on the reincarnation altar, the chances of success and failure should be 50-50. However, Violet Glow Saint should be prepared, Suzimo said. The great sage's divine scent spread out for millions of kilometers. When the light of the purple dawn Holy Land illuminated the sky, the entire sinful devil realm seemed to be able to see it. At this moment, no matter where you stand in Sin Devil region, you will be able to feel this light. It was not an ordinary light, but a power that truly contained the laws of reincarnation. This kind of power was one with the void. Ordinary people might not be able to sense it, but experts were extremely sensitive. After an unknown period of time, the multicolored light of the altar did not weaken. Instead, it grew stronger and stronger. It even spread from the heavens, trying to illuminate the entire sinful devil region. Suzimo put the ancestor servant back into his small world. As a great emperor, he was of no use in such a battle. It's here, someone muttered in a low voice. Great Sage Mingjing took out a mirror embedded in his chest. This mirror was able to see the past and present. A beam of ancient light shone out from the mirror, landing in the void in front of everyone. The void began to burn, and a screen appeared. The screen reflected the scene tens of thousands of kilometers away. Amidst the rolling clouds, a huge immortal warship was drifting in the sky. The front of the ship was made with a dragon's head. Its body was oval-shaped, and lightning coiled around it. Wherever it passed, thunder rumbled and heavenly might surged. On the ship's huge sail, the words Holy Court seemed to be everlasting. It was as if the gods and all living things would bow down in front of these two words. What arrogance, Fairy Haoyu's eyes narrowed as she said. These people from the Holy Court have always been arrogant, Sage Ringyao smiled. However, they do have the right to be arrogant. Yes. Even great Sage Mingjing could not help but sigh in admiration. There have been so many factions since ancient times, and there have been some powerful ones as well. However, everyone knows their limits. Only the Holy Court is unfathomably powerful. No one knows how much power they have, how many experts they have, or what their base is. Since they're so powerful, you still dare to make an enemy out of them? Suzimo smiled from the side. That's where you're wrong. Cultivation has always been a path of facing difficulties and fighting against the heavens. Great Sage Mingjing shook his head and smiled. We don't even fear the heavenly way, let alone the Holy Court. At most, we'll just go into hiding after this matter. Although the Holy Court is powerful, they're not invincible in the 9 regions. Suzimo nodded and did not refute. In reality, many people and many things could no longer scare great sages. Everyone sat down cross-legged and regulated their breathing as they waited for the Holy Court to arrive. Rumble. Explosions began to sound in the sky. The immortal ship that was tens of thousands of kilometers away moved as fast as the speed of light. A second ago, it was still far away, but not long later, it was right in front of them. Everyone could already sense the heavenly might. It was as if the heavens were furious. In the immortal ship, the dragon's eyes lit up as if they could see through the depths of the light. Then, a voice filled with heavenly might rang out. The Holy Court has arrived. Why hasn't the Purple Dawn Holy Land come out to welcome them? Hearing this voice, the entire sinful demon realm shook. For millions of years, the Holy Court had rarely appeared on such a large scale. Many important figures were also shocked. Purple Dawn Holy Land? What kind of place is that? Someone began to think. After all, the Purple Dawn Holy Land had been too low-key for the past 10,000 years. It was to the extent that the number of disciples they recruited was very small. One had to know that new disciples were the fresh blood of a faction. It was no wonder that many people had never heard of the Purple Dawn Holy Land. Do you still remember that unparalleled genius from back then? Someone suddenly asked. He Feiyong? At this moment, many people's memories surged like a tide. Since ancient times, there had been many geniuses, but geniuses like the Purple Dawn Holy Land could be counted on one hand. I remember that the Purple Dawn Holy Land was killed back then, someone muttered to himself. Why did the Holy Court appear again? Is there some secret? Let's not talk about the countless gazes for now. In front of the Purple Dawn Holy Land, the dragon's head spewed out a powerful force as if it wanted to destroy the entire Purple Dawn Holy Land. However, at the same time, the Purple Dawn Holy Land spewed out endless light. The light covered the sky and formed a protective barrier that enveloped the Purple Dawn Holy Land. The dragon's head spewed out more and more power. However, the Purple Dawn Holy Land's protective barrier was not simple. It condensed countless divinities inside. After all, the Xianxia Holy Land was a land of treasures. It would be difficult to exhaust all of its power in a short period of time. The dragon head's power lasted for a long time. Someone in the immortal warship seemed to be very impatient. A cold snort was heard. Although it was just a cold snort, the sound was like thunder that penetrated the layers of the void. Then, a huge palm stretched out from the immortal warship. This huge palm condensed a vast sea of spirit chi. Then, it broke through the void and slammed heavily on the protective shield of the Xianxia Holy Land. Boom! The entire protective shield shook violently. Crack! Continuous cracking sounds were heard. Cracks continuously appeared on the protective shield. Then, there was another bang. The protective shield was completely shattered. A Sage King-level existence. Supreme Saint Mingjing's eyes narrowed as he said solemnly. The moment he attacked, he shattered the protective shield with one blow. This kind of strength was not something that just anyone could do. At the very least, Supreme Saint Mingjing believed that he did not have the ability to shatter it with one blow. After the protective shield shattered, the huge immortal warship stopped in the void. The dragon head stared at the people below. Especially Ziyan, who was in the altar. When she saw this scene, she heard a mighty voice coming from the immortal warship. Xianxia Saint, back then, you stole my holy quartz treasure, the reincarnation altar, and destroyed half of the paradise of the gods. Originally, I did not care about killing you. Now, you actually want to cultivate again. Today, I will completely destroy the Xianxia Holy Land and put an end to your thoughts. However, Ziyan was at a critical moment. The altar was nurturing her three souls. Naturally, she could not answer. Zhang Huanjin's figure slowly walked out from the immortal warship. Behind him were two servants of the great emperors. When he went out, the great emperor was just a servant. His gaze swept across Suzimo and the others. Although he knew the name of the demon lord, he did not know Suzimo. After all, the two of them had never really met before. You are not from the Xianxia Holy Land, right? Zhang Huanjin asked lightly. Nameless itinerant cultivators are not worthy of the Sage King's attention, Supreme Saint Mingjing said with a smile. Since you are not from the Xianxia Holy Land, the Holy Court is mighty, but we know right from wrong and will not kill. If you leave now, I can pretend that nothing happened, Zhang Huanjing said. The Sage King is magnanimous. Unfortunately, since we have been entrusted with this task, there is no reason for us to retreat, the Mirror Supreme Sage said, shaking his head. Then I'll kill all of you. Zhang Huanjing snorted coldly. He clapped his hands, and the wind and clouds in the sky gathered. The power of the palm was so great that it was as if the entire sky was angry. The palm descended once again. If it's a one-on-one fight, we're definitely no match for him, Monster Refinement Saint said. We don't have to win or lose. We just have to delay them for an hour, the Mirror Supreme Sage said. I'll go first. He flipped open the mirror in his hand, and a powerful force surged out. Condense the void. A ray of light shot out from the mirror and shone directly on Zhang Huanjin's body. Wherever the light reached, the void would completely solidify. This was not a simple confinement of the void. Instead, it was drawing on all the power of the void around them and squeezing them together. It was as if he was using the power of the universe to condense a piece of the void. Although Zhang Huanjin had been condensed, his palm still came down. The Monster Refinement Saint beside him picked up the gourd and shouted. Treasure gourd, collect. The palm turned into a formless force and was sucked into the gourd. Saint King, how long has it been since my treasure gourd absorbed such a powerful force? Monster Refinement Saint chuckled. Zhang Huanjin did not mind. He only looked at the mirror in the Mirror Supreme Sage's hand. He said, what a treasure. An innate treasure, born from heaven and earth. Speaking of this, Zhang Huanjin looked at the Mirror Supreme Sage carefully and said, No wonder you're called Mirror Supreme Sage. You're the Mirror Supreme Sage. Saint King's eyes are as sharp as torches. The Mirror Supreme Sage was shocked that he was seen through, but he still smiled. His bright mirror was indeed extraordinary. It was his lifelong treasure. To be precise, he was not human. He was a treasure mirror between heaven and earth. In the end, he took human form and became a great saint. If such an existence entered my holy court, his future would be bright. Unfortunately, he's on the opposite side, Zhang Huanjin said. Sword chi surged around him. The two sword-wielding servants behind him raised their hands. The long sword cut through the silent void and landed in front of him. At this moment, the so-called condensed void was shattered. What surrounded him was a sea of swords. An endless sea of swords. One sword severs Dao. Zhang Huanjin stretched out his right finger. At his fingertip, thousands of sword wills gathered together. They formed a very small longsword. With a light stroke, this small sword wills pierced through the sky and came down at a speed that was hard to see with the naked eye. The Mirror Supreme Sage hurriedly blocked his mirror in front of him. With a cracking sound, the sword intent surged onto the surface of the mirror and actually shattered it into pieces. The surrounding people were horrified. The power of one strike was terrifying. So this is the Saint King, Monster Refinement Saint muttered to himself. You don't understand how big the gap between us was. Zhang Huanjin stood high in the sky and looked down at everyone. He said, a mayfly trying to shake a tree. You can't even withstand a single blow. Even the mirror great sage himself was shocked. He looked at the shattered mirror, his eyes clear and bright. At this moment, his eyes disappeared. The only thing left was a mirror-like reflection. His eyes seemed to be able to reflect everything in the world. I have a mirror that can illuminate the eternal sky. Around the Mirror Supreme Sage, boundless Saint Aura was like the sea. Mirror light constantly spewed out. Behind him, his true fate appeared. It was an ancient and huge mirror. Above the mirror, two huge creatures were circling. One was a divine dragon and the other was a phoenix. The dragon and phoenix were entwined together. They seemed to be swallowing the essence of heaven and earth. The mirror magnified again and shone on Zhang Huanjin. Banish, he said softly. The void around Zhang Huanjin began to devour him. It was not to kill him. It was to banish him into a deeper dimension. Once he was banished, it would take a long time for him to return. At this moment, the power of banishment was fighting against Zhang Huanjin's own power. One side wanted to banish him. The other side wanted to confine the void. The Saint King is indeed powerful. The Mirror Supreme Sage looked deeply at Zhang Huanjin. One must know that his power of banishment was difficult for a great saint of the same level to resist. Forceful banishment, he shouted again. The power of the banishment increased by a few notches. Impressive indeed. Unfortunately, you met me, Zhang Huanjin said calmly. Believe me, I can kill you before I banish you. Spiritual chi gathered in Zhang Huanjin's hand once again. Behind him, the glory of an immortal seemed to be reflected. Boundless immortal light shone down upon him. It lit up the entire sky. The light was even brighter than the light of the Xianxia Holy Land. The sword carries the way of the heavens. Another sword descended. This time, it wasn't just a sword. It seemed to have become the way of the heavens. This sword actually carried the power of the sky. It carried the way of the heavens. When the light descended, the mirror saint's expression changed drastically. His heart beat wildly. This was the feeling of impending death. His mirror was warning him. At that moment, the mirror saint had no time to think about anything else. He directly put the mirror away and leapt into the depths of space, wanting to avoid the attack. Retreat. The Monster Refinement Saint beside him was also shocked. He hurriedly dodged to the side. When the sword completely descended, the entire world fell silent. The crater was affected. The entire ground seemed to have been plowed by the sword intent. Explosions rang out incessantly. Countless craters of various sizes appeared. However, the altar that shone with rainbow light did not move at all. It was as if the attack from before was impenetrable. Even Zhang Huanjing glanced at the altar with a deep gaze. As expected of an innate treasure. I have to bring it back to the sacred hall. I'm curious. The mirror saint's right hand trembled as he held the mirror. His senses were sharp, so he could sense the attack even more clearly. So this is the power of a sacred ruler. I am the king of all the saints in the world. What a level I desire to reach. Can you still hold on? If you can't, we'll attack together, said the monster refinement saint. The mirror saint did not refuse. He nodded. Against a sacred ruler, even delaying him for a bit was extremely difficult, let alone defeating him. Fellow Haiyu, fellow Su, leave this sacred ruler to us. If there are others from the immortal ship descending, we'll leave it to you, said the monster refinement saint to Su Zimo and Fairy Yu. There was definitely more than one sacred ruler descending from the immortal ship. However, the sacred ruler had yet to show himself. He probably did not take them seriously. All right. Fairy Haiyu nodded. The might of the sword had already reached the heavens. It plowed through the earth, shattered space, and carried the way of the heavens. Dust filled the air, but Zhang Huanjing paid it no mind. Instead, he continued looking at the altar. He snorted coldly and said, "A dead person still wants to come back to life. Today, I'll turn you into ashes again." He stretched out his right hand, and his sword rippled in the void. "Don't you dare!" Demon Refinement Sage shouted. He and the Mirror Grand Sage flanked Zhang Huanjing from the left and right. "Numbers are useless," Zhang Huanjing said calmly. "How do you know it won't work if you don't try it?" Monster Refiner Sage laughed. He looked at the Mirror Supreme Saint and said, "Banish him by force. I will buy time for you." The reason why the Mirror Grand Sage had not been able to banish him was because the other party was too strong. There was no chance for him to be exiled at all. If you can successfully banish him, I'm afraid it will buy you a lot of time. All right. Great Sage Mingjing nodded. The vast mirror behind him condensed once again. The power of exile condensed into the void and shone behind Zhang Huanjing. At this moment, the Mirror Supreme Sage did not dare to underestimate him. Blood dripped from his lips. He opened his mouth slightly, and a drop of bright red blood flew out. Although it was only a drop of blood, when it came out, the power of laws filled the air. It was as if the world had changed. Supreme Saint True Blood, Zhang Huanjing said, narrowing his eyes. The true blood of a great sage was no ordinary blood. Every drop of true blood had to be refined for thousands of years. It was said that when a saint ruler advanced to the fruit of Tao, all the blood in his body had to be refined into true blood. Only then would there be a chance. The power of laws turned into rules. One could imagine how difficult it was. To a supreme saint, a drop of true blood was no different from his heart. At this moment, the Mirror Supreme Saint had used a drop of true blood to enter his mirror. "You're really willing," Su Zimo said with a smile. "I wonder how much the Purple Sun Saint gave him to make the Mirror Supreme Saint risk his life." After the true blood entered, the Mirror Supreme Saint's power increased by at least 20%. The void condensed even more. Even the sword will around Zhang Huanjing seemed to be imprisoned. "Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish," Zhang Huanjing snorted. Sword of Destruction. Around him, the will of destruction began to spread. Waves of grayish-brown spirit chi invaded the sky. The spirit chi carried the feeling of death and destruction. It was as if even the sky was going to be destroyed. The Mirror Supreme Saint's expression changed. "Continue." "I'll hold it," the Demon Refinement Saint said. The Mirror Supreme Saint nodded. The power of exile around him grew stronger. At this moment, the sky was filled with sword will of destruction. The sword will of destruction swept through the depths of Firmament City. Dark clouds began to gather in the sky. The dark clouds were oppressive and destructive. The sword will of destruction shuttled through the depths of the clouds like long dragons swimming. Then, Zhang Huanjing put his hands together. His expression was solemn. Above his head, the endless sword will of destruction gathered together, forming a huge sword will of destruction. The sword pierced straight into the sky, stirring up the dark clouds. "Kill!" Zhang Huanjing shouted. The huge sword of destruction descended from the sky, piercing through the void. Even before it came into contact with the crowd, they felt as if their bodies were being sliced apart by the sword will of destruction. "Stop him," the Mirror Supreme Saint shouted. The power of exile had reached a critical moment. If they gave up now, all their previous efforts would be wasted. "Looks like it's time for me to loosen up," the Demon Refinement Saint said with a smile. Although he was smiling, the seriousness in his eyes could not be concealed. "Treasured gourd, it's up to you." The Demon Refinement Saint took the green gourd from his waist. Then, he patted it and threw it into the sky. The gourd swayed slowly. Then, a strong suction force came from the sky. It wanted to devour the sword will of destruction. The Demon Refinement Gourd matures once every 10,000 years. One branch in two gourds. Both yin and yang are innate. Zhang Huanjin immediately revealed the origin of the Demon Refinement Gourd. He said coldly, "If you have the yin and yang gourds, you're still big. But the yang gourd is not enough. Whether it's enough or not, we'll only know after we try." The Demon Refinement Saint's expression turned ugly. He snorted coldly, "Your holy hall is big and powerful. Independent cultivators like us can't compare. Then why don't you join our holy hall?" "We never mistreat our own people," Zhang Huanjin said. "That's not necessary. I'm used to it." The Demon Refinement Saint shook his head. In the sky, the sword of destruction clashed with the Demon Refinement Gourd. The destruction sword intent wanted to destroy everything. Wherever it went, not even a blade of grass would survive. As for the Demon Refining Gourd, yang fire spewed out from its mouth. Not only did the yang fire have the power to devour, but it was also a fire that could melt infinitely. It melted and devoured. It was indeed a rare treasure. However, the yang gourd was clearly not the destruction sword's opponent. It was directly suppressed in the air and slowly fell. The Demon Refining Sage stood in the sky. The shadow of a gourd also appeared behind him. This was his true fate. In the past, when the yin-yang gourd's branch formed the yin-yang gourd, everyone fought over it. Although I missed out on the yin gourd, I once saw the phenomenon of the gourd and gave it to my true fate. Although I don't have the yin gourd, my true fate evolved from the yin gourd, snorted the Demon Refining Sage. The true fate yin gourd behind him spewed out endless ice. The ice was gray. It was not ordinary ice, but ice formed from the extreme yin qi of the world. Su Zimo nodded in praise when he saw this. The Demon Refining Sage is quite smart. He couldn't use his full strength with the yang gourd, so he used his true fate to replace the yin gourd. The true fate is the most important part of a cultivator. Although he gained something by doing this, he'll be stuck with the yin-yang gourd for the rest of his life, said Fairy Haoyu. Su Zimo did not refute Fairy Haoyu's words, but he did not confirm it either. It depended on how one understood it. The true fate was indeed far too important for future development. For example, Su Zimo's true fate was a world. It was a complete and real world. His true fate's development was basically unimaginable. In terms of true fate alone, it was no exaggeration for Su Zimo to call himself number one throughout history. Once he reached Tao fruit or even great sainthood, his true fate would be even more wondrous. For example, the Demon Refining Sage had sacrificed his true fate to become the yin gourd for a treasure. This true fate had its limits. This was because the yin-yang gourd reflected by the true fate was already that powerful. If he wanted to take another step forward in the future, it was not impossible, but it would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. The yin-yang gourd could take another step forward and become the chaotic gourd. If that was the case, then that would be amazing. However, one could well imagine the price one would have to pay in order to advance further. In the sky, when the yin gourd true fate appeared, the original situation began to reverse. The power of the yin gourd merged with the yang gourd. In an instant, ice and fire were reunited. The Tao of heaven and earth merged. The devouring power instantly increased, and half of the sword of destruction was swallowed into the sky. Even Zhang Huanjin's expression changed slightly. It's about to succeed. Supreme Sage Mingjing's face lit up. His banishing power was about to succeed. Zhang Huanjin's figure also looked a lot blurrier. However, at this moment, the eyes of the dragon head at the front of the immortal warship lit up, and a powerful shockwave was released from its mouth. Not good. The Monster Refinement Sage exclaimed. This was because he was too busy dealing with the destruction sword intent to get away and block the shockwave. At this crucial moment, Fairy Haoyu directly leapt into the air. She was dressed in a white robe, like an elegant fairy in the world, ethereal and flawless. When she came out, it was as if heaven and earth were trembling, and even the sun and moon lost their color. She was a devastatingly beautiful fairy. With a wave of her hand, Fairy Haoyu easily blocked the shockwave with her seemingly frail clothes. The fortune of the 4th level of Great Saint. She's only a step away from becoming a saint ruler, Su Zimo murmured to himself. Fairy Haoyu was probably the most powerful great saint out of all of them. Enough. It's time to end this, someone in the immortal warship said furiously after the shockwave was blocked. A huge sphere of laws was tossed out from the immortal warship. Whether it was metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, rain, thunder, or lightning, they all constantly changed within the sphere. The sphere of laws fell and heavily suppressed Fairy Haoyu. In the next moment, the space around Firmament Capital began to ripple. Over a dozen emperors had descended. These emperors all wore immortal robes. Clearly, they were from the Sacred Hall. Originally, to everyone, a great emperor was not considered much at all. But at this moment, these great emperors were sitting cross-legged, and each of them had a terrifying weapon hanging above their heads. Runes gathered in each of their palms as they mumbled incantations. "This is a formation," said the Mirror Saint. "And it's no ordinary formation." The Monster Refinement Saint nodded as well. The sphere of laws above Fairy Haoyu's head exploded, directly destroying the space at the center. Zhang Huanjin, who was about to be exiled, was immediately blown away. The Mirror Saint and the others all had ugly expressions. The 3 of them stood back to back as they looked around. The emperors from the Sacred Hall had already surrounded them. Even if they wanted to escape now, it was too late. "Damn it, we've been tricked," said the Monster Refinement Saint. "We were so focused on exiling the enemy's saint ruler that we didn't even notice the formation the emperors had prepared." This was a competition between the 2 sides. When the Sacred Hall descended, they wanted to capture everyone in one fell swoop, so they set up this formation. More than 10 great emperors sat there and mumbled something. The surrounding void was locked up. At this moment, another figure walked out from the immortal warship. It was an old man. He had gray-white hair and a sage-like aura. What was even more eye-catching was his saint ruler aura. "Elder Mo," Zhang Huanjin asked when he saw the old man appear, "how do you think we should deal with these people?" Elder Mo's gaze was deep as he said indifferently, "I'll give you 2 choices. You can either surrender and accept the trial of the Sacred Hall. We'll let you live. Or we'll destroy you." "I've cultivated for over 30,000 years and have never admitted defeat," laughed the Monster Refinement Saint. He looked down at Su Zimo and shouted, "Fellow Taoist Su, how about we work together to break this formation?" Su Zimo smiled and suddenly said, "Forget it, I'll stay out of this." "If you leave now, you won't get anything," replied the Mirror Saint. "I don't want it," said Su Zimo as he shook his head. "Child Su, don't forget who you are," shouted the Mirror Saint anxiously. Su Zimo was a demon, and the Sacred Hall had put out a bounty for him. They knew this as well. However, Zhang Huanjin and the others didn't know that the demon they were looking for was standing right in front of them. Su Zimo didn't say anything else. He tore open the space in front of him and left. Seeing Su Zimo leave, Zhang Huanjin snorted and said, "At least he knows what's good for him." "I advise you to chase after him," said the Monster Refinement Saint. "Haven't you been looking for the demon? How laughable. He's right in front of you, but you don't know." Hearing this, Zhang Huanjin and Elder Mo's eyes narrowed. "Do you think I'll believe your words?" "It's up to you to believe it or not. However, the 9 zones are vast and boundless. If you miss this opportunity, you won't be able to capture demons again unless they walk right into your trap. Otherwise, it'll be as difficult as ascending to the heavens." Zhang Huanjin looked deeply at Elder Mo and said, "Look after the 3 of them. I'll chase after that brat." As he spoke, he tore open the space in front of him and chased after Su Zimo. The space around him constantly changed. Zhang Huanjin's holy aura was extremely powerful. He believed that he was much faster than Su Zimo. Zhang Huanjin didn't know where Su Zimo disappeared to. He could only follow the aura that Suzimo used to escape. Finally, he saw Suzimo's figure not far away. Although the figure flashed by, he still managed to catch it. Zhang Huanjing tore open the space in front of him. Unknowingly, he had already arrived outside the Xianxia sacred ground. Suzimo stood in front of him and looked at him with a smile. He didn't look like he was running away at all. Instead, he looked like he was waiting for him. Demon Remnant, hurry up and surrender. Zhang Huanjing opened his hand. He didn't want to waste time talking to Suzimo. His hand was as heavy as a mountain and directly pressed down. What's the rush? Suzimo smiled. I'm not going to run. I'm afraid you'll run. As the large palm fell, a bang was heard. Similarly, a large palm stretched out from the void and blocked in front of Suzimo. When the two palms collided, Zhang Huanjing took a few steps back. He looked at Suzimo seriously and said, Holy King, you're a demon remnant, right? As soon as he finished speaking, Tianping Demon Sovereign slowly walked out. Seeing Tianping Demon Honorable confirmed his guess. You guessed right, but there's no reward. Tianping Demon Sovereign smiled. Zhang Huanjing's expression gradually turned solemn. He snorted coldly, Today, my holy hall has descended. None of you will be able to escape. You should take a look at your own situation first. Suzimo snapped his fingers. In an instant, 4 powerful auras rose around Zhang Huanjing. These 4 auras all exuded the might of great sages. They were Tianping Demon Honorable, Scarlet Blade Ox Demon, Seven-Faced Demon General, and Demon of Despair by Mont. The 4 of them did not simply surround Zhang Huanjing. Instead, they stood in the position of a peerless formation. This peerless formation was developed by both the Demon Realm and the Holy Court during the war. The Holy Court's core research was the destruction of demons. Naturally, the Devil Race's core was to exterminate immortals. With 4 great sages guarding the eye of the spell formation, Zhang Huanjing was so suppressed that he couldn't even lift his head. At this moment, Zhang Huanjing's entire body turned cold. He knew that he had fallen into a huge trap. Previously, he had only been focused on killing Suzimo and hadn't thought too much about it. Originally, he had thought that even if Suzimo had someone protecting him, he would only be a stray dog. But now, it seemed that the Holy Court had severely underestimated Suzimo's strength. He had already gathered 4 demon generals. What do you want? Asked Zhang Huanjing. What do you think? Asked Suzimo. Master, what's there to say to the Holy Court? Let him taste the sharpness of my axe, said the Scarlet Blade Ox Demon. I'm afraid he wants to die right now. Suzimo smiled. Don't worry, I won't let you die. If he killed Zhang Huanjing now, he wouldn't be killed permanently because he had the soul of life and death. In the end, he would only be heavily injured and be revived with the soul of life and death. At that time, he could tell the Holy Court everything about Suzimo. Zhang Huanjing snorted coldly. The sword in his hand soared into the air and slashed towards the formation. Boundless sword intent surged, as if trying to break the formation with all its might. Suppress him and seal his meridians, ordered Suzimo. Baimont and the other 3 activated the formation together. Towering demonic chi soared into the sky, propping up the thick dark clouds above. And in the dark clouds, demonic chains slowly descended. The Holy Court's power came from immortal chi. It was said that when the Holy Court's founder founded the Holy Court, he created a cultivation technique. This cultivation technique allowed one to cultivate immortal chi and was extremely effective against demonic chi. But later on, the demon race counterattacked and finally modified their own cultivation technique, resulting in demonic chi and immortal chi countering each other. Immortal chi could counter demonic chi, and demonic chi could always counter immortal chi. In the end, it all depended on which side was stronger. When the chains with purple patterns and covered in demonic chi fell from the sky, Zhang Huanjing's expression changed drastically. The sword chi in his hand tore the formation apart even more crazily. He roared, Kill me if you have the ability. The demon race will be destroyed one day. You probably won't be able to see whether the demon race will be destroyed or not. But on the day I destroy the Holy Court, I will definitely let you see it, said Suzimo. Demon Master, if you have the ability, let's fight one-on-one. Don't be a coward, Zhang Huanjing shouted in exasperation. If you want to fight one-on-one, it will be at the level of the sacred ancestor or the immortal master. You are not qualified, Suzimo said, shaking his head. He ignored the other party's provocation. He had inherited the power of the previous demon master. Once he used this power, he would instantly have the power of the previous demon master. However, this power would be reduced with every use. Before he reached the peak, Suzimo would definitely use it carefully. Using this power on Zhang Huanjin would be a waste. The chains fell bit by bit. Zhang Huanjin became more and more flustered as he tried to escape. However, the chains were indestructible, and they imprisoned Zhang Huanjin's head and limbs bit by bit. Not to mention struggling, Zhang Huanjin couldn't even speak. The immortal qi in his body was like stagnant water. He couldn't mobilize it, and his meridians were almost completely sealed. Zhang Huanjin's figure landed on the ground. Suzima walked forward step by step and said indifferently, I know that if I ask you about the holy court now, you won't say anything. So I'm too lazy to waste my breath. I'll give you some time to think about it. If you still don't want to say anything, then I'll cripple your meridians. Believe me, the holy court doesn't need a cripple. Hearing this, Zhang Huanjin's emotions became very intense. However, Suzimo couldn't be bothered to care about him. He directly opened the door to the divine continent and threw him in. Once he entered the divine continent, it would be his world. After dealing with Zhang Huanjin, Suzimo looked at Baimont and asked, I asked you to follow before. Have you found the place? My lord's foresight is indeed godly. There is an independent small world 800 miles away from here. Baimont nodded. Then let's go and take a look, Suzimo said with a smile. It's time for the inheritance to be completed. Suzimo did not return to the Purple Glow Holy Land at all. Instead, he followed the direction that Baimont had pointed out and headed north. Finally, after a period of hurrying, Suzimo stopped in front of an open space. This open space was a plain. Other than the vast grassland around it, there was no one around. Suzimo looked around. Samsara opened her demonic eyes and observed the void over and over again. Finally, Suzimo seemed to have discovered something. The tyrannical shadow behind him was unsheathed and slashed fiercely at a spot in the void. The expected explosion in the void did not appear. Instead, a door was torn open. Found it. Suzimo was quick to react and flew directly into the door. As soon as he entered the door, his figure seemed to fly out of the air fluctuations, causing endless ripples. His vision moved. At this moment, Suzimo saw a rich glow in the sky. The glow was like the birth of chaos, nurturing a strong life force within. Bang, bang, bang. Applause sounded. In this originally quiet world, it was particularly eye-catching. Within the 10,000 feet of light, there was a gaze that seemed to pierce through the 10,000 layers of the void and landed on Suzimo. Should I call you Purple Glow Saint? Suzimo looked at the figure in the glow and chuckled. The figure was silent. After a while, he asked, when did you find out? I found out from the moment we met, Suzimo said with a smile. I thought my disguise was flawless. Even the other great sages did not find out. How did you find out? The figure in the glow asked again. There is only one reason. People like you will not put your fate in the hands of others, Suzimo replied. If it were me, I would do the same. Hearing Suzimo's words, the glow began to dissipate bit by bit, revealing the existence inside. This figure was the city lord of Tianfeng City, He Feiyong. He was the true reincarnation of Xianxia Saint. Whether it was Violet Goose or the great saints who protected the Tao, they were nothing more than bait for Violet Dawn Saint. She used it to attract the attention of the Holy Hall and other existences while she hid in this small world, quietly completing her reincarnation and breaking through to the Holy King level. Actually, when he first met Ziyan in Wind City, Suzimo did not notice any flaws. Because the other party's disguise was perfect, it was basically impossible to see through. However, there were 2 points that Suzimo suspected. Firstly, the Holy Court had just destroyed the Devil region. Logically speaking, their main forces should be in the Devil region. Why did Purple Dawn Saint have to reincarnate at this time? Secondly, how could an old fox like Xianxia Saint, who had lived for countless years, place the success or failure of reincarnation on someone else, if her Tao protectors couldn't stop the holy court, then her plan would be for naught. Therefore, when He Feiyang left the Xianxia sacred land, Su Zimo asked Baimont to secretly follow him. As expected, when the holy court's existences fought with the great saints, He Feiyang came to this small world and began to break through. Su Zimo looked around. Reincarnating and recultivating was not that simple. He Feiyang had given up on the reincarnation altar, so he had to replace it with something else. He looked around and saw a pure white flower on He Feiyang's back. The flower was like an ice sculpture. The stem seemed to be made of ice, and the flower had 5 petals. Each petal was filled with a different power of law. There was a blazing fire, a demonic flower that was like a knife, a withered tree that came back to life, and a sign of death. This flower was so beautiful that it was a little unreal. It was as if it shouldn't exist in this world. This is the life spirit ghost-faced flower. Su Zimo was surprised for a moment, then smiled. What a good plan. The growth of this life spirit ghost-faced flower was very harsh. It had to be formed with the life and death soul of a great saint as the foundation. If it wanted to grow, it had to devour a large amount of great emperor true blood and great saint true blood. Xianxia sacred land had paid almost all the price to cultivate this life spirit ghost-faced flower over the years. They had just been waiting for this day. When the life spirit ghost-faced flower bloomed, it would only last for 3 hours. Once the time was over, the world would send a great calamity to destroy this flower. This was because the flower's medicinal effects were too shocking and could not be tolerated by the world. Everyone knew that after becoming a great saint, ordinary people would condense their own life and death soul. As long as the life and death soul was not destroyed, the great saint would not die. At this time, the great saint would be faced with 2 choices. The first was to integrate the life and death soul into the body. The advantage of doing this was that one could have more strength. Almost at the same level, one could suppress those great saints without life and death souls. However, the disadvantage was also obvious. Once killed, the other party could easily find your life and death soul and completely destroy you. As for the second choice, it was to hide the life and death soul in a place no one knew about. The advantages and disadvantages of doing this were the same. One was not as powerful as a great saint with life and death soul. However, it was very difficult to kill. Even after being killed, one could resurrect at the location of the life and death soul. The life spirit ghost-faced flower in front of Xianxia saint could allow a great saint to have another life and death soul. This almost heaven-defying effect was not tolerated by the heavens. This was also why Xianxia saint had to break through today. Even if the holy court's main forces were still in sinful demon region, she could not delay. This was because once the time limit was over, the life spirit ghost-faced flower would be destroyed. You're a little too ambitious, Su Zimo said with a smile. He Feiyang stared at Su Zimo and said, Fellow Taoist Su, does our agreement still stand? What agreement? You protect me, and I'll give you the other half of the wind god's inheritance. Yes, but I want to add one more condition, Su Zimo said with a smile. Hearing this, He Feiyang seemed to think of something. His eyes were fierce as he said, I will not give you the life spirit ghost-faced flower. Don't be so absolute. Don't you want to be reincarnated? I can help you, Su Zimo said with a smile. Fellow Taoist Su, don't go too far, He Feiyang said with narrowed eyes. Not only did he want to be reincarnated, but he also wanted to use the life spirit ghost-faced flower to give himself another life and death soul. If you fight to the death, you won't get anything in the end. No, there's nothing I want that I can't get. Su Zimo shook his head and laughed. Kill. He Feiyang didn't want to waste any more time. With a loud shout, he rushed towards Su Zimo with 10,000 rays of light. When he came down, heaven and earth shook, lightning flashed, and the small world shattered. It's not enough. With your current cultivation, you're not my match. Su Zimo shook his head. The tyrannical shadow rushed into the sky and slashed at the heavens. The blade cut through the sky, and a huge chasm seemed to appear between heaven and earth. He Feiyang's figure was sent flying before he could even touch the blade intent. He took more than 10 steps back before he could stop himself. You're a great emperor. Why do you have the power of laws? He Feiyang narrowed his eyes and asked seriously. I've said it before. No one can stop me from getting what I want, Suzimo said. He Feiyang snorted coldly, as if he was dissatisfied with Suzimo's arrogant words. If I don't give it to you, no one can take it from me. He Feiyang was standing in the air, looking down on all living things with an aura of being alone. The purple mist around him kept closing in on him, and his aura grew stronger and stronger. In the blink of an eye, he was filled with divine might. Majestic power raged in the sky, and hurricanes howled. What about now? He Feiyang snorted coldly. Look beside you, Suzimo chuckled. He Feiyang turned his head, and his expression changed drastically. There was a man standing beside the ghost-faced flower. This man was Baimont. What frightened He Feiyang was that he didn't even know when he was standing there. He stared at Baimont for a long time before he said, "Holy King?" Baimont smiled but didn't say anything. Demonic chi covered his right hand, and he slowly reached for the ghost-faced flower. Who are you? He Feiyang hurriedly asked. He couldn't be sure. I'm just a small demon general under my master, Baimont shook his head. It was as if his name wasn't worth mentioning. Are you kidding? He's just a great emperor. How can he do that? He Feiyang obviously didn't believe him. You can't guess the things in this world. Baimont shook his head. Stop pretending, He Feiyang said coldly. No matter who you are, you can't take away the ghost-faced flower. You don't have the final say. Baimont shook his head. His right hand had already grabbed the ghost-faced flower life soul. The flower had already produced a spirit. It was actually very resistant to Baimont. A strong might came from the flower petal as it struggled to break free from Baimont's large hand. You're courting death. He Feiyang shouted. The purple mist around him spread out for tens of thousands of miles. Within a short period of time, he had reached the level of a saint long ago. I heard that your ancestor once wanted to destroy the world and created a move. How much have you learned? Suzimo smiled. He Feiyang was the descendant of wind god Tianwu. Back then, Tianwu had almost destroyed the world and was killed in the end. The reason for this had already passed for several eras, and it was likely that no one knew about it. You'll know once you try, He Feiyang said calmly, not getting angry. He closed his eyes and prepared for a while. Then, a gust of wind flashed through his eyes. Wind is everywhere. It can blow past, and it can also sweep through the world. He Feiyang said solemnly. He seemed to be praying as a gust of wind circled around him. From a gust of wind, it became violent. It covered the sky and darkened the earth, as if it was going to wreak havoc in the world. Doomsday storm. The wind between heaven and earth changed. It was no longer ordinary wind, but wisps of pitch-black wind, as if it was a hurricane of death before the end of the world. The wind was everywhere. When it blew past Suzimo's face, it was like a knife, causing pain. The wind between heaven and earth gathered around He Feiyang, forming a tornado. The pitch-black storm even split open the sky, leaving a face full of holes on the ground. Kill. He Feiyang controlled the doomsday storm and charged directly at Baimont. Very good move. You've comprehended the law of wind to the extreme. If you become a Saint King, you might be able to rely on the shadow of your ancestor to feel a trace of the law, Baimont praised. But your level is still too low. If you don't surpass the Saint King level, how can you fight me? Back then, when He Feiyang was at his peak, he was only a great saint, one step away from the Saint King level. He had been preparing for so many years just to surpass the Saint King level and have 2 life and death souls. Baimont waved his right hand, and the demonic aura of despair condensed into a scythe of despair. He held the scythe in his hand, like the god of death descending. Looking at the doomsday storm sweeping over, he directly slashed down with the scythe. It looked like an ordinary scythe. But when it was slashed, heaven and earth seemed to be cut open, and this small world was shattered. Even He Feiyang had an illusion that the scythe had cut through his neck. Even his divine soul had been harvested. His whole body turned cold in an instant, although He Feiyang knew that it was all an illusion. Finally, the scythe split open the prosperous world. The doomsday storm was actually reduced to ashes by this scythe. It was as if this was the real end of the world, the real destruction. Seeing this scene, He Feiyang swallowed hard and was silent for a long time. He watched as the life soul, the ghost-faced flower, was pulled out by Baimont and then handed over to Suzimo. He smiled bitterly and said, I shouldn't have provoked you at all. I've let a wolf into my house. Previously, he used the wind god's inheritance as bait to lure the demons into his trap. How did he realize that when one's strength reached a certain level, all schemes were nothing more than clay chickens and pottery dogs? When do you plan to give me the rest of the inheritance? Suzimo asked. You still have the face to ask me for the inheritance? He Feiyang said. Do you think I'll give it to you? Why not? Suzimo asked. What if I can help you become a Saint King? You're willing to return the ghost-faced flower to me? He Feiyang said in surprise. You don't have to have the ghost-faced flower to become a Saint King, Suzimo said with a smile. Oh, I'd like to hear the details, He Feiyang replied. He thought that Suzimo was boasting because his reincarnation ability was a complicated matter. Without the help of a divine item like the ghost-faced flower, it would be difficult to achieve. Even he himself did not have much hope. You reincarnated and cultivated again. What you lacked was the baptism of the power of law and a little bit of the Genesis energy, Suzimo said. The Genesis energy allowed him to reconstruct his body, and the power of law helped him become a Saint King. It could be said that both were indispensable. You make it sound so easy. The Genesis energy creates life. That's the work of the damned heavens. We're just looking for some divine items with the Genesis energy, He Feiyang shook his head and said. The Genesis energy, what's so difficult about that? Suzimo slowly raised his right hand. He Feiyang did not care at first, but when he saw the power flowing in Suzimo's right hand, his eyes widened. His breathing quickened. The Genesis energy, he stammered. Then, he looked at Suzimo and asked, Are you the reincarnation of the damned heavens? Villainous heavens, Suzimo shook his head and said. That depends on what you say. Villainous heavens have many classifications too. It's just that the world doesn't understand, so it's just a general term. The Genesis power in his hand was indeed real, but only Suzimo knew that this Genesis power came from his own divine continent. It was not the Genesis power of the 9 regions. Once He Feiyang used this power to reincarnate and cultivate again, he would no longer belong to the 9 regions, but to his own divine continent. In other words, his fate would be in the hands of the divine continent's creator. This was one of Suzimo's experiments, or rather, conquering the 9 regions would start with He Feiyang. Looking at the Genesis power in Suzimo's hand, it was both real and illusory. He Feiyang could not believe it. Where did you get this thing? Why are you asking so many questions? Do you want it or not? Suzimo said. Yes, as long as I successfully become a sage king, I'll give you the rest of the inheritance. He Feiyang nodded. At this time, he did not care whether there was a conspiracy or not. In order to become a sage king, for this day, he had been preparing for who knows how many years. He even had a mental barrier in his heart. Sit cross-legged and break through however you want, Suzimo said. I'll find the right time and give you the Genesis power. He Feiyang nodded. At this time, he could only choose to believe in Suzimo. He sat cross-legged in the void, and the purple mist covered 100,000 miles. Even the sky of this small world was covered. Before entering here, Suzimo had used his divine consciousness to scan this small world. This was already an ownerless small world, and it was even a little broken. Moreover, there were almost no living creatures other than himself and the others. This was indeed a very good place to break through. The small world blocked the phenomenon of the purple mist. If one did not enter the small world, they would not be able to see it. Seeing He Feiyang relax his body, his figure gradually became blurry. This step was to trace the past, trying to recreate the previous great sage realm. Suzimo saw the opportunity and directly raised the Genesis power into the sky, moving it bit by bit toward He Feiyang. It's up to you, he muttered to himself. Recreating a reincarnation was a troublesome matter to begin with, and one could imagine the risks involved. If he was not careful, not only would he not be able to reconstruct it, he might even lose his life. He Feiyang was surrounded by multicolored light. It was deathly silent, as if something was brewing. This required time, so Suzimo didn't disturb him. He took out the ghost-faced flower life soul. This flower had to be used as soon as possible, or the heavenly tribulation would destroy it. Protect me. Suzimo looked at Baimont and said. He sat down cross-legged as well. After adjusting his condition, he swallowed the ghost-faced flower life soul into his stomach. Strangely enough, the moment the ghost-faced flower entered his stomach, it seemed to melt in his mouth, turning into a warm current. From the 8 extraordinary meridians, as well as the various meridians, there were countless circulations of different sizes. However, as the warm current flowed through him, Suzimo did not feel comfortable. Instead, a burning sensation spread throughout his body. He could endure this feeling, but the most painful thing was that there was a force tearing at his soul. The soul was the foundation of everything. This feeling was not only from the body, but also from the mind. The corner of Suzimo's mouth gradually had traces of blood, and his entire body had turned red. He directly activated the demon body of purgatory. Powerful demonic chi rose to the sky, even faintly covering the multicolored light. The tree of life in his body was constantly healing his wounds. In the end, even Suzimo didn't know how much time had passed, but his body was already drenched in sweat. His hazy consciousness gradually cleared up. At this moment, he hurriedly looked inside his body. He finally found something different. Above his true fate, there were 2 little people that looked exactly like him. It was as if he had been shrunk 10 times. Of the 2 little people, one was full of vitality, while the other was lifeless. They were 2 completely opposite auras. So this is the soul of life and death, Suzimo muttered to himself. He had not yet become a great saint, but he already had a soul of life and death. When he became a saint in the future, he would be able to condense another soul of life and death. At this moment, an endless stream of power was being emitted from the soul of life and death. It seemed to be connected to Suzimo's strength. This power, with his body as the core, was constantly feeding back to his meridians. Even the previously unopened 10th meridian began to tremble. The power was constantly knocking on the gate of laws, surging more and more. Suzimo retracted his aura and slowly opened his eyes. It was as if the heavens and earth were intertwined, turning into the power of life and death that dissipated into the horizon. He stood up. At this moment, the powerful aura in his body was constantly rippling. Although he was still a great emperor, apart from his unopened meridians, he was no different from a great saint. The soul of life and death. It was not an exaggeration to say that he was a half-saint. However, Suzimo did not immerse himself in it for too long. He looked in He Feiyang's direction. Originally, the multicolored light covered everything, but at this moment, he could hear thump, thump, thump. It was like the sound of a heart beating. It's done, Suzimo muttered to himself. Within the multicolored light, a powerful aura was awakening bit by bit. Baptism of laws. This was not difficult for Suzimo. This was because he himself had mastered the power of laws. The law that He Feiyang used was the law of wind, so Suzimo also condensed the law of wind. These laws became denser and denser, and finally, they majestically floated into the sky. It was like a thick black cloud, piling up together. Finally, when the laws were condensed to the limit, Suzimo shouted. Fall. Countless colorful, flowing wind laws fell from the sky like a waterfall. Xianxia Saint's entire body was immersed in it, wrapped in a rich sea of laws, and constantly baptized. The aura on his body also became stronger and stronger. There was a wild wind around him, and his aura became more and more intense until it reached a critical point. After a while, there seemed to be a soft pop sound, as if something had been broken. Finally, the aura of a great saint swept through the entire small world. The multicolored light began to dissipate, and Xianxia Saint slowly opened his eyes. His eyes were mixed with light and darkness, and multicolored light flickered. Oh, congratulations, Suzimo said with a smile. A great saint. Xianxia Saint looked at Suzimo, but did not speak. Instead, he seemed to be scrutinizing something. What? Are you considering whether to attack me? Suzimo said with a smile. Should I thank you, or hate you? Xianxia Saint said. He had indeed broken through to the great saint level. Suzimo did not lie to him. However, because of this, he had missed the opportunity to obtain the life soul, the ghost-faced flower, and have an extra soul of life and death. One must know how to be content with what one has, Suzimo said with a smile. That's the same for you, Xianxia said. What about the rest of the inheritance? Suzimo asked. I can give it to you, but you have to promise me one thing, Xianxia replied. What is it? Although I'm a saint king now, my realm is still a bit unstable. If I meet a strong enemy, my life might be in danger, Xianxia said. So I need you to protect me. I can't promise you that. Suzimo shook his head. I have to go somewhere else. I can't stay here forever. That's fine. I can go with you, Xianxia said with a smile. Suzimo took a deep look at the other party and said, I'm afraid this is your goal. You should be going to the Chihua domain. Xianxia pointed at the sky above. He smiled and said, I'm tired of staying here. I want to go to other domains. The 9 domains were like a pagoda, starting from the bottom of the ordinary domain. They were the Ghost Domain, Sin Demon Domain, and Chihua Domain. As the name implied, the Chihua Domain was dominated by fire. It was the world ruled by the fire race. What's your goal? Suzimo asked. No goal. I just want to go with you and see, Xianxia said with a smile. But I guessed right. You're not from Sin Demon Domain. He had secretly suspected that Suzimo wasn't a native of Sin Demon Domain. Instead, he wanted to enter the 9 domains one by one to find the inheritance of the 9 ancient gods. He didn't know what it was used for. He was just curious. Besides, he had stayed in Sin Demon Domain for too long. Even he was tired of it. Do you know how to get to the Chihua Domain? Xianxia asked again, as if afraid that Suzimo wouldn't agree. Although the 9 regions were connected to each other, not every place was connected to each other. In fact, the sky above and the Chihua Domain were one. It was difficult to break through. Only by finding a weak point in the sky could one enter the Chihua Domain. Then why don't you tell me how to get to the blazing fire territory? Suzimo asked with interest. Lotus Pond's secluded path, Heavenly Fire Family, Purple Cloud Saint said with a smile. As early as 160,000 years ago, the Heavenly Fire Family controlled the only passage from the Sin Devil region to the Blazing Fire region. From now on, anyone who wants to enter the Blazing Fire domain must obtain their permission. Looks like you know quite a lot, Suzimo replied. Actually, it wasn't difficult to find out about this. Suzimo could ask Ancestor Servant, and the other party should know. Are you going to take me there? Violet Glow Saint asked. Let's go, but I'm not responsible for your safety. When necessary, you must listen to my orders, Suzimo said. Sure, Violet Glow Saint agreed. Now, I can give you the remaining half of the inheritance. Suzimo was not in a hurry. He asked again, have you seen your ancestors? You're curious about the origin of my inheritance, aren't you? Violet Glow Saint smiled. That's not important. Our family's legacy doesn't need to be passed down. Because every descendant has their own legacy from the moment they're born. Their own legacy? This time, even Suzimo was shocked. That's right. From the moment I was born, I have memories of everything related to the inheritance, Violet Glow Saint replied. This is a bloodline inheritance method. Your ancestor is quite impressive, Suzimo said with emotion. And to be able to do this, he must have put in a lot of effort. Violet Glow Saint was silent. His ancestor was an ancient god, but he didn't feel that strongly. Because the era of the ancient gods Tao seeking was too long ago, even longer than the era of Mo Lin. Some people said that the ancient gods Tao seeking was the first era of the 9 regions. To Violet Glow Saint, other than the inheritance, his ancestors were nothing more than legends. Among the 9 great ancient gods, some people said that your ancestor was the only one who was killed by the heavens, Suzimo said. But I don't believe it. The heavens wouldn't kill people for no reason. Even if your ancestor destroyed the world, he wouldn't have that ability. It was too long ago. I don't know much about it, Violet Glow Saint shook his head and replied. The ancient truth was buried by time, Suzimo muttered to himself. Don't think too much about it. I'll give you the rest of my father's legacy, Violet Glow Saint said. Suzimo sat cross-legged and adjusted his state to the best. Violet Glow Saint waved his right hand, and just like before, the runes floated in the void. In the end, they combined together to form a supreme chapter. Every rune in this chapter seemed to contain the core of the wind, and they danced in the wind. And when these chapters flowed into Suzimo's mind, they merged with the general chapter of his inheritance. At this moment, the obscure inheritance in his mind was completely completed. The wind blew his robe. There were only two things in this inheritance. One was the wind of inheritance, and the other was the moved doomsday storm. The wind of inheritance was no ordinary wind, but the legendary drowning wind. It was said that all things that came into contact with this wind would sink as if they were drowning in the bottom of the sea. As for the doomsday storm, it was the move that Tianwu used to destroy the world. How do you feel? Violet Glow Saint asked. Every ancient god is worthy of respect. They walk at the forefront of history, Suzimo said with emotion. Now, he already had the inheritance of three ancient gods. Fire god Zhirong, wood god Gomong, and wind god Tianwu. It's time to leave, Suzimo whispered. Then, Baimod returned to the divine continent, and the two walked out of the small world. According to Suzimo's plan, they would go to the Lotus Pond's secluded path. Violet Glow Saint led the way. Originally, there was a teleportation formation in Tianfeng City, but it was obviously not the right time to go. Zhang Huanjin's disappearance probably meant that the Holy Court would conduct a large-scale search of the sinful devil territory. Even for a colossal entity like the Holy Hall, losing a single Saint King was no small loss. The two thought about it and decided to take the teleportation formation from the nearby Bright Moon City. I wonder how those great saints are doing, Violet Glow Saint said. No matter what, the Mirror Saint and the Demon Refiner Saint were his protectors. If they were really killed by the Holy Court, he would naturally feel bad. Don't worry. If there are two sacred kings, they won't be able to escape, Suzimo said. But Zhang Huanjin isn't here. A single sacred king won't be able to trap three great saints. As the two were talking, they suddenly sensed something. They all looked at the void behind them and saw the void being torn apart. A figure covered in blood stumbled out. It's Fairy Hao Yu. Violet Glow Saint immediately recognized the figure. What a coincidence. We were just talking about them. It seems like she's the only one. The other two aren't here, said Suzimo. She's heavily injured. Fairy Hao Yu arrived beside the two of them. She seemed to have lost consciousness. Save me. She looked at Suzimo and Yiqingyu. After saying those words with great difficulty, she fainted. The two of them looked at each other. Suzimo checked her wounds. She was indeed heavily injured, but fortunately, her soul was fine. As long as she had the power of his Tree of Life and her powerful healing abilities, she should be able to recover very quickly. Looks like we'll have to rest in Bright Moon City for a few days, said Xianxia Saint. Let's ask her what happened first, said Suzimo. The power of the Tree of Life surged out from his palm and entered Fairy Hao Yu's body bit by bit. Her originally pale face became rosy at a speed visible to the naked eye. Even her breathing stabilized. As more and more life force entered her, Fairy Hao Yu finally woke up slowly. You. Fairy Hao Yu looked at Suzimo and Yiqingyu with mixed feelings. Xianxia Saint had only used them as bait to protect him. However, Suzimo had left after they were trapped in the formation. They should have been enemies, but the two of them had saved her life. Fairy Hao Yu had no idea what to say. What happened? Asked Xianxia Saint. Where's the sacred hall? Fairy Hao Yu stood up and snorted coldly, as if she was unwilling to say anything more. She was about to leave. However, although she had woken up, her body was still too weak. She had only taken a few steps before collapsing on the ground. Why must you do this? Xianxia Saint shook his head. We're not enemies. Then what about the moon god stone you promised me before? Fairy Hao Yu looked at Xianxia Saint and asked. If it were not for the moon god stone, why would she protect Xianxia Saint, even going as far as to become enemies with the sacred hall? Don't worry, I've already prepared it, smiled Xianxia Saint. With a wave of his right hand, he took out a stone that shone with silver moonlight from his storage ring. Although he had tricked Fairy Hao Yu and the others, he had already prepared what he promised them. After all, if he made too many enemies, it would be difficult for Xianxia Saint to do anything. He was already at odds with the holy court. Fairy Haoyu's complexion only improved when she saw the moon god stone. She put away the moon god stone and said, "We're even. We might as well be good people until the end and send you to Haoyu City," Violet Glow Saint said. "Otherwise, with how weak you are now, I'm afraid that even an ordinary person wouldn't be your match." "Fairy Haoyu and Haoyu City should be related," Suzimo said. Fairy Haoyu glanced at him and replied, "I founded this city. Given your level of cultivation, why don't you build your own country?" Saint Xianxia asked. "My purpose in establishing Haoyu City was to protect my own village, nothing more. The kingdom is too tiring." Fairy Haoyu shook her head. Before she became a saint, she was just a little girl from a small village. Later, when she became a great saint, she used her saint might to build a city and protect Bright Moon City. Saint Xianxia nodded slightly. He wanted to help Fairy Haoyu up, but he was turned down. "Let him help you," Fairy Haoyu looked at Suzimo and said coldly. She looked at Suzimo's shoulder. Suzimo did not mind. "Be careful of those two. They'll definitely hold a grudge after being tricked by you," Fairy Haoyu warned. The two she was referring to were naturally the Saint of Monster Refinement and the Supreme Saint Mingjing. "How am I tricking you? We're all protecting our own paths." "I never said that I wanted to work with you," Suzimo replied. "It was just that the Supreme Saint Mingjing and the others believed that they were working together against the Holy Court." "What happened afterwards?" "I want to know what happened too," Fairy Haoyu stared at Suzimo and replied. "The Saint Ruler chased after you, but he never returned." "Do you dare say that it has nothing to do with you?" Suzimo did not reply. "The three of us worked together to break through the formation. The Saint Ruler seemed to be worried about his companion's whereabouts." "He didn't chase after us," Fairy Haoyu replied. "Then how did you get so heavily injured?" Saint Xianxia asked doubtfully. "The Heavenly Fire Clan interfered during that time." "I wasn't on guard," Fairy Haoyu said. "The Heavenly Fire Clan? Weren't they at the Lotus Pond's secluded path?" Saint Xianxia looked at Suzimo and said. "According to what I know, they won't get involved in the matters of the Sin Demon region." "Did you offend them in the past?" "The current Heavenly Fire Clan is different from the past," Fairy Haoyu said. "They've become a dog of the Holy Court now." "What do you mean?" Saint Xianxia frowned. "The Heavenly Fire Clan was in charge of the important passage from the Sin Demon region to the Blazefire domain. Everyone knew that they were sent by the Blazefire domain. Their duty was to guard the passage, and they basically did not get involved in any worldly matters. As a result, there was a consensus in the Sin Demon region that no one would provoke the Heavenly Fire Clan. That was because the Blazefire domain stood behind them. But now, from what Fairy Haoyu said, they seemed to be colluding with the Holy Court. This was not good news for Suzimo and Fairy Haoyu. "You still don't know, right? The current patriarch of the Heavenly Fire Clan died a strange death a while ago." "A new patriarch has taken over," Fairy Haoyu said. "But it's rumored that the new patriarch is a dog raised by the Holy Court. You can say that the Heavenly Fire Clan is now following the Holy Court's lead." "Aren't they afraid of the Blazefire domain's punishment?" Saint Xianxia asked. "That's only if the Blazefire domain knows about it," Fairy Haoyu sneered. "Now that the passage has been blocked, it won't be easy to enter the Blazefire domain." "That's true." Saint Xianxia nodded. He pondered. Now that things had come to this, it was impossible to beg the Holy Court for mercy. He could only add the Heavenly Fire Clan to the list of enemies. The Heavenly Fire Clan was originally a trump card of the Holy Court. They won't act so easily. Fairy Haoyu glanced at Suzimo when she reached there and continued, "It's exactly because of the Holy Ruler's disappearance that they have no choice. But I can imagine that the Sin Demon region will be turned upside down by the Holy Court. No matter what, I have to go to the Lotus Pond. I won't hesitate even if I have to destroy the Heavenly Fire Clan," Suzimo said. "I'll go with you," Fairy Haoyu suddenly said. "You?" Suzimo glanced at her in doubt. "I still haven't avenged the Heavenly Fire Clan for ambushing me," said Fairy Haoyu. "Women really are creatures that hold grudges," Saint Xianxia murmured. "Does Haoyu City have a teleportation formation that leads directly to the Lotus Pond?" Suzimo asked. "Do you know what the Lotus Pond is?" Fairy Haiyu asked with a strange expression. It's just a pale azure lotus, replied Violet Glow. It really is a pale azure lotus, but it's mutated. The lotus is a world of its own. The Skyfire clan lives in the lotus, Fairy Haiyu nodded. It's said that the Skyfire clan rules the lotus. Once we enter, it'll be hard to say. You're just not confident in your own strength, said Violet Glow. If it's just the Skyfire clan, then it'll be fine. I'm just afraid that the Holy Court will be lying in ambush there as well, Fairy Haiyu shook her head. Let's talk about it after we get there. It's already very difficult to resolve this matter, said Suzimo. If the Skyfire clan was tactful, then everything would be fine. If they insisted on blocking his path, then he could only sweep through their clan. A distant city sat on a plain. Haoyue City was not particularly large. Even the cultivators here were not particularly powerful. Haoyue City leaned against a mountain. The people worked at sunrise and rested at sunset, living a peaceful and stable life. Basically no one dared to cause trouble here because the city was under the protection of a great saint. However, Fairy Haiyu rarely showed herself. Very few of the people in the city had actually seen her before. When the three of them arrived at Haoyue City, Fairy Haiyu's face suddenly paled. This was because the city had been sealed. A striking white seal was stuck to the heavy city gate. At that moment, everyone in the city was in a state of panic. The three of them looked at each other. Fairy Haiyu took the initiative and said, I'm injured right now, so I can't do anything. I owe you a favor this time. Suzimo and Yizichin did not say anything. Purple Dawn Saint stepped forward and kicked open the gate of Haoyue City. With a boom, the gate trembled and split open violently. The gate led directly to the main street of Haoyue City. However, there was not a single person on the street right now. The atmosphere was extremely strange. Who has come to my Haoyue City? Show yourself, Fairy Haiyu called out. As soon as she finished speaking, she saw a few servants carrying a rack over from not far away. On this shelf sat a man in a black robe. The man seemed to have just woken up and stretched. Fairy, I thought you wouldn't be back for at least a month, the man said with a smile. That's out of my expectations. The master of the underworld sect, Fu Dongyue, Fairy Haiyu said with a frown when she saw the man. I didn't expect Fairy to still remember my name. What an honor, Fu Dongyue said with a smile. What's the meaning of this? Fairy Haiyu asked coldly. You can't blame me for this. Fairy, the Holy Hall has issued a decree for you to go against the Holy Hall. I had no choice. Fu Dongyue smiled. Fairy Haiyu's heart shivered. The Holy Court had moved far too quickly. He and the others had just escaped, and now the Wanted Order had already investigated them thoroughly. The operation had already begun. Why don't I remember when your underworld sect became the lackey of the Holy Hall? Fairy Haiyu replied. Fairy, your words are too harsh. The Holy Court is the #1 faction in the world. We're only subordinates, so we don't dare to disobey, Fu Dongyue smiled. I think you've been eyeing my Bright Moon City for a very long time, said Fairy Haiyu. When she had founded Bright Moon City, she had used her supreme ability to refine a piece of spiritual land and move it beneath the city. She had already refined this place into a land of treasures that could absorb the essence of the world. The Underworld sect was close to Bright Moon City, so they had always been eyeing Bright Moon City. However, Laozu, the underworld god of the Underworld sect, was only an early great saint. He was not her opponent. After suffering quite a bit at her hands, he had basically gone into hiding. She had never thought that the Holy Court would send out an order this time. Now that she was heavily injured, the Underworld sect would immediately pounce on her like a mad dog. I've been too merciful. If I knew this would happen, I would have wiped out your Underworld sect back then, Fairy Haiyu snorted coldly. However, perhaps because she was too emotional, the blood in her body surged and flowed out from the corner of her mouth. Fu Dongyue calmed down when he saw this. The Holy Court had not lied to him. Fairy Haiyu's injuries could not be delayed any longer. It's not too late for you to wipe us out now, Fu Dongyue laughed aloud. Haven't we delivered ourselves to your doorstep? You. Fairy Haiyu's eyes radiated with cold-killing intent. Take them down. Fu Dongyue could not be bothered with pleasantries. He waved his right hand. Suddenly, dozens of armored soldiers appeared in the city. The underworld army, Fairy Hao said softly. These soldiers aren't very powerful, but they practice a battle formation. Their armor is forged from high-quality materials as well. It might be useful against people at the same level of cultivation, but they're still ants to me, said Saint Violet Glow calmly. He extended his right hand and great power condensed in his palm. The leader of the soldiers seemed to sense the danger as well. He called out in a hurry, "Get into the battle formation." Dozens of soldiers spread out, each of them quickly forming seals. Countless seals gathered together, and a powerful aura roared in the sky. "Heaven Guard battle formation," the leader called out. "Ants dare to talk about Heaven Guard?" Saint Violet Glow said disdainfully. The power in his hand descended like an avalanche. The soldiers were shocked. They did not even have the time to dodge. The two forces collided and exploded. All the soldiers were reduced to ashes. Even Fu Dongyue almost stood up from the stretcher when he saw this. He was deep in thought. Who knew what he was thinking? "Who are you?" Fu Dongyue looked at Saint Violet Glow and asked. "You're not worthy of knowing my name," Saint Violet Glow snorted coldly. "Three elders, I want his head," Fu Dongyue suddenly called out to the side. In the originally calm void, a pair of skeleton-like hands tore the void apart. Three figures with surging presences slowly walked out as well. It's the three Shadow Elders. They're said to be triplets. They're known for their combined assassination techniques, said Fairy Hao. She had clashed with the underworld sect for so long, so she obviously knew everything about them. "Fu Dongyue, tell your Laozu underworld god to come out. The others aren't worthy of fighting him." Fairy Hao called out gently. She was not wrong. The three Shadow Elders were quite powerful. However, Saint Violet Glow was still a saint ruler. He could wipe them out with a wave of his hand. "We'll only know if they're worthy after we fight," said Fu Dongyue. The three Shadow Elders walked towards Saint Violet Glow. They moved very quickly, turning into three blurs in an instant. The three shadows circled around Purple Cloud Saint and walked quickly. From a bystander's point of view, all they could see was sand and stones flying, the void spinning, and the shadows flashing. It was impossible to tell where the three of them were. Suddenly, a purple umbrella exploded in front of Violet Dawn Saint. The umbrella was sharper than a blade and went straight for Purple Cloud Saint's throat. Too slow. Purple Cloud Saint shook his head slightly. With a flick of his right hand, the purple umbrella was sent flying. As if sensing Purple Cloud Saint's power, the three Shadow Elders sped up in the next moment. In the end, they completely disappeared. This was not just speed, but true disappearance. "Interesting. Your shadow power is quite pure," Violet Glow Saint said with a chuckle. On the ground around Xianxia Saint, three faint shadows had appeared out of nowhere. These shadows began to approach Purple Cloud Saint bit by bit, and then directly attacked. Void solidification. Purple Cloud Saint had expected this, and an invisible force fluctuated around him. The three Shadow Elders' figures suddenly froze in the void, unable to move. Their faces were filled with horror, and they wanted to struggle, but unfortunately, they could not break free. The powerful force kept attacking them. "What do you think I should do with you?" Purple Cloud Saint laughed. "Let the three elders go." Fu Dongyue began to panic and hurriedly shouted. "The underworld sect can withdraw from Hao City. It's not up to you now." Purple Cloud Saint waved his hand. Three rays of multicolored light washed over them, directly destroying the figures of the three dark Shadow Elders. "You." Fu Dongyue's face was filled with anger, and he looked at Purple Cloud Saint with uncertainty. But in the next moment, his face changed dramatically. This was because Purple Cloud Saint was walking towards him step by step, and his body was shining brightly. The powerful force was like a storm, and it all rushed towards him. His face turned pale. Purple Cloud Saint flicked his finger, and the light flashed and flew directly towards Fu Dongyue. "No, I don't want to die," Fu Dongyue shouted. He wanted to escape, but how could his speed be faster than the light? At the critical moment, a pair of large hands suddenly blocked in front of Fu Dongyue. "I've heard that the Purple Afterglow Holy Land is acting strangely. Fellow Taoist Purple Afterglow, why do you have to be so ruthless?" An aged voice rang out. Then, the void in front of him fluctuated, and the god of the underworld, who was dressed in a black robe and was surrounded by netherworld energy, slowly walked out. Laozu, save me! Fu Dongyue hurriedly shouted. The god of the underworld frowned slightly. He looked at the purple cloud saint and said, "Fellow Taoist purple cloud, you really have a lot of free time. I heard that the holy court has been searching for you. Fellow Taoist, you still dare to show your face? So what if it's the holy court? The 9 regions aren't a place where they have the final say," Violet Glow Saint sneered. He had followed Suzimo to the Blazefire domain to avoid the holy hall. Now that the holy court of Sin Devil region had annihilated the devil race, they had nothing to worry about. However, the Blazing Fire domain was Hoju's territory. Even the holy court had to tuck its tail between its legs. For this matter, give this old man some face. I will let the people of the underworld sect withdraw from Hayu City. From now on, we won't be enemies anymore. What do you think? Asked the god of the underworld. I only adhere to one principle, and that is to kill people who are already enemies. There is no possibility of turning hostility into friendship. Violet Glow Saint shook his head. Fellow Taoist Purple Cloud, please reconsider. You have just recovered, and your realm is still a little unstable. Don't ruin yourself, the god of the underworld threatened. You're just a newly ascended supreme saint. How dare you threaten me? Violet Glow Saint snorted coldly. His voice was like a clap of thunder, directly exploding in the sky. Immediately, Violet Glow Saint's body shone brightly, and he slammed his palm toward the god of the underworld. The god of the underworld was not to be outdone. His netherworld energy went berserk, and his palm collided with Violet Glow Saint's. Endless aftershocks spread out, and the god of the underworld's figure was sent flying. Violet Glow Saint did not give him a chance to breathe, and attacked again. Multicolored light shot up into the sky, and between each move and move, the holy aura filled the air. Netherworld sea, ebb and flow, the god of the underworld's eyes were fierce, and he was furious. His true fate appeared, and it turned out to be a magnificent sea. The sea was mainly black, and it seemed to be condensed by endless netherworld energy. The gas turned into liquid. The majestic netherworld sea surged over in a grand manner, and the entire Bright Moon City was enveloped in it. Today, I will drown Bright Moon City, and let everyone die with my underworld sect, the god of the underworld roared angrily. He was not afraid of death, because he had the soul of life and death, and Violet Glow Saint could not kill him. However, today, the underworld sect's main force had all come out. If they all died here, the underworld sect would probably only exist in name, and would not be far from destruction. Fairy Haoyu, do you really want to die together? The god of the underworld's eyes flickered with terrifying divine light as he asked sternly. Die together? You'll need to have the ability to do so, Violet Glow Saint continued and snorted coldly. The multicolored light around him became brighter and brighter, until it completely surrounded the netherworld sea in the end. Radiance of all ages, Violet Glow Saint seemed to have turned into multicolored light at that moment. The netherworld sea was transformed by the multicolored light, and the netherworld energy within it disappeared, turning into ordinary seawater. Damn it, the god of the underworld's expression changed drastically. The multicolored light seemed to be the nemesis of his netherworld energy. He did not dare to stay. He wanted to flee into the distance. In the next moment, a streak of blade light tore through the silent space, directly crossing in front of him. It devoured the god of the underworld as if it could devour the world. No, the god of the underworld roared. His figure was directly torn to shreds by the boundless blade intent, turning into a bloody mist amidst the explosion. Don't let him escape, Fairy Haoyu yelled. Once the god of the underworld died, he could use the soul of life and death to be reborn. By then, Bright Moon City would be in danger. The reason why Fairy Haoyu did not destroy the underworld sect after so many years of fighting was because she was afraid that they would become desperate and drag Bright Moon City down with them. Don't worry, Suzimo's gaze was calm. The traceless compass and the celestial spill astrolabe above his head constantly spun. The bloody mist from the god of the underworld's explosion was completely absorbed. With the support of the celestial spill astrolabe, the traceless compass spun faster and faster. Today, even if he hides the soul of life and death to the ends of the world, I will still find him, Suzimo said. The traceless compass could track everything as long as there were traces of karma. Finally, the needle of the compass pointed north. That's the direction of the underworld sect, said Fairy Hao Yu. After him. The three of them looked at each other before taking to the air, quickly heading towards the underworld sect. The underworld sect was located on the Myriad Poisons Mountain. It was a paradise for countless poisonous creatures. It was said that only the disciples of the underworld sect could live there safely. If anyone else accidentally entered the mountain, they would be eaten by the poisonous creatures at any moment. Where is the Myriad Poisons King? Fairy Hao Yu called out gently after arriving before the mountain. I never thought the Myriad Poisons King would actually exist, said the Violet Glow Saint. I've heard of a great saint like him in the past, but he rarely shows himself. The Myriad Poisons Mountain is the Myriad Poisons King's territory. When the underworld sect was established here, the underworld god paid an extremely great price. That's why the sect's disciples can't be harmed by the poisons, explained Fairy Hao Yu. May I ask why you've come, Fairy? A great laugh rang out. The mountain that was not particularly tall was shrouded in mist. Amidst the mist, a gigantic centipede demon appeared. It had over a dozen legs and was extremely large. It was several hundred meters long, basically covering the entire mountain. The poisonous gas around it even incinerated space, as if nothing could approach it. We've come to destroy the underworld sect. I hope you won't interfere, said Fairy Hao Yu. That probably won't do, smiled the Myriad Poisons King. I've made a deal with the underworld god to protect their underworld sect. As long as they leave the Myriad Poisons Mountain, they'll no longer be under my protection. If that's the case, then let's crush the Myriad Poisons Mountain. It's just a tiny centipede, yet it dares to bargain, Suzimo said indifferently. You sure talk big. May I ask for your name? The Myriad Poisons King stared at Suzimo with bulging eyes and asked indifferently. You have no right to know my name. I'll only ask you one thing. Do you want to fight or piss off? Replied Suzimo. The Myriad Poisons King hesitated when he saw how confident Suzimo was. At his level, it was no longer the time for him to act on impulse. You're just a tiny centipede that has just become a saint. You can threaten an existence like the underworld god who has just become a great saint with some poisonous gas. Do you really think no one can kill you? Said Suzimo. The Myriad Poisons King laughed aloud when he heard that. He replied, You must be joking. The path of cultivation is long and unending. I'm just a tiny centipede that seeks the way of cultivation. Since you want to go to the underworld sect, I have no reason to stop you. I just hope you don't harm the poisonous creatures on the mountain. They're all my disciples and grand disciples. After saying that, the Myriad Poisons King disappeared into the void. The poisonous fog of the Thousand Poisons Mountain instantly parted to form a path. The road that led to the Netherworld sect at the top of the mountain. The dormant poisonous creatures in the surroundings also began to hide. This guy has actually given in, said Fairy Hao Yu. She had fought with the god of the underworld for so many years, and she had been wary of this Myriad Poisons King for a long time. It was not that its strength was very strong, but that its body was full of poison, making it difficult for people to resist. He's just a turtle in a jar. Suzimo shook his head slightly. It has been tyrannical in the Thousand Poisons Mountain for so many years. In his heart, he already enjoyed such a peaceful life. If you try to negotiate with it out of goodwill, it will take more than you can chew. Let's strike like a thunderbolt so that it won't dare to act recklessly. That's right. Violet Glow Saint nodded. The three of them followed the main path of the Thousand Poisons Mountain and walked quickly towards the Netherworld sect. At this moment, the Netherworld sect seemed to be shrouded in a layer of gloomy clouds. The disciples trembled in fear. Laozu, the sect master, and the experts of the sect never returned. The remaining disciples did not even have a leader. The three of them arrived before the Netherworld sect. The Netherworld sect had been established for several thousand years, and its architecture was quite majestic. The Netherworld sect was like a huge palace. The walls were constructed from high-grade netherstone, and the netherstone formed a formation of its own. The dense netherworld aura within seemed to condense into liquid, drifting through the Netherworld sect. Who are you? As soon as the three of them arrived before the Netherworld sect, a group of disciples blocked the entrance as if they were welcoming a great enemy. First senior brother, they're here. The disciples beside him all trembled inside. Only the leading young man remained calm. He looked at Suzimo and the others and said indifferently, Master is not here, so the Netherworld sect is temporarily not receiving guests. Esteemed guests, you should leave. We're here to destroy the Netherworld sect, so there's no need to be so courteous. Suzimo waved his hand. The first senior brother's eyes narrowed, and he waved his hand. Activate the sect's protective formation. They retreated into the Netherworld sect, and Suzimo and the others did not stop them. They only watched on calmly. The sect's protective formation was activated. A nether storm roared in the sky above the Underworld sect. The Netherworld Chi and the Baleful Chi fused together and actually condensed into a divine guardian beast. Xianxia. Disciples, do not panic. Stay within the formation and live and die with the sect, shouted the eldest disciple. The Netherworld sect, which had been in a mess, finally had a backbone. Many disciples fused with the formation and poured their spirit chi into the guardian divine beast. Xianxi's aura grew even stronger as it roared furiously at Suzimo. Everyone, it's still not too late to leave now. Otherwise, you'll make a mistake. That eldest senior brother's gaze seemed to contain divine might as he spoke with a majestic aura. Just a bunch of clay chickens and pottery dogs. Suzimo waved his hand. He threw the tyrannical shadow into the sky. The tyrannical shadow carried a sharp saber energy, as if a flying saber had crossed thousands of miles in the void. The Xianxia did not even have time to react before it was annihilated by the saber strike. How could this be? Eldest senior brother was shocked. He originally thought that with the existence of the array formation and the support of the power of so many disciples, he would not be able to escape. It should have been able to resist it. He never thought it would be unable to block a single strike. It was as brittle as a piece of paper. Now that the formation had been destroyed, the disciples were unable to escape in time. They were reduced to a bloody mist along with the formation. From today onwards, the Netherworld sect no longer exists in this world. Your sect master Laozu has already been killed. Run for your lives. Suzimo stood in the sky and looked around the entire Netherworld sect. He called out gently. The entire Netherworld sect fell into a state of absolute panic when they heard Suzimo's words. Laozu has been killed? How is that possible? Laozu is a great saint. He's an undying existence. Then why hasn't Laozu appeared yet? Run for your lives. The disciples discussed among themselves. They were already prepared to leave. Child Su, you have to remove the roots when you're cutting weeds, Fairy Haiyu said hurriedly from the side. If we let them leave, it'll probably be detrimental to Bright Moon City. She was not afraid of these small fries, but even a lion would be ticklish if there were too many fleas. Don't worry. Suzimo smiled. Do you really think they can make it out of the myriad poisons mountain safely? Child Su, what do you mean? Fairy Haiyu was stunned. In the next moment, miserable cries rang out from the disciples of the Netherworld sect. The poisonous creatures had actually charged into the sect from the myriad poisons mountain, killing the disciples and feasting on them. The Netherworld sect has been destroyed, and the Netherworld god is about to die. Do you think the myriad poisons king will let these delicacies go? Suzimo smiled. Only now did Fairy Haiyu understand. Let's go. Let's find the location of the Netherworld god's samsara soul, said Suzimo. The three of them descended from the sky and walked through the Netherworld sect. Behind Suzimo, Wuzong constantly led the way. Finally, they arrived at the back of the Netherworld sect. It seems that the soul of life and death is here, Suzimo said. That was where Wuzong's instructions stopped. Could it be at the foot of the mountain? Xia Saint asked. Because there was no aura of the soul of life and death on this mountain. Move the mountain. Xia Saint shouted. The entire back mountain began to shake, and the echoes of rumbling could be heard. The mountain began to shake. Xia Saint shouted. He directly lifted up the mountain. He carried the mountain on his back and took a step forward. A powerful aura spread out and moved the mountain. However, there was nothing at the foot of the mountain. It was just flat ground. They frowned slightly. Where did the god of the underworld hide the soul of life and death? Child Su, is there anything wrong with your compass? Even Xianxia Saint was a little confused. Su Zimo shook his head. Wu Zong would not be wrong. He could even find the remains of the ancient gods. Not to mention the soul of life and death of a supreme saint. Su Zimo waved his hand and a sharp blade will slashed out. The direction of the blade will was the mountain that Xianxia Saint had just moved. The blade will landed on the mountain, but the expected explosion did not occur. Instead, there was a cry of pain. The mountain was mixed with light and darkness, as if it had a consciousness and wanted to escape. This guy is really bold. He turned his soul of life and death into a mountain. Standing in the underworld sect. Who would have thought? Su Zimo laughed. If Wu Zong had not guided him here, even if he had passed by this mountain. In his eyes, it was just an ordinary mountain. Sure enough, the most dangerous place in the world was also the safest place. The mountain formed by the soul of life and death wanted to escape, but Xianxia Saint obviously would not give it the chance. The multicolored light in his hand shrouded and directly imprisoned the surrounding void. God of the underworld, rest in peace. We will not let you come back to life, Xianxia Saint said. The fight against the holy court will start with you, the lackey. As soon as Xianxia Saint's voice fell, the multicolored light in the surroundings was driven by power and all bombarded the soul of life and death. The god of the underworld could be resurrected with the help of the soul of life and death. However, this resurrection required an extremely long time and a high price. It wasn't something that could be resurrected just because one wanted to. Now, the life and death soul had been completely annihilated. The final screams of the god of the netherworld gradually faded away. It's just a pity about this world. The myriad poisons king is going to benefit from now on, said Fairy Hao Yu. The land under the netherworld sect had been cultivated for thousands of years. It was already full of energy, a land of treasures. It was not a bad place to start a sect. Fellow Taoist Xianxia, you can consider moving the Xianxia Holy Land over, Su Zimo said with a smile. In any case, you won't be able to return to the Purple Dawn Holy Land. The Holy Court has probably already sealed that place. Forget it. I'm going to leave Sin Devil region. There's no point in establishing a sect. Violet Dawn Saint shook her head. In the past, he had established the Purple Afterglow Holy Land. In the end, he was still young and impetuous. At that time, he was a peerless talent and rejected the recruitment of various forces. He wanted to build a force that could go against the Sage system. Now that he thought about it, he no longer had the desire to fight for hegemony. The three of them left the Thousand Poisons Mountain and rested for a few days in Haoyu City. During this time, Fairy Haoyu's injuries had mostly healed. They sat on the teleportation formation and prepared to head to the path to the Lotus Pond. Everyone, there might be a bitter battle ahead. I hope we can work together to get through it. Fairy Haoyu looked at Su Zimo. Child Su, don't run away this time. Am I that kind of person? Su Zimo shook his head and laughed. I'm going to find Violet Dawn Saint. I'm not actually afraid of the Holy Court. The three of them stood in the teleportation formation. As the powerful force passed through space, the three of them disappeared from Haoyu City. Traveling through space was the most boring thing. The three of them did not chat. They cultivated on their own. Su Zimo had been looking through the memories left behind by the previous demon lord the entire time. There were many secrets within. The world did not know about them. Some of them had even been buried in the sands of history, vanishing without a trace. On the third day of traveling through space, a rumbling sound suddenly rang out from the space where the three of them were. The entire space seemed to be ripped apart. Is it spatial turbulence? Violet Dawn asked. It shouldn't be turbulence, Fairy Haoyu said uncertainly. Although I don't really go to the path to the Lotus Pond, the formation I set up is very stable. I've never encountered any spatial turbulence before. Then someone is attacking the formation. Su Zimo slowly opened his eyes and stood up. The Holy Court? Fairy Haoyu and Violet Dawn thought of that at the same time. How did they find us? As the three of them traveled through space, their positions were constantly changing with each passing second. The Holy Court has been able to stand tall in the 9 regions for so long. This isn't surprising at all, Suzimo said calmly. Since our position has been discovered, let's go meet them, Suzimo said. Traveling through space was very dangerous. Once they were attacked and their coordinates changed, they would not be able to reach the path to the Lotus Pond. They would probably not even know where they would be teleported to. As a result, they were forced to come out. They tore open the space before them and walked out. They were in a desolate desert. The scorching sun shone above them while sand filled the air below them. Occasionally, a few vultures would fly past. No matter what happens later, we'll split up and leave if we can't defeat them. We'll meet up at the path to the Lotus Pond, reminded Violet Dawn. He had already thought of a way out. I wonder who's attacking us. Come out and meet us, Fairy Hayu called out gently. What do you think of the burial ground I've chosen for you? A rough voice rang out. The world began to shake. They looked over and saw an old man holding a fishing rod on a sand dune to the side. He was fishing in the desert. Fishing in the desert was quite absurd. However, the old man was relaxed. He wore a bamboo hat and his face was covered in wrinkles. How should I address you? Violet Dawn asked. Just call me the burying man, smiled the old man. Are you from the Holy Court? Violet Dawn asked. No, but I owe that old bastard, the sacred ancestor, a favor, smiled the old man. Burying you can be considered as returning the favor. Suzimo squinted his eyes and looked at the old man. There seemed to be such an existence in the memories left behind by the previous demon lord. Boundless Horizon, the undying Holy King? Suzimo called out his name. The old man was surprised. He smiled, interesting. There's actually someone who remembers me. What's that? Violet Dawn and Fairy Hayu were puzzled. They had never heard of such an existence. In the ancient times, there was someone who called himself the Bone Burier. He was an existence that specialized in collecting the corpses of others. It was said that when the Bone Burier came, there would definitely be a storm of blood. Suzimo said calmly. However, after the ancient times ended, I haven't heard of this name since the Middle Ages. The Bone Burier, the undying Saint King, Xianxia Saint said solemnly. Since he was a Saint King, he was at the same level as him. However, he actually felt a sense of pressure from him. It was as if he was sitting there, fusing with the world and perfecting his great Tao. His title is Undying, which means he is undying, Xianxia Saint said. It's said that the undying method he cultivates can allow Samsara to reincarnate. Every time her life comes to an end, she will start a new life. It's much more advanced than your reincarnation method, Suzimo smiled. Fight or run? Fairy Hayu was realistic and asked directly. Even as a supreme saint, he felt like he could not fight against the old man. Can you run? The old man on the sand dune smiled. He slowly raised the fishing rod in his hand and smiled. The fish has taken the bait. You can fish in the desert? Fairy Hayu asked. I'm fishing for you. The old man shook his head. Being afraid before the battle, that's not my style. Suzimo laughed. Let's fight. Powerful power of laws surged around the three of them. Fairy Hayu's law was ice. Xianxia Saint's law was dual elemental. One was the law of wind. The other was the law of purple clouds, which was a mutation of the law of light. Compared to the law of light, it was hard to say which was better. It was just more suitable for him. Seeing the three of them surrounding him, the old man remained calm from the beginning to the end. He put away his fishing rod unhurriedly. Fight. Xianxia Saint directly activated his true fate. Behind him was a purple sun that erupted with intense light. Purple clouds come to the Punlai Pavilion from the east, never to return. The law of purple clouds condensed into a flowing river of purple clouds, wrapping around Xianxia Saint. Then it actually turned into a long dragon, charging at the old man with an imposing aura. The old man raised his head slightly, and 2 rays of blood-red light shot out from his eyes. In an instant, the purple cloud dragon was swallowed up by the color of blood, rolling in the void. Violet Glow Saint suddenly discovered that his laws were no longer under his control. His eyes were still filled with divine might as he watched the scene unfold. Your talent is not bad, but you just broke through, right? His realm is still unstable. The old man saw through Xianxia Saint's background at a glance. Don't always act like an otherworldly expert. Even if I die here today, I'll still eat a piece of your flesh. Violet Cloud Saint shouted. He had actually fused the laws of wind with Violet Dawn Saint. The purple sun behind him suddenly shone brightly. Within the purple sun, the power of the apocalyptic storm continued to swirl. It wreaked havoc, turning the place into a world of raging winds. Even countless spatial turbulence streams were sucked in. As for the purple sun outside, it emitted a universal light. It hung high in the sky. Your violet glow laws are ordinary, but your wind laws are at the point of perfection. The senior who created this move must be one of the pioneers of the ancient era, the old man said. Even an existence like him could not help but feel respect for the ancient gods. The purple sun descended from the sky. It was very slow, but the might it carried was so powerful that it was suffocating. The entire sky crumbled. The shockwaves completely destroyed the space in its path. As if she was afraid that the old man would escape. Fairy Haoyu's true fate appeared as well. A bright moon hung in the sky. Even though it was daytime, the moment the bright moon rose into the sky, the world was instantly enveloped in darkness. Only the bright moon stood tall, dazzling and eye-catching. Cold Moon Icebound Palace. Fairy Haoyu was like a fairy descending into the world. She stepped into the air in her white robe. Countless ribbons floated around her. She stepped on the ice. With a single step, thousands of layers of ice shattered. The entire sky seemed to be covered in a thick layer of ice. The cold moon in the sky turned into the shape of a palace and directly descended from the sky. It sealed the old man in ice. Not bad. Using the cold moon as ice and observing the laws of ice. Your future is limitless, the old man still smiled calmly. Let's talk about that after you endure this attack, Saint Xianxia snorted coldly. His purple sun finally descended, directly smashing into the old man's head. Only then did the old man slowly extend his hand. His aura was boundless, and his clothes fluttered in the wind. He only extended a single finger. When he raised his finger, it was as if the entire heavenly Tao was rumbling. When he moved, the entire world moved as well. Just how powerful was the might of the world, smoke rose into the sky from the great desert, and the sun set from the long river. The dry desert immediately became turbulent. Countless grains of sand drifted in the wild wind. The finger seemed to have become thousands of times larger. It directly pierced through the purple sun with unstoppable force. It shattered the sky and sank the bright moon. Saint Xianxia was tongue-tied. He was dumbfounded. He was speechless. He was also tongue-tied. He could not say anything for quite a while. Is this a sacred ruler? Even a Dao fruit expert probably can't compare to him. Kid, how can you possibly understand the supreme power of a Dao fruit expert? You're still far from it. The old man shook his head and laughed. To be able to die in the hands of an existence like you today, I have no regrets. I don't feel cowardly at all, Saint Xianxia said with a smile. I just didn't expect that the grudge between us and the Holy Court would actually alarm the sacred ancestor. As the ruler of the Holy Court, the name of the sacred ancestor was like the bright sun of heaven and earth, everlasting. Since ancient times, he had been preaching to heaven and earth. In recent times, he had not appeared in the world for a long time. Although Saint Xianxia had a conflict with the Holy Court, he had only gone to the paradise of the gods and stolen some things. He did not expect that he would be targeted by the sacred ancestor and invite such a terrifying existence. Kid, you're flattering yourself. The old man shook his head and laughed. I'm not here to kill the two of you. It's someone else. Who? Saint Xianxia was stunned and asked subconsciously. Then, he instantly reacted. Both of them looked at Suzimo. Since the sacred ancestor was not here for the two of them, it must be the demons. The old man also looked at Suzimo. He smiled and said, when the sacred ancestor told me, I still couldn't believe it. Demon Master, samsara of 10,000 lifetimes, you've been resurrected again. As expected of that existence. Even the heavenly Tao can't kill you. Then you still dare to come. Do you think you're stronger than the heavenly Tao? Su Zimo asked. I'm just a speck of dust under the heavenly Tao. The old man smiled and shook his head. I've heard of your legend. It's a pity that I couldn't witness your era with my own eyes. I've always heard of your name. It's a pity that I can meet you today. So, you're here to kill me? Su Zimo asked. The undying Saint King was not wrong. The Demon Advent era was something from the Primordial era. He had made his name in the Primordial era, so the gap between them was obvious. Many things had been buried by the dust of time. The old man smiled and nodded. He reached out his right hand and grabbed a handful of sand from the ground. The desert lacked everything except sand. The coarse sand flowed in his palm until only a grain of sand was left in the old man's hand. If we were in the ancient Demon Advent era, perhaps I would be as weak as a grain of sand in front of you. But now, your time has long passed. Even the world has forgotten you. You're just a grain of sand to me now. You're wrong. Who can say for sure what happened in the past? Su Zimo replied calmly. You, can't you just retire at the boundless cliff? Why did you have to get involved in this mess? If I bury the demon lord of the past, I'll have no regrets. The undying Saint King shook his head. That's why I'm here. Not for grudges, but for no regrets. I don't know if you'll have no regrets. But you'll definitely lose your integrity in your old age. Su Zimo clapped his hands. Amidst the swirling sandstorm, several figures exuding devil chi slowly walked out of it. Among them were Baimont, the seven-faced demon general, the Scarlet Blade Bull Demon, and Tianping Demon Lord. Let these useless generals of mine play with you. Su Zimo said. Seems like the divine ancestor was right. You've survived the Holy Court's pursuit time and time again, so you must have someone protecting you. The undying Saint King said solemnly. If it was a one-on-one battle, he would not be afraid. But 4 of them came at once. This was more serious than he thought. Divine Ancestor, there are many things you don't know. Don't always think that you can control this world. We still don't know who's the player, Su Zimo said. The Divine Ancestor did not know that he had obtained the inheritance of the previous Demon Lord in the Lost Lands. Otherwise, the undying Saint King would not have dared to look for him. If he used this power, not to mention the old man in front of him, even the sacred ancestor might not be a match for him. What kind of existence was the previous Devil Master at his peak? He didn't even care about the Holy Hall. He was truly invincible in the mortal world. It was an existence that could directly face the great Tao and attack the heavens. Baimont and the others looked at the undying Saint King. Baimont sighed and said, Amazing. I didn't expect you to find a new path. What new path? It's just a dead end. The immortal Saint King shook his head and sighed. My path has been too smooth, which is why I ended up like this. He rose to prominence in the ancient era. At that time, he was already a 1 in a million prodigy. In a very short period of time, he had stepped into the realm of supreme sainthood, which shocked the entire ancient era. He also called himself the bone-burying man. He just wanted to experience different opponents and perfect his great Tao. In ancient times, he was already a Saint King. He had always wanted to step into the Tao fruit realm and open his 11th meridian. Therefore, after ancient times, he was in seclusion throughout the Middle Ages. Even when the Middle Ages became history, he still didn't come out. Unfortunately, the difficulty of opening the 11th meridian was almost indescribable. In the end, he gave up. He no longer hoped to open the 11th meridian. Instead, he began to perfect his path of the Saint King. In the end, he became stronger and stronger. He was even stronger than many Saint Kings. After he established the Saint King, he walked a new path. Unfortunately, the potential of this path was limited. Now, he had reached the end of this path. This meant that he would never be able to step into the Tao fruit realm in this lifetime. No matter how hard he tried to evolve, he could not become stronger. Taking another step was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. This was the price. The price he had to pay to become stronger from the dead end. However, Baimont and the others did not mock him. Instead, they sighed and said, the path of the Tao fruit realm is indeed difficult. We have been up and down for thousands of years, but in the end, we still wandered in front of the door of the Saint King realm. However, you all held on to your Taoist heart and never gave up on entering the Tao fruit realm. The undying Saint King was a little silent. And I was the one who gave up first. Forget it. I came here today only to bury the bones. Let's not talk about the past. Then today, we will accept your challenge on behalf of our master, Baimont said calmly. Demonic chi had already spread out. In the desolate desert, it was probably the first time in millions of years that such a huge battle had occurred. The undying Saint King raised his head. He also began to get serious. Behind him, wisps of flames burned. In the end, it condensed into an undying phoenix. You're not a human, Violet Glow Saint said in surprise. One of the 8 lower demon clans, the undying phoenix. Fairy How You also frowned slightly. They had naturally heard of the 16 demon clans. However, as the rulers of the demon clans, there were not many members of the 16 demon clans. In fact, they rarely appeared in the other domains. Therefore, even if people had heard of them, they might not have actually seen them. I dare not call myself a demon. I am the undying Saint King. It has nothing to do with others. The undying Saint King shook his head and said. Violet Glow Saint did not dwell on it too much. As the royal clan of the demon clans, the 16 demon clans' strength was unquestionable. They were the strongest. On the other hand, Suzimo's expression became strange. Ever since he obtained the demon mirror, he paid special attention to the 16 demon clans. Since it's the undying phoenix, reincarnation is an innate ability. There's nothing strange about it. Baimont and the others surrounded the undying Saint King. Powerful demonic chi constantly spewed out. It directly covered the entire sky. The world seemed to have become a demonic domain. A 7-faced lotus bloomed in the 7-faced demon general. The demonic chi of death entwined with traces of murderous intent attacked. The undying Saint King's right fist carried dense undying flames. He directly threw a punch. The 7-faced lotus was directly shattered by the punch. However, the demonic chi of the lotus burned the undying Saint King's fist like bone-corroding poison. The Scarlet Blade Bull Demon directly returned to its original form. It was like an indomitable bull demon. With a giant axe in hand, every step he took left a deep footprint in the ground. He swung his axe. The undying phoenix behind the undying Saint King screeched. Even shadow became a little blurry. As for Baimont, he and Tianping Demon Lord attacked together. 2 powerful demonic chi-like torrents came together to kill. Come on, the undying Saint King shouted. He stepped into the air and a giant pair of wings that covered the sky appeared behind him. The fiery red wings burned the entire sky. The wings closed and wrapped his entire body inside. Then, he was like a slowly rising sun. The flames within were undying and indestructible. When all the demonic chi came at him, the undying Saint King's true fate appeared in the sky. The sun shone brightly, occupying half the sky as if it was going to devour everything. You think you can devour us? The Scarlet Blade Bull Demon snorted. His true fate appeared as well. An indomitable bull demon stood behind him. This bull demon was different from the Scarlet Blade Bull Demon. The bull demon's body was at least several times larger. Although they looked similar, there were many differences in details. Future self, Violet Glow Saint said in surprise. Future self meant that the Scarlet Blade Bull Demon would grow to be exactly the same as his true fate. To a certain extent, this kind of thing that touched on the future had already surpassed playing with the River of Time. The River of Time was the past. It was something that had already happened and could be traced back. As for the future, many people were at a loss for what to do. The fact that the Scarlet Blade Bull Demon could use its future self as his true fate meant one thing. He had already walked on his own path. Although he was not a Tao fruit expert now, he was not far away from opening 11 meridians. The Bull Demon's roar shook heaven and earth as his future self appeared. The Scarlet Blade Bull Demon was the first to charge forward, waving the giant axe in his hand. Explosions kept coming from the void. The other demon generals did not hold back either. Their holy aura shrouded the area, surrounding the undying Saint King. Finally, the undying Saint King's true fate could not hold on any longer. The true fate began to flicker and blur. The undying Saint King's aura weakened until it was completely suppressed. The shadow of the undying phoenix shattered. We won, Violet Glow Saint breathed a sigh of relief. Not yet. Suzimo shook his head. Have you forgotten the undying Saint King's title? He's known as the Undying. Do you need me to help? Violet Glow Saint asked. No need. They're already familiar with fighting together. You'll only cause more trouble if you go. Suzimo shook his head. Beaumont and the others had fought side by side since ancient times. To them, they were each other's closest friends. As the undying Saint King was suppressed, a sharp cry of a phoenix rang out. The void began to shatter, shattering everything. A powerful force erupted from the undying Saint King. As for Paimon and the others, they were sent flying by this force. Standing still, the demonic chi in their eyes overflowed into the sky as they looked at the center. The undying Saint King's figure was nowhere to be seen. Only a ball of fiery light was left. He's about to reveal his true form, Beaumont said. Sure enough, as soon as he finished speaking, the light receded, and a huge undying phoenix appeared in front of everyone. This was not the true fate, nor was it the shadow. It was the real undying phoenix. One of the 8 lower demon clans. The phoenix was shrouded in 7-colored light, and the undying flames burned fiercely around it. A noble aura filled the air. In the vast desert, countless demonic beasts prostrated themselves on the ground, not daring to lift their heads. It was as if looking at her was blasphemy. The king of demons. His eyes were filled with arrogance as he looked down on everything in the world. The wings that blotted out the sun shrouded the sky. The Scarlet Blade Bull demon was not afraid. He laughed loudly. In the era of demons, phoenixes are just mounts, and azure dragons are just appetizers. You demons and monsters can scare others, but I'm not afraid. The Scarlet Blade Bull demon raised his axe. His moves did not have any technique, only strength. What he cultivated was the Tao of strength. It was rumored that there was a powerful cultivator who used strength to prove his Tao, splitting the heavens and earth, and was invincible. Everyone, let's kill this phoenix today. Otherwise, there will always be rascals who think that we demons are easy to bully, Beaumont shouted. The demonic chi around him surged into the sea, the demonic realm of despair spread out, demonic clouds covered thousands of miles. The world seemed to have fallen into darkness. The 7-faced demon general turned into a 7-faced demon lotus. The demon lotus took root in the ground. Thousands of flowers bloomed, the place where Tao proving was, collecting all the negative emotions in the world. As for Tianping demon sovereign, the demonic chi around him surged into the sky. With his own strength, he broke through the heavenly river. The demonic chi flowed into the heavenly river, turning into a demonic sea. The demonic sea above his head surged like hell, drowning the sky. Tianping demon sovereign stood in the demonic sea, half of his body was already covered by seawater. The 4 of them attacked with absolute strength. For torrents attacked separately, at this moment, heaven and earth seemed to be crumbling. Even under these 4 forces, the undying phoenix could still barely hold on. On its wings, the undying flames burned more and more vigorously. The undying flames were nirvana flames again. The more severe the injuries the undying Saint King suffered, the stronger the nirvana flames burned on his body. And when the nirvana flames reached a certain level, he could reincarnate as samsara. The phoenix continued to cry loudly, its voice resounding through heaven and earth. You can't kill me, the undying Saint King said. All of you will eventually run out of strength. But I can keep on reviving. Damn it, the Scarlet Blade Bull demon seemed to be furious. He took a big step forward, throwing away his axe. He came in front of the undying phoenix, grabbing its wings with both hands. He actually tore the undying phoenix apart. Today, we will kill you as many times as samsara. The Scarlet Blade Bull demon said angrily. This old bull is going to fight with you today. As the undying phoenix was torn apart, the nirvana flames between heaven and earth began to gather. A beating heart could be heard from the flames. He was revived again. That's enough, old bull, Suzimo said, interrupting the Scarlet Blade Bull demon's anger. Can't you see? He's just asking for death, he's using you. What? The Scarlet Blade Bull Demon was stunned. Suzimo stepped into the air, looking at the undying Saint King in the sky. He laughed, you've got a good plan. Master, can you say it clearly? The Scarlet Blade Bull Demon asked. Why is this old bull a little confused? Don't you know, every time the phoenix reincarnates, Samsara will become stronger and stronger. Suzimo said. He's on the wrong path, his Tao is a dead end. He can't advance 100 steps in his life, it's a fool's dream to want to open 11 meridians. He knows this too. But he's an undying phoenix, every time he dies, he's actually rebuilding his Tao foundation. He's knocking on the door of Tao. He's hoping that he can correct his path. Hearing Suzimo's words, everyone seemed to understand something. This guy was clearly asking for death. He was using the phoenix's power of rebirth to rebuild his Tao foundation. So what? Even if you know what I'm thinking, it's useless, the undying Saint King said coldly. Then, do you want to kill me or not? Do you really think the Phoenix clan is immortal? Suzimo suddenly looked up, chuckling. Of course, our immortality is true immortality. It's the heavenly Tao's tolerance and acquiescence. The undying Saint King said without hesitation. He had the confidence. He believed that other than the heavenly Tao, no one could really kill him. Because the Phoenix clan's nirvana was within the rules of the heavenly Tao. In other words, what can't kill me will only make me stronger. He came to kill Suzimo not only to repay the divine ancestors' favor. He also wanted to rely on the power of the demon clan to revive himself. There might be a chance to rebuild his Tao foundation. Otherwise, he would really stop at this point in his life. Although you're an ancient dying phoenix. But it seems like Laozu of your clan didn't say anything to you. Suzimo shook his head and replied. What do you mean? The undying Saint King frowned. He had a bad premonition in his heart, but he didn't know what it was for. As early as the demon era, when I went out, even heaven and earth had to retreat. The demons followed me. The holy court is just an ant hiding in the dark, struggling to survive. Suzimo said, if the Phoenix clan really doesn't die, why didn't you come out at that time? A real man doesn't talk about his past glory. You're a demon master, do you only want to return to the glory of the past? The undying Saint King sneered. You're wrong, I'm not recalling the past. I just want to tell you that in the era of the demon clan, the 16 demon clans were just ants under my feet. I once used a great ability to connect to the demon clan's destiny. I forced the 16 demon clans to contract the demon mirror. From then on, as long as one has the demon mirror, they can control the life and death of the demon clan, Suzimo said calmly. How is that possible? You're talking nonsense. The undying phoenix's body shook. She shouted coldly, the demon clan is arrogant. Even if we retreat, we will never submit. You're wrong, if you didn't back down then, I'm afraid I would have destroyed the demon clan. Suzimo shook his head and said, the so-called submission is just another way to live. The demon clan was a clan not weaker than the human clan. If it was anyone else who said that they would be exterminated, they would probably become a laughingstock. But Suzimo wasn't joking. Back then, when he attacked the heavens, he was even prepared to destroy the world. What was the big deal about exterminating a demon clan? However, back then, the previous demon master created the demon mirror and controlled the fate of the demon clan. That was why the demon clan was not exterminated. In that distant era, no one dared to disobey his command. But later on, the demon lord had destroyed the world and died. The demon mirror was also lost somewhere. And when Suzimo returned again, someone spent countless time to find the demon mirror and gave it to Suzimo. He had come all the way from the 9 realms. The demon mirror recorded the arrogant beast and the ancestral dragon. It seemed that there would be another undying phoenix today. Once the 16 demon clans were all included, it would be another era where the 10,000 demons would reign supreme. I don't want to talk about the past anymore. Who knows what happened in the past? The undying Saint King replied. Today, I only came to kill you, and also to rebuild my Tao foundation. Suzimo didn't talk nonsense with him anymore. Instead, he looked at Baimont and the others and ordered, suppress him, don't kill him. Yes. The few of them obeyed. Powerful demonic chi reverberated in the surroundings. Ripples constantly appeared in the void. These demonic chi surrounded but didn't kill, forming a square cage. What do you want to do? The undying Saint King asked. Suzimo didn't speak, but the power around his body surged. He stretched out his hand, and the demon mirror floated between his hands. Supreme demonic chi emanated from it. What is this? The undying Saint King felt a disgusted aura from the demon mirror. He began to panic. The powerful force wanted to attack the cage condensed by the demonic chi. He was indeed strong enough. Even the cage formed by Beaumont and the others was on the verge of collapse under his attack. As if it would collapse at any time. Lord, we can't trap him for long, Beaumont said. If he rushes out and wants to escape, I'm afraid we'll be in trouble. I know. Suzimo nodded. He solemnly flipped open the demon mirror. He flipped all the way to the third page. The empty third page suddenly emitted a golden light that soared into the sky. This golden light seemed to have a mysterious power emerging. Chains spread out from it. Don't come over, what the hell is this? The undying phoenix struggled desperately. Unfortunately, the moment the chains wrapped around its body, all of its struggles became futile. The nirvana flame on his body burned more and more fiercely, as if it wanted to burn the chains. Lord, I was wrong. I didn't recognize Mount Tai. Let me go, I won't be your enemy in the future. The undying Saint King had already begun to beg for mercy. Because his huge body was being swallowed bit by bit into the demon mirror. He had a feeling that once he entered, he would never have a chance to be reborn. He might even become the eternal sinner of the Undying Phoenix clan. It's too late, I happen to be looking for the 16 demon clans. Suzimo smiled. You didn't take the path to heaven, but barged into hell. In the undying Saint King's roar, the demon mirror swallowed him bit by bit. Then, on the third page of the demon mirror, an image of the undying phoenix appeared. Suzimo put away the demon mirror, Beaumont and the others also returned to the divine continent. He looked up at the sky above his head and narrowed his eyes slightly. It's just a test. Child Su, you. Xianxia Saint was next to him, not knowing what to say. They also knew that Suzimo should be a member of the demon clan. But who would have thought that he was directly the demon king behind the scenes of the demon clan, and he had 4 Saint Kings with him to protect him. Just say what you have to say, Suzimo replied. It's nothing, it's just that the identity change is too big, I'm not used to it. Xianxia Saint replied. I'm still me, no different from before. Suzimo shook his head. Do you know where this is? Both of them shook their heads. There weren't many places like the desert, and it was desolate and uninhabited. It was normal that they didn't know. The teleportation formation was destroyed, let's find someone to ask around first. See if this place is far from the lotus pond. Suzimo said. Also, you didn't see anything today. Otherwise, it will only cause trouble for you. Child Su, don't worry about that. Xianxia Saint quickly nodded. The 3 of them stepped into the air, trying to find a way out. But as far as the eye could see, there was only yellow sand everywhere. There was not a single person in sight. The few of them had no choice but to randomly choose a direction and began to step into the air. Just like that, they stepped into the air in this desert for 3 days. They finally saw a wisp of smoke. There's an inn in front. Xianxia Saint said. Let's go and ask. Suzimo nodded. This inn appeared out of nowhere. Why was that? Because there was no one in the desert. Not to mention people, there wasn't even a shadow of a ghost. Why would someone open an inn in such a place? However, this was the first building the 3 of them had seen in the past few days. The 3 of them landed on the ground and walked to the front of the inn. Heaven Wasteland Palace. Although it was just an inn, it had such a domineering name. The name Heaven Wasteland resounded throughout the desert. This inn had been around for a long time. Because some of the wood used to build the inn had decayed, and some had even been eaten by insects. The 3 of them looked inside the inn. A few simple tables and chairs were neatly tidied up. Is anyone here? Xianxia Saint was the first to shout. The three of them walked into the inn. At the same time, the curtains of the inn were lifted. An old woman with a hunched back walked out of the room with a staggered gait. "Are you here to stay or eat?" the old woman asked. "We're eating, and we want to ask for directions." Xianxia smiled. "May I know where this place is?" "Heaven Wasteland," the old woman replied. "Heaven Wasteland? Why haven't I heard of this place?" Xianxia frowned. He asked again, "How far is it from here to the lotus pond?" "The path is in Heaven Wasteland. A lotus from thousands of years ago." The old woman said, "You've arrived." "Arrived, old woman, don't joke around. There's nothing here except for the desert." Xianxia smiled. "What is the desert?" the old woman asked. The three of them were stunned. Only Suzimo calmly replied, "The desert is fire. A long time ago, this place was an oasis. Until one day, the heavenly fire came and burned the land. Then it became a desert." The old woman replied. "Since then, the people here have either died or left. Mayan is the only one left." "Then why didn't you leave?" Xianxia asked. "I have feelings for this place. I can't bear to leave." The old woman shook her head. "Besides, at my age, where can I go if I leave?" The three of them still had doubts. However, this was the old woman's private matter. It was not convenient for them to ask. Thus, Xianxia asked again, "Then how should we go to the heavenly fire family?" "I don't know about that." The old lady shook her head. "I've always lived here and never left the inn. I know nothing about the outside world." "Elder, what kind of food do you have in your inn?" "We'd like to order some," Violet Glowsaint said. They could tell that the old lady was an ordinary person. Without a trace of spiritual energy in his body, it was not easy for him to survive in this place. "What do you want to eat?" "Our inn has basically everything," the old granny said with a smile. His tone was a little arrogant. "We want 3 bottles of good wine. If there's anything special, just bring them up," Violet Glowsaint said with a smile. "I have something to remind you of," the old granny said with a smile. "You don't have to pay to eat at our inn. All you have to do is break through a formation." "Formation?" The few of them were all intrigued. "That's right. It doesn't matter if you can pass or not." The old granny nodded. "Everyone can eat for free." "Interesting." Suzimo nodded. After hearing their agreement, the old granny shouted into the inn, "De Zhuang, we have guests. Make some of your specialty dishes." "There's someone else in this inn?" Violet Glowsaint said in surprise. Because when he scanned with his divine consciousness just now, he did not find anyone else. "It's my good-for-nothing son," the old granny said with a smile. After a while, a strong middle-aged man with a strong back and a strong waist slowly walked out. He was holding a plate in his hand. On the plate, the smell of the delicious food made people salivate. Next to the inn, there was a cabinet dedicated to storing wine. The old granny also took 3 bottles of wine and brought them up. "Please enjoy," the middle-aged man said. "I didn't expect such a remote place to have such delicious food," Violet Glowsaint said with a smile. Suzimo, on the other hand, took a sip of wine. This wine had been stored for at least half a year. The wine was mellow and fragrant, making people forget to leave. "It's good wine," Suzimo also nodded and said. After the 3 of them finished eating, they had not enjoyed such a good meal in a long time. It was the simplest ingredients, but it was so delicious. "Where is the array that you mentioned? I want to try it," Suzimo said with a smile. "Come with me," the middle-aged man who had not spoken stood up and said. The few of them followed his back. They went all the way into the inn. As soon as they entered, Violet Glowsaint was stunned. This is a spatial world? Because what appeared in front of them was a land of auspicious clouds. There was no desert in front of them, only a primitive ancient forest. Prehistoric creatures that blotted out the sky were flying overhead. Any random tree here was thousands of meters tall. Everywhere was exuding a wild aura. It was as if it had existed for a very long time. "What is this place?" Violet Glowsaint asked quickly. Suzimo, on the other hand, closed his eyes slightly and sensed it. Then he replied, "It's an array." "How is this possible? An array can create a world for no reason?" Violet Glow Saint still could not believe it. "This young master is right. I used 10,000 years to set up this array. Even I don't know how many arrays there are here. Every tree, every blade of grass, and even every living creature here is a product of the array formation." The middle-aged man next to him replied calmly. His Tao heart was indestructible. One could imagine how much effort it took him to complete such a large array. Even he did not know how many arrays there were here. "What is your purpose in evolving these?" Violet Glow Saint asked. "I think arrays can evolve everything. So I tried to create a world of arrays," the middle-aged man replied. "The limit of arrays," Suzimo muttered to himself. He asked again, "Then what do you need us to do?" "This isn't a single formation. This array can evolve into a killing array, a trapping array, an illusion array, and even an auxiliary array. I want you to see what my array is missing," the middle-aged man said truthfully. "Of course, it's fine if you can't see any problems. This inn has been open for 10,000 years, and there are always people who come here to eat. I'll let them take a look, so you don't have to feel burdened. Then we'll try your array." Suzimo nodded. The three of them walked into the array. The moment they stepped into the air, the outside world completely disappeared. The middle-aged man activated the array. The world in front of them seemed to be real. Inside this wild, ancient world, although it was rather dark, they felt very small inside. However, it was not very quiet inside. Occasionally, there would be animals walking around. If the middle-aged man had not told them beforehand, they would have treated this place as a real world. "Impressive," Suzimo said emotionally. "I have a formation core that can manifest all things in the world. Everyone, this is a killing formation," the middle-aged man's voice rang out from all directions. In the next moment, the world was filled with a murderous aura. The animals seemed to have mutated one by one. Their bodies grew 100 times larger. Whether it was on the ground or in the sky, all kinds of birds and beasts gathered. It was like a stampede of 10,000 beasts, attacking the three of them. "Good timing," Saint Xianxia called out softly. Purple clouds burst out from the surroundings. However, in the next moment, he frowned slightly. "My laws have been suppressed. There's actually such a formation here." He could clearly feel that his laws were not as easy to operate as outside. "To seriously experience this world, killing these demonic beasts is secondary," Suzimo replied. "Perhaps you can also gain some enlightenment from it." Fairy Haiyu and Saint Xianxia nodded. Suzimo did not use the tyrannical shadow. He looked at the oncoming monster. He directly grabbed the monster's neck and lifted it up. Then, no matter how the monster roared, he broke its neck. When the monster died, there was no blood or corpse. Instead, it turned into formation laws. Suzimo carefully sensed it. Then, he shook his head and muttered to himself, "Although it's profound, it's still not alive." His divine continent was a whole, but it was actually full of life. Suzimo naturally had the right to speak. After all the monsters were killed. The middle-aged man's voice rang out again. "Next is the trapping formation." Soon after, the trees in the ancient forest began to shake violently. The trees seemed to have grown legs as they surrounded Suzimo and the others. Countless thick branches intertwined together, forming a cage. Apart from this cage, there were also countless branches hidden in the grass on the ground, attacking the enemies. "Just activate the evolution of your formation in one go," Suzimo said. "In that case, please watch carefully," the middle-aged man replied. The entire array world began to shake. At this moment, a dense amount of spirit chi burst forth continuously. Divine beasts began to roar in the sky. All kinds of legendary divine beasts appeared one after another. Golden lotuses appeared on the ground. The Milky Way hung upside down in the firmament. The sun and moon samsara did not stop, and day and night began to change constantly. There were 4 distinct seasons: spring, summer, autumn, and winter. This world was more perfect than Suzimo had imagined. However, in his eyes, these were all dead things. He closed his eyes slightly and felt the rhythm of this world. Then, Suzimo opened his eyes. He snapped his fingers. In an instant, all the illusions in the world disappeared. At this moment, he seemed to be the master of this world. Just like that, the middle-aged man was stripped of his authority. What's going on? Even the middle-aged man was astonished. This formation world was created by him personally, so he couldn't be more familiar with it. But now, he actually felt a trace of unfamiliarity from it. Because at this moment, the formation was completely controlled by Suzimo. Suzimo opened his hand, and the formation opened on its own, and 3 people slowly walked out. The middle-aged man hurriedly walked forward. "Esteemed guest, can you enlighten me? Can you tell me your name?" Suzimo asked. "Emochang Tian," the middle-aged man said. "Should I call you Emochang Tian, or Daorei Great Emperor?" Suzimo smiled. "But now that you've become a sage, I think Great Emperor is not suitable." Daorei Great Emperor, who knew how many people still remembered this name. Back in the Yuanyang continent, in the imperial lineage of the eastern continent, there was a Emo family. Their ancestor was the Daorei Great Emperor. Back then, the Daorei Great Emperor left behind the 6 elements indestructible formation. It was said that this formation could only be broken from the outside, and those trapped inside could not break out. Now that Suzimo had seen a wider world, he naturally felt that the formation had too many drawbacks. He had even used the sky-spilled planet disk to inscribe the formation. "You're from the Yuanyang continent." The middle-aged man instantly reacted. He couldn't help but sigh. There are talents in every generation. Suzimo smiled. To be able to meet an old friend from his hometown here, it was a kind of fate. He knew that ever since he came to the 9 regions, he knew very little about the great emperors of the Yuanyang continent. To be able to stand out from millions of people and become a great emperor, they must be moving towards a higher level. They must have gone to the top few regions of the 9 regions. Suzimo also knew that the higher he went, the more old friends he would meet. "Dao brother, please enlighten me. How did you control my formation just now?" The Daorei Great Emperor asked. "Your formation is very strange, I can't deny that. But if you want to use the formation to create a world, let's not talk about other things for now." "There's one thing you can't do," Suzimo said. "What?" The Daorei Great Emperor asked. "Your world is moving according to your will. In other words, your world is a dead world. Many things have a pattern to them." Suzimo said, "The real world should be unpredictable. There are no patterns to speak of, and the future is a blur. All living beings have their own paths. The so-called 3,000 great Daos are like this. But in your world, although there are living creatures, there is no vitality. Everything is moving according to your will. As long as I comprehend your will, I can control this world." Suzimo rarely interfered with the development of the divine land. He was afraid of this. Every living creature in the world had their own thoughts. Once their thoughts were imprisoned, this world would become a dead world. Suzimo's words were like pouring wisdom into his head. "Dao brother, do you have a solution?" The Daorei Great Emperor asked quickly. "If you ask me, you're just too greedy." Suzimo shook his head. "The formation is an illusory world. That's impossible. No matter which path you take, it's impossible." He had experienced it before, so he naturally knew how difficult it was. This was not something that could be done with something. "That's true. Actually, I've felt it all these years. I'm afraid I've taken a wrong path." The Daorei Great Emperor smiled. "But after 10,000 years, I've already gotten used to it. I can't change it even if I want to. Isn't it most important that you're happy?" Suzimo smiled. "I also have something to ask you. We're going to the Heavenly Fire family. Do you know the way?" "There's no specific path to the Heavenly Fire family," the Daorei Great Emperor said. "You just have to walk in the direction of the sun and you'll get there." The position of the sun was different every day. It was moving all the time. However, many people also used the sun as a way to determine direction. Suzimo had never thought of this before. "Are you going to the Blazing Fire domain?" the Dao Formation Great Emperor asked. "That's right." Purple Cloud Sage nodded. "Some time ago, there was a change in the Heavenly Fire family. The current family head died for unknown reasons. The new family head is now in charge of the family. However, I heard that he didn't have a good reputation. You have to be careful, the Tao Formation Great Emperor reminded. Why don't you come with us? Purple Cloud Sage tried to recruit him. You can't go on the path of formations anyway. Why don't you come with us to the blazing fire domain and see the wider world? I appreciate your kindness, but I don't plan on staying here. Purple Cloud Sage shook his head. I'm used to the quiet life in the desert. This inn is named Heavenly Wilderness because it means to be as old as heaven and earth. Take care. Suzimo didn't force him. Although I can't go, I have a formation that might be able to help you, the Tao Formation Great Emperor said. He waved his right hand and the ground beneath his feet began to crack. In the depths of the earth, the mysteries of the Tao of Formations evolved. In terms of the Tao of Formations, the Tao Formation Great Emperor was definitely the strongest person Suzimo had ever met. Because his heart was calm and pure. He wasn't affected by any external factors. For thousands of years, he was only obsessed with formations and wasn't affected by any external factors. He looked at the abyss-like ground. The Tao Formation Great Emperor's eyes suddenly shot out a beam of golden light. Wherever the golden light passed, shackles seemed to be unlocked. Kacha, kacha. A beam of hellish light shot up into the sky from inside. Back then, I left behind the 6 elements indestructible formation to create a perfect formation. A formation that couldn't be broken. Unfortunately, I later learned that in the Tao of Heaven, all things have a chance of survival. There's nothing in this world that can't be broken. All things are mutually reinforcing and counteracting. The Tao Formation Great Emperor replied, later, I created a new formation. The Heaven Punishing Blood River Formation. This formation is a killing formation, an extreme killing formation. Once I use it, I'm afraid the Heavenly Tao won't tolerate it. It was being nurtured in the spirit vein beneath his feet. Today's visit can be considered as a gift to an old friend. The Tao Formation Great Emperor's voice fell. An incomparably complicated array disk flew out from the crack. Just the structure of this disk array alone was enough to make one's scalp tingle. Because there were tens of thousands of evolutions on it. Formations could be separated from each other, but they could also be perfectly integrated together. When the disk array appeared, a strange phenomenon appeared on it. The shadow of a river of blood hung upside down. Everyone looked at the river of blood. It was as if they could see an endless massacre, a scene where no corpses were left. Suzimo took the disk array and felt the powerful energy contained within. Smiling, he said, I like this gift. I hope the Heavenly Fire family can be tactful. He put away the disk array and bid farewell to the Tao Array Great Emperor. The other party personally escorted them out of the inn until Suzimo's group disappeared from sight. The Tao Array Great Emperor became an ordinary person again. He seemed to be just an ordinary chef in this barren desert inn. They walked along the sun. Just like that, the 3 of them stepped onto the path towards the lotus pond. When there was no sun at night, the 3 of them would rest. After walking for 7 days, they finally saw a towering lotus at the end of the world. The lotus roots were rooted deep in the earth. The petals seemed to be holding up the entire sky. This spectacular scene was enough to shock anyone who saw it for the first time. A lotus of heaven and earth. This Heavenly Fire family is really fortunate. To be able to settle down here, Purple Dawn Saint said enviously. The lotus itself was a treasure. And it was rare in the secular world. A 5 elements lotus that was born and nurtured by heaven and earth was destroyed just like that. Suzimo shook his head slightly. If one looked carefully, they would discover that the lotus contained a powerful fire aura. Some petals were already showing signs of turning red. One had to know that the 5 elements lotus's power was originally balanced. They reinforced and restrained each other. However, after the Heavenly Fire family occupied this place, their totem was fire. Thus, they suppressed the other 4 elements and allowed the fire element to flourish recklessly. The drawbacks of doing so could not be seen for the time being, but as time passed, it would become more obvious. I heard that the 5 elements lotus already has its own consciousness. It has already cultivated for countless years. Furthermore, the Heavenly Fire family has been worshipping it for so many years. If we destroy the heavenly fire family, the five elements lotus might try to stop us, Purple Dawn Saint said. That's even more convenient. If the five elements lotus cultivated normally, I would have some reservations. Unfortunately, they spoiled it. If it dares to stop us, we will uproot it, Suzimo snorted coldly. The three of them walked towards the five elements lotus. They could not feel it from afar, but the closer they got to the five elements lotus, the more they could feel its enormous size. It was really the heaven-reaching lotus. At the bottom of the five elements lotus, there was a small door. Inside was the secluded path of the lotus pond. Master Yang, you are gathering fire scorpions again? Yes, this season is the time for fire scorpions to build their nests. We can exchange them for money. Then remember to come back early tonight. The Heavenly Fire family has booked the entire secluded path of the lotus pond today. Everyone's expenses are free. Of course. Today, head envoy Jihua is coming. Our secluded path of the lotus pond has never been more important. This is an inspection that only comes once every 10 years. Why is he here so early this time? Is it really because of the passing of the patriarch? Is there some hidden reason? The residents around the secluded path of the lotus pond discussed. The secluded path of the lotus pond was isolated from the rest of the world. As a result, the people here lived very slowly and comfortably. Occasionally, there would be some gossip that would spread. This was because they had no access to news from the outside world. Head envoy Jihua, Suzimo muttered to himself. I heard that he was sent by the Jihua region. He is in charge of the test and inspection of the Heavenly Fire family. If he fails the test, he will directly dismiss the Heavenly Fire family and get someone else to guard the entrance, Fairy How You said. Let's go in and take a look, Suzimo said. The three of them walked into the secluded path of the lotus pond. As soon as they entered, they could feel a very dense fire spiritual energy. The temperature in the surroundings was as hot as a furnace. However, the residents here were clearly used to it. Fairy How You comprehended the laws of ice, so she naturally did not like the heat. In just a short while, her white skin was covered in a layer of sweat. The secluded path of the lotus pond was extremely busy. Saint Xianxia said, apart from people who go to the Jihua region, basically no one comes to the secluded path of the lotus pond. Because very few outsiders came, there were very few inns here. Inside the serene lotus pond, there were more places for trading. Even gold coins were not used here. Bartering was more common. The few of them walked through a few streets before they found an inn. The inn was packed with people. With the arrival of the blazing fire ambassador, all the expenses in the serene lotus pond were paid for by the Heavenly Fire family. Therefore, people naturally had the idea of not taking advantage of a cheap opportunity. Let's go and see if there are any quiet rooms, Suzimo said. The three of them entered. The inn's waiter was so busy that he didn't even have time to entertain them. Guests, find a place to sit. If you have any orders, just say it out loud, the waiter shouted. Are there any private rooms? Xianxia Saint asked. Guests, let alone a private room, it's already good enough to have seats in this hall, the waiter said with a bitter smile. They were so busy that they were sweating profusely. However, their luck was not bad. There was a table beside them that happened to be leaving. The people who had been waiting for a long time rushed over. However, Xianxia Saint was obviously faster. She sat at the table in an instant. There were 4 seats at the table. Other than Suzimo and the other 2, there was also a gentle-looking young man. He looked thin and weak, but he actually squeezed his way over. The young man sat down and shouted at the waiter, "Waiter, give me a portion of all the specialties in the inn. Dragon phoenix liver, stir-fried scorpion emperor. Also, 3 caddies of fried camel's feet and a pot of immortal drunken wine." Guests, please wait a moment, the waiter shouted. Suzimo and the other 2 didn't care too much. They just ordered a few simple dishes. These were all home-cooked dishes. However, the young man beside them was confused. Looking at Suzimo and the others, he reminded them, "Guests, the Heavenly Fire family is paying for everything today. You can eat whatever you normally can't afford. It's not worth it to order those home-cooked dishes. It's fine. We're not here for food, Suzimo shook his head with a smile. You shouldn't be from the serene lotus pond, right? The man smiled. I've lived here for 23 years. Basically, I'm familiar with everyone. However, you're all unfamiliar faces. We're going to the blazing fire domain. Suzimo nodded. There was no need to hide this from others. Because everyone who came to the secluded path of the lotus pond had this goal. The blazing fire domain. Not just anyone can go there, the young man replied. I have to pass the heavenly fire family's test. The passageways connecting the 9 realms were originally shared. Since when did it become someone's private property? Violet Glow Saint coldly snorted. Please keep your voices down, the young man hurriedly replied. The heavenly fire aristocratic family has the final say in this lotus pond. There's no other reason. Who asked him to have a bigger fist? I heard that head emissary Chihua is here. Xianxia Saint asked. They're upstairs. The people from the heavenly fire family are busily entertaining them. The youth pointed to the second floor of the inn and carefully said. I heard that they were supposed to welcome him at the heavenly fire family's residence. However, the head envoy insisted on eating outside, so he chose this inn. That's interesting. The head envoy wants to inspect the entire lotus pond, right? Suzimo said. Who knows? In any case, the previous head envoys were all fed to the brim. They're all jackals of the same tribe. The young man shook his head and laughed. Let's just eat and drink well. Why do we care so much? As the two were talking, the originally noisy inn suddenly quieted down. Following the sound of footsteps, a woman walked down from the second floor like a moon surrounded by stars. The woman was wearing a fiery red cloak. She was wearing a golden robe and looked like a valkyrie, valiant and formidable. The hair on her temples was red. Like flames, she had phoenix eyes and bright eyebrows. Beside her, there were several people who were respectfully accompanying her. Do you see the middle-aged man on the left? The young man pointed at the group of people and whispered. That's the patriarch of the heavenly fire family, Xianxia. And the young man on the right, he's the eldest son of the heavenly fire family, Yunfei. However, the head emissary Chihua this time is actually a woman. That's rare. Everyone looked at the departing figure accompanied by the heavenly fire family. Only when the figure disappeared did they retract their gaze. Do you know how to get to the Chihua domain? Suzimo looked at the young man and asked. First, you have to go to the heavenly fire family and send a letter. Once they allow it, they will test whether you have the qualifications. Only after you pass will you have to pay enough spirit crystals to go to the Chihua domain. Too troublesome. Suzimo shook his head. He looked at Purple Cloud Saint and said, later, go to the heavenly fire family. Since you're here, there's no need to worry so much. Looking at the words and actions of little Suzimo and the others, it seemed that their identities were not ordinary. The young man did not say anything else. In the afternoon, the number of people in the inn finally decreased. Suzimo and Fairy Haiyu booked 2 rooms in the inn. As for Purple Cloud Saint, he went to the heavenly fire family. The heavenly fire family was located in the center of the lotus pond. It happened to be the location of the stamen. There was a source of fire here. It was said that it was the fire of heaven and earth and could neutralize all things. In front of the spacious mansion, 2 guards stood at the entrance. They looked solemn and meticulous. Purple Cloud Saint walked over step by step. Treasure chi shone around him. Who is it? Just as he reached the entrance, the guard stood out. I want to go to the Chihua domain, Purple Cloud Saint said directly. Go and send a letter. Come back after the patriarch agrees, the guard said indifferently. I don't have that much time. The entrance to the Chihua domain is shared. I don't care if your heavenly fire family wants to take it. But don't block my way, Purple Cloud Saint said. I want to see your patriarch. Patriarch Chihua has arrived. The patriarch will not see anyone during this time, the guard replied. I don't care who you are, but in this lotus pond, you better behave. Purple Cloud Saint did not argue with the guard. Instead, his voice contained spirit chi. He released his majestic saint aura and shouted, I wonder where the patriarch of the heavenly fire family is. please come out. His voice echoed in a radius of 100 miles. Instantly, the entire Heavenly Fire family was in an uproar. Who dares to be impudent in front of my Heavenly Fire family? A few powerful auras erupted. It was as if a powerful aura had locked onto Purple Cloud Saint in an instant. But Purple Cloud Saint was not afraid. He only said indifferently, I want to go to the Chihua domain and come to see the patriarch of the Heavenly Fire family. Is there anything wrong? As soon as he said that, a few figures walked out of the mansion. There's nothing wrong, a voice said. Purple Cloud Saint looked up. The person who spoke was Xianxia. He was the new patriarch of the Heavenly Fire family. He wore a red robe that looked as if it was dyed in blood. He walked with his head held high and his chest puffed out. However, he wasn't the main character because the woman beside him was walking at the front. They were all accompanying her. Patriarch Hua, since they're looking for you, you can deal with them, the woman said. Hua Tianxiong nodded. Then, he took a step forward and looked at Xianxia Saint. May I know who you are? What? Are you going to investigate me in the blazing fire domain? I'm just an ordinary person, Xianxia Saint said. Although the passage between the two worlds is shared, it's extremely chaotic. There's also spatial turbulence, which can easily lead to life-threatening situations. Hua Tianxiong said, our Jihua region spent a lot of effort to repair this passage. You can enter if you want, but you have to pay a fee to repair the passage. I think this condition isn't too much. Sure, give me a list of what the fee is. I'll bring it over tomorrow morning. Xianxia Saint nodded. At his level, unless it was a divine item of the Great Tao, he wouldn't be able to use it. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to use ordinary resources even if they were given to him. That was why he agreed. Immediately, someone from the Heavenly Fire family brought a list and gave it to Xianxia Saint. Xianxia Saint glanced at it. The items on the list were reasonable and not too much. He agreed and prepared to return to the inn to report to Suzimo. Looking at Xianxia Saint's departing figure, Hua Tianxiong's eyes flashed. Then, he looked at the woman beside him and smiled. What do you think of my handling? It's pretty good. The Jihua region's purpose in allowing the Heavenly Fire family to exist is to maintain the safety of this passage. It's not for you to govern this place. You can do as you wish. The woman nodded. In the inn, after hearing Xianxia Saint's words, Suzimo knocked on the table and said with a smile, prepare for battle. Battle? Xianxia Saint was shocked. The Heavenly Fire family wouldn't be so bold. If it were any other time, it wouldn't be a problem for them to fight us. Very how you nodded. But now, the Jihua region's ambassador is here. It's a crucial moment in the examination. Aren't they digging their own graves? That's why the Heavenly Fire family has two paths to take. Either we are safe and sound, or they will do their best to help us get to the Jihua domain. Otherwise, they would shed all pretense of cordiality. Not only with us, but also with Commissioner Jihua, Suzimo said with a smile. As for whether they dare or not, that will depend on how much the Holy Hall cooperates with them. I forgot about the Holy Court, said Violet Glow Saint with a frown. If they really want to be the lackeys of the Holy Hall, then they will have to face the Holy Hall. With the Holy Court protecting them, even if the Blaze Fire Realm finds out, they won't be able to do anything to them. In the 9 regions, many factions had to retreat when they saw the Sacred Hall. Even some legendary existences wouldn't dare to provoke the Holy Court. Although the Blaze Fire Realm was strong, they wouldn't fall out with the Holy Hall before the existence of the Sun Hall gave the word. Because the situation there was equally complicated. It seems that we really need to prepare for battle. Violet Glow Saint sighed. He knew that the Holy Court wouldn't let the Demon Lord off. If it was just a small fry like him, the Holy Hall wouldn't care. But the Devil Master was the #1 enemy of the Holy Court. Everyone knew that the Holy Court had been established since the ancient times. No matter how times changed, how many behemoths declined, how many powerhouses emerged, and how many times the world spun. But the Holy Court was like a pine tree on a cliff, forever standing at the peak of the world. Suzimo was silent for a while and looked at Violet Glow Saint. He said, help me do something. Fellow Taoist Su, please instruct me. Violet Glow Saint nodded. Then, Suzima whispered a few words. That night, the stars dotted the sky. Suzima sat cross-legged on the bed. He was comprehending his recent gains. There were memories from the demon lord. There were also some legends of the ancient gods. These things contained a lot of information. Every time he consumed some, he benefited greatly. The Tao of the ancient gods was a great reference for him to perfect his own Tao. After an unknown period of time, it was already late at night. In the corridor of the inn, hurried footsteps sounded. Suzimo's door was opened, and Violet Glow Saint appeared. Beside him, there was a figure following behind him. Fellow Taoist Su, you were right. The Heavenly Fire family indeed chose to make their move tonight. Violet Glow Saint said. The oil lamp in the room was lit. Under the illumination of the flickering flames, Suzimo could clearly see the figure that had followed Xianxia Saint here. The head of the blazing fire family was that woman. But she didn't have the valiant appearance she had during the day. Instead, her face was pale. As if she had gone through a great battle. Her eyes were filled with fatigue. There was a thick smell of blood on her body. Since this afternoon, I've been guarding the Heavenly Fire family. As expected, a great battle broke out in the family in the evening. Violet Glow Saint said, this woman was besieged at the time, so I saved her. I didn't need you to save me. I could have killed my way out. The woman said indifferently. Although she was exhausted, there was still pride on her face. A fallen phoenix is worse than a chicken. You'd better figure out your own situation first. Suzimo laughed. Who are you? The woman looked at Suzimo. Because she could see that Suzimo was the leader of these people. Our identities are not important. We just want to go to the blazing fire domain. Suzimo said. I saved you mainly to ask about the situation in the blazing fire domain. I don't need you to save me. I will report the situation back to the Sun Palace. When the time comes, the Palace Lord will naturally send people to deal with the Heavenly Fire family. The woman said. The passage to the blazing fire domain is now controlled by the Heavenly Fire family. How will you send the news back? Suzimo laughed. Hearing this, the woman's eyes narrowed. This was also what she was worried about. I said we can cooperate. If you don't want to cooperate, Violet Glow Saint, please see us out. Suzimo waved his hand. He couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense with her. How do you want to cooperate? The woman was silent for a while before finally asking. I want to know how you will contact the Sun Palace. Suzimo asked. We can help you contact the Sun Palace. As a reward, you will be responsible for bringing us to the blazing fire domain. As long as we can find the passage to the blazing fire domain, I will be able to send the news back. The woman said, however, the entire Heavenly Fire family is now heavily guarded. There is no other way except to barge in. Are you strong enough? You don't have to worry about our strength. Suzimo laughed. It's just that this matter involves the Holy Court. Do you think the Sun Palace will become enemies with the Holy Court? The Holy Court? The woman frowned. She snorted, no wonder they dare to do this. They have found a new backer. But don't worry, the passage to the blazing fire domain must be controlled by the Sun Temple. We will do whatever it takes. Even if the Holy Court interferes, even if we become enemies. That's good. Suzimo smiled and stood up. Looking at the time, it should be soon. Let's go and meet the Heavenly Fire family. It was not difficult for the Heavenly Fire family to find out that the three of them were staying in the inn. Moreover, their identities weren't really a secret. The purple cloud sage saved the woman. The Heavenly Fire family was not worried. Because the 5 elements lotus had been sealed, no one could leave the lotus pond. The few of them walked out of the inn. The woman seemed to sense something and looked in the direction of the Heavenly Fire family. She saw an aura that seemed to carry the heavens as he walked towards them. As he walked, the river of spiritual energy behind him hung upside down in the sky, suppressing the entire area. This is one of the Laozu of the Heavenly Fire family, the Vermilion Bird Grand Sage. The woman said. I heard that he has the blood of the vermilion bird. So, he is fated with fire. Be careful. What do you think? Suzimo looked at the purple cloud sage and asked. He's just an eternal stage great sage. Watch me kill him. The purple cloud sage replied domineeringly. His sage king level had stabilized. Killing an eternal stage great sage was not difficult for him. When one reached the great sage realm, even the difference of a small realm was like the difference between heaven and earth. Where's the blazing fire ambassador? When the vermilion bird grand sage arrived, he looked in the direction of the inn. His eyes spat out powerful flames. His voice spread throughout the lotus pond's secluded path. The sleeping residents were awakened. Everyone discussed, but it was destined to be a sleepless night. Everyone was observing the movements in the direction of the inn. A ray of light shot into the sky, illuminating the darkness of the night. The light illuminated the land and light descended. The majestic holy aura fought against the vermilion bird grand sage. Which Taoist friend has arrived? Please come out. He felt the aura from the other party. The vermilion bird grand sage asked seriously. The purple sunset saint stepped into the air and said with a faint smile, Tonight, I will intrude into your heavenly fire family. You should all be prepared to die. I was wondering who it was. The holy hall has been looking for you, but you have walked right into their trap. The vermilion bird grand sage snorted. If you surrender now, I can still put in a good word for you in the holy court. Otherwise, there will be consequences. I heard that your heavenly fire family came from the Sun Palace. Since when have you become a lackey of the holy court? Violet Dawn retorted. A fine bird chooses a tree to nest in. The Sun Hall is too small. It cannot accommodate the heavenly fire aristocratic family, replied the vermilion bird grand sage. Isn't it normal for water to flow upwards? What's there to say? In that case, please enlighten me, Xianxia saint replied. The purple clouds on his body transformed into a purple sun. It was extremely eye-catching in the darkness. Countless rays of purple light spread out. As the purple dawn saint walked through the air, a rainbow-colored path appeared beneath his feet. His power was as vast as the sea. It was as powerful as purgatory. The vermilion bird grand sage was not to be outdone. The vermilion bird fire continued to burn. This flame incinerated everything, burning the entire sky. The vermilion bird grand sage seemed to have walked out of a sea of fire. Let's go to the heavenly fire aristocratic family, said Suzimo. Fairy Hao and the woman followed closely behind. As for the battle between the purple dawn saint and the vermilion bird grand sage, they did not pay any attention to it. The heavenly fire aristocratic family was already waiting for them. The two guards on both sides of the door were no longer the two from before. Instead, they were two old men who had already passed away. The two old men stood where they were and did not move at all. Only a majestic aura emanated from their bodies. The heavenly fire elders. The face of the Jihua ambassador's woman was very ugly. Because these two people were among the people who had besieged her. I will only vent my anger on Tianxiong for his decision. When the Sun Palace blames you, none of you will be able to escape, said the woman as she looked at the heavenly fire elders. If you abandon the darkness and join the light now, I will not implicate the heavenly fire aristocratic family. Don't follow Tianxiong and bury the entire heavenly fire aristocratic family. Ambassador, we know what the heavenly fire aristocratic family has done all these years. We have no way out. The heavenly fire elders shook their heads. They said, in the past, when the Jihua ambassador came, we could still bribe him and brush him off. Unfortunately, you are stubborn and insist on falling out. Since it has come to this, there is no turning back. How you, stop the two of them. I will bring her in, said Suzimo. This woman could contact the Sun Palace. Suzimo naturally had to ensure her safety. He was not afraid of the heavenly fire aristocratic family. However, he could not guarantee that the Holy Hall would not intervene. If he had to deal with two giants at the same time, he would have a headache. He might as well drag the Sun Palace down with him. The murkier the water, the better. It would be more beneficial for him. Don't worry, nodded Fairy Hao. The two old men were powerful, but Fairy Hao was still capable of keeping them busy. The long moon hung in the sky. The moon was as cold as ice. Fairy Hao rose into the air. The ice froze the entire world below her. Enveloped by the city of ice, she had already begun fighting with the two old men. Suzimo and the woman looked at each other. The two of them slowly entered the Heavenly Fire aristocratic family. The Heavenly Fire aristocratic family was extremely vast. At first glance, it was all densely packed, towering halls and pavilions that looked like skyscrapers. However, it was already late at night. There were still fireballs leaping in the air in various parts of the Heavenly Fire aristocratic family, illuminating the entire place. However, the Heavenly Fire aristocratic family was extremely silent right now. It was as if there was not a single person in sight. "You know the location of that tunnel, right?" asked Suzimo. "Of course. When I came down from the Blaze Fire domain, I came out through that tunnel," nodded the woman. "They must have set up an inescapable net there, waiting for us. It's just the two of us. Are you sure you want to go?" "Are you afraid?" smiled Suzimo. "It's not that I'm afraid. It's just that if it's just a pointless battle, it'll be meaningless." The woman shook her head. "Come with me. I guarantee that you'll be able to send the news into the tunnel," said Suzimo. "However, if the Sun Palace doesn't dare to come, we'll probably be in trouble today." "Don't worry. They'll definitely come," replied the woman with great certainty. The two of them walked towards the tunnel. After walking for a dozen minutes, a somber aura began to surround them. Suzimo suddenly stopped his footwork. "What's wrong?" asked the woman. "There's a formation up ahead," replied Suzimo. "Follow me. Don't wander off." Suzimo waved his hand. The evanescent compass floated above his head. The compass spun and evolved like silk being spun from a cocoon, breaking down the formation in front of them. "Good stuff." The woman glanced at Evanescent and gave a rare compliment. "How about you sell it to me?" "You can't afford it," Suzimo said calmly. His gaze was sharp. The evanescent compass emitted a clear aura that entered the formation in front of him. 10,000 formations opened in one breath. "Let's go." With a light shout, Suzimo stepped into the formation first. The moment they entered, their vision seemed to turn into a sea of fire. A raging inferno. Crackling sounds could be heard continuously. It seemed to want to burn the two of them to ashes. The formation was constantly changing. The flames sometimes transformed into ancient trees, and sometimes it was a fierce battle. However, Suzimo walked in it as if he was taking a stroll in the park. He was not affected by the flames at all. Evanescent had already seen through all the mysteries of heaven. The evolution of the formation was like child's play. This is the Heavenly Fire family's myriad Skyfire formation. It was passed down from the Sun Palace. It's a famous formation. I didn't expect it to be so insignificant in front of you. The woman looked at Suzimo with eyes full of curiosity. "I'm getting more and more curious about your identity." "My identity has nothing to do with you. Our lives won't cross paths." "Curiosity will only make you more worried," Suzimo said calmly. "It doesn't matter how you know. You're going to the Blazing Fire domain. That's my territory." The woman joked. "If you suck up to me now, I can protect you in the future. It seems your identity in the Sun Palace is not ordinary." Suzimo glanced at her. The woman immediately shut her mouth. She didn't expect Suzimo to be so meticulous. She had only said it casually, but he had already guessed something. "Have you heard of the ancient gods?" Suzimo asked. In fact, everything in the Blazing Fire domain was related to fire. The most likely ancient god was the fire god Zhurong. However, Suzimo had already obtained Zhurong's legacy. That was why he wanted to ask if there were any clues about other ancient gods. "I don't know. I've never heard of it." The woman remained silent. Suzimo didn't force him to ask any more questions. The two of them finally walked out of the array. What appeared before the two of them was a fiery red passageway that led straight to the sky. How should he describe this passageway? Its length was immeasurable, and its width was only a few hundred meters. If one took a closer look, they would discover that the surface of the fiery red tunnel was not made of gas. Instead, fiery red runes were condensed together. In the end, they formed the passageway in front of them. "This is the two worlds of the Great Tao." It is not a power, nor is it an object. It's a mantra that our Lao Tzu once dictated. The woman looked at the heavenly passage and lamented. When our Sun Palace first took control of this passage, the passage between the two regions was filled with danger. It could be said that those who entered had 9 deaths and 10 deaths. Even if you were as strong as a great sage, once you encountered a spatial storm, you would still be helpless. Later, our Lao Tzu's mantra descended. This mantra protected the passage between the two regions, and this place became safe. Holding a candle, Su Zimo muttered to himself. What did you say? The woman didn't seem to have heard him clearly. Nothing, Su Zimo shook his head and replied. Let's go. Don't let them wait too long. The two of them approached the passageway. Finally, the two of them stopped in front of the void. This was because the heaven and earth in front of them had been refined and suppressed. In that heaven and earth, there were 5 great sages. Among the 5 great sages, the only one Su Zimo knew was the Holy Quartz Elder Mo. He was the old man who had destroyed the demon region with Zhang Huanjin. Other than Elder Mo, he didn't know the other 4. The 3 of them are Lao Tzu from the Heavenly Fire family. I don't know the other one either, the woman explained to Su Zimo. The 3 Lao Tzu from the Heavenly Fire family. One of them was like a divine bird in the sky, with a sharp beak and a hooked nose. His entire body emitted a golden light. It was as if he was the center of the world no matter where he was. The Golden Crow Great Sage, the eternal bright bird that hung outside the Sun Palace. It was said that after the death of a real golden crow, the palace master took its bloodline and gave it to the eternal bright bird. I didn't expect that after becoming a great sage, he would betray the Sun Palace. Damn it, the woman snorted coldly. Among the 3 Lao Tzu from the Heavenly Fire family, the second person was covered in a spacious robe. The robe enveloped his entire body. The only thing that could be seen was the cold aura around him. It was as if he wanted to freeze the sky. To be able to see such a cold scene in the Heavenly Fire family was indeed unimaginable. That's the Nether King, the woman introduced. When he was young, he went to the underworld once. There, he obtained the Netherine fire. Although the fire is fire, it burns in an extremely cold way. It was said that he became a saint 800 years ago and called himself the Nether King. Su Zimo nodded slightly. He then looked at the third person. The third person was an old man in a spotless white robe. His white hair fluttered in the wind. His eyes were kind and there was no killing intent. That's the Pill Saint. Although the Heavenly Fire family is a family of fire refiners, their fire is mainly used for killing. Very few people would refine pills, the woman said. Only this Pill Saint. I heard that he came from a small world. Later, he joined the Heavenly Fire family and became a consecrated. At that time, he was still a Pill Emperor. After he became a saint, he gave up his position and became Lao Tzu of the Heavenly Fire family. Pill Emperor, Su Zimo muttered to himself. Another old friend. In the eastern continent of the Yuanyang continent, he was as famous as the Daorai Great Emperor. He was also from the Dan family of the imperial lineage. It was a memory from a long time ago. He didn't expect Lao Tzu of the Dan family to join the Heavenly Fire family after entering the 9 regions. However, it made sense. The Heavenly Fire family was inherited from the Sun Palace and was the origin of all flames in the world. As an alchemist, his battle strength wasn't strong to begin with. Perhaps the Heavenly Fire family had helped him a lot when he became a saint. Looking at the 3 people in front of him, Su Zimo understood the Heavenly Fire family's background. They were stronger than he had imagined. The Heavenly Fire family had stood tall in the lotus pond for countless generations. It was no wonder that no one dared to invade them. They controlled the passage to the blazing fire domain and no one dared to complain. With this strength, it was already fortunate that they didn't provoke others. Who would dare to provoke them? Su Zimo smiled. He also understood that the Heavenly Fire family had joined the Holy Hall. Or rather, they didn't really join the Holy Hall. They were just using each other. He had always thought that the new family head had joined the Holy Hall. Now, it seemed that the reason they cooperated with the Holy Hall was to break away from the Sun Palace's control. The Heavenly Fire family already had such power. But they were already under someone else's roof and had to listen to the Sun Hall. Furthermore, the Sun Hall was still in the blazing fire domain. As the saying goes, the sky is high and the emperor is far away. It was normal for them to have disloyalty. But if they were to fight against the Sun Hall, the Heavenly Fire family had no confidence. And now that the Holy Court had appeared, the two clicked immediately. Interesting, interesting. Suzimo laughed. Since you are here, then stay here forever. The Golden Crow Grand Sage was the first to speak. My Heavenly Fire family is not a place where anyone can come and go as they please. Golden Crow Grand Sage, are you not afraid of your family being exterminated? The woman raised her head and asked coldly. I'm afraid, but the Sun Hall has been here for too long. They can't exterminate us. The Golden Crow Grand Sage shook his head. As long as you stay here and give the Heavenly Fire family some time, we might be able to fight against the Sun Hall. Dream on. You're just a long mean bird. Back then, you were just an ant used by the Sun Hall. The woman said angrily. Did you forget that Laozu of the Sun Hall is still here? Hearing this, the Golden Crow Grand Sage stopped talking. He didn't know the power of the Sun Hall. Because back then, he didn't even have the right to enter the Sun Hall. He didn't even have the right to enter. He was only used for illumination. This was also his biggest concern. Things are different now. The fifth Grand Sage beside him said. He was the last person that Suzimo and the woman didn't know. The man laughed sinisterly. Don't forget about the Holy Court. The matters of the 9 domains are not something the Sun Hall can control. And who are you? The woman looked at the man and asked with a frown. This is the leader of the Burning Sky sect, the Burning Sky Demon King. Elder Mo introduced. Burning Sky Demon King? The woman thought for a while. She seemed to find the name familiar. Then she laughed lightly. So you're the stray dog from back then. You escaped to the Sin Demon region and after a few years of cultivation, you think you can do it? The Sun Hall is too much. The Burning Sky Demon King said with an ugly expression. Today, we are attacking with all our might. This is the beginning of your Sun Hall's decline. Aren't you afraid of biting your tongue? The woman laughed. The Holy Hall is quite something. Why would they work with a mediocre person like you? Is there really no one else? Head Ambassador Zhihua, there's no point in talking too much. Let's fight it out. The Golden Crow Grand Sage interrupted them and said plainly. That's right, let's see who's the real deal. Burning Heaven Demon King also clamored. However, the two of you don't seem to be enough to fill the gaps between our teeth. Devil Master, if you surrender today, I can spare your life. Follow me to the Holy Court to confess your sins, Old Mo shouted. He looked up at the 5 aggressive great saints in the sky. Suzimo did not mind and smiled. He looked at the woman and said, leave the 5 of them to me. You go to the passage and send a message to Sun Hall. Can you do it? The woman asked. Suzimo waved his hand, and the passage to the Divine Land was opened. Baimont and the others stepped through the air and arrived. Towering demonic chi enveloped them. A powerful aura came crashing down like an avalanche. You're from the Demon Clan? The woman asked in surprise. Go. I said I can handle it, Suzimo replied. In the sky, Old Mo's expression was ugly. He snorted coldly, you Demon Clan have hidden yourselves well. You've already gathered 4 demon generals. Stop talking nonsense. If you want to fight, then come. The Scarlet Blade Bull Demon roared first. That's fine too. Today, I'll get rid of all of you to prevent future troubles. Elder Hiroshi yelled. Everyone, today, let's kill the Demon Clan together. We'll destroy the source of all evil in the world. As he shouted, the figures of the few were already engaged in battle. Soaring holy aura stirred up the clouds. Suzimo faced off against Burning Heaven Demon King. Baimont and the other 3 were also engaged in battle with the other 4 great saints. In an instant, the entire Heavenly Fire family became the center of the battle. Kid, you've got guts. Burning Heaven Demon King laughed coldly. A mere great emperor dares to challenge me. You've only just entered the great saint realm. Suzimo shook his head. In fact, he had not even opened his 10th meridian. In other aspects, he was no different from a great saint. He had also comprehended the law and had the soul of life and death. He might be able to fight against an existence that had just entered the great saint realm. I'll let you have a taste of my burning heaven flame. Burning Heaven Demon King snorted coldly. The law of fire was surging. And his fire was no ordinary fire. It was the burning heaven flame, the legendary strange fire. A torrent of flames rushed over. Suzimo snorted coldly. The law of wind enveloped his entire body. Doomsday storm engulfed his entire body. In an instant, the entire world turned dark. Countless buildings collapsed to the ground. Countless trees were uprooted. When the violent tornado came, the entire world changed color. Under the influence of the storm, the torrent of flames that was blowing towards Suzimo was blown back. Not good. Burning Heaven Demon King shouted. He hurriedly retracted his flames. Kid, it seems that I've underestimated you. Burning Heaven Demon King stopped looking down on him. You talk too much nonsense. Suzimo snorted coldly. One of the 10 great divine techniques, lawful embodiment of heaven and earth and divine demon visualization diagram were used at the same time. His divine soul and body were instantly magnified by thousands of meters. He was like a giant that opened the sky. At this moment, he could even touch the top of the 5 elements lotus. Today, I'll kill you. It can be considered a trial for me to enter the great saint realm. Suzimo said. His eyes were gushing with demonic light. It was as if he was plucking the sun and moon. The tyrannical shadow behind him was also magnified countless times. As the blade fell, demonic energy surged and the sky shook. Burning Heaven Demon King's hands were filled with flames. He actually wanted to take this blade with one hand. There was a boom sound. Endless blade intent and flames burned in the void together. The blade intent slashed his hand. Burning Heaven Demon King roared as his figure was crushed bit by bit. Open! Burning Heaven Demon King roared. Someone like you dares to call yourself a demon king? Suzimo coldly said. The blade intent around him was getting stronger and stronger. An endless amount of power was surging. After Burning Heaven Demon King struggled for a long time, there was still a boom sound. His entire body was slashed into a crack in the ground. Heaven splitting 8 directions. Suzimo lightly shouted again. He didn't give the other party a chance to struggle. The skyblade intent inside his body shrouded him. The tyrannical shadow in his hand was raised and slashed again. Not good. Burning Heaven Demon King's expression changed. Behind him, his true fate appeared. It was a giant demon spider. 8 legs. Its huge body was like a carapace. There were even black flames burning on it. The demon spider's mouth was constantly spitting out spider silk. The spider web formed layer after layer. When the saber intent of the heaven-splitting saber continued to boil and descend, the spider web blocked in front of him. There was a boom sound. The entire spider web was shattered layer by layer under the saber intent. However, the spider web still managed to block it for a while. Burning Heaven Demon King quickly retreated and distanced himself from Suzimo. He looked at Suzimo with a serious gaze. He said, Strange, you are a great emperor, how can you have laws and the power of the soul of life and death? Are you ready to die? Suzimo pointed his saber at Burning Heaven Demon King and said indifferently. We don't know who will die yet, Burning Heaven Demon King snorted. Blazing flames gathered around his body. The black burning heaven flame continued to burn. The entire void began to melt. Burning destruction, Burning Heaven Demon King stretched out his hands. The black demonic aura covered the sky. Under the sky, countless fireballs began to condense. As if the end of the world was coming. Like meteorites, there were tens of thousands of burning meteorites falling from the sky. They all smashed towards Suzimo. Suzimo slightly narrowed his eyes. After he activated lawful embodiment of heaven and earth, his figure became countless times larger. Facing so many meteorites at once, there was no chance to dodge at all. Since I can't dodge, then I'll shatter all of you, Suzimo snorted coldly. He held the saber in his right hand and clenched his left hand into a fist. Without waiting for these meteorites to descend, he took the initiative to rush into the void and killed a group of meteorites. Rumble sounds continued to resound in the sky. Countless meteorites shattered, turning into charred stones that split apart. The saber slashed the sky, the fist broke the meteorites. From afar, the entire sky seemed to have shattered. When the meteorite fragments fell, logically speaking, it should have destroyed heaven and earth, destroying everything. But the people in the Lotus Pond path were not affected. Because after the meteorites were shattered into pieces by Suzimo, they were all blocked by the 5-element lotus. In a short while, these meteorites were all shattered by Suzimo. He stood in the air, looking at Burning Heaven Demon King with a burning gaze. The tyrannical shadow in his hand continued to hum. In his right hand, the saber energy was like an ocean. The saber prison turned into a supreme hell, and all of it was pointed at Burning Heaven Devil King. "Don't worry," Burning Heaven Devil King sneered. His right hand began to form a seal, and in the shattered meteorites around Suzimo, clusters of flames began to condense. Black Lotus Blast, Hellfire Dragon Rush. Burning Heaven Devil King's roar could be heard. The countless Burning Heaven flames condensed into the shape of a black lotus. The black lotus faced Suzimo, and from the stamen, a hell flame dragon's shockwave was like a torrent. It annihilated the entire void. It was as if heaven and earth had been beaten back to their original point. Suzimo placed the tyrannical shadow in front of him, facing the torrent head-on. His figure did not put up any resistance as he was directly sent flying by the torrent. This impact tore through the silent void like a shooting star in the dark night. No one knew where he was leading Suzimo to. "Follow me, you're seeking your own death," Burning Heaven Devil King snorted. His gaze turned to the other battlefields. Just as he was about to go help, his footsteps suddenly stopped. Cold sweat faintly seeped out of his forehead. Because in front of him, Suzimo was standing there unscathed. "How did you? How can I be unscathed, right?" Suzimo smiled. "That's just an avatar of mine. It's funny that you thought you killed me." "So what, if I can kill your avatar, I can also kill your real body," Burning Heaven Devil King sneered. "Do you really think so?" Suzimo smiled. The power to shake the heavens was surging inside his body. The heavenly gate of 3 lives above his head. Many of the 10 divine techniques can be fused together. At this moment, the Xianxia seal was condensing in his palm. When the swastika seal appeared, the entire sky distorted. The swastika seal left his hand, destroying heaven and earth, and branded towards Burning Heaven Devil King's chest. Burning Heaven Devil King wanted to dodge, but this Xianxia seal seemed to be able to track him, and he couldn't dodge at all. Damn it, he could only turn his head and take this blow head-on. The Xianxia seal exploded in front of him, and Burning Heaven Devil King's figure was blown away. However, without waiting for Burning Heaven Devil King to regain his senses, Suzimo used another good fortune heaven swallowing finger. The finger fell, and it directly touched Burning Heaven Devil King's forehead. "Ah!" He screamed in pain, and his forehead was directly penetrated by the finger. His figure was also completely blown away. Suzimo turned his head, and he saw that Jihua ambassador was sitting cross-legged in front of the passage. From her body, runes floated into the passage. Suzimo was relieved. Although Burning Heaven Devil King was seriously injured, he still didn't die. His figure stood up in a daze, and the blood on his forehead also solidified. He looked at Suzimo, and his eyes were full of fear. "What, do you still want to fight?" Suzimo asked. Burning Heaven Devil King looked at the others and shouted, "Everyone, if we continue fighting like this, when will it end? Let's use our trump card." Hearing Burning Heaven Devil King's words, the other great sages of the Heavenly Fire family also separated from Baimont and the others. The Golden Crow Grand Sage said, "Ancestral Fire Source. This ancestral fire source is the foundation of our Heavenly Fire family," the Pill Saint said quickly. "Unless it's absolutely necessary, I think we shouldn't use it. What's there to be afraid of? If we don't use the ancestral fire source today, I'm afraid we can't kill them," the Nether King said. The Pill Saint was obviously more thoughtful. Looking at Elder Hiroshi, he asked, "Elder Hiroshi, since our 2 forces have joined forces, the Holy Court can't just send you alone, right?" "Don't worry, the Holy Court's reinforcements will come," But that's the critical moment, don't worry about using the ancestral fire source. Today is an inescapable trap, even if the golden immortal descends, he can't save them. Elder Hiroshi said confidently. Hearing this, the people of the Heavenly Fire family felt more confident. Start the ancestral fire source, the Golden Crow Grand Sage ordered. The people of the Heavenly Fire family who were hiding had already rushed to the ancestral fire source. They opened the seal of the ancestral fire source. Suddenly, a blazing flame shot up into the sky. This flame went straight to the roots of the five elements lotus. It was the family treasure of the Heavenly Fire family. For thousands of years, the Heavenly Fire family was located here and could develop like this. It could be said that this flame played a huge role. When the ancestral fire source appeared, all the disciples of the Heavenly Fire family felt the power in their bodies boil. It was as if their blood was burning and their strength increased greatly. Ancestral fire source, no roots will be left. All disciples of the Heavenly Fire family, welcome the ancestral fire source. The Golden Crow Grand Sage's voice spread throughout the Heavenly Fire family. All the disciples knelt on the ground. The ancestral fire source condensed in the void and finally formed a human face. The laughter of an old man came from the human face. Little Golden Crow, why did you call me out? Senior, please lend me a hand and kill some people, said the Golden Crow Grand Sage. Hui Yuan of the Heavenly Fire family already had his own consciousness. He relied on the five elements lotus. He made a deal with the Heavenly Fire family. Hence, in times of crisis, he would help the Golden Crow Grand Sage. What, is there an opponent you can't handle? Hui Yuan laughed. Looks like there's a troublesome opponent. His gaze swept across the field, and his expression gradually turned solemn. Demons. As he said these two words, he felt a chill in his heart. Back then, I was just a small flame born from the antiquity age. I heard of the legends of the demons. They could have ruled the world. Unfortunately, the demon lord insisted on attacking the heavens and ruined the good situation. The demons have also declined, said Hui Yuan. He had lived for countless years and there were very few things that could move him. The demons were one of them. After all, that race had changed the world. In the history of the 9 domains, such things were rare. Senior, now that the Heavenly Fire family and the Holy Court have joined forces, what are we afraid of the demons, said the Golden Crow Grand Sage. Of course, we're not afraid now, laughed Hui Yuan. This is the era of the Holy Court. Even the demons have to behave themselves. You're just a small flame and you dare to speak so arrogantly, said the Scarlet Blade Bull Demon angrily. Even if my lord lost, he still dares to attack the heavens. For a monster like you, this is the only time you can show off. When my demons return, I'm afraid you will only be a pitiful dog. As he said this, the human face formed by Hui Yuan turned vicious. He said coldly, looks like we have to kill the demons today. We don't know who will kill who yet, said the Tianping Demon Master. The rest of you, hold the line, said the Golden Crow Grand Sage. He looked at Suzimo and said, Demon Lord, do you dare to fight me? If I want to fight you, I don't need my lord to do it, said Baimont coldly. Baimont, back down, said Suzimo as he waved his hand. His gaze swept across the entire Heavenly Fire family, and his voice echoed throughout the entire Heavenly Fire family. Disciples of the Heavenly Fire family, prepare a coffin for your Laozu. He looked at the Golden Crow Grand Sage and asked, are you prepared to die? The Golden Crow Grand Sage snorted coldly and said, today, after killing your demon lord, the Heavenly Fire family will be famous. Senior, help me, said the Golden Crow Grand Sage. Behind him, the Golden Crow's fire was burning. The powerful flames burned into the surroundings. All right, the ancestral fire source also shouted. It turned into a torrent of fire and poured into his true fate. The Golden Crow let out a sharp cry, and the golden flames merged with the red flames, as if it was about to come alive. This flame is too weak. Suzimo shook his head. If the other party was using other laws, Suzimo wouldn't be confident if he didn't use the power of the previous generation's demon master. Unfortunately, this kind of flame was nothing to him. He had obtained the inheritance of fire god Zhurong. The fire of Zhurong could be counted as one of the most powerful fires in the world. It could devour all fire. When the ancient gods were in the path of seeking, Zhurong had cultivated his fire to the extreme. The heavenly fire family was not bad. However, in terms of fire, how could they compare to the Sun Temple? How could they compare to the fire god? The golden crow's cry resounded in the void. Its golden wings were as bright as the sun. At this moment, the golden crow grand sage's body was also shining with golden light. Go, the golden crow grand sage shouted. In the sky, the huge golden crow grabbed at Suzimo. Seeing the golden crow's attack, it could destroy the world and melt the world. However, Suzimo only smiled slightly. In his hand, the fire of Zhurong danced. It was as if it couldn't wait to devour it. Go, eat your fill, Suzimo laughed. The fire of Zhurong rushed over. When the two balls of fire collided, the expected explosion didn't happen. Instead, the fire of Zhurong touched the golden crow. The golden crow was formed by fire and its body was in a burning state. When the fire of Zhurong touched its body, it gave off an illusion. It was as if the fire of Zhurong was burning the golden crow. The golden crow also felt threatened and struggled with all its might. It flapped its wings in the sky and swept across the void, trying to shake off the fire of Zhurong. What is that? Someone muttered to himself. What kind of sorcery is that? Sorcery? I'm afraid you haven't even seen the real fire of the world, Suzimo shook his head. The fire of the heavenly fire family is just a small trick. You were arrogant and thought that the heavenly fire family represented the true meaning of the fire of the world. It can't be. The golden crow grand sage took a step back. He said in disbelief, after my golden crow fire merged with the ancestral fire origin. Even if the Sun Temple comes, I can still touch it. How can it be devoured? In the sky, the golden crow's struggle became weaker and weaker. In the end, it was completely devoured. The fire of Zhurong seemed to be unsatisfied and jumped back into Suzimo's hand. Is this the legendary fire of the fire god Zhurong? The woman of the Jihua ambassador walked over and asked in surprise. Has the news reached the Sun Temple? Suzimo asked. Don't worry, the Sun Temple is furious and will come soon. The woman nodded. She stared at the fire of Zhurong in Suzimo's hand. You received the inheritance of the fire god? You people of the Sun Temple are quite knowledgeable, Suzimo laughed. Of course, our Laozu is the fire gods. The woman seemed to realize something as she spoke. She stopped abruptly and replied, You are very lucky. You asked me about the ancient gods. Have you been searching for the inheritance of the ancient gods? Let's settle the matter at hand first before asking other questions, Suzimo replied. In the sky, the golden crow grand sage's face turned ugly. It was as if it still couldn't believe that its sure-kill attack had been broken so easily. Since this golden crow is yours, I will return it to you, Suzimo waved his right hand. He threw the fire of Zhurong in his hand. When the fire of Zhurong was in the sky, it turned into the shape of a golden crow and grabbed at the golden crow grand sage. Damn it, the golden crow grand sage was furious. The flames around him grew stronger and he blew up the golden crow with a punch. Although the golden crow was blown up, the golden crow grand sage looked at his right fist in shock. His fist was burned by the flames. One had to know that this was an impossible thing. He had always been cultivating fire. To him, fire was like a fish in water. To him, fire was a great supplement. It was his Tao. At this moment, the fire was burning him. What kind of fire is that? The golden crow grand sage frowned and asked. Do you think I will tell you? However, I hope that you will not die in peace. Suzimo laughed. Today, if you have any moves, use them. My fire is thirsty. In terms of fire, the heavenly fire family has never lost. Not in the past, not in the future. The golden crow grand sage snorted. If it was the Sun Hall, it would be fine if he lost in the Tao of fire. But people like Suzimo did not play with fire at all. He had played with fire his entire life. He would not allow such a thing to happen. Disciples of the heavenly fire family, follow me and use the convergence of all fires. Kill this guy. The golden crow grand sage said. Hearing Laozu's words, the disciples of the heavenly fire family did not dare to delay. They sat cross-legged and started to use the fire in their bodies. following a specific direction, they spread out among the limbs and bones. Even the Golden Crow Grand Sage and the Nether King sat down. All the disciples of the Heavenly Fire family seemed to be connected by a huge net. Every point of the net was burning with fire. That was the fire of life of every disciple of the Heavenly Fire family. The Pale Sage hesitated when he saw this. He knew what this was, which was why he hesitated. Pale Sage, we are from the same place in the Yuanyang continent. Let me give you a word of advice. Leave. Suzima waved his hand and said. I will spare your life. Looks like Child Su is sure of his victory. The Pale Sage shook his head. He replied, I am indebted to the Heavenly Fire family. I am not an ungrateful person. If I leave today, I am afraid that my Tao heart will be damaged and I will never be able to improve. As he spoke, he also sat down cross-legged. The fire behind him danced. Every time it danced, the Pale Sage's aura would weaken. On the other hand, the Golden Crow Grand Sage's aura would strengthen. Convergence of all fires. The Heavenly Fire family is ruthless. The Jihua ambassador's woman said. You can tell, Suzimo said with a smile. The Golden Crow Grand Sage is like a medium. Everyone's power was gathered on him. And this power wasn't just ordinary flames. It's the flame of life of every Heaven Fire family disciple. The woman said solemnly, if the Golden Crow Grand Sage returns the fire of life after this, he will not be able to escape. These people had only been seriously injured once. But what if the fire of life doesn't return? Everyone will definitely die. This is a gamble. They bet that they can kill me using this method, Suzimo said with a smile. Little did they know that they were just courting death. What do you want to do? The woman asked. It's time to use the gift the Tao Formation Great Emperor gave us, said Suzimo with a smile. With a casual wave of his hand, the array disc of the heaven-punishing Blood River Formation appeared in Suzimo's hand. This was the array formation that the Tao Array Great Emperor was most satisfied with. It even surpassed the 6 elements indestructible formation. At this moment, it was an extreme massacre. The Tao Array Great Emperor was afraid that his murderous nature would be too strong. That was why he kept this array formation under the spirit vein and never revealed it. And this time, he gave this array formation to Suzimo. Firstly, he wanted to thank Suzimo for his guidance on the array formation. Furthermore, the two of them were from the same hometown in the Yuanyang continent. Secondly, he didn't want the array formation to be covered in dust. No matter what, he had spent a lot of effort on this array formation. He also wanted to see the day when this array formation would shine. Use this array formation to destroy the Heaven Fire family. It'll be famous throughout the Sinful Demon region. This array formation will be glorious. As Suzimo's voice fell, he directly threw out the array disc. At this moment, cracking sounds could be heard from the array disc. An extremely strong murderous intent was released from the array disc. Instantly, it enlarged by hundreds of times and enveloped the entire Heaven Fire family. The heaven-punishing blood river continued to surge. The thick blood river was filled with corrosion, filth, and death. As the blood river flowed, the disciples of the Heaven Fire family screamed. From the outside, one couldn't tell how strong the murderous intent of this array formation was. It didn't even seem to have the intent to destroy the world. However, it was such an ordinary river of blood that when it flowed past, once it was contaminated, it would turn into a blood-stained river. Their bodies would be corroded and their bones would turn into ashes. They would be melted until nothing was left. What a powerful blood river! Elder Hiroshi exclaimed. The Golden Crow Grand Sage also stood up from the all-in-one fire. He looked at the scene in front of him. Countless of his family members died under the blood river. His expression changed. You deserve to die. He was so angry that he trembled. He looked at Suzimo with bloodshot eyes. Die? Asked Elder Hiroshi beside you. How many people in the Holy Hall want me dead? Even their sacred ancestor would love to see me dead. Suzimo laughed. But do you know why I'm still alive? Because they can't destroy me. If you want to kill me, you'd better line up slowly. After using the all-in-one fire, the Underworld King and the Pale Sage were extremely weak. Looking at the scene in front of them, they couldn't do anything. Only the Golden Crow Grand Sage's flames were like waves. Each wave was stronger than the previous one. They slammed into the world and the flames burned the world. The Golden Crow Grand Sage seemed to have gone mad. He destroyed the blood river continuously to protect his family members. Unfortunately, the river of blood continued to pour in from all directions within the formation. He couldn't protect everyone by himself. Then, he started to attack the formation again. He wanted to attack the heaven-destroying blood river formation from the inside. Unfortunately, the creator of this formation was the Tao Formation Emperor. When he created the 6 elements indestructible formation, he claimed that his formation was unbreakable from the inside. The heaven-destroying blood river formation naturally used this ability. Although there was no such thing as an unbreakable formation in the world. However, with the Golden Crow Grand Sage's current strength, it wasn't impossible for him to break the formation. He definitely couldn't do it in a short period of time. When he really did break the formation, the Heavenly Fire family members would all be dead. Why? It shouldn't be like this. The Golden Crow Grand Sage shook his head continuously. We allied with the Holy Court and should have killed all of you. The Sun Temple can't do anything to me. After your demon domain was destroyed, the Holy Court promised that the Sin Demon domain would belong to the Heavenly Fire family. The Heavenly Fire family is the only ruler here. This was what they had agreed with the Holy Court. Unfortunately, as he watched his family members being swallowed by the blood river one by one, not even their bones could be seen. Everything was different from what he had imagined. Suddenly, the Golden Crow Grand Sage thought of something. He looked at Elder Mo and asked, "When will the Holy Court arrive? Are you going to watch the Heavenly Fire family be destroyed before you come?" "Don't be anxious," Elder Mo replied. "The Holy Court will definitely come. We just have to be prepared. We have to kill the demonic lord in one blow, in case he comes back and becomes a threat." Hearing Elder Hiroshi's indifferent reply, the Golden Crow Grand Sage smiled sadly. So, to kill the demonic lord, it doesn't matter even if the entire Heavenly Fire family dies, right? In war, there will always be sacrifices, said Elder Hiroshi. But the future generations will always remember the sacrifice of the Heavenly Fire family. It's worth it. If there will always be sacrifices, why not the Holy Court, why not the Heavenly Fire family? Questioned the Golden Crow Grand Sage. But Elder Hiroshi only closed his eyes and fell silent. Asking a tiger for its skin, you are just food for the tiger. Suzumo shook his head and said, the Heavenly Fire family is supposed to be a protector. Isn't it good to be a local tyrant? Why do you have to get involved in this? The Heavenly Fire family is not worthy. If that's the case, then let's all die together. The Golden Crow Grand Sage seemed to have gone crazy. His eyes flashed with bloodlust. The flames around him grew stronger and stronger. With my life, restart the Fire Lotus, shouted the Golden Crow Grand Sage. All the life and flames around him were sucked away. They turned into a ball of red light and sank into the ground. Others didn't know, but the Nether King and the Pill Sage thought of something. They shouted, Golden Crow, no. Why not? It's all their fault. Drag them down with us, as a sacrifice to the souls of our family. Finally, all the life was sucked away. The Golden Crow Grand Sage's body became more and more blurry. Until finally, a gentle breeze blew. Like a dandelion, his body dissipated immediately. A Grand Sage died just like that. A death that even the life and death soul couldn't save. What did he do? Asked the Jihua ambassador's woman. A sacrifice. He's summoning something, said Suzumo with a frown. Summoning? The Heavenly Fire family even used the ancestral fire source. What else can he summon? Asked the woman curiously. But in the next moment, she seemed to have thought of something. She and Suzumo looked at each other. They said 5 elements lotus at the same time. Indeed, in the next moment, the entire path of the lotus pond began to shake. Countless cracks appeared on the ground. From these cracks, fiery red leaves fluttered out. And in the world where everyone was. At this moment, it began to change as well. Above his head was the 5 elemental lotus. The gigantic lotus flowers had merged together, and the sky could not be seen. However, at this moment, the five elements lotus, which had been immersed in the water for countless years, actually split apart. The blue sky entered his eyes for the first time. The entire lotus pond was filled with the power of the five elements. However, among the five elements, the fire element was still the strongest. The heavenly fire aristocratic family had nurtured it for countless years. Fire attribute spiritual energy floated in the air. Many people could feel the burning sensation of the air entering their abdomens when they took a breath. The five elements lotus was recovering, and a powerful aura was being emitted continuously. Sounds of explosions could be heard continuously from the secluded paths of the lotus pond. Quickly leave this place. The five elements lotus is going berserk. Elder Mo immediately noticed the abnormality and shouted. The Golden Crow Grand Sage was completely mad. He wanted to kill everyone in this secluded path of the lotus pond. He stepped into the air, wanting to leave the lotus pond as soon as possible. Unfortunately, it was too late. Because in the sky, once someone wanted to leave, the gigantic lotus leaves of the five elements lotus would directly slap them down. The power of the five elements lotus had almost surpassed the level of a sage ruler. Of course, this did not mean that it was comparable to a Dao fruit expert. Instead, it meant that ordinary sage rulers could not even contend with it. It was a divine lotus that was nurtured by the heavens. It had stood in this world for an unknown period of time. Now that it had recovered, its power was naturally unparalleled. The pale saint let out a deep sigh. He knew that no matter what the final outcome was, the heavenly fire family was completely finished. The five elements lotus continued to awaken. However, the entire secluded path of the lotus pond had been completely sealed. It was not just the great sages. Even the natives of the lotus pond were panicking like headless ants. What do we do? The Jihua ambassador's woman looked at Su Zimo and asked. Don't worry, the five elements lotus won't be able to do much. Su Zimo shook his head calmly. My only worry is that the Sun Palace will not come. If that happens, I'll have to put in more effort. Are you confident in dealing with the five elements lotus? The woman asked. If it was the five elements lotus, it would really be difficult for me to deal with it. Su Zimo smiled. Unfortunately, it's more appropriate to call it a fire lotus now. What Su Zimo said was not wrong. The other four elements of the five elements lotus had been suppressed. Only the power of the fire element filled the entire lotus. The entire tranquil path of the lotus pond seemed to be boiling. Many ordinary people could not stand it and were burned to death by the flames. At this moment, numerous heaven-reaching lotus leaves flew over from the void. Some people could not dodge in time and were directly enveloped by the lotus leaves and burned into nothingness. Dodge. The lotus pond's secluded path was completely reduced to ruins. Countless panicked voices could be heard. Clearly, no one wanted to be swept away by the lotus leaves. What do we do? The Jihua ambassador's woman asked. Find the main body of the five elements lotus, Su Zimo said. At this moment, he could not be bothered to care about Elder Mo and the others. He put away the heavenly vanquishing blood river formation and led the woman to the north of the lotus pond's secluded path. That was because there, the powerful aura was constantly increasing. The aura was getting stronger with each wave. It was like a wave that a terrifying existence had awakened. The closer they got to the terrifying aura, the more lotus leaves there were around them. They were even getting faster and faster. They had already formed an inescapable net, and there was no time to dodge. Su Zimo held the tyrannical shadow in his hand. Since there was no way to dodge, he could only force his way through. As for the female Jihua head emissary, her body was burning with golden flames. The flames were really domineering. When the lotus leaves got close, they would be burned. The two of them walked forward and finally arrived at the end of the lotus pond's secluded path. At the end, a peerless lotus had already broken out of the ground. The five elements lotus was huge and formed the secluded path of the lotus pond. In fact, its true core was the peerless lotus in front of them. At this moment, it saw two humans in front of it. The five elements lotus seemed to be a little angry. Five elements strangulation. Lotus flowers flew out of the void one after another. Each of these lotus flowers contained the power of the five elements. However, the power of the fire element was still the strongest. The petals that were supposed to be holy had actually turned red at this moment. The power of the 5 elements descended from the sky, forming a strangulation path. Looking at the thousands of white lotuses rushing over, before Suzumo could make a move, the woman next to him took the initiative to say, "Focus on dealing with these lotuses, leave the rest to me." The fire of the sun burned fiercely. It turned into a golden battle suit. At this moment, the woman was wearing a golden battle suit, and there were golden flames spewing out of her eyes. The powerful force seemed to be distorting the void. At this moment, she was like a god of war. She directly stepped into the air and faced these lotuses that were coming at her. All the flames weaved into a large net and instantly melted all the lotuses inside. In the next moment, the sound of burning could be heard. The lotuses turned into ashes. "Amazing," Suzumo praised. "Compared to you, I'm still a little lacking," the woman said calmly. She was a great sage, and Suzumo was only in the heavenly venerable realm. He was only one step away from the great sage realm. But at this moment, she was not confident that she could defeat Suzumo. If Suzumo became a great sage, the explosive increase in his battle prowess was not something that could be achieved just by saying it. However, before the woman could breathe a sigh of relief, she had just incinerated the lotuses. A lotus root that reached the sky descended from the sky and fiercely whipped towards the woman. Bang, a loud sound was heard. The void shattered, and the woman's figure was directly sent flying. The woman instantly stood up again and said solemnly, "So powerful." Looking up, the 5 elements lotus had already left the ground and began to float in the void. It was like an octopus with countless claws and teeth. Countless roots floated in the void. Any one of them seemed to have the power of a great sage. When the roots attacked, even though the woman was prepared this time, she was still beaten back. Not to mention defeating the 5 elements lotus, she probably couldn't even get close to it. Moreover, the 5 elements lotus had hundreds of roots. When fighting with the woman just now, it only used 3 roots, and it almost suppressed her. "We can't beat it," the woman looked at Suzumo and said frankly. "Even if the 2 of us join forces and call your demon generals, we can't beat it." The woman still had this bit of knowledge. "That's right. Under normal circumstances, we wouldn't be able to defeat them." Suzumo nodded. Unless he used the power of the Devil Master, he would not be able to win. The 5 elements lotus had long since surpassed the realm of a great sage. Unless a Dao fruit expert intervened. "You mean, normal circumstances?" The woman was stunned and asked in surprise, "What about abnormal situations?" "We can't deal with the 5 elements lotus, but look at it now." "How does it look like a 5 elements lotus?" Suzumo smiled and said, "If I say it's a fire lotus, I don't think anyone would object." Hearing Suzumo's words, the woman was stunned. He immediately reacted. The 5 elemental lotus had been in the lotus pond's secluded path for such a long time. Under the nourishment of the heavenly fire family, the 5 elemental chi in its body was probably already out of balance. The reason why the 5 elements lotus was so powerful was because of its 5 elements power. Primordial chaos was divided into yin and yang transformed into the 5 elements. The power of the 5 elements could be considered one of the most powerful forces in the world. However, if the 5 elements were unstable, the 5 elements lotus would instantly weaken by countless times. "What should we do?" the woman asked. "Doesn't it like flames?" "Then let's let it eat to its heart's content," Suzumo said. He waved his right hand, and the fire of Zhu Rong in his hand burned. The fire of Zhu Rong tore through the void like a meteor and smashed towards the 5 elements lotus. It was strange. The fire of Zhu Rong was a great Dao fire and could be said to be incomparably powerful. At this moment, it did not cause any damage to the 5 elements lotus. When the flames hit the 5 elements lotus, they all entered its body. This was the terrifying part of the 5 elements lotus. It could automatically absorb the 5 elements' power between heaven and earth. "Let it absorb. Put in more effort," Suzumo shouted. He continuously poured the fire of Zhu Rong into it. Seeing this, the woman also came to her senses. She also poured her fire of the sun over. The fire of Zhu Rong and the fire of the sun fused together. At this moment, the entire five elements lotus was absorbing the powerful flames, and the power around it became stronger and stronger. It seemed to be very happy. Instead of attacking, the countless roots swayed back and forth. As more and more flames appeared, Suzimo and the woman also felt that it was difficult. Sweat flowed out of their foreheads. Will this method work? The woman looked at Suzimo and asked. The five elements lotus's aura was getting stronger and stronger. If this continued, the two of them would lose even more of their chances. Suzimo did not say anything. At this moment, the five elements lotus suddenly became unstable. The main body of the lotus began to sway. The lotus kept roaring, and its body trembled. And the original roots seemed to be on fire. At this moment, it was completely red and burning continuously. The entire five elements lotus was completely occupied by the fire element, and the power of the other four elements disappeared without a trace. Suzimo did not even need to do anything. The five elements lotus had already begun to collapse. It worked. Suzimo took a deep breath. The raging flames continued to burn. Although the entire five elements lotus was struggling, it was still useless. After destroying the core of the lotus pond's secluded path should also end, Suzimo said. Why are you so confident that the five elements lotus will not be able to hold on? The woman asked curiously. Under normal circumstances, let alone the two of us. Even if there were dozens of us, it wouldn't be enough to ignite the five elements lotus, Suzimo said with a smile. We have to thank the heavenly fire family for this. For hundreds of thousands of years, it has been in the hands of the heavenly fire family. The five elements of the five elements lotus have long been out of balance. It's just that the five elements lotus is very strong, so it can suppress the fire in its body. And we did this not because we burned the five elements lotus. We just went with the flow and drew out the hidden flames in its body. As Suzimo spoke, his hands did not stop moving. His tyrannical shadow was unsheathed, and then endless blade intent soared into the sky. The blade intent broke through the air, splitting the sky. Finally, when the endless blade intent condensed to a certain extent, Suzimo shouted. All the blade intent was like a waterfall, pouring down and slashing over. Boom! Heaven and earth were silent. All the roots of the five elements lotus were instantly turned into ashes. Without the support of the five elements, the roots did not have much strength. The blade intent descended, leaving a natural chasm in the sky. Then, the entire five elements lotus was completely devoured. It was like a final struggle. The flames that burned the sky flashed, and the blade intent gradually dissipated. The core of the five elements lotus was completely annihilated. Kacha-kacha sounds were constantly heard. Everyone looked around and saw that the vast lotus pond's secluded path had been disintegrated in the blink of an eye. The residents who were originally panicking were at a loss when they saw this scene. Suzimo looked in the direction of the heavenly fire family and stepped into the air. Whether it was the blazing sky demon king or old Mo, their expressions changed drastically. Looking at the approaching Suzimo, they all wanted to flee. One by one, they retreated frantically, trying to escape. Unfortunately, Beaumont and the rest had already blocked their path of retreat. Only the Nether King and the Pill Saint were indifferent. As if they had lost their souls, they sat on the ground in a daze. The Golden Crow Grand Sage was dead. After the 10,000 flames returned to one, they were like cripples. Furthermore, the entire Heavenly Fire family was completely destroyed. The Lotus Pond path was gone too. This colossus that had stood tall for 1,000,000 years suddenly vanished overnight. Someone looked up at the sky. The sun that had just risen mumbled to itself. The world has changed. The Heavenly Fire family was finished. In the following days, the entire Sin Demon region would probably fall into chaos. Because the demon region was also finished. Therefore, the competition for territory and resources between the forces would become even more unbridled. However, at this moment, Beaumont and the rest surrounded Old Mo and the blazing Sky Demon King. What are you doing? Old Mo asked with an ugly expression. What do you think? Suzimo smiled. I'm curious. At this juncture, why isn't the Holy Court making a move? If you let me go now, you can still live. Otherwise, you'll definitely die, old Mo said stubbornly. You want me to let you go? Sure, Suzimo said with a smile. Now, kneel down and kowtow. I'll consider it. In your dreams, old Mo snorted with an ugly expression. Who knew that after hearing Suzimo's words, the blazing sky demon king would kneel down instead? Demon lord, it's all my fault. I was blinded and believed the words of these despicable people. If you let me live, I'll do anything you want me to do. At this moment, the blazing sky demon king couldn't care less about his face. For someone like him, death was the only thing he feared. He could lose anything. Dignity, face, but not his life. Because he was a great sage. I spent my entire life to become a great sage, and I'm not willing to die like this. I told him to kneel down and admit his wrongs. Who do you think you are? Suzimo glanced at Burning Heaven Devil King and said indifferently. Someone like you is worthy of calling yourself the Demon King? The reason he wanted Elder Mo to kneel down and admit his mistake was because Elder Mo was from the Holy Court. He symbolized a part of the Holy Court. As for Burning Heaven Devil King, he was just a Laozu who had created his own sect. Furthermore, back then, he had been beaten up by the Sun Palace and had fled like a stray dog. I'm not fit to be the Demon King. I'll change my name immediately. I'll change whatever you want me to. Burning Heaven Devil King was still begging for mercy. Suzimo didn't say anything. Elder Mo was a tough nut to crack. Even if he were to die, he would not kneel down and admit his mistake. He looked up at the sky. He muttered to himself, he really can keep his composure. Thinking of this, Suzimo's eyes narrowed. He said coldly, today at noon, kill the two of them in the Lotus Pond's secluded path. Yes. Baimont and the others accepted the order. Without giving Elder Mo and Burning Heaven Devil King a chance to resist, they sealed their meridians. They were directly tied up and escorted to the central square of the Lotus Pond's secluded path. And the residents of the Lotus Pond's secluded path knew that they were safe after the death of the five elements Lotus, so they didn't run away. Hearing that 4 great saints were to be killed, they all gathered around. Let's see how long you can endure. Suzimo looked at the sky and snorted coldly. The scorching sun shone on the Lotus Pond's secluded path that had already turned into ruins. The surrounding residents were discussing. Because Elder Mo, Burning Heaven Devil King, Nether King, and Pale Saint were all tied up here. The 4 demon generals held long sabers in their hands, their demonic aura overflowing. Suzimo stood at the front. Xianxia Grand Sage and Fairy Hayu had also returned. They had killed the Vermilion Bird Grand Sage and the Heavenly Fire Elders. Actually, they were evenly matched. Unfortunately, the Heavenly Fire family had appeared, and those few people had no desire to continue fighting. In a battle between experts, every move was naturally meticulous. If one's heart was in a mess, then one would definitely lose. Suzimo looked at the scorching sun and shouted, kill. Among the 4, other than Burning Heaven Devil King who kept begging for mercy, the other 3 were silent. Baimont and the others obeyed. The long sabers in their hands were suffused with demonic aura as they slashed down. Actually, even if they were beheaded, with Elder Mo's strength, he wouldn't die. Unless one's true fate was shattered, a great saint couldn't be killed. And even if one's true fate was shattered, a great saint could rely on the soul of life and death to be reborn. Therefore, Suzimo's beheading of Elder Mo was slapping the Holy Hall's face and luring them out. As for the true fate, he definitely wouldn't shatter it. Killing a great saint was far less convenient than imprisoning them. When the 4 demonic sabers fell at the same time, the originally calm void finally began to change. Show mercy. A grand and majestic voice came from all directions. This voice was like the might of the heavens. In an instant, it made people feel like they were submitting. Many residents of the Lotus Pond's secluded path felt their scalps go numb, and they couldn't help but kneel down. Suzimo looked up. In the originally calm sky, the void of a holy hall appeared. This holy hall was filled with immortal chi. It was simple but luxurious, and incomparably resplendent. Around the holy hall, ancient trees rose into the sky. Countless rays of light rushed into the clouds. Like the Milky Way, they hung upside down from the horizon. There were also countless divine beasts inside. A real phoenix shuttled through the void. The 7-colored birds seemed to reflect half of the mountains and rivers, forming the sun, the moon, the samsara, and the eternal world of stars. What is this place? It's so beautiful. Could this be the holy hall, the place where the immortals live? The residents who were kneeling on the ground all looked on, forgetting to leave. It was as if they were lost in this holy hall. And the voice that spoke earlier was an old man standing in front of the holy hall. He had the demeanor of an immortal. He was dressed in a white robe, and his white hair fluttered in the wind. His voice was full of energy and shook people's hearts. In his hand was a golden scroll of an imperial edict. The immortal master has decreed that the remnants of the demon race release the people of the holy hall. Quickly surrender and admit your mistakes. On account of the goodness of the heavens, you can be dealt with lightly. If you continue to be stubborn, the heavens will abandon you. The old man's words could be said to be sonorous and forceful. It was as if the holy hall at this moment was the supreme ruler of everything. His gaze was indifferent and without a trace of emotion. Do you think the holy hall's words are useful to me? Suzimo said with a smile. Demon Master, what do you think the holy hall is preparing for? The old man waved his hand. In the blink of an eye, the entire ancient formation was activated from the void. The entire world seemed to be suppressed by this formation. The Great Sky Formation, the old man said indifferently. Demon Master, under this formation, you will never be able to escape. He didn't know what level this formation was. Unless a Dao fruit powerhouse made a move, there was probably no hope of breaking it. The array formation was very powerful. Although it was called the Sky Covering Array, it was more like the Sky Sealing Array. It was as if the world in the lotus pond had been sealed. Only the Dao fruit could break it. It was that domineering. The reason why the Holy Court didn't appear before was to set up this array formation. They had to ensure that nothing would go wrong. To prevent the demon masters from escaping from their hands one after another. This was a blow to the dignity of the Holy Court, and it was absolutely not allowed. Sacred Elder, save me. He looked at the old man holding the decree in the sky. Elder Mo hurriedly asked for help. Although he would rather die than submit, no one was truly willing to die. Demon Master, have you thought it through? Sacred Elder's dignified voice sounded again. Suzimo ignored him and only shouted softly. Baimont and the others held the demonic sabers and slashed down heavily. In the sky, a rumbling sound came. It was as if someone was really angry. However, Baimont and the others still ignored it. The demonic sabers had already fallen. For scalding heads fell to the ground. They died with their eyes wide open. Sacred Elder seemed to be surrounded by heavenly might. It swept with a powerful aura. Although he was also a sacred king. But in this array formation, he could connect to heaven and earth. He was the true king of this world. He could control everything in the world. At this moment, he waved his right hand. A bolt of lightning that was hundreds of meters thick charged towards Suzimo like a torrent. As the thunderbolts rolled down, rumbling explosions and crackling sounds of thunder could be heard continuously. Suzimo could feel it. This attack had probably surpassed the level of a sacred king. He quickly retreated. Although he retreated in time, he was still sent flying by the aftermath of the lightning. The robe on his body was also somewhat tattered. Master, let's work together and see if we can break through this array formation, Baimont and the others said with ugly expressions. No need, we are not the main characters of this battle. Suzimo shook his head. Master, what do you mean? Baimont and the others were a little puzzled. Suzimo smiled. He raised his head to look at the sky and shouted, "How long is your Sun Palace going to watch this show?" Sun Palace? Hearing Suzimo's words, everyone felt a chill in their hearts. Even those from the Holy Court were shocked. Before they came, they had not considered the Sun Palace at all. After all, they had promised the Heavenly Fire family that as long as they worked together to annihilate the demon race, they would not be able to do so. The Holy Court would help them withstand the pressure from the Sun Hall. However, the Holy Hall knew very well what was going on. What was the Heavenly Fire family? They were just a chess piece. How could they really start a war with the Sun Hall for the Heavenly Fire family, at least not now? Therefore, the two behemoths had not clashed much until now. At this moment, he seemed to be responding to Suzimo's words. Other than the holy temple, a powerful light suddenly erupted from a corner of the sky. The golden light was really like the sun. Heat and light illuminated the earth together. A sun really did appear in the sky. Unlike the world where temple was located, Sun Hall truly lived in the sun. It is said that in the past, there was a small world before it was destroyed. Laozu of the Sun Palace once snatched the broken sun. Then, he used countless resources to repair the sun and moved the Sun Palace into it. Purple Dawn Saint's voice sounded. Although he did not know much about the Sun Palace. This matter shocked the 9 eastern regions. He must have heard of it. Although the sun of this small world had been broken and could not recover its original power. But it was the sun after all. The sun shone brightly and flames burned. A loud laughter rang out from within. Elder Saint, long time no see. The person who spoke was a middle-aged man in a golden robe. He had the aura of an overlord of a region with great talent and bold vision. The golden robe was even more dazzling under the sun. Like his eyes, they were golden as if there were 2 suns in them. It's the palace master of the light. Palace, a branch of the Sun Palace, Jihua's woman explained. The Sun Palace was an extremely powerful force. There were 7 branches. The Light Palace was one of them. It could be seen that the Sun Palace attached great importance to this matter and directly sent the branch palace master. So it's the Light Saint King, Elder Saint said. May I know why the Sun Palace is here? The Heavenly Fire family is a force of the Sun Palace. We naturally have to come and take a look, Elder Saint King said with a smile. And the Saintess of the Sun Palace is here. Saintess? Everyone was stunned. Then, they looked at Jihua's woman. Even Suzimo was a little surprised. He did not expect the Sun Palace to send their Saintess to be the Jihua's chief. My name is Murongqing. The woman looked at Suzimo. Only then did she reveal her identity. No wonder you were sure that the Sun Palace would come. Suzimo came to a realization. With their Saintess here, the Sun Palace would of course not sit idly by. Light Saint King, the Holy Court is only here to slay demons. After slaying demons, we will leave and will not hurt your Saintess, Elder Saint said. We don't care if you want to slay demons, Elder Saint King said with a smile. But not in the Heavenly Fire family. This is the Sun Palace's territory. You can do whatever you want outside. Light Saint King, are you going to protect the demons? Elder Saint asked coldly. That's a little too much. Elder Saint King shook his head. I said that the Holy Court cannot mess around in the Sun Palace's territory. Leave this place and I can't be bothered with who you want to kill. What if we must kill him? Elder Saint King narrowed his eyes and asked. Then I am willing to exchange a few moves with Elder Saint King, Elder Saint King replied. Sure, but Light Saint King, break my sky covering formation first. Elder Saint King snorted coldly. Since they could not come to an agreement, he naturally did not have a good expression. This formation is vast and boundless, and its power is astonishing. I'm afraid I am inferior, Elder Saint King said with a smile. Ancestral item, please. As soon as he said that, the blazing sun suddenly shone brightly. A meteorite that looked like a star floated from the sun. The moment the meteorite appeared, the might of the Grand Tao constantly reverberated. Layers of Taoist rhymes fluctuated in the void, as if they were going to soar into the clouds. 7-colored starlight was contained within the meteorite. When the meteorite appeared, there were even flowers of the Grand Tao blooming on it. From this, one could see how powerful the meteorite was. This is the Kuan Wind Stone. I wonder if it can break your sky-covering formation, Elder Saint King said with a smile. The Kuan Peng's figure constantly shuttled through the meteorite. It was as if there was an inner world swimming in it. Not a bad stone. The Kuan Peng had once undergone a tribulation on this stone. It triggered a tribulation of the world to temper this stone. Later, it was strengthened by a Tao fruit expert. Suzimo looked at the stone and said slowly. And the mark engraved by a Tao fruit expert is not an ordinary mark. It should be an attack mark. The attack of this stone definitely has the power of a Tao fruit expert. Good eyesight, the Holy King said with a smile. This is the divine stone that Lao Tzu personally engraved. Speaking of this, he looked at the Elysian elder. Are you going to put away the formation yourselves, or do you want me to break it? Holy King, you've gone too far, the Elysian elder narrowed his eyes and said indifferently. The Holy King snorted coldly. Since they had already shed all pretense of cordiality, there was nothing more to say. They did this not just to save their saintess. One had to know that the passage managed by the Heavenly Fire family could be said to be the throat of the blazing fire domain. Yet, the Holy Court wanted to interfere. This had already crossed the line and caused the upper echelons of the Sun Palace to be extremely displeased. The Holy King waved his hand. Endless power of light surged out from his body. As for the Kuan Wind Stone, the rhythm of the great Tao was also constantly resounding. Vaguely, there seemed to be a heavenly pung rising with the wind. The great pung rose with the wind and soared 90,000 miles. At this moment, the Kuan Pung was so powerful. It soared into the sky and soared into the sky. A sharp cry resounded through heaven and earth. It rushed over with the support of a Tao fruit expert. Seeing that the Kuan Pung was unstoppable, the Elysian elder was not in a hurry. He put his hands together and muttered. One rune after another flew out from his hand, reinforcing the heaven-enveloping grand formation. In an instant, the formation was activated and its aura was more than 1,000,000 times stronger. When the Kuan Pung crashed over uncontrollably, a loud explosion resounded through heaven and earth. At this moment, those with weaker cultivation would probably have their eardrums ruptured and bleeding from their 7 orifices. Even those who had a higher cultivation base had to shut off their hearing to try their best to avoid the sound. Because there were too many explosions. Dense cracks appeared in the sky. Then, kacha sounds were heard. The sky collapsed. A storm blew by in the void turbulence. Everyone could see the crazy Kuan Pung at the center of the storm. In front of him, a barrier appeared in the sky enveloping formation. The Kuan Pung and the barrier seemed to be in a stalemate. The sky enveloping formation was supported by countless forces. It borrowed the power of heaven and earth to fight against the Kuan Pung. Unfortunately, after contending for a long time, he was finally defeated. If it was just an ordinary Kuan Pung, it was naturally impossible. However, the Kuan Pung was augmented by a Tao fruit expert. A powerful force surged through the entire area. The Kuan Pung activated its power and its huge body let out a roar. Then, the barrier of the great sky enveloping formation began to shatter at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was as if dense cracks had appeared on a piece of smooth and flawless glass. Sacred Elder's face slightly changed. The immortal chi on his body grew even more boundless, as though he wanted to forcefully hold on. More and more runes appeared. Unfortunately, it was to no avail. The entire heaven-enveloping great formation was like a dam that had been breached, and the torrent destroyed everything in its path. After breaking through the great sky array, the heavenly Kuan Wind Stone strike returned to the sun. What do you think? The radiant Saint King asked with a smile. I'm afraid it's inappropriate for your Lao Tzu to interfere in this matter, Elder Xing said indifferently. Just now, when the formation was broken, his blood was also surging. However, he forcefully suppressed it. However, his expression did not look good. Because Sun Hall had crossed the line. Their patriarch, Xianxia, was a Tao fruit expert. It was not that the Holy Court did not have any Tao fruit experts. In fact, although there were very few Tao fruit experts in the 9 regions, there were still a few. The reason why it was so difficult for ordinary people to see Tao fruit experts was because, firstly, they wanted to comprehend the great Tao and break through the legendary 12 meridians. They rarely interfered with worldly matters. Secondly, Tao fruit experts stood at the peak of the 9 regions. Every single battle. Even if they casually attacked, it was enough to destroy the world and change the situation of the 9 regions. Therefore, although there were no rules, everyone knew that Tao fruit experts would not participate in battles. Hearing Sacred Elder's words, the radiant Saint King replied, "You're mistaken. Lao Tzu doesn't know about this at all. This heavenly Kuan Wind Stone strike was left behind by Lao Tzu a long time ago. Your great sky enveloping great formation is really powerful. We juniors can only rely on the legacy of our ancestors. Is Sun Hall going to completely fall out with us and declare war on us? The Saint King asked again. I think I've already made my answer very clear, said the radiant Saint King. You have no right to interfere in the Sun Hall's territory. Outside of the Sun Hall, we won't care even if you stir up chaos. Good, very good. Sacred Elder's eyes narrowed as if he was very angry. At this moment, an aged voice rang out. Radiant, you shouldn't have come here. Our holy court is determined to kill the Demon King this time. If you interfere, we'll kill you too. Hearing this voice, the hearts of everyone present trembled. This person was really arrogant. Although the radiant Saint King was a Saint King, he had already cultivated 3 flowers. However, it was said that he had already bloomed 3 flowers and was only 1 step away from attaining the fruit of the way. Of course, this step might be difficult to cross in a lifetime. But it still symbolized the radiant Saint King's strength. Everyone looked toward the holy court. They wanted to see who this arrogant person was. At this moment, a figure had appeared in the sky at an unknown time. It was a monk. He looked serene and wore a gray monk's robe. In front of his neck were red prayer beads. The prayer beads emitted a crimson aura like blood. If one looked closely, they would see that the prayer beads were glowing as if each bead contained the power of the great Tao. Who is this person? Someone muttered in the serene path of the lotus pond. I don't know him. Never heard of him. Compared to the others, the radiant Saint King said with a deep gaze. Sky Burial Master. Who is this person? Suzimo asked in confusion. You've never heard of him? Morongqing asked in surprise. The legendary Invincible Saint King. Invincible Saint King? Suzimo smiled. I haven't heard the word invincible in a long time. That's someone from the ancient times. It's said that he once challenged 100 great saints, and every one of them was a peak Saint King. He won every battle and never lost a single battle, replied Morongqing. Later on, he received the title of Invincible Saint King. After the ancient times, no one has heard of him. I didn't expect someone like him to join the holy court. Logically speaking, someone of this level shouldn't like to be restricted. Seeing Morongqing's confusion, Suzimo smiled and said, that's not difficult. What if the holy court can help him become a Dao fruit expert? How is that possible? Morongqing's eyes narrowed. The holy court doesn't have many Dao fruits themselves. The holy court definitely can't, but behind them. Suzimo smiled. He didn't say anything else. There was no need to talk about the existence behind the holy court. After all, the world couldn't reach that level. Even some experts weren't qualified. Even Suzimo only suspected it. So he didn't want to say more. The most important thing was to take care of the matter at hand. Although Sky Burial Mage was very famous, the world was still about benefits. Suzimo only knew that the other party had joined the holy court, and the two were now enemies. That was enough. Sky Burial Mage hovered in the void, standing in the air. His expression was neither happy nor sad. It was as if nothing in the world could attract his attention. Mage has also joined the holy court. The holy king smiled. Why don't the holy court name something? The Sun Palace will give you twice the price. Hearing the holy king's words, Sky Burial Mage seemed very calm. He just said faintly, Holy King, do you want to be killed by me here? Mage, calm down. Your opponent today is not me. The holy king smiled. You can talk to Laozu if you have anything to say. As soon as he said that, the sun next to him appeared. A golden coffin floated out. When this coffin appeared, it seemed to suppress all eternity. The small golden coffin had an imposing aura, and the golden light was comparable to the sun behind it. When such a small golden coffin appeared, the entire world fell silent. Even Sky Burial Mage frowned slightly. The coffin was opened, and a figure floated out from it. I heard that Mage can help souls. Why don't you help me too? The voice said with a chuckle. Although he said so, his voice echoed in the sky, and no one dared to answer. Everyone looked at the figure. He was only wearing a thin golden shirt. Although he looked like an old man, his skin was white without any wrinkles. He looked like a teenager. There was a string of gold coins around his waist. There were hundreds of gold coins, and they covered the surroundings. The gold coins were ancient, and many people probably didn't recognize the words engraved on them. Gold coins fall, heads fall. Sky Burial Mage said faintly, "You are Blood-Eye Citoyen." "Citoyen, I haven't heard this name in a long time." The old man smiled. "Call me whatever you want. The name isn't important anyway." The Sky Burial Wizard harumphed coldly, but did not refute. "Who is Citoyen?" Suzimo asked curiously. He didn't know much about the 9 zones. After all, many of the older generation experts had retired a long time ago. It was impossible for him to know about the experts who lived in seclusion. "Blood-eyed Citoyen, famous for his blood-red eye," Moronqing replied. "It is said that when he was born, there was a blood eye on his forehead. There was a blood moon in the sky, and all kinds of demons and ghosts were everywhere. Therefore, it was considered an ominous sign. Later, he was abandoned by his parents and crawled out from a pile of corpses. I don't know much about his early years. However, when he became the Holy King, he had once suppressed the entire ghost realm. It is said that for 30,000 years, the world was shrouded in fear of him." "They are all famous experts," Suzimo said with a smile. "I still can't compare to you. Compared to the legend of the Devil Master, they are just small skirmishes." Moronqing laughed. "I'm not surprised that the Holy Court managed to recruit the Sky Burial sorcerers. However, I'm a little curious that the Sun Palace can do this." Suzimo smiled. "Just how great of a price did you pay?" "Child Su, don't look at me. I'm a saintess, but it's not my place to ask about the more secretive matters," Moronqing replied. Suzimo didn't ask any more questions. "Child Su, do you think a fight will happen?" Moronqing asked. "I do hope a fight will happen. Unfortunately, the Holy Court won't." Suzimo shook his head. "Why are you so sure?" Moronqing asked. "Child Su, do you think the Sun Palace is stronger than the Holy Court? Do you want to hear the truth?" Suzimo smiled. Moronqing nodded. "If the Holy Court is determined, they will destroy the Sun Palace." Suzimo smiled. Moronqing's heart trembled. Although she was a saintess, she didn't know the exact strength of the Holy Court. Because the Holy Court was too mysterious, they rarely appeared in these years. "The Sun Palace has Laozu. How can it be destroyed so easily?" Moronqing said unwillingly. "Since it can be destroyed, why did you say that a fight won't happen?" "Because this is the 9 regions. The Sun Palace isn't the only powerful force." Suzimo smiled. "Even if the Sun Palace wants to be destroyed, there will be someone to protect it." Hearing this, Moronqing was a little confused. Who would protect the Sun Palace? With the Sun Palace's strength, who would protect it? "Let me tell you this. Among the 9 regions, except for the lowest level of the Mortal Realm and Sinful Devil Realm, the other 7 regions all have rulers. Just like the Sun Palace in the Blazing Fire region." Suzimo smiled. "Among the remaining 7 regions, the Holy Court is the most powerful. The other 6 regions didn't say anything on the surface. But in secret, they were all working together. Once the Holy Court made a move, he wouldn't just be facing the Sun Palace. There were also forces from other regions. Therefore, the Holy Court either didn't make a move or directly swept through the 9 regions. That's why I said that a fight won't happen, at least not now. The Holy Court isn't ready yet. Young Master Su, you've seen through this. You've dragged the Sun Palace into this to ensure your safety," Moronqing said. "You might not believe me. It was an accident that the Sun Hall had been dragged into this. Before I came to the Lotus Pond, I didn't know that you, the Blazing Fire Ambassador, were here." Suzimo shook his head and said. "So what Child Su means is that even if the Sun Palace doesn't exist today, you can still leave safely. Can you also leave this place safely?" Moronqing narrowed his eyes and asked. She knew that Suzimo might have a trump card. But she couldn't guess what it was. After all, the sky covering array couldn't be broken without a Dao fruit expert. "There are some things that you don't know that are beneficial to you." Suzimo smiled but didn't say anything. "Do as you see fit." These two factions will be even more lively. If Su Zimo didn't say anything, Morongqing definitely couldn't force him. At this moment, in the sky, Heaven Burial and Situ Yun were facing each other from afar. They seemed to be silent. The Sun Palace wouldn't take the initiative to start a war unless the Holy Court completely fell out. This kind of falling out wasn't over with just a fight. It was truly a fight to the death. As for the Holy Court, they were thinking about something. Finally, not long after, Heaven Burial said, Situ Yun, our Heavenly Court's master wants to talk to you. I'm honored. Situ Yun smiled indifferently. The Holy Court suddenly erupted with heavenly might. A shadow was cast from the sky. It was cast from the distant tribulation immortal domain. After crossing billions of miles of time, the shadow of a person slowly appeared. It was a throne filled with immortal mist. The throne was enveloped by immortal chi. Its back was facing everyone, and the figure sitting on it was blocked. They couldn't see his true face. But just from the silhouette of his back. He was shouldering the sky and stepping on the ground. Everything in the world seemed to be gathered on him. Just his back was enough to make people tremble. They suddenly didn't dare to look directly at him. They couldn't help but feel like they had to submit. The master of the Heavenly Court, who ruled the Holy Court for 3 million years. The man who once ruled the 9 regions, someone muttered. Although he couldn't compare to the divine ancestor, he couldn't be compared to the immortal master. But the divine ancestor and the immortal master didn't come out. They didn't manage many things. Only the master of the Heavenly Court was the one in charge on the surface. The Holy Court had been in his hands for 3 million years, and he had contributed greatly to its growth. It had been many years since the master of the Heavenly Court appeared. He presided over the Heavenly Court and looked down on the 9 regions. At this moment, even Situ Yun's expression turned cold. He replied, "May I know why the Celestial Emperor is looking for me? If the Sun Palace backs off, the Holy Court will owe you a huge favor." A majestic voice sounded. "One day in the future, if you need anything, the Holy Court will not refuse. When the Holy Court rules the 9 regions, we can also leave the Sun Palace in a pure land." Hearing the master of the Heavenly Court's words, everyone's hearts trembled. This promise was a bit too big. This wasn't just a favor. In the future, when the Holy Court ruled the entire 9 regions, the other forces would either be destroyed or submit. The Sun Palace could also be left alone. The Holy Court would definitely not say such a request. In fact, the Holy Court had never compromised for so many years. But at this moment, it happened. The Holy Court took the initiative to express goodwill. Just to kill Su Zimo and destroy the demon race. I was wondering who it was, Wang Wuchang. The Scarlet Blade Ox demon looked up and sneered. Back then, the Sky Demon protector of the demon race chased after him in the 9 regions. He was like a stray dog. Have you forgotten that fear? The Scarlet Blade Ox demon had experienced the demon ascension era. Therefore, he naturally knew the master of the Heavenly Court. His real name was Wang Wuchang, but very few people in this world dared to call him by his name. Everyone respectfully addressed him as the Celestial Emperor. Back then, when Wang Wuchang wasn't the Celestial Emperor yet, he was a valiant fighter during the war between the demons and the Holy Court. Later, it attracted the attention of the demon race. It was said that the demon master had directly sent out heavenly demon protectors to pursue the other party to the heavens and earth. In the end, it seemed that the sacred ancestor had intervened to stop the battle. That was also the most wretched time in the Sky Emperor's life. No one had ever dared to mention that battle. However, after hearing what the Red Blade Bull demon said, Sky Emperor remained calm and said, "The demons today are just ants crawling on the ground. You're not even qualified to speak for me." Hearing this, Su Zimo smiled. "If I decide to kill you, believe me, even the divine ancestor won't be able to protect you. But you don't deserve it." Su Zimo was right, the other party was not worthy of him using the power of the Devil Master. The celestial Thearch's expression did not change. He was neither happy nor sad. At the very least, outsiders couldn't tell from his expression. He looked at Situ Yun and asked, "What do you think of my conditions from before? If you can't make the decision, you can send this condition back to the Sun Palace." "Heavenly Emperor, there's no need to say anything. There was no way they could talk about what happened today. Again, the Lotus Pond is the Sun Palace's territory. Citoyen shook his head. It was obvious that he was determined to protect Suzumo. In that case, let's fight. The celestial Arch did not waste any more words. He waved his right hand and a decree appeared in the sky. It was like a decree from the Imperial Board. This was the Celestial Thearch's decree. Very few people in the 9 regions dared to defy the decree. There was only one word on the decree: kill. It was bright red and majestic. As soon as the decree fell, immortal chi swirled around it and turned into an immortal saber in the sky. The immortal saber was as sharp as a blade, and the void was like tofu in front of it. Just one look at the sharp blade was enough to make one's hair stand on end. Even the back of one's head felt cold. It was very terrifying. The immortal saber slashed directly at Suzumo. It was invincible. At that moment, Blood Isatu snorted and reached for the immortal saber with his right hand. Citoyen, your opponent is me. Sky Burial Master stood in front of him. He watched as the saber slashed at him. Baimont and the others hurriedly went forward to block it, but they were all stopped by Suzumo. No need, let it slash, Suzumo said with a smile. If this saber slashes down, I'm afraid the Sun Palace's prestige will be completely lost. Your Sun Palace should have more people than this today, right? As soon as Suzumo finished speaking, there was a boom. A bolt of lightning struck down from the void. This bolt of lightning just happened to hit the immortal saber. With a boom, the immortal saber was directly bent and fell by Suzumo's side. It just happened to hit him. If one looked carefully, they would find that the bolt of lightning was not real lightning at all. It was an arrow. A purple arrow shot over from thousands of miles away. Who dares to defy the imperial decree? The sage elder's voice sounded. He seemed to be very angry. Everyone seemed to have sensed something and looked towards the other side of the sky. It was a man. A man with an arrow on his back and a bow of heaven and earth in his hand walked over step by step. His gaze was as sharp as an arrow. It was as if everything was gathered on one point. Especially the aura around him, it was like a sharp arrow that had just been released from the bow. The bow could break at any time and the arrow could be shot out. No one else spoke. Only Suzumo frowned slightly. He said in a low voice, Great Emperor Feiyong. Bailey Feiyong. The founder of the Bailey family on the Yuanyang continent. Bailey Zhao's family. Later on, this child was killed by him with his own hands. Now that he met Laozu here, it was inevitable that he felt a little awkward. Great Emperor Feiyong had already become a sage ruler. The powerful aura around him made people look at him in a different light. The great emperors of the Yuanyang continent were never mediocre. Even if they came to the 9 regions, they were still amazing and were the backbone of the 9 regions. You're from the Sun Palace? Suzumo turned his head and asked Morongqing. Yes. Morongqing did not hide it. The Sky Emperor was not displeased that the immortal saber was shot down. He snorted and said, the Sun Palace has become more and more presumptuous in recent years. Sky Emperor, please go back, Great Emperor Feiyong walked over and said indifferently. Thinking back, the divine ancestor has helped the Yuanyang continent before, the Sky Emperor replied. I didn't expect that after all these years, none of the great emperors of the Yuanyang continent would be willing to follow the holy court. His tone was very strange. No one knew what he meant. Only Great Emperor Feiyong looked calm. He did not say anything and waited for the Sky Emperor to continue. However, the Sky Emperor did not say anything. His figure was shrouded in immortal mist and gradually disappeared. Demon Master, we will meet again. The Sky Emperor's figure gradually disappeared. Only then did the pressure above everyone's head dissipate bit by bit. As the Sky Emperor left, Citoyen looked at Sky Burial and smiled. Sky Burial, do you need me to send our guest off? His attitude made Sky Burial very unhappy. His eyes were like torches as he stared at Suzumo. He said, Benefactor, repent and be saved. Are you trying to convert me? Suzumo smiled. I'm not trying to convert you, only evil. Sky Burial shook his head. Some things are predestined before they even begin. You really know how to joke. How can it end before it even begins? Suzimo smiled. That's because you don't know what you're facing. Sky Burial seemed unwilling to say more. I know, and I know better than you. After all, I've attacked the heavens before. And you're just an ant crawling between heaven and earth. Are you qualified to teach me how to do things? Suzimo replied. Sky Burial didn't say much. He turned the prayer beads around his neck, and a red light wrapped around him as he slowly disappeared into the void. The Holy Hall took off again and left with the Holy Elder. The grudge between the Holy Hall and the Sun Palace was set. However, everyone knew that with these two behemoths, it was impossible for them to have a small conflict. Once they fought, one side would be destroyed. This wasn't something Suzimo should be thinking about. Seeing Sky Burial leave, Situyun also laid down in his coffin. He didn't care about anything else. Instead, it was the Holy King who descended from the void. He first greeted Morongqing, "Greetings, Holy Lady." Although he was the Lord of the Sun Palace. In a way, the Holy Lady's position was higher than his. Because in the future, Morongqing would inherit the position of Lord of the Sun Palace. You're too polite, Holy King. Morongqing waved her hand. This must be Child Su, a hero from a young age. Holy King then looked at Suzimo and smiled. I thought the Sun Palace would be scared, Suzimo said. This is Laozu's idea. To be honest, I don't want to come into conflict with the Holy Hall, the Radiant Saint King replied seriously. If he was in charge of this matter, he would definitely back down. But when Laozu gave the order, no one in the Sun Palace dared to refuse that person's order. As they were talking, Great Emperor Fei Yong also descended from the void. Are you from the Yuanyang continent? Emperor Fei Yong asked Suzimo. He seemed to know something about Suzimo. I was the one who destroyed the 100 Lane clan. Suzimo didn't hide anything and admitted it directly. Emperor Fei Yong fell silent for a while. Finally, he said, my children and grandchildren have their own blessings. There are many things that I don't care about anymore. I thought you wanted to take revenge on me, Suzimo said with a smile. If I wanted to take revenge, I wouldn't have begged you on Laozu's orders, Emperor Fei Yong replied. At the Saint King level. To everyone, love was already very insignificant. They were all chasing after the Dao fruit and wanted to climb higher mountains. Child Su, do you want to come to the Sun Palace? The Radiant Saint King asked. Don't beat around the bush. Suzimo waved his hand. Does Laozu have anything to say to me? Looks like I can't hide anything from Child Su, the Radiant Saint King smiled and replied. Laozu said that you owe him a favor for this matter. You have to pay him back in the future. Tell him that it's just a small favor. It's fine if it's within the scope of his ability. If it's too much, then there's nothing I can do. Suzimo nodded. He didn't say it too confidently. After all, the Sun Palace did help Suzimo bear some of the pressure from the Holy Hall this time. However, this couldn't be considered as timely help. At most, it was icing on the cake. The previous demon lord was indeed powerful. He hid his inheritance in the abandoned land. It wouldn't be hard for others to find out. In that case, the Holy Hall wouldn't know his true trump card. Hey, Morongqing's voice sounded. She looked at Suzimo and said, you helped me this time. I owe you a favor. When you go to the Blazing Fire domain, I'll protect you. Suzimo smiled and said, then if I get into trouble in the future, I'll directly report your name. Our saintess is joking. Before Morongqing could answer, the Radiant Saint King beside her had a helpless expression. He replied first. If it was someone else, it would be fine. The key was Suzimo's trouble. Morongqing couldn't help. In short, you're a good person. Morongqing didn't mind. The Blazing Fire domain is not the sinful demon domain. There are more experts there. Some forces don't even take our Sun Palace seriously. Be careful. Saintess, we should leave, the Radiant Saint King reminded. He didn't want his saintess to be involved with Suzimo. After all, Suzimo's worship was too big. The Sun Palace was a small sect. If they were tied to this worship, they would probably sink deeper and deeper. He still hoped that it would be more stable. Radiant Saint King, don't be so afraid. To be honest, other than Laozu, I don't like anyone else in your Sun Palace. Suzimo smiled. Not just anyone can board this ship of mine. Of course, of course. The Radiant Saint King smiled. He didn't refute Suzimo. Anyway, he had his own thoughts. Then I'll leave. Morongqing bid farewell to Suzimo. She wanted to get to know Suzimo. Unfortunately, Suzimo wasn't very interested. The Sun Palace didn't support it either. The people of the Sun Palace wanted to go back. Suzimo didn't go with them. After all, he was going to the Blazing Fire Domain, not the Sun Palace. This time, Morongqing left with the Radiant Palace. Seeing the Radiant Palace disappear, Suzimo let Baimont and the others return to the Divine Continent. He only had Violet Glow Saint and Fairy Hao by his side. Are you going to the Blazing Fire Domain? Violet Glow Saint asked. What do you plan to do there? Suzimo asked. We're going to see the vastness of this world. There's nothing wrong with that. Violet Glow Saint smiled. What about Child Su, what do you plan to do? I'm going to look for legacies and see if I can meet any old friends. Suzimo smiled. His first mission was to find all the legacies of the ancient gods. He wanted to see if the emperors of Zhenwu Xingzong were here. The three of them were going to the Blazing Fire Domain. It was very likely that they would be separated. I'll go with you, Fairy Hao suddenly said. When he said that, even Suzimo was a little surprised. You want to follow me? Fairy Hao nodded calmly. Why? The Holy Hall wants to kill you so much. It means they're afraid. The Sun Palace is also willing to protect you. Is that reason enough? Fairy Hao asked. Then you'd better think it through, Suzimo smiled. You'll be in danger at any time if you follow me. And to be honest, I'll take it one step at a time. Child Su, why don't you count me in? Xianxia Saint came over and smiled. You want to follow me too? Suzimo raised his eyebrows. That's right. What's your reason? Is it the same as hers? Me? I'm just tired of living. There are very few things in this world that I'm reluctant to part with. That's why I want to follow you and see the brilliance of this world. Xianxia Saint smiled. If you're tired of living, why did you spend so much effort to revive? Suzimo asked in disbelief. I didn't understand at that time, so I just wanted to revive. Xianxia Saint smiled and said, didn't I meet you later? I felt that I would die anyway. Why not die like Mount Tai? Besides, I offended the Holy Court. In their eyes, I'm afraid they've already treated me as your accomplice. I'm afraid the last sentence is your true feelings. Suzimo smiled. They had completely offended the Holy Court. Even if Xianxia Saint wasn't with Suzimo, she would still be hunted down by the Holy Court. Since that was the case, it was better to follow Suzimo. That way, he would feel more at ease. Xianxia Saint smiled and didn't refute. Alright, I got 2 subordinates for free. There's nothing I can't accept. Suzimo nodded. Let's go to the Blazing Fire Domain first. I heard that the space-time teleportation in the Blazing Fire Domain is different. After we enter, we shouldn't be teleported to the same place, Xianxia Saint said. After all, it was a teleportation between 2 domains. Unless there were spatial coordinates on the other side of the Blazing Fire Domain like the Sun Palace. That was the only way to complete the teleportation. Otherwise, they wouldn't know where Suzimo and the others would be teleported to. Perhaps the 3 of them would be in 3 different places. It's okay. No matter where you're teleported to. You can ask around for information about the ancient gods, Suzimo replied. When the time comes, we might meet at the ancient gods' land of inheritance. That's true. Xianxia Saint smiled. With Child Su's personality, he went to the Blazing Fire Domain. Maybe his name will spread throughout the entire Blazing Fire Domain. It shouldn't be difficult for us to find information about you. Suzimo smiled. The 3 of them arrived in front of the passageway. This reinforced passageway indeed required an immense amount of spirit chi to open. The Heavenly Fire family was annihilated. Suzimo had taken all of the family's resources. With a casual wave of his hand, tens of millions of spirit crystals floated out. One by one, they were embedded into the formation. In an instant, a rumbling sound could be heard all around. Countless amounts of spiritual energy surged in from all directions like a storm. Kacha, kacha sounds continued to ring out. Tens of millions of spirit crystals shattered at the same time, transforming into a massive amount of spirit chi that surged into the array formation. This continued for less than 10 minutes. The entire tunnel had been activated. The three of them stood in the passageway, and a strong suction force came from it. That person's figure also disappeared. This was definitely the largest space-time teleportation Suzimo had ever experienced. The space around him was constantly changing. He couldn't see through anything, and his body felt like it was being torn apart. At the very least, only a great emperor would be able to withstand such a tearing sensation. If an ordinary person did not have any special means, they would not be able to withstand it. The tearing sensation lasted for more than 10 days. In the end, Suzimo was even numb to it. Finally, his figure became light, as if he had broken through some kind of barrier. He had entered another world from one world. In the air around him, there was a blazing power. Suzimo also understood that he had arrived at the blazing fire domain. However, although he had arrived at the blazing fire domain, the space-time teleportation did not stop. The power around him had softened, which meant that he had rushed from the sinful devil domain to the blazing fire domain. This large void barrier had been completely broken. Suzimo did not know where this power would send him next. He did not care. The 9 regions were not his home. He had no roots here, and he only had some goals. So it did not matter where he went. Finally, after an unknown amount of time, Suzimo slowly opened his eyes. Sounds of discussion rang in his ears. Who is this person? I just saw him descend from the sky. Could he be from another tribe? He's a stranger. I've never seen him before. A few days ago, the primal chaos fire domain passed down an order. Water beasts have been wreaking havoc recently, so we have to be careful. Hey, do you think he's a water beast in disguise? He wants to spy on our flaming fire city? Just as they were discussing, someone's expression suddenly changed. He shouted, the second miss of the Fire Crow Manor is here, everyone run. A few seconds after he finished speaking, the people surrounding Suzimo disappeared without a trace. His speed left everyone dumbfounded. Only then did Suzimo slowly open his eyes. He felt very weak. It was not that he had suffered heavy injuries, but that his body could not adapt to the pressure when passing through the barrier between the two domains. The blazing fire domain was a special place. As the name implied, this was a world of fire. Suzimo could only convert the law into the law of fire and then repair his body bit by bit. Gradually adapt to the blazing fire domain. When he opened his eyes, a somewhat young face was reflected in his line of sight. This was a teenage girl. She was wearing a black crow robe and circled around Suzimo a few times like an elder. Then she said, it's him. Tie him up and take him back to the manor. Suzimo felt a few people coming from all directions. They put him on a stretcher and walked away. After a long time, he finally calmed down. He asked, who are you? Where are you taking me? I am the second miss of the Black Crow Manor. From today onwards, you are my husband. The girl said rudely. I'm taking you back to get married. I haven't even found a hair yet, what marriage? Suzimo shook his head and replied. With your looks, you can only be my maid at most. As soon as these words came out, the girl was obviously angered. She stopped walking, her face was gloomy. Especially her soft breasts, which were trembling. What? Did I say something to your heart? Suzimo said again. Who knew that the girl would suddenly smile? She replied, I know you want to anger me, but I won't fall for your trick. The more you act like this, the more I want to marry you. Suzimo was a little helpless. It was already difficult for him to speak, even moving was difficult. He really didn't seem to be able to do anything. To her. The stretcher carried him like this. This place seemed to be a city. However, Suzimo was very strange. When he walked on this street, there were clearly people in the next moment, but when he walked by, everyone avoided him. It was like the plague. In the end, the stretcher stopped in front of a mansion. It was a very vast mansion. The words Black Crow were written on the plaque above. There was also a picture of a black crow carved on the side. Walking into the mansion, Suzimo was placed in a courtyard, and the others left. Only the rude girl was left standing at the side. Are you scared? The girl looked at Suzimo and asked with a smile. What's there to be afraid of? Even if I lose my virginity today, I'll be the one taking advantage of you, Suzimo laughed carelessly. But you're too young, I'm afraid you won't be able to take it. Hearing this, the rude and unreasonable girl blushed, which was a rare sight. She snorted, it seems you haven't heard of my name. You're not from Fire-Loathing City. Fire-Loathing City, Suzimo muttered. He wasn't familiar with the Blazing Fire domain. This Fire-Loathing City could be used as a stepping stone to gather information. Are you very famous? Suzimo followed her words and asked. Of course, there's no one in Fire-Loathing City who doesn't know my name, Bienyu said proudly. Oh, then tell me about the surrounding situation, Suzimo replied. This is Fire-Loathing City. It's above the forest lake and is ruled by the Chaos Flame domain. There are a total of 17 cities like Fire-Loathing City in the Chaos Flame domain. At this point, Bienyu suddenly realized something. She hurriedly said, why should I tell you this? Don't try to get information out of me. Are you a spy sent by the water beast? Bienyu looked at Suzimo again. Yes, you've seen through me. Suzimo smiled, yes, I'm a spy from the water beast. Bienyu snorted. Just as she was about to say something, footsteps suddenly came from outside. A group of people walked in from outside the courtyard. The one in the lead was a dignified middle-aged man. He was also wearing a black crow robe. His eyes were like torches, and he had a beard that wasn't too thick. He didn't smile, as if others would become solemn when they looked at him. Second uncle, Bienyu also restrained herself and called out. Little you, what are you doing? Can strangers enter our black crow mansion? The middle-aged man hadn't walked in yet, but his scolding had already sounded. Second uncle, seeing the person, Bienyu's aura clearly lowered. Who are you? The middle-aged man stood in front of Suzimo and asked coldly. He is my husband. Bienyu did not wait for Suzimo to reply and spoke first. Although she was a little afraid of her second uncle, she still forced herself to stand up. Little you, your marriage has already been arranged. It's not up to you, the middle-aged man said with a frown. I told my father that if he forced me, I would rather kill myself in front of him. This rude and unreasonable girl was indeed rude and unreasonable. He snorted coldly. I know that. But do you think we'll allow you to get married just because you brought someone back from the outside? Second uncle looked at Bienyu and refused to budge an inch. This matter will be decided by my father. Second uncle, you should take care of yourself, Bienyu replied. The middle-aged man didn't argue anymore. After all, at this point, they had already shed all pretenses of cordiality. He only glanced at Suzimo. He threatened, if I were you, I would definitely leave. If you get involved in our Black Crow Mansion's internal strife, be careful that you don't even have a corpse left. Suzimo smiled. I wasn't interested in it at first. But if you're threatening me, I'd like to try. Hearing this, the middle-aged man's face turned even uglier. He looked at the people behind him and said coldly, let's go. This group of people came quickly and left quickly. Bienyu looked at the departing figures of the crowd and heaved a deep sigh. Although she had just talked back to them, it was still a moment of courage. Now that it was over, she was a little afraid. Thanks, Bienyu glanced at Suzimo and said. After all, Suzimo didn't back down in the situation just now. This meant that he was on her side. What are you thanking me for? I didn't do it to help you. Suzimo shook his head. He sat up on the stretcher. After this period of recovery, at least he had no problem moving around freely. He estimated that he would recover his strength in a few days. Seeing Suzimo sit up, Bienyu was shocked. She had always thought that Suzimo was seriously injured and couldn't move. What's wrong? Where's the arrogance just now? Suzimo waved his hand. Prepare some food and some new clothes for me. I want to take a bath. You're not polite. Do you really think this is your home? Bienyu curled her lips and said. However, she didn't neglect and immediately sent servants to prepare. Little girl, please serve me well, as long as I'm happy. If I'm happy, maybe your marriage will be resolved, Suzimo said calmly. Do you think I'll only marry you? Even if I marry you, it's just a fake marriage. We'll still be separated in the future. Bianyu snorted coldly. A little chilly like you just happens to suit my taste. Suzimo smiled. Soon, someone brought new clothes. There was also a bucket for bathing. Suzimo took a bath and put on a brand new white robe. Needless to say, his black hair fluttered in the wind. His face was as sharp as a knife, his eyes deep, and his nose high. If one looked carefully, he was quite elegant. Even Bianyu was stunned for a moment before coming back to her senses. It seems that it's not bad to marry him. What are you talking about? Suzimo's voice sounded. No, nothing. Bianyu hurriedly waved her hand. She said, I'm going to discuss it with my father in the next few days. Just stay in this courtyard and don't go out. I want to walk around Yanhua City, Suzimo said with a smile. What's there to walk around? Bianyu whispered. She waved her hand. A little girl walked out of the courtyard. The little girl was also quite beautiful. She was wearing a green robe and had 2 small braids on her head. This is my maid, little Yu. If you want to go out, let her accompany you, Bianyu instructed. After she finished speaking, she prepared to leave. After all, with Suzimo's appearance, she still had many things to do. Suzimo didn't mind. He sat down casually in the pavilion in the courtyard. The scenery in this courtyard was not bad. It was surrounded by birds and the fragrance of flowers, just like a garden. After all, the blazing fire domain was very hot. However, in this courtyard, there would often be a few wisps of breeze blowing, so it was quite comfortable. Young master. The maid, little Yu, stood behind Suzimo at all times. How much do you know about the surroundings? Suzimo asked. Surroundings? Little Yu seemed to be a little confused. She didn't quite understand how big the surrounding area Suzimo was talking about was. You know about the Chaos Fire domain, right? Suzimo asked. Of course, our cities all listen to the Chaos Fire domain. Little Yu heaved a sigh of relief and replied. What about outside the Chaos Fire domain? Suzimo asked again. I've never left the Chaos Fire domain in my life, little Yu said truthfully. However, I heard that there are 7 domains in the Blazing Fire domain. Our Chaos Fire domain is in the northwest. In the middle is the Sun domain. The other 6 fire domains revolve around the Sun domain. The Sun Hall is built in the Sun domain. Suzimo nodded. Of course. Little Yu looked at Suzimo curiously. This was common knowledge, but Suzimo didn't seem to know anything. She even suspected that her young miss had picked up a stupid son-in-law. Then have you heard of the ancient god's teleportation? Suzimo asked unwillingly. His goal was to find the ancient god's inheritance. It would be best if he could find some clues. He wouldn't have to search around like a headless ant. What's an ancient god? Xiaoyu shook her head in confusion. Well, it seems that it's not that easy. Suzimo sighed. However, he still decided to rest in Black Crow Prefecture for a while. Then, he would go to the main city of the Primal Chaos Fire Realm to see if there were any clues. If there was no other way, he could only go to the Sun Palace to ask around. The Holy Court's pressure on him was getting stronger and stronger. He also needed to summon the demons back as soon as possible. At this time, the sky gradually darkened. Suzimo didn't think about anything. He returned to the room he had prepared and slept through the night. The next day, when he came out of the room, Xiaoyu had already prepared breakfast. Let's go to Yanhua City today. Suzimo smiled. The second young miss said that you should try not to go out during this time. Xiaoyu said hesitantly. Are you telling me what to do? Suzimo glanced at her. Be careful. When I become a son-in-law, you will be my maid. I'm not going to be your concubine. Xiaoyu blushed. However, she didn't want to stop Suzimo. She brought him out of Black Crow Prefecture and prepared to walk around Yanhua City. Yanhua City was very prosperous. People came and went on the streets. However, Suzimo knew that, strictly speaking, these so-called people weren't humans. They were fire people. It was just that they couldn't be seen from the outside, so it wasn't too strange. There were humans in the blazing fire realm, but they were a small part of it. After all, this was a world ruled by fire people. The air was filled with flames. Most importantly, there were 7 suns in this world during the day. That's right, 7 suns in the sky. It was enough to imagine why this world was so hot. 7 fiery red suns hung overhead. Even Suzimo would occasionally wipe his sweat. Is there anything interesting in this Xianxia city? Suzimo asked. Young master, what are you referring to? Xiaoyu pondered for a moment. She seemed to have thought of something, and her face reddened. He hurriedly replied, Son-in-law, you're about to marry the young miss. Don't you know how to restrain yourself? What are you talking about? Suzimo was confused by her words. Xiaoyu seemed to be a little peeved. He walked in front to lead the way for Suzimo and did not intend to pay any attention to Suzimo. Finally, the two of them walked to a remote place. Xiaoyu pointed to the front. I won't be accompanying you. Come back early tonight, he said faintly. As soon as she finished speaking, Suzimo was stunned. He raised his head and looked in the direction that Xiaoyu was pointing. It was a brothel. There were often people with big bellies passing by the door. On the balcony of the 2nd floor, there were gorgeously dressed ladies waving their hands. I asked you to bring me to an interesting place, and you brought me directly to a brothel? Suzimo was stunned. He knew that she had misunderstood him. What, isn't this the interesting place that you men are referring to? Xiaoyu snorted. It seems that you've misunderstood me. I, on the other hand, am known as the little white dragon of the waves. I'm a true gentleman. If you don't believe me, you can try to seduce me naked. Suzimo said disappointedly, in your eyes, I'm that kind of person? Xiaoyu was stunned. She looked at Suzimo's sincere appearance. She could not help but wonder, did I really misunderstand him? Before she could apologize, there was a sudden shout from not far away. Because the shouting was too loud, she could not hear it clearly. Only a few dozen people ran over from afar in panic. Then, the ground shook. The ground shook continuously. It was as if the entire Flame-Hate city was about to be destroyed. What's going on? Suzimo asked. Xiaoyu seemed to have guessed something and said, it's a water beast. As soon as she finished speaking, she hurriedly ran toward the city wall. Suzimo was also curious about the water beasts, so he followed her. When they arrived at the city wall, the shaking were even more intense. And there were already thousands of people gathered on the city wall. The water beasts are coming again. Yeah, they've been coming more and more frequently these few months. They're not annoying, but I'm annoyed. What can we do? In my opinion, it won't be long before our Flame-Hate city can't hold on anymore. Don't talk nonsense. As long as the Black Crow Emperor is here, these water beasts are nothing to be afraid of. I'm not afraid of these water beasts, but what if they're even stronger? How can we stop them? The Chaos Fire Realm won't send any experts over. The people around were discussing animatedly. Suzimo could roughly guess what was going on. He and Xiaoyu forcefully squeezed open a gap and stood on the city wall. They looked down on the land for thousands of miles. At the end of the line, there was dust flying, as if the sky was falling and the earth was splitting. It was as if thousands of monsters were rushing over. These monsters were all blue in color. They gathered together. The entire sky was like a vast ocean. It was as if a tsunami was constantly crashing, about to overturn the sky. These water beasts weren't very strong. But there were too many of them, and water and fire were opposites. The people of the Fire Clan hated water the most. Suzimo guessed that the Fire Clan never bathed. We're in trouble, Xiaoyu muttered to herself. What are water beasts? Suzimo asked. After all, it was his first time in the blazing fire realm, so he wasn't very clear about many things. They're the great enemies of our Fire Clan. For millions of years, they've been destroyed several times. Unfortunately, they're all weeding without removing the roots, so it's useless, Xiaoyu explained. In recent years, the strength of the water beasts has been increasing. It said that the blazing fire realm, one of the 7 major fire realms, has been occupied by the water beasts. Now they want to attack our chaos fire realm. Our flame-hate city will naturally bear the brunt of it. Where did these water beasts come from? Suzimo narrowed his eyes and asked. Logically speaking, in an environment like the blazing fire realm where 7 suns illuminated the sky, water creatures should avoid it. I don't know either. Xiaoyu shook her head. There are rumors that this is the punishment of the heavenly Tao on our blazing fire realm. In any case, water beasts have been around since I was born. Suzimo didn't say anything because he thought of something. Something bad. While the two of them were talking, these water beasts had already rushed to the outskirts of Flame-Hate City, less than 2 kilometers away. At this time, the Fire Clan in Flame-Hate City had already gathered. In Flame-Hate City, thousands of Fire Clan members in red armor were already standing at the city gate. The leader of this group of people from the Fire Tribe was a handsome young man in white dragon armor. A monster-slaying sword hung on his waist. At this moment, his aura was like a rainbow as the city gate slowly opened in front of him. The young man in silver dragon armor stared coldly. The moment the city gates opened, the thousands of Fire Tribe soldiers behind him rushed out. The water beasts that were rushing over also attacked in a frenzy. Who is that? Suzimo looked at the young man and asked. Mu Qingyun, the great general of Flame-Hate City. Xiaoyu explained, don't be fooled by his young age, he already has the strength of a peak divine range expert. He's said to be the only one who can become an emperor. The last few times our city was attacked by the water beasts, he was the one who led the troops to resist. Suzimo nodded and looked at the situation outside the city. His gaze was deep and seemed to penetrate the endless void. He slowly said, they're about to lose. What do you mean? Xiaoyu didn't understand and asked in confusion. However, at the next moment, the battle outside, which was originally evenly matched, suddenly changed. One must know that the number of water beasts was several times that of the Fire Tribe. The only reason they could resist before was because the Fire Tribe had Mu Qingyun. He was strong enough to fight 100 alone. But this time a blue-eyed water beast suddenly rushed out from the water beast's side. The dense emperor's aura around him caused everyone to turn pale with fright. The blue-eyed water beast was 100 meters long and covered in small blue lumps. Its body seemed to contain a flowing river. It was almost pressing down on Mu Qingyun. Water was both hard and soft. It could borrow strength to fight strength, but it could also create waves. What should we do? Seeing the Fire Tribe's troops retreating, the people on the city wall became anxious. Young master, let's go back first, Xiaoyu said anxiously. She was also afraid of the water beasts attacking. At this time only Black Crow Manor could give her some sense of security. What's the hurry? Suzimo waved his hand. I want to catch a water beast to study. Young master, don't do anything stupid. Otherwise, I won't be able to explain it to the second Mississippi. Suzimo didn't say anything and just narrowed his eyes at the city below. Mu Qingyun held the silver dragon sword in his hand. Every time his sword fell, a white dragon seemed to flash. His moves were exquisite and his figure was nimble. As for the jade-eyed water beast on the other side, it relied on its powerful strength to fight with force. After a dozen or so moves, Mu Qingyun already fell into a disadvantage. He turned around and shouted at the top of the city wall, hurry up and invite the Black Crow Mansion. Nephew Qingyun, let this old man help you. Just as he finished speaking, an old man suddenly appeared in the air within the city. It's Skyblade, Lu Xingyun, someone shouted as he looked at the old man. Lu Xingyun is an itinerant cultivator. It is said that he became famous a few hundred years ago. Recently, he has been staying in our Flame-Hate City, and has been recruited by Black Crow Mansion as an honorable guest. Someone slowly explained his background. If he intervened, it would mean that the Black Crow Mansion had intervened as well. The Black Crow Prefecture was the highest authority in the entire Flaming City. Normally, the Black Crow Mansion would not interfere with the affairs of the Flaming City. They were like a transcendent existence. However, when Flame-Loathing City was in danger, they would still lend a hand. When Skyblade Lu Xingyun attacked, everyone knew that he was a great emperor. Of course, those who were not great emperors were not qualified to become the Black Crow Mansion's guest elder. With the addition of Lu Xingyun, the blue-eyed water beast was instantly suppressed. The fire tribe, which was about to lose, gained the upper hand again. The battle outside the city was very tragic. Many people on the city wall were also praying. Once Flaming City was breached, they would be forced to leave like refugees. No one wanted to lose their home. Only Su Zimo leaned against the city wall casually, enjoying the cool breeze. "You don't look anxious at all," Xiaoyu said. Su Zimo still smiled and did not say anything. The cool breeze blew his long robe into the air. There were a lot of people on the city wall. Everyone was squeezed together, wanting to see the battle outside the city. Su Zimo suddenly felt that he was pushed by someone. Someone wanted to push him off the city wall. He turned around and saw that the person behind him was also stunned. Because when he pushed Su Zimo, he felt that the other party was like a towering mountain between heaven and earth. He could not be moved at all. "Hello." The person reacted quickly. He quickly retracted his hand and greeted with a smile. "Who sent you?" Su Zimo asked calmly. "What are you talking about, friend?" "We don't know each other," the person replied with a smile. But Su Zimo could not be bothered to talk nonsense with him. He directly grabbed the person's collar and raised him high in the air. He said, "I'll only say this once. If you don't answer, I'll throw you into the group of water beasts right now." "No." The person's expression changed drastically. He quickly said, "It's young Master Mu. He asked me to deal with you." "Who is young Master Mu?" Su Zimo turned to look at Xiaoyu and asked. Xiaoyu's expression was a little embarrassed, but she still explained, "Mu Zhua is the second young master of the Mu clan. The Mu clan status in Flaming City is second only to our Black Crow Mansion. Mu Zhua has always liked the second young lady. I think it's because of her that he's targeting you. A bunch of brats." Su Zimo shook his head. He directly threw the person down. "I've already said that you're going back on your words," the person shouted in the air. Then, he fell into the group of water beasts and was drowned without even making a splash. "Calm down." Xiaoyu comforted him. "The second young lady will deal with it. I'm very calm. These people are not worthy of my anger." Su Zimo shook his head and smiled. While the two were talking, the battle below the city was gradually coming to an end. The army of water beasts began to retreat. There was no such thing as victory or defeat. The water beasts suffered heavy losses, but the fire tribe did not have it easy either. But everyone's face was full of smiles. Because Flaming City was defended. Although they did not know when the next wave of water beasts would come, at least now they had time to catch their breath. Watching the army of water beasts retreat, Su Zimo felt that he could not wait any longer. He waved his hand and the Book of Life and Death appeared in his hand. Opening the book, 2 black and white chains of life and death flew out. The chains crossed the void at lightning speed. They directly landed in the middle of the water beasts and tied up the blue-eyed water beast that was about to leave. This sudden change attracted everyone's attention. "This?" Lu Xingyun and Mu Qingyun looked at each other. The blue-eyed water beast that the two of them could not take down together was now easily captured by someone else. As the chains of life and death began to shrink in front of Su Zimo, the jade-eyed water beast also realized something and suddenly struggled to break free. It was just that the death aura on the chains of life and death exploded. It directly suppressed the blue-eyed water beast. With a boom, the huge body of the blue-eyed water beast that was completely tied up fell in the city. When the water beasts outside the city saw this scene, they frantically fled into the distance. They were all afraid of following in the footsteps of the blue-eyed water beast. But Su Zimo was not interested in them. One blue-eyed water beast was enough for research. Ignoring Xiaoyu's dumbfounded expression, Su Zimo grabbed the blue-eyed water beast and headed towards Black Crow Mansion. "What are you waiting for?" He glanced at Xiaoyu, who was still in a daze. Oh. Xiaoyu hurriedly followed him. "Son-in-law, you really don't show off." Su Zimo had no interest in showing off in front of Xiaoyu. He was more interested in the water beast now. Because he realized that someone was walking the same path as him, just not as thoroughly as him. Back at Black Crow Mansion, back at the courtyard where Bianyu lived. Xiaoyu immediately told Bianyu about this. So, as soon as Su Zimo returned to the courtyard, Bianyu followed him. I underestimated you. Bianyu circled around Su Zimo. She smiled carelessly. But this is good. My future husband can't be mediocre. Su Zimo shook his head and laughed. It was impossible between him and Bianyu. Even if he didn't refuse, Black Crow Mansion wouldn't agree. After all, Bianyu wasn't some random cat or dog. She was the real second miss and had a noble status. Seeing that Su Zimo was ignoring her, Bianyu asked angrily, "Come with me to meet the elders in the mansion this afternoon." Oh. Su Zimo nodded calmly. Don't embarrass me when the time comes. Bianyu said again. Don't worry. With me around, no one dares to understand you. You're a little long-winded. Su Zimo glanced at her. You. Bianyu snorted coldly. In the end, she left in a huff. Su Zimo couldn't be bothered with her because his attention was now on the blue-eyed water beast. He carried the blue-eyed water beast back to the room. He placed his right hand on the water beast and a stream of spirit energy flowed through his palm into the water beast's body. At first, Su Zimo was still a little cautious. He was afraid that he would break this research body. But after the spirit energy flowed in, he could clearly sense the water beast's structure. The water element law around him was constantly surging. In his eyes, this water beast wasn't a life form, but a mysterious law. This was the law he had comprehended. Su Zimo only comprehended it for an afternoon, and he felt that he had benefited a lot. He had a premonition that he was one step closer to the Great Sage realm. Originally, the first step to becoming a Great Sage was to convert profundities into laws. As for Su Zimo, he had already completed the conversion of laws. Therefore, he was constantly tempering his nomological laws. It was as if he was trying to forge a piece of scrap metal into a real divine metal after tempering it 1,000 times. When it came to the tempering of laws, Su Zimo was the same. Within the same realm, Su Zimo had to make his own laws the thickest and most powerful. Once he had tempered the laws, Su Zimo would be able to experience the heavenly tribulation and become a true great sage. The cultivation of laws was very difficult. It wasn't something that Su Zimo could refine whenever he wanted. Instead, he was tempering himself while comprehending. His observation of the Blue Eyes water beast was a form of enlightenment. After thoroughly studying this aquatic beast, Su Zimo believed that he would benefit greatly. At the same time, he was also sure of one thing. Someone was walking the same path as him. Creating life. He had created a complete world, the divine land. In the entire world, everything was available. That person wasn't as heaven-defying as him, but he still created life. This aquatic beast was one of them. In the afternoon, Bianyu had already rushed over. She brought Su Zimo to meet the elders. Su Zimo didn't object. He had been in Black Crow Mansion for a few days, and he should get to know them. Perhaps he could borrow the power of Black Crow Mansion to help him find information about the ancient gods. Following Bianyu, the two of them arrived at the main hall of Black Crow Mansion. Along the way, Bianyu told Su Zimo many things to pay attention to. At this moment, the main hall wasn't as serious as he had imagined. Instead, there were more than a dozen chopping boards. On those chopping boards were all kinds of delicacies. In the center of the main hall, there were dancing girls constantly swaying their graceful bodies. It was a scene of joy and harmony. Little you, you're here, seeing Su Zimo and Bianyu walk in, someone at the side greeted. Great Elder, Bianyu also greeted at the right time. Sit, the Great Elder arranged. Today, we successfully repelled the aquatic beast. The mansion lord is arranging a celebratory feast. Su Zimo and Bianyu were assigned to the leftmost chopping board at the bottom of the hall. He raised his head and looked. The person sitting at the head of the table should be the mansion lord of Black Crow Mansion. He was also Bianyu's father. The middle-aged man was wearing a black armor robe. His collar was especially high, giving off a solemn and dignified feeling. Especially his eyes, which were the eyes of a predator staring at its prey, deep and unbridled. A black crow landed on his shoulder. The color of the crow and his clothes were similar, as if they were blending into one. What's your father's name? Su Zimo looked at Bian Yu and asked. Bian Yu glared at him, but still replied, Bian Wenzhou. Not a bad name, Su Zimo smiled. He did not care about anything else and began to eat the fruits on the chopping board. Qing Yun should be considered a great contribution for repelling the aquatic beast army today, someone said with a smile. Mu Qingyun was the great general of Flaming City. Apart from Black Crow Mansion, he was probably the most prestigious person in Flaming City. Senior, you must be joking, Mu Qingyun replied in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. I also have to thank Lu Xingyun for his help today. The people on the chopping board chatted enthusiastically. Su Zimo originally did not want to talk to others. Who knew that Lu Xingyun of Skyblade would actually come to him with a pot of wine? Young master, are you the husband of the second miss? Lu Xingyun chuckled. He did not have the demeanor of an expert at all. We haven't married yet, so I can't be considered her husband, Su Zimo waved his hand and replied. Young master, where are you from? Lu Xingyun sat down beside him and smiled. Everywhere, that's my home, Su Zimo replied. To be honest, I saw your methods in front of the city gate today. A great emperor-level blue-eyed aquatic beast was suppressed without any resistance, Lu Xingyun said with a smile. It's just the power of a treasure, Su Zimo replied. Many people around the city wall had seen him use the Book of Life and Death at that time. Young master, are you interested in joining Black Crow Mansion and becoming a guest elder? Lu Xingyun suddenly asked. Su Zimo frowned slightly. He believed that Lu Xingyun could not make the decision. It should be someone from Black Crow Mansion who wanted to recruit him. I don't have any objections. I can be a guest elder, but you have to do me a favor, Su Zimo said. Please speak, young master. Help me inquire about the ancient gods. If there is news, I can be a guest elder. If you can't find anything, then forget it. A guest elder was actually a transaction of benefits. Hearing this, Lu Xingyun pondered for a while. Finally, he said, I believe that Black Crow Mansion will definitely give you a satisfactory answer. After Lu Xingyun finished speaking, he took his leave. Because he couldn't make a decision on this matter. In the end, he still needed the person behind him to make a move. Su Zimo minded his own business and drank his wine. Suddenly, he felt someone's gaze on him. He looked up and saw a young man sitting at the head of the table staring at him. The young man was quite handsome. He wore a flowery robe and his black hair was tied tightly in a bun. There was a hint of gloominess between his eyebrows. Who was that guy? Su Zimo looked at Bian Yu and asked. Mu Zhua, Bian Yu replied unhappily. Originally, Black Crow Mansion wanted him to marry Mu Zhua. Because Mu Zhua was the second young master of the Mu family. His eldest brother was Mu Qingyun, the most famous general in Flaming City. If the two of them married, it would be a strong alliance between Black Crow Mansion and the Mu family. However, he didn't like Mu Zhua. He would rather find Su Zimo from the outside. Then, the two of them could fake a marriage and when the time was right, they could write a letter of divorce and solve the problem. Don't be impulsive. We can't do anything to him without evidence. Bian Yu comforted Su Zimo. Previously, when they were on the city wall, someone wanted to push Su Zimo down the wall. It was Mu Zhua who was behind it. Su Zimo didn't care. He didn't care about Mu Zhua at all. After dinner, can I go to the library of Black Crow Mansion to take a look? Su Zimo asked. As long as you don't go to the third floor, no one will stop you. Bian Yu promised. The third floor was the core of Black Crow Mansion. Even Bian Yu couldn't casually read the book stored there, let alone Su Zimo. It's okay. I just want to read some random books. Su Zimo shook his head and said. He wasn't interested in Black Crow Mansion's martial arts and cultivation techniques. He just wanted to know more about the Blazing City. Other than the inheritance of the ancient god, there was also the mysterious existence that created the water beasts. After the banquet ended, some of the celebrants left in twos and threes. The Black Crow Mansion's mansion lord, Bian Wenzhou, sat on the seat of honor. Lightly coughing, she opened her mouth and said, It's time to talk about your matter. Father, didn't we agree before? Bian Yu stood up and replied. I don't want to marry Mu Zhua. I already have someone I like. You should support me. You're just messing around, the second elder immediately scolded. How can a woman of the Black Crow Mansion be married to a man of unknown origin? So, second elder must let me marry Mujua? Bian Yu asked. How about this, why don't we test that kid? Bian Wenzhou suggested. If he passes the test, you will be allowed to get married. If you don't, you'll be chased out of Yanhua City. As Bian Wenzhou's voice fell, the others lowered their heads and pondered. This suggestion was indeed reasonable. Furthermore, it was the manor head's idea, so they couldn't reject it. I agree. The first elder was the first to speak. I agree too, the others replied one after another. Bian Yu hesitated for a moment and looked at Su Zimo. She found that Su Zimo didn't seem to care at all. She could only ask, how are you going to test him? This is very simple, Bian Wenzhou smiled. Choose someone from the younger generation of the Black Crow Mansion to fight with him. The result is the winner and loser. So it's like this, the others looked at each other and agreed. Go and prepare, Bian Wenzhou waved his hand. Tomorrow at noon, bring him to the martial arts arena. Bian Yu left with Su Zimo. The other elders also began to leave one after another. Only Bian Wenzhou sat motionless at the head of the table. After everyone left, Lu Xingyun came out from the dark and stopped in front of him. The road has been paved, is your information accurate? Bian Wenzhou asked again. Trust me, Lu Xingyun nodded. That guy is definitely a great emperor. No one in the younger generation of our Black Crow Mansion is his opponent. Bian Wenzhou tapped the table next to him thoughtfully. He muttered to himself, it seems that the Mu family needs to be taught a lesson. But with Mu Qingyun here, I can't go too far. After chatting with Bian Yu for a while, the two separated. Bian Yu was going to rest. And Su Zimo was going to continue studying the blue-eyed water beast. This was an important thing on his path to becoming a great saint. Once he fully comprehended it, he could really step into the great saint realm. The night gradually deepened. When Su Zimo woke up from his comprehension of the blue-eyed water beast, there was another person in his room. It was because of this person that he had to wake up from his comprehension. It was a woman in a white robe. The woman stood in front of the window with her back to him. The ribbon on her body floated in the wind, and her black hair seemed to be silver-white under the bright moonlight. Who are you? Su Zimo asked. Bian Shishir, Bian Yu's sister, the woman replied. Su Zimo frowned. He didn't know her. What's the matter? I just came to see you, the woman smiled. Since her back was facing Su Zimo, he couldn't see her face, but her back was very beautiful. See me? Su Zimo was a bit doubtful. Demon Lord, long time no see, Bian Shishir suddenly said. This caused Su Zimo's eyes to focus. She knew him, or at least knew about him. However, he knew nothing about this woman. He didn't like this kind of passive feeling. Who are you? Su Zimo asked again. I already answered, First Miss of Black Crow Manor, Bian Shishir, the woman calmly replied. Do we know each other? Su Zimo asked. I know him, and I don't. The woman went silent for a bit, then finally said, I know you, but you might not know me. Su Zimo didn't answer. The woman also went silent. The night was beautiful with a full moon in the sky. Only the heat of the blazing fire domain was a bit uncomfortable. Demon Lord, I heard you're looking for information about the ancient gods, Bian Shishir suddenly said. It seems you want to break free from the primordial devil cave's banishment. You know about the ancient gods? Su Zimo asked. I only knew you were the Demon Lord because I heard you were looking for the ancient gods, Bian Shishir admitted. I don't know about the ancient gods, but there's one person who definitely knows. Who? Su Zimo hurriedly asked. Bian Shishir stretched out her hand and pointed at the blue-eyed water beast beside Su Zimo. Su Zimo suddenly thought of something, but he wasn't sure. Where can I find him? Su Zimo asked again. I don't know, but the next time the water beasts attack, you can try to follow them, Bian Shishir replied. Alright, I've said everything I need to say. Since we've met, it's time to leave. As soon as she said that, her figure disappeared under the moonlight. On this side, Shishir came out of nowhere and left without any hesitation. Su Zimo gazed at the moonlight and pondered. Bian Shishir was an old friend, he was sure of that. But whether she was a friend or foe, he was not sure. So he could not completely trust her. Looking at the blue-eyed water beast beside him, he sat cross-legged again and began to meditate. He had a plan in his mind. The next time the water beasts attacked the city, he must rush over and take a look. The night was silent. As the sky gradually brightened, the maid Xiaoyu brought breakfast over. Suzimo ate his breakfast and asked casually, "Xiaoyu, have you seen the eldest miss of our Black Crow mansion?" "Why do you ask?" Xiaoyu replied doubtfully, "The eldest miss usually stays in her own courtyard and rarely goes out. I've only seen her 2 or 3 times." "Then what kind of person do you think the eldest miss is?" Suzimo asked again. "I don't know much. The eldest miss is indifferent and does not like to argue with others. But whether it's the elders or the mansion lord, they all look up to her. They all think highly of young miss," Xiaoyu said to herself. "So it's like that." Suzimo nodded. "Then where is the eldest miss courtyard?" "Even if I tell you, you won't be able to enter," Xiaoyu replied. "You'd better prepare for today's test. Don't disappoint the second miss." Suzimo shook his head and laughed. To him, this test was meaningless. He did not intend to stay in Black Crow Mansion. When the army of water beasts arrived, it might be the day he left. After breakfast, Suzimo inquired about Xianxia's residence and swaggered over. These few days of recuperation in Black Crow Mansion had allowed him to fully recover from the injuries he had received when he crossed over to the Blazing Domain. On the other hand, Xianxia's residence was in a very quiet courtyard. It was in a remote location and very few people came here. As he approached the courtyard, Suzimo heard the sound of a zither. He raised his head and saw a graceful figure sitting in the attic of the courtyard. White mist surrounded her body as she played the zither. At the entrance of the courtyard, a pretty maid stood there. Seeing Suzimo's arrival, the maid seemed to have expected it. He smiled and said, "Young master, our young miss is not seeing any guests." "Just say that." "We're old friends," Suzimo replied. "Miss said that she won't even see you." The maid still shook her head. "Tell your mistress that I'll be staying in Black Crow Mansion for a while. If she wants to see you, she can come to me," Suzimo said and left. It wasn't until Suzimo's figure disappeared that the maid returned to the attic. Looking at Xianxia who was playing the zither, she replied, "Eldest miss, he has left." As soon as he finished speaking, a clang sound was heard. It turned out that the strings were broken. "My heart is in a mess," Xianxia muttered to herself. He was no longer in the mood to play the zither. Her eyes were as bright as torches. Standing on the attic, it was as if she could overlook the entire Black Crow Mansion. Everything is an ill-fated relationship. Little Sue, you have to do your best in the competition. Your opponent is Xianxia, the strongest among the younger generation of our Black Crow Mansion. Along the way, Bianyu explained to Suzimo about his opponent. She was afraid that he would lose the competition. Suzimo was a little listless. They arrived at the Black Crow Mansion's martial arts field. The martial arts field was vast. In the center of the field, there was a statue of a black crow. The black crow spread its wings and flew. Its hazy eyes seemed to be looking up at the sky. One of its feet was on the ground, while the other was already in the air. At this moment, more than half of the Black Crow Mansion's people were gathered in the martial arts field. "Have you heard that Xianxia and that son-in-law are going to compete today? They haven't decided who will win yet. It's too early to call him son-in-law." "That's right. Xianxia is already a divine vein expert. Among the younger generation, only Mu Qingyun can suppress her. The others are just mediocre." The surrounding disciples discussed animatedly. "That person is here," someone shouted as he looked at Suzimo and Li Wuyo. Around the martial arts field, Bian Wenzhou sat in the seat of honor. Next to him were the 6 elders of the Black Crow Mansion. At this moment, on the martial arts field stage, a young man had been waiting for a long time. He sat cross-legged on the martial arts field's high platform. His white robe fluttered in the wind. In front of him, there was a red spear. The tip of the spear pierced the high platform. It was more than 7 feet long. A fire dragon was engraved on the red spear. The most eye-catching thing about the young man was his head of red hair. There was a red dot between his eyebrows. It looked very demonic. Before going on stage, Bianyu hesitated for a moment. She said to Suzimo, "If you can't beat him, admit defeat as soon as possible. Don't lose your life." Suzimo shook his head and laughed. After he walked on the martial arts field, he instantly felt the surrounding atmosphere change. There was a breeze in the air, as if it was sweeping across the horizon. Xianxia stood up and looked at Suzimo with a faint killing intent. In fact, there was no enmity between him and Suzimo. It was just that he owed someone a favor and wanted to accidentally kill Suzimo in this competition. "I already knew you would be a coward and not dare to come," Xianxia provoked. "Enough, talking to an ant like you is a pure waste of time," Suzimo waved his hand. He looked at Bian Wenzhou and the others below the stage. He asked, "Can we start?" "Since both sides are here, let's start," Bian Wenzhou replied. "The two of them are just exchanging pointers. You can't kill." "In a competition, fists and feet have no eyes," Xianxia replied. "If I fail, don't blame me." He picked up the spear and the spear was immediately wrapped in a red flame. He took a step forward with his right foot, and the flintlock spear was like a fire dragon, charging towards Suzimo with an imposing manner. Suzimo's expression didn't change. He just stretched out his hand and lightly flicked the tip of the spear. Only a boom sound was heard. The entire spear was sent flying. Xianxia's figure kept retreating, leaving a trail on the ground. "What a strong force," Xianxia muttered to herself. The way she looked at Suzimo didn't have the slightest bit of contempt. Instead, it was very serious. "You just said, 'Don't blame me if I fail,'" Suzimo smiled. Xianxia coldly snorted. The spear in his hand began to shake. 10,000 spears, he shouted. His face was a bit ferocious. The spear transformed into 10,000 spears. Just like 10,000 spears returning to their origin. The void behind him was filled with countless flintlocks. He threw all of these spears at him. The void shattered, and the flames lingered. But Suzimo didn't panic at all. He just stood there and yawned, letting all the spears fall on his body. Boom boom boom, the sound of explosions rang out. When all the spears were destroyed, everyone opened their eyes wide. Only to see Suzimo standing there unscathed. Even his clothes weren't wrinkled. For a moment, the whole factory fell silent. Even Xianxia himself was sweating cold sweat. This move was already his strongest move, but he didn't expect Suzimo to not even move and just stand there and let him hit him. But he couldn't do anything. He swallowed a mouthful of saliva, only to see Suzimo raise his hand and subconsciously take a few steps back. He seemed to realize that he was too weak, and for a moment, his face was gloomy. "One move," Suzimo said lightly. "If you can hold on, I'll spare your life." "Stop bragging, show me what you can do," Xianxia snorted coldly. Although he said so, he didn't dare to be careless. The spirit energy in his hand was constantly gushing out. As if there were endless flames surging out of his body, his face was illuminated red. Below the martial arts field, several elders looked at Bian Wenzhou. Someone asked tentatively, "Lord, should we stop him? Everyone can see that Xianxia's momentum is gone. If they don't stop him, he will really lose. He will lose the face of their Black Crow mansion. And in their hearts, they don't want Suzimo to win. A loss is a loss, what? Do you want to let outsiders have the reputation of being sore losers?" Bian Wenzhou narrowed his eyes and asked. The people around were silent, and none of them dared to speak again. Suzimo stretched out his right hand, and a powerful force condensed in the palm of his hand. He didn't use any moves. Because the opponent is not worthy at all. It's just an ordinary palm, but for Xianxia, it's no different from a wolf, tiger, or leopard. All the hair on his body stood up. It's as if he can't even breathe under this palm. The spirit energy in his body circulated slowly. "Spear," Xianxia shouted. He wanted to use his spear to pierce Suzimo's big palm. Unfortunately, in front of a powerful force, he has no chance to resist. Boom! An explosion sounded in front of him. His entire body was sent flying backwards. Blood floated in the air, and finally the figure fell heavily to the ground next to him. Suzimo did not use his full strength. Otherwise, his opponent would have been reduced to ashes. However, even if he had held back, the rest of Xianxia's life would have been crippled. Suzimo was not a soft-hearted person. Since the two of them were already on bad terms, there was no room for reconciliation. Xianxia fell to the ground, her whole body dyed red with blood. The people around her were shocked and ran over to help Xianxia up. "Take him down to heal," Bian Wenzhou said with a wave of his hand. "Manor Lord, it's just a spar. This brat actually tried to kill him. In my opinion, this brat must not be allowed to live." The second elder was the first to stand out and speak in a righteous manner. "Old man, I only used a fraction of my strength. I didn't expect your Black Crow mansion to be unable to hold on." Suzimo smiled and said, "Why don't you come up and let's practice?" "Impudent. You dare to speak to this old man like this?" The second elder was so angry that his beard blew as he shouted. Suzimo sneered. He directly grabbed the second elder with his palm. A storm of spiritual energy condensed in his palm, and the whole world seemed to lose its color at this moment. The second elder coldly snorted. His true fate appeared behind him, and a crow that covered the sky enveloped him. The crow screeched a few times and grabbed at Suzimo with the aura of death. This attack was filled with murderous intent. Insignificant skill, Suzimo raised his eyelids. When the palm fell, whether it was the aura of death or the crow, all of them were destroyed in an instant. The second elder wanted to resist, but it was useless. He was directly slapped to the ground by Suzimo. Second elder, the other elders' faces changed greatly, and they all stood up, staring at Suzimo. Suzimo's strength was beyond their expectations. Only Bian Wenzhou sat calmly in the same place, as if he was not surprised. "Enough, do you think you haven't lost enough face?" Bian Wenzhou said. Only then did the other elders calm down. The second elder also stood up awkwardly, looking at Suzimo with some anger in his eyes, and a deeper level of fear. "Martial House Master, how will you judge the result?" Suzimo looked at Bian Wenzhou with a smile that was not a smile. "Naturally you win," Bian Wenzhou said with a smile. Suzimo nodded and walked down from the martial arts practice field. "Child Su, I think we can talk," Bian Wenzhou's voice came from behind. Suzimo was silent for a moment, and then nodded. Bian Wenzhou dismissed everyone and took Suzimo to the courtyard where he lived. There was a pavilion in the courtyard. Next to it was a pot of hot tea that had just been boiled. The two sat opposite each other around the stone table, and Bian Wenzhou personally made tea for Suzimo. It could be seen that he was willing to put down his status as a martial house master. "What does martial house master want to talk about?" Suzimo asked. "Your marriage with Yuer," Bian Wenzhou said with a smile. "Martial house master should know that it's impossible for us," Suzimo said, shaking his head. "Yuer's fortune is shallow, she's not worthy of young master," Bian Wenzhou sighed. "Martial house master, if you have something to say, just say it, there's no point in beating around the bush," Suzimo said, seeing through the other party's meaning. "Child Su, have you heard of the origin of my fire clan?" Bian Wenzhou asked unhurriedly. Suzimo shook his head. He didn't know much about the fire clan. The only one who knew about fire was the fire god Zhirong. "Our fire clan has always had a place of origin. It is said that it is the place where the fire clan was born. In the past, this place of origin was guarded by the Sun Temple. But some time ago, the Sun Temple issued an order. All members of the fire clan are qualified to enter the place of origin." Bian Wenzhou pondered for a moment and continued. "It's just that this qualification is very slim, we have to compete. Our Chaos Fire Territory, as one of the 7 great fire territories, only has 32 places." At this point, Suzimo also understood. "You want me to compete for a place for your Black Crow mansion?" The original candidate was Xianxia. Bian Wenzhou smiled and said, "Now that I have met young master, I naturally want to give it a try." "Why do you think I agreed?" Suzimo asked. "Before this, I really wasn't sure. But today, someone gave me something." Bian Wenzhou smiled and said, "She said that I can use this thing to exchange for a place for you." Looking at Suzimo's puzzled gaze, Bian Wenzhou took out a transparent crystal from his sleeve. The moment this crystal appeared, Suzimo's eyes stared at it. That person told me that this was something you used to have, Bien Wenzhou replied. I wonder what young master thinks. Bien Sure gave it to you, right? Su Zimo narrowed his eyes and asked. The moment he saw this crystal, he instantly knew what it was, based on the memories left behind by the previous demon master. Deal. Su Zimo took the crystal with one hand and quickly put it away. Then he said, in a month, I will go to the Chaos Fire territory. She watched Su Zimo's back as he left until he disappeared from her sight. Only then did Bien Wenzhou sigh. He said, he's gone. Come out. In the nearby garden, Bien Shurshu's figure walked out. She was dressed in a white cheongsam, revealing her figure. Her oval face and long eyelashes trembled slightly. Father, Bien Shurshu greeted. Why don't you want to see him? Bien Wenzhou asked. I'm destined to leave. So what if I see him? There are too many helplessness in life. If the ending is not perfect, there will be less sadness. Isn't that good? Bien Shurshu asked. What is that crystal? Bien Wenzhou asked curiously. That crystal is worthless in the hands of others. But in his hands, it can destroy the entire blazing fire domain. What do you think? Bien Shurshu asked with a smile. As soon as these words came out, Bien Wenzhou was shocked on the spot. Destroying the blazing fire domain, these words were too big. But looking at Bien Shurshu's expression, she didn't seem to be lying. Bien Shurshu only left a thought and didn't say anything more. Since it's such a thing, we should raise more conditions. Exchanging a spot in the Chaos Fire domain is too much of a loss, Bien Wenzhou said regretfully. Father, a man's heart is insatiable. Bien Shurshu smiled. If it weren't for the fact that I'm afraid he will owe me a favor, I wouldn't even want a spot in the Chaos Fire domain. What's the harm in giving it to him? Sure, in fact, there are many things that Father doesn't ask about. You've known since you were young. Father only hopes that you understand that no matter when, this is your home, Bien Wenzhou said sincerely. Father, don't play the emotional card. Bien Shurshu smiled and said, maybe in the future, you can't wait for me to leave Black Crow Mansion. Bien Shurshu looked at the place where Su Zimo left and sighed deeply. Back in the courtyard where he lived. Su Zimo took out the crystal. In the memories left behind by the previous demon lord, there was information about this crystal. Heavenly Tribulation Crystal. On the eve of the destruction of a small world, the previous demon lord used this original crystal to absorb all the destructive power of the Heavenly Tribulation. Although that small world was still destroyed later. However, the Heavenly Tribulation Crystal in Su Zimo's hands had indeed destroyed a world. He formed a seal with his hands, which seemed to be some kind of mysterious seal. One by one, the imprints fused into the crystal. Kacha sounds were heard. Chains appeared on the surface of the crystal. These chains bound the entire crystal, and another bang was heard. The chains shattered and merged into the void. When Su Zimo looked at the crystal again, he found that it had completely changed. The diamond-shaped crystal was very irregular. Upon closer inspection, it was as if a world was being nurtured within the crystal. It was a world before it was destroyed. Countless cracks appeared in the sky, and the world was about to collapse. A destructive storm blew in the air. The earth shook incessantly, countless houses were destroyed, and living beings were plunged into misery and suffering. No one dared to look directly at the world inside the crystal. The destruction of a world was so cruel. The sky was overcast, and the power of the Heavenly Tribulation covered the entire world. Su Zimo put away the Tribulation Crystal. In the memories of the previous Demon Master. The Tribulation Crystal was originally prepared by the Demon Master for the final war of the heavens. Unfortunately, before the war, he gave the Tribulation Crystal to a woman. Then, he embarked on the path of the war of the heavens alone. No. One knew the reason, because with the failure of the war of the heavens, all traces were erased by the heavenly Tao. It can be considered a trump card, Su Zimo sighed. He looked outside the room, knowing that someone had come. He walked out of the room and saw Bien Yu standing in the courtyard. What did my father say to you? Bien Yu asked. We talked about some trivial matters, Su Zimo said with a smile. What about our marriage? Bien Yu asked. Do you really want to marry me? Suzimo asked back. He stared at Bianyu with his deep eyes, as if he wanted to see through her true thoughts. Marrying you is better than marrying that bastard Mu Zhua, Bianyu said with an unnatural expression. A forced melon is not sweet. Your father won't force you in the future. I think you can freely choose the person you like, Suzimo said with a wave of his hand. Really? Bianyu asked excitedly. He doesn't have the mind to care about your affairs now, Suzimo nodded. The quota for the Chaos Fire Realm, the origin of the Fire Clan. And the water beasts that have become more and more frequent recently. These were enough to give Bian Wenzhou a headache. As for Bianyu's matter, it didn't seem important. Anyway, thank you. Bianyu said with a smile, if you have any trouble in Flamehate City in the future, you can come to me at any time. She patted her chest and promised, her soft breasts trembling. Suzimo smiled. In the next few days, I have nothing to do. First, to comprehend the power of the rules of the blue-eyed water beasts. Second, to wait for the water beasts to attack the city again. The night gradually deepened, and the entire Flamehate City fell into silence. As usual, people went to bed early. In the courtyard where Suzimo was resting, he slowly exhaled. He woke up from the state of cultivation. With a wave of his hand, the passage to the divine land opened. Hundan's huge body was summoned. My lord, Hundan asked respectfully. You have become a great emperor now, you have to work hard, Suzimo glanced at it and said. Hundan was his mount in the Yuanyang continent. After following him here, it had not appeared for a long time. The main reason was that Hundan's strength did not seem to be that strong in the 9 regions. There were fewer and fewer places where Suzimo could use it. I have something for you to do tonight, Suzimo said. My lord, Hundan hurriedly replied. Go to the Mu clan and kill someone, Mu Zhua, Suzimo waved his hand. The portrait of Mu Zhua was condensed in the void. He had seen Mu Zhua at the celebration banquet of the Black Crow Mansion, so he naturally knew what he looked like. Yes, my lord, Hundan got up, and the wings behind him that covered the sky turned into a stream of light and flew toward the Mu clan. Tonight, the Mu clan was destined to be sleepless. Although the Mu clan was not as good as the Black Crow Mansion. Because of Mu Qingyun's existence, their status naturally rose. The entire mansion was grand and vast. Even late at night, there were servants patrolling the mansion with lanterns. At this moment, a huge beast aura enveloped the entire Mu clan. Some of the servants looked up and saw a huge figure flying over from the distant horizon. Quick! Quick, go and report to the mansion master that an enemy has invaded, the servant stammered. Go and inform young Master Mu, someone also thought of Mu Qingyun. He was the Mu clan's god of war. On the orders of my lord, I have come to take Mu Zhua's head. Where is Mu Zhua? Hundan's deep voice resounded throughout Flamehate City. As soon as Hundan finished speaking, the entire Mu family fell into panic. Countless servants were like headless ants. Even the residents of Fiery City who had already fallen asleep were woken up. Could it be that the water beasts are attacking the city? What's going on? Someone dares to cause trouble for the Mu family? It's a demonic beast. Look at the sky, what kind of demonic beast is that? The residents muttered to themselves. In the direction of the Black Crow Mansion, Bian Wenzhou stood in his courtyard. He was drinking and admiring the moon. He seemed to have sensed the existence of Hundan. He looked in that direction. Mansion Master, the elders of the Black Crow Mansion hurriedly greeted. As long as there was any movement in the city, they would be very concerned. However, they had no right to decide the matters of the Black Crow Mansion. They all ran to look for the Mansion Master, Bian Wenzhou. Why are you in such a hurry? Bian Wenzhou asked. A demonic beast is attacking the city, the second elder said first. A demonic beast is attacking the city? Why didn't I see it? Bian Wenzhou asked. I think that demonic beast is heading towards the Mu family. The Mu family is also a part of our Fiery City, the other elders hurriedly said. That's right, if the Mu family is lost, and our Black Crow Mansion is indifferent. I'm afraid it will make people disappointed. Recently, the water beasts have been rampant. Without the Mu family, no matter from which perspective, it is a loss to us. Listening to the discussion of the elders, Bien Wenzhou replied, how about this, the elders can go and help. But don't act rashly. If that demonic beast wants to destroy the entire Mu family, you can stop it. If the demonic beast only wants to kill someone from the Mu family, you don't have to care. Hearing this, no matter how stupid the elders were, they also felt that something was wrong. The mansion master seemed to know something. He just didn't want to say it out loud. But since Bien Wenzhou said so, they didn't dare to refute and could only leave one by one. Oh right, no matter what, you must remember not to hurt that demonic beast, Bien Wenzhou reminded them worriedly. Until all the elders left. A maid walked in from outside the courtyard. Mansion master, young miss said. You don't have to care about who that person wants to kill. Otherwise, our Black Crow prefecture will also face a great calamity. The maid repeated Bien Shishir's words and said, our Black Crow mansion is nothing in front of that person. Got it. Bien Wenzhou waved his hand. In the end, he sighed and said, I'll go there myself. He was worried about the elders. What if one of them was impulsive? Wouldn't the Black Crow Palace be blamed for this? This was an eventful period. Outside, there were water beasts running amok. Inside, there was also the fire race. This was because this was where the fire race originated from. At this moment, in the Mu family, Chaos' deep voice sounded. Everyone listened attentively. What kind of trouble did that unfilial son of Mu Shui get himself into this time? Mu Fanhai, the patriarch of the Mu family, snorted coldly. He came out of the room and gathered all the elders of the Mu family. Where is Mu Zhua? Everyone was gathered in one place. Mu Fanhai looked around. Mu Zhua was nowhere to be seen. Second young master is sleeping. He told us not to disturb him, a servant replied in horror. He still has the mood to sleep at this time. Mu Fanhai said coldly, First elder, go and bring that unfilial son to me personally. After he finished speaking, he looked at Mu Qingyun who had a serious expression. He said, Qingyun, go and stabilize that demon beast. See if there's a chance to ease the situation. Got it. Mu Qingyun cupped his hands. Dressed in a white robe, he walked out of the hall with the night wind. At this time, the sky above the Mu family was filled with a dense demon aura. It was darker than the night. Mu Qingyun looked up. He could sense the strength of the other party. However, he still stepped into the air and headed toward the center of the demon aura. Welcome, senior. May I know how my Mu family offended you? Please tell me, Mu Qingyun said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. I'm not looking for you. Let Mu Zhua come out. Chaos's faint voice sounded. His huge body was hidden in the demon aura. One could only hear his voice but not see his body. May I know how my brother offended you? The Mu family is willing to apologize. Mu Qingyun said, as long as you ask, we'll do our best to fulfill your conditions. This is my lord's order. Since my lord has spoken, then I will follow your orders. Since my lord has spoken, he's destined to die. There's no need for any conditions, Chaos said impatiently. I'm only here to kill Mu Zhua. Now you should hand him over. Otherwise, don't blame me for not reminding you if your entire family is implicated. In that case, I can only ask for guidance from Senior, Mu Qingyun said with bright eyes, holding a silver-white longsword. You can't. Although you're already at the peak of the divine range and are only one step away from the great emperor. But you're not a great emperor. Chaos shook his head. No matter what, I want to try my best. Senior, please give me a chance, Mu Qingyun said sincerely. As his voice fell, the demon aura in the sky seemed to be swallowed by something. The demon aura gradually disappeared. And Chaos' original figure was also revealed. Compared to before, Chaos' body was much larger. His body was mainly black, and there was a reddish-purple vortex in his abdomen, absorbing endless power. A pair of wings that blotted out the sky enveloped the moon. All the residents of Fire-Loathing City looked up and saw Shadow in the sky, who was even more eye-catching than the moon. Kid, I'll give you a chance to make a move. Don't say I didn't ask you to make a move, Chaos said proudly. Thank you, Senior. Mu Qingyun bowed. Although the long sword in his hand was silver white, one could feel a blazing heat from it. He was from the Fire clan. The power in his body was constantly surging. Streaks of white flames rose into the air. This flame was very strange. When it burned, half of it was white cold, and the other half was red hot. It was like the combination of two contradictory bodies. Yin-yang eternal / Mu Qingyun said word by word. All the power in his body was condensed on this sword. The void was divided into two, one half was frozen by ice, and the other half was burned by the flames. Chaos raised his head slightly. He said, "The Fire Clan mainly uses blazing heat. Your flame seems to have undergone a mutation, but this mutation has made you stronger." Looking at the two merged flames, they attacked. Chaos also straightened his abdomen. In the vortex in his abdomen, the power of destruction seemed to be born from chaos. Lightning was spreading, and the void was shattering. A reddish-purple torrent shot out and collided with the flames. The powerful explosion annihilated the entire void. "Look," someone shouted, pointing at the edge of the explosion. Mu Qingjiu, who was dressed in a white robe, fell from the void. "Still a little short," he said bitterly. "Senior, please spare Qingyun's life. I brought Muzhua to you." A loud shout came from the Mu residence. The patriarch of the Mu family, Mu Fanhai, walked out of the inner court with a young man in his arms. The young man looked indignant. However, he was tied up tightly and could not move at all. Mu Qingyun's figure descended from the sky. He bowed to Han Dan and said, "Thank you for holding back, Senior. Although I did not use my full strength, you're still considered extraordinary." "It won't be long before you become a great emperor," Han Dan said. It rolled its eyes and looked at Muzhua. "Senior, may I know what mistake my son has made?" Mu Fanhai asked. "This is not something you should know," Han Dan said calmly. Its huge claws reached down from the sky. When Muzhua saw this, he shouted, "Father, big brother, save me. I don't want to die yet. Second brother, you're usually arrogant and domineering. It's only because of the Mu family behind you that you're safe and sound." Mu Qingyun sighed. "Now you've provoked someone you shouldn't have. I've done my best. Don't drag the Mu family into this." "Mu Qingyun, you did it on purpose." "How cruel," Muzhua yelled. "If I die, no one will compete with you for the patriarch's position. I can't believe you think of me that way." Mu Qingyun shook his head in disappointment. He looked at Mu Fanhai and said, "Father, I'm tired too. I'll go back and rest. Let's leave this matter as it is." "Qingyun, is there really no room for reconciliation?" Mu Fanhai asked, unwilling to give up. "Father, he's able to come this far today. It has a lot to do with your usual indulgence," Mu Qingyun replied and left. Han Dan's huge claws fell and grabbed Muzhua's head. Muzhua struggled with all his might. He was also cursing and swearing. Unfortunately, it was to no avail. The Mu family could only watch as Han Dan grabbed Muzhua high up in the air. Han Dan opened his mouth and the smell of blood assailed their nostrils. He swallowed Muzhua in one gulp. After Muzhua's death, Mu Fanhai seemed to have aged a lot in an instant. It was one of the most tragic things in the world, no different from the pain of losing a child. "Shu'er is dead. I apologize on behalf of the entire Mu family," Mu Fanhai said. "Do you have any other instructions?" Although he was grieving, he also knew that the situation was hopeless. He had to deal with the matter at hand first. "All right, I have completed my master's orders." The demonic aura around Han Dan's body covered up again. It came quickly and left quickly. Only the entire Mu family was in a state of apprehension. This had nothing to do with Suzimo. To him, killing a person was no different from stepping on an ant. For the next few days, no one from Black Crow Mansion disturbed him. He had been comprehending the rules of the blue-eyed flowing water beast. Finally, at some point, he opened his eyes. The laws in his body were as vast as the sea. Every strand of law had a different attribute. Countless laws condensed into a brand new law. Suzimo called it the law of primal chaos. Chaos represented the source of all power. It could be divided into yin and yang, and it could also be divided into the 5 elements. This was the most primitive power, and also the most powerful. Now that I've finished condensing the laws, all that's left is to wait for the heavenly tribulation, Suzimo muttered to himself. Outside the courtyard, hurried footsteps could be heard. Xiaoyu's voice came from outside. Child Su, the water beasts are attacking the city again. Recently, Su Zimo had been observing the movements of the water beasts. Therefore, whenever there was a breeze blowing, someone from Black Crow Mansion would come to report. Got it. Su Zimo got up. It was time to take a look at the water beasts. The maid Xiaoyu followed beside him, and the two of them came to the city wall together. This time, the water beasts attacking the city was more powerful than before. An army of thousands of water beasts came from all directions, surrounding the entire flaming city. They had the idea of either success or death. And in the city, the soldiers of the Fire Clan also began to gather. However, this time, the one leading the army was not Mu Qingyun, but Lu Xingyun. Ever since the great change in the Mu family some time ago, Mu Qingyun went into seclusion. I heard that she won't come out until she becomes an emperor. Xiaoyu explained. Now, the main force fighting against the water beasts is our Black Crow Mansion. Su Zimo naturally knew that the great change in the Mu clan was caused by the chaos. I'm leaving, Su Zimo said. Tell Mansion Lord Bian that I will go to the Chaos Flame Realm. In the name of Black Crow Mansion. Got it, Xiaoyu said respectfully. Tell the soldiers of the Fire Clan in the city to withdraw. I can destroy these water beasts with one hand, Su Zimo said. The city wall was already full of people. Everyone was in a panic, and there was a lot of discussion. The galloping sound of the water beasts could be heard, and the power of the beasts faintly connected together, making people's faces pale. That kind of power that came rushing over seemed to be able to destroy everything in its path. Su Zimo stepped into the air and calmly stood in front of the city gate. Who is that person? Is he crazy? He dares to face so many water beasts alone. I've never seen him before. He's a stranger. Regardless, his courage is commendable. When all the water beasts swarmed over, Su Zimo held the tyrannical shadow in his hand. The blade was trembling slightly. Endless saber intent swirled around his body. He waved the blade, and it was such an ordinary movement. The blade intent swept through heaven and earth. It spanned tens of thousands of meters. At this moment, the world in front of everyone disappeared. The only thing in their sight was a raging blade intent. The roar of the blade intent in their ears was occasionally mixed with the roar of the beasts. Finally, everyone woke up from their daze. They saw the scene below the city wall. Some people's faces were pale. Ugh. Some people couldn't help but vomit. On the city wall, the corpses of the water beasts were everywhere, piled up like mountains. Blood flowed slowly like a river of blood. Tens of thousands of corpses lay in front of everyone. One slash to kill tens of thousands. Although the people on the city wall had killed people before, it was the first time they had seen such a brutal murder. Su Zimo walked calmly in the river of blood. He looked to the north. A small group of water beasts was fleeing in panic. This was something he had done on purpose. He followed behind the water beasts, wanting to see where these water beasts would eventually go. The speed of the water beasts wasn't fast. They ran along the north of fire-loathing city. During this period, they crossed mountains and ridges. They waded through the river and crossed the hills. Even Su Zimo didn't know how long he had been following them. Finally, these water beasts entered a village. Then, their figures completely disappeared. And Su Zimo's figure also stopped in front of the village. At the entrance of the village, two huge ancient trees stood on both sides. Looking at the size of these ancient trees, they should be thousands of years old. This village didn't have a name. From the outside, it was extremely prosperous. The villagers were coming and going. Su Zimo also stepped into it. As soon as he entered, Su Zimo felt that something was wrong. Because the village in front of him had disappeared. Or rather, there was no such thing as a village. The village he saw was just a projection of the formation. The 8 positions of the 8 trigrams began to change. The village disappeared, replaced by an endless number of aquatic beasts. There was no end in sight. Only the endless roars of the aquatic beasts. Just the sound of their roars alone was enough to make one's eardrums explode. Who are you? Please come out and meet me, Su Zimo said calmly. Didn't you have a lot of fun killing at Yanhua City, Today, I'll let you have a good time. A voice came from all directions. It was impossible to tell where the voice came from. There are endless aquatic beasts here, let's see how long you can kill them. I don't mean any harm, I just want to know a bit more, Suzumo said. He was here to ask about the ancient god, so he didn't want to become enemies with the other party. As for those aquatic beasts, they shouldn't be a big deal to you. Since you can create living beings, you shouldn't care about these things. Hearing Suzumo's words, the voice was silent for a bit. Then it said, no matter what reason you have, break my formation first. As soon as it said that, the millions of aquatic beasts had already rushed over. What's so difficult about breaking your formation? Suzumo smiled. The traceless compass and sky spill astrolabe circled above his head. There was basically no formation he couldn't break. With the blade in his right hand, no matter how many aquatic beasts came near, he would kill them all. Even though the number of aquatic beasts was endless, it was still not enough. The traceless compass above his head was quickly calculating. Finally, the 8 trigrams of the formation was figured out. Suzumo looked at the direction the compass was pointing at. He threw the tyrannical shadow in his hand. Like a flash of lightning, it disappeared in an instant. With a bang, the tyrannical shadow seemed to have broken something, and a corner of the formation was broken. More and more aquatic beasts approached this broken corner, not wanting to let Suzumo get close. Even the person hiding in the shadows was a bit anxious. A powerful torrent shot out, intending to destroy Suzumo's compass. I was just waiting for you, Suzumo said with a smile. He waved his right hand, and the tyrannical shadow that he had thrown out returned to where the torrent was surging. The saber intent shocked the world. The torrent was directly shattered. In the boundless void, it seemed to have cut through some existence. Finally, a muffled groan was heard. The array formation also gradually faded away. Suzumo looked around. Just as he had expected, there was no village here. All that was left was a wasteland. It was a desolate and boundless wilderness filled with piles of bones. There was a thatched hut in the wilderness. She was like a withered flower, the only flower left, all alone. Suzumo lowered his head and saw sporadic bloodstains on the ground. It spread all the way to the thatched cottage. He walked towards the hut step by step, the tyrannical shadow surrounding him. Finally, they arrived in front of the thatched cottage. Suzumo shouted, "Come out!" However, when his voice fell, no one in the thatched hut answered him. "If you don't come out, I'll destroy this cottage," Suzumo continued. Hearing that there was still no answer, Suzumo held the tyrannical shadow in his hand and swung it without hesitation. "Is this how you beg people?" an old voice suddenly sounded. Then the door of the thatched cottage was opened. The first thing that appeared in his line of sight was a bony hand. Then, a black-clothed old man slowly walked over. His black clothes covered his entire face, and the only thing that was exposed was a pair of senile eyes. There were bloodstains on the old man's chest. He clutched his chest with his right hand. "Young man, you hurt me. Aren't you afraid that I'll reject your request?" the old man said. "You know my purpose?" Suzumo asked. When he asked about the ancient gods, only a few people in Black Crow Prefecture knew about it. "I don't know, but since you followed my aquatic beast here, you must have something to do with me," the old man said with certainty. "I'm not looking for you, but the person behind you," Suzumo shook his head. "There's no one behind me. I've been alone since a long time ago." The old man's eyes were gloomy as he said lightly. "No, with your strength, you don't have the ability to create life," Suzumo replied. "That person doesn't want to see me, or you don't want me to see him?" The old man's face changed slightly. He didn't expect Suzumo's observation to be so detailed. He had inadvertently revealed so many flaws. "Boy, I don't understand what you mean." The old man snorted, "If you don't have anything else, you should leave." "It's okay, I'll slowly make you understand," Suzumo smiled. The tyrannical shadow in his hand moved forward and attacked the old man. "Damn it," the old man shouted. Behind him, streams of water spirit chi burst out. Water spirit chi is a very powerful force in the world. It is said that only in the mountains and rivers, there is a tiny bit of water spirit chi. Once the water spirit chi is taken away, it means that the mountains and rivers will become a land of death. And the huge amount of water spirit chi behind the old man's back was very eye-catching. I wanted to let you go, but it seems like you're digging your own grave, the old man shouted. I'm getting more and more interested in you, Suzumo smiled. The tyrannical shadow in his hand clashed with the opponent's water spirit chi. The powerful force surged, and Suzumo took a few steps back. His right hand holding the tyrannical shadow trembled slightly. Waterfall, the old man stretched out his hands. Behind him, there was a waterfall that rose to the sky. The sound of water splashing could be heard. This place was originally a land of death. The barren land was now showing signs of recovery. Grass sprouted, and withered trees sprouted green buds. You wasted so much of my water spirit chi. Even if you die, it will be worth it, the old man said angrily. Looking at the water spirit chi covering the sky and covering the earth, Suzumo did not even have a place to dodge. Then I'll just not dodge, Suzumo laughed. The heavenly gate of 3 lives above his head, and the skyblade will in his body burst out. The water spirit chi was like time and space, washing Suzumo's body, trying to take away his life. The heavenly gate of 3 lives temporarily made Suzumo invincible. Kill, the sword will in the sky tore the water spirit chi apart. It slashed towards the old man's head. The old man's face changed. He wanted to escape, but it was too late. The sword will in the sky tore through the old man's forehead, faster than lightning. In the next moment, the old man's head cracked like a watermelon. But Suzumo was not happy. Because after the old man's head was broken, a new head grew out in an instant. You can't kill me. I'm immortal. The old man laughed maniacally. Who said I'm going to kill you? Suzumo smiled. He took out the book of life and death. Chains of life and death flew out from it and bound the old man. The water luster chi behind the old man surged again. Unfortunately, the tyrannical shadow floated above Suzumo's head. Under the tyrannical shadow, the blade chi rampaged. With a boom, the water luster chi was split apart by the sharp blade chi. With the tyrannical shadow leading the way, the chains of life and death were unimpeded. First, they wrapped around the old man's arms. The old man struggled and tore the chains of life and death apart. The old man didn't dare to fight. He stepped into the air and fled. Suzumo smiled. Countless more chains of life and death flew out from the book of life and death. It was like a group of demons dancing in a frenzy. The chains of life and death kept stirring up the wind and clouds in the sky, sealing off the old man's escape routes. The old man kept struggling against the chains of life and death. Unfortunately, more and more chains of life and death wrapped around him, surrounding him tightly. No matter how much water luster chi roared, it was useless. Finally, the chains of life and death wrapped around everything and pulled the old man in front of Suzumo. Why don't you continue running? Suzumo laughed. You deserve to die. The old man stared at Suzumo, his eyes revealing an aura of hatred. Seeing you so angry, I find it even more interesting, Suzumo smiled. He walked step by step towards the straw hut from before. When he walked over, the old man seemed to have stopped breathing. He seemed to be very nervous, as if he was afraid that Suzumo would discover some secret. What are you afraid of? Suzumo smiled. What do you want? You can ask for anything, the old man said helplessly. Where did the water beasts come from? Suzumo asked. This is a method that Laozu of our clan taught me, the old man sighed. If you want to learn, I can teach you. But this method can't be learned quickly. Do you really think I'm stupid? Or are you too ignorant? Suzumo asked, do you know what kind of ability it is to create life? If Laozu can do it, then it's reasonable. Trash like you. Do you think this is a cultivation technique? Is this something that can be taught? Suzumo mercilessly exposed the old man's lie. Perhaps even the old man himself didn't know that the creation of life was such a shocking thing. Suzumo stopped in front of the thatched hut. The old man who was tied up became more and more panicked. He shouted, if you hurt me, Laozu won't let you go. Our Laozu is invincible throughout history. You're anxious. Suzumo smiled. Opening the door of the thatched hut, it was very simple inside. There was only a stone bed and a shabby table. The thatched hut looked like it would collapse at any moment. Suzumo looked around. It was an ordinary thatched hut. He did not know why the old man was so nervous. There must be something that he had not discovered. Looking around again, Suzimo stepped on the ground under his feet. He was sure. The bottom was empty. He clenched his right hand into a fist, and spiritual energy filled his fist. He directly punched the ground heavily. With a boom, as if an earthquake was coming, countless cracks spread under his feet. And in the cracks, Suzimo saw a passage. "Don't go in," the old man begged. "I'll agree to whatever you want. Don't go in there." Suzimo simply ignored him and walked down the passageway. He could feel the dense water attribute spiritual energy in the air. Although he didn't see water, he had an illusion. It was as if he was in the sea. This feeling was very strange. "Damn you, that thing is mine. No one can take it away. It's mine, mine." The old man's expression was a little strange. He seemed to be crazy. He muttered to himself, and even his consciousness fell into a stagnant state. Finally, Suzimo arrived at the bottom of the passage. It turned out to be a secret room. The secret room was very dark, and only a night pearl emitted a dim light. It was not so dark that he couldn't see his fingers. There were chains under his feet. And they were not ordinary chains. They were made of 10,000-year-old fire soul stones in the heavenly flame magma. These chains were not only strong, but they also contained powerful flames. Suzimo looked up. At the end of the chains, there was a cross. It seemed that some creature was tied to the cross. He walked in and took a look. He had never seen the creature tied to the cross before. This creature's shape was no different from a human's. But his skin, including his eyes, scalp, and lips, were all blue. It was as blue as the sea. This blue man was tied up by chains and seemed to have suffered a lot of abuse. His whole body was covered in wounds. But what surprised Suzimo even more was that what flowed from his wounds was not blood, but blue water. "What is this?" Suzimo looked at the old man and asked. This blue man was on the verge of death and was very weak. "This is mine. You can't take it away. You can't." The old man was still muttering to himself. Suzimo frowned slightly. He directly slapped the old man. "Pa!" The old man was completely awakened. Looking at the scene in front of him, his expression changed drastically. "I'll ask again. What is this?" Suzimo said. "I don't know. I really don't know." The old man shook his head in fear. "About 1,000 years ago, I was still an ordinary sacred bloodline warrior. My time was up, and I came to this world. I met this strange blue man." The old man's face was ashen as he told his story. "At that time, I met this blue man. He knew about my experience and gave me a drop of his blood. After drinking his blood, I found that my lifespan increased by 100 years. As the old man spoke, his lips trembled. It was as if he did not want to recall that memory. "In those 100 years, we became best friends. He told me that he had no memories and no past. I taught him about this world. Unfortunately, the good times did not last long. 100 years later, my time came again." "That's why you imprisoned him, wanting to extend your life indefinitely," Suzimo said faintly. "Yes, I imprisoned him. I was worse than a pig or a dog. I was a beast. But I really wanted to live." The old man hugged his head and cried. He said, "Later, I found that his blood could not only extend my life. It could also increase my strength. My sacred bloodline realm actually reached the great emperor realm in a short period of time. If I was given a few thousand years, I was confident that I could become a sacred bloodline." "Is the current you any different from a walking corpse?" Suzimo asked. "Then why did you attack Xianxia City? What's with those aquatic beasts?" "His blood can transform into aquatic beasts. A drop of blood is a life," the old man said. "As for attacking Xianxia City, I had no choice. Because I used too much of his blood. If I didn't replenish it in time, he would definitely die. Later, I found that the food he replenished was actually from the fire tribe." "The fire race is its enemy," Suzimo said in surprise. "That's right, as long as it eats a fire race, it can recover a drop of blood," the old man quickly nodded. "A drop of blood has such a magical effect. It can increase one's lifespan and create life, Suzimo smiled. There's such a creature in the world, it's simply unheard of, interesting. I'll give you everything, I don't want this blue man anymore. Can you let me go? The old man asked tentatively. Have you heard of a saying, the sin of having a treasure? Suzimo smiled and said, I don't want to spread this matter. Don't worry, I'll leave here forever. I'll change my name and never appear in your sight again, the old man quickly promised. I don't believe you, only the dead can keep secrets, Suzimo waved his hand. The book of life and death kept surging. It directly swallowed the tied-up old man into the book. Suzimo no longer paid any attention to the old man. To him, this was just a character not worth mentioning. He was more interested in the tied-up blue man in front of him. Because he had comprehended the blue eyes water beast before, he was very familiar with the aura of this blue man. It was as if it was passed down from generation to generation. He slowly walked in front of the blue man and squatted down. Spirit energy entered the other party's body. However, as soon as he entered, Suzimo found that his spirit energy was like falling into the sea, there was no sound. This made Suzimo very puzzled. Because before, according to Bianshirshir's hint, the ancient god he was looking for was very likely the water god Gong Tuesday. He thought that the person behind this water beast should be the successor of the water god, or that he had obtained the inheritance of the water god. But now it seemed that things were a lot different from what he expected. He didn't find any trace of the ancient god, but instead found a strange blue man. Can you hear me? Suzimo asked. The blue man had fallen into a deep coma and couldn't answer him at all. At this time, Suzimo suddenly remembered that the old man said before that the blue man's food was the fire race. Could it be that if he ate a certain amount of fire race, he could recover? Suzimo had too many doubts in his heart. He cut off the chains and released the blue man into the divine land. He asked Baimont and the others to watch over and take care of him. It seemed that if he had the chance, he would have to find some fire race members. He decided to go to the primal chaos fire domain to take a look. After all, he had promised Bian Wanzhou. He wasn't interested in the origin of the fire race. After summoning Hun Dun, Suzimo stepped on Hun Dun's back. The huge figure gradually disappeared into the horizon. One of the so-called 7 great fire regions. The primal chaos fire realm could be considered quite powerful. They called themselves primal chaos because the fire domain was created by the primal chaos fire ancestor. He possessed one of the 10 legendary divine bodies, the chaotic divine body. This kind of constitution was originally very powerful. The chaotic body could fuse with all elements in the world. However, the primal chaos fire tribe was not interested in the other elements. Instead, they focused on the fire element. In the end, he took an unconventional approach and developed the chaotic divine body to another level. He had created a huge primal chaos flame realm. Thus, he disappeared from the world. The core of the chaos fiery realm was a fiery city. He was located in the center of this world. Because of the quota for the origin of the fire race, many people from other cities also rushed here one after another. Suzimo walked halfway and didn't know the way. He landed from Hun Dun's back and saw a tea house in front of him. Actually, it was called a tea house, but it was just a small stall with a tent. The blazing fire domain was a hot place. No matter where one went, the 10 suns above the blazing fire domain could shine. To the fire race, this was a comfortable place. But to other races, this world was not friendly. The existence of this kind of tea house also made it convenient for some people who wanted to rest or were thirsty. Suzimo prepared to ask for directions. He came to the tea house. There were only a few simple tables inside. At the table on the left sat a middle-aged man with disheveled hair. At the table on the right sat a group of young men and women in white robes. The leader of these people was an old man. The middle-aged man at the table on the left was very quiet. He only drank tea indifferently. His hair covered his entire face. The group on the right was a little noisy. The group of young men and women were curious about everything. They chattered like a group of birds. They surrounded the old man and asked all kinds of questions. Master, if we go to the blazing fire domain, will we really be qualified to participate? Yes, we are all humans. What if the fire race doesn't want to? If we get the quota to enter the origin of the fire race, do you think we can sell it to others, and then get a lot of resources from the fire race to revive our celestial immortal sect? The old man didn't get bored and explained to these people one by one. Guest, do you want to drink tea? The owner of the tea house was an old woman. At this moment, she was busy boiling water. A pot of good tea. Suzimo nodded. Guest, we only have loose tea here, the old woman replied embarrassedly. If it's loose tea, then so be it. Suzimo did not mind. He walked inside and found a table to sit down. The group of young men and women looked at him with curious eyes. You haven't been out of the sect for a long time. Be careful outside. The old man looked at the disciples and said. Then, he looked at Suzimo and smiled apologetically. Suzimo nodded slightly as a greeting. Soon, the hot tea was ready and the old woman carefully brought it to the table. Guest, please enjoy. Wait a moment, I want to ask you something, Suzimo said. Dozens of spirit crystals were placed on the table. I don't dare to take these spirit crystals. Guest, please tell me what you want. The old woman waved her hand nervously. I want to go to the blazing fire domain. How do I get there? Suzimo smiled. Before the old woman could say anything, one of the disciples of the Celestial Immortal sect said in surprise. We are also going to the blazing fire domain. Why don't we go together? Did you forget what I just said? The old man glanced at the young man who spoke. Then, he smiled at Suzimo and said, the blazing fire domain is not far from here. Go north for 300 miles and you will see a volcano. The entrance to the blazing fire domain is there. Suzimo thought about it. He wasn't familiar with this place. It seemed that these people knew a lot. He smiled and said, can we go together? We can take care of each other. If young master is willing, I have no objections. It's just that these disciples of mine don't know much. Originally, this was to let them see the world. If they offend young master, please forgive them, the old man replied. As the two of them were talking, hurried footsteps suddenly came from outside. Sitting on the left side of the tea stall, the unkempt man tensed up and rushed out of the tea stall. Master, a disciple heard the sounds of fighting outside and said nervously. Have some tea, the old man waved his hand and replied. The old woman at the tea stall seemed to be a little scared and hid in the tent. Suzimo looked up and looked outside. In the yellow sand that filled the sky, several figures were fighting. Faint shouts could be heard in between the voices. Qin Longyong, you stole the sect's treasure, why don't you surrender? Wei Wuyan, you know very well who stole the sect's treasure. If you want to fight, then fight, why do you have to slander me? More than a dozen people were fighting. Although the other side had the advantage in numbers, the unkempt man was not weak either. It was impossible to determine the winner in a short time. Suzimo finished the tea in his cup, looked at the celestial sect's old man, and said, let's go. There's still a fight outside, should we wait a while before leaving? A disciple asked tentatively. By the time they're done it'll be dark, Suzimo waved his hand. He said, let's go, it's not a problem, the old man also nodded slightly. Everyone walked out of the tea stall. Seeing so many people coming out, the group of people was obviously stunned. Obviously, Suzimo's group had aroused their vigilance. The unkempt man looked at Suzimo's group with a face of surprise. He shouted, Brother Wang, Brother Li, come and help me. You know each other? The enemy's face was ugly. The celestial sect's old man looked at the unkempt man and said, Friend, isn't it a little immoral of you to do this? Kill them, the enemy obviously did not want to drag it out. Some of them attacked the unkempt man, while the others attacked Suzimo's group. Brilliant heavenly might, our sky sect. Before Suzimo could make a move, the celestial sect's old man had already made his move. He quickly formed a seal with his hand, and a heavenly sword appeared behind him. The sword was huge, at least 10 meters long. Looking at the group of people attacking, the giant sword flashed with lightning and directly swept through the void. Then, dozens of heads fell to the ground. This old man was a divine Vein realm martial artist. In fact, this kind of strength was already not bad. Within the 9 regions, great emperors had the power to establish their own sections. Great sages were already at the middle of the spectrum. As for Tao fruit experts, they were existences that could even look down upon the 9 regions. Although divine vein cultivators are not as strong as greater martial emperors, you have to understand that there are many people in the 9 regions. Most people were still struggling under the great emperor. The old man's attack was so powerful. This group of pursuers was also afraid and began to retreat. The old man stood where he was and did not pursue. His gaze was fixed on the disheveled man. "Thank you for saving my life." The disheveled man smiled. "The situation just now was urgent, it was definitely not my intention. Can we be friends? Young master, how about you handle this?" The old man looked at Suzimo and asked. This old man knows how to conduct himself. Suzimo smiled. With a grab of his right hand, he directly grabbed the disheveled man's neck and lifted him up. "To me, those people are just ants. If you had begged me just now, I might have been in a good mood and killed them." Suzimo smiled faintly. "But you used me. Do you think you're worthy?" Suzimo grabbed the man and directly broke his neck. Unfortunately, this man was not from the fire tribe. Otherwise, he could let the blue man try. Seeing Suzimo kill people like this, the disciples of the celestial immortal sect seemed a little frightened. One by one, they retreated behind the old man. "How should I address you, young master?" The old man introduced himself first. This old man is the sect master of the celestial immortal sect. Xianxia. Suzimo, just a nameless junior. Suzimo waved his hand and smiled. Nameless Junior Suzimo, this name was not bad. Child Su went to the primal chaos flame realm to participate in the competition at the origin of the fire tribe, right? Xianxia smiled. You can say so. Suzimo nodded. Your celestial immortal sect too? Yes, but the competition is not important to me. Xianxia smiled and said, the main thing is to bring these juniors to see the world. As they talked, they walked in the direction of the primal chaos flame realm. This group of celestial immortal sect disciples seemed to be a little afraid of Suzimo because of his decisiveness before. They were not as lively and easy to ask as before. The closer they were to the primal chaos flame realm, the drier the land was. It could even be said that it was like a desert. There was a lack of plants and water. The people of the fire tribe had always hated water and fire were incompatible. The group walked for about 7 days. That afternoon, Xianxia pointed at the distant horizon and said to Suzimo with a smile, Child Su, look, the towering flame in front of us is the entrance to the primal chaos flame realm. Suzimo nodded slightly. After these few days of interaction, he found that although Xianxia was not strong, his Tao heart was firm. However, his Tao heart was firm and his judgment of people was accurate. He was humble. He was also a good person. As the group walked towards the primal chaos flame realm, they suddenly heard a shout. Help! A woman yelled as she ran over from afar. As if she saw people, the woman's shout became louder and louder. The woman ran towards the group. She was dressed in red, and in this yellow sand, she was like a gorgeous scenery. As she ran, the ribbons around her fluttered. The woman ran in front of the group, already panting. Miss, what's the matter? Xianxia asked. Someone behind me wants to kill me. Hurry up and save me, the woman shouted. My father is the protector of the primal chaos flame realm. If you save me, I can ask my father to reward you. Miss, you must be joking. There's no one behind you. Xianxia laughed. The woman was stunned and turned around. There was no one behind her. It was very quiet. How is that possible? Just now. The woman was stunned. She seemed to have realized something. Forget it, forget it. She waved her hand and said. How about you send me to the primal chaos flame realm? The primal chaos flame realm is just ahead. If you want to go together, you can. The old man smiled and said. Then, he looked at Suzimo. Suzimo didn't care. On the road to primal chaos, the woman was very curious. And she was very talkative. Are you here to participate in the competition? I don't think you have any hope. The primal chaos flame realm has made a list of popular contestants. None of you are popular contestants. Hearing the woman's words, the disciples of the celestial immortal sect were a little unconvinced. They said, "Our sect master is very strong." "How strong?" the woman asked. "The contestant sent by the primal chaos flame realm is a great emperor, and he is about to become a saint." Hearing this, the disciples quieted down. Whether it was a great emperor or a great saint, they were all unreachable existences to them. "Why? Are you scared?" The woman smiled proudly. Then she said, "But you don't have to worry. My father is in charge of the outer competition. I can ask him to put you with some of the weaker ones so that you can last a few rounds." Hearing the woman's words, Suzimo shook his head and laughed. He could see that the woman had no ill intentions. She was just a little arrogant, but she was not a bad person. "What's your name?" Suzimo asked. "I'll never change my name." "Lu Huahua," the woman said proudly. "Why are you asking for my name? Have you fallen in love with me? This lady's future husband must be a hero who can support both heaven and earth." "Like you?" Suzimo shook his head and said, "If there are gods in this world, then I'm the king of gods. If there are demons, then I'm the king of demons. Do you think I would fall for a little girl like you who is still wet behind the ears?" "Who's a little girl?" Lu Huahua puffed out her chest and said proudly. "I'm already 18 this year. Logically speaking, I can get married." "Oh, because no one has taken a fancy to you, you are still a single dog." Suzimo nodded in understanding. "Nonsense. There are so many people coming to my house to propose marriage. I just have high standards," Lu Huahua said fiercely. Along the way, the two bickered. Suzimo was not bored. Finally, they arrived at the entrance of the Chaos Flame Realm. It was an active volcano. The eruption of flames continued to soar into the sky and the void. The volcano was surrounded by dark gray volcanic ash. At this moment, many people had gathered here. Some of them were participants of the Chaos Flame Realm competition, while others were just here to watch the fun. This volcano was different from other volcanoes, because the entrance to the Chaos Flame Realm was at the top of the volcano. Various buildings rose from the ground in other parts of the volcano. The inn stood on top of the lava. The inn stood in the sea of fire. This world couldn't be any better for the fire race. But for the humans of the celestial immortal sect, it was extremely hot. Fortunately, Xianxia was prepared. He took out a few extreme cold pills and handed them to the disciples, saying, "Eat these pills. It will protect you from the heat for a short time. However, you have to be careful when you walk around this volcano. If I fall into the magma, I'm afraid I'll turn into ashes in an instant." "It's so dangerous here," a disciple said in fear. "For the fire race, there is no danger at all. Let them bathe in the lava, they might even feel comfortable," Xianxia said with a smile. He also gave one to Suzimo. However, Suzimo shook his head and refused. To him, this kind of flame was not considered powerful. At most, it was just warm. Lu Huahua looked at the crowd and said, "For the sake of your contribution in escorting me, come with me. I'll take you to the primal chaos flame domain." While they were talking, the magma in front of the volcano suddenly changed. There was hot lava gushing out. It transformed into the shape of a golden lotus. A man in golden armor stood on the lotus and said in a dignified voice, "The Chaos Fire Realm is opening. Those who are in the Chaos Fire Realm, please prepare." As the man spoke, his eyes looked around the entire volcano and said, 3 days later, I will state the rules. If anyone doesn't come by then, they will be disqualified." After the man finished speaking, he sank into the magma with the golden lotus. Seeing this scene, the crowd discussed animatedly. Lu Huahua led Suzimo and the others along the left path and walked up. The path in the middle was not smooth. There were even a few places where the rocks were unstable, almost causing them to fall into the magma below. Finally, they followed the path and arrived at a town in the volcano. Although it was just a town, it was surrounded by the surrounding area. However, it was located near the volcano, and its scale was huge. Furthermore, it had everything it needed. "I'll find you an inn. You can rest first," Lu Huahua said. She led the crowd to the busiest inn in the town. As soon as they entered, a waiter came up to them. "Give me 7 of the best bright jade rooms," Lu Huahua said casually. "Miss Lu, we don't need so many. We can stay in a room with 2 or 3 people," Zhang Hingji said quickly. "Just stay." "What's wrong? Are you afraid that I can't afford it?" Lu Huahua said proudly. The bright jade rooms were different. When they entered, they did not feel the heat of the volcano at all. Instead, they felt a refreshing chill. "Interesting." Su Zimo smiled. Lu Huahua left after settling everyone down. Because it was getting late, everyone was going to rest. Su Zimo brought the blue man out of the divine land. He was surprised to find that the blue man could absorb the power of the volcano. Or to be precise, what he absorbed was not the power of the volcano, but the power of something in the volcano. The blue man absorbed the power of the volcano. Su Zimo comprehended the power of rules from the blue man compared to the blue-eyed water beast. The blue man's power of rules was more simple. It seemed to be the origin of rules, returning to simplicity. Su Zimo found that he was comprehending faster and faster. In just one night, he could already feel the heavenly might, as if the heavenly tribulation would come at any time. Once he passed the heavenly tribulation, he would be a real great sage. Bang, bang, bang. There was a knock on the door. Su Zimo walked out of the room. Lu Huahua stood outside the room, followed by Zhang Hingji and the disciples. "What's the matter?" Su Zimo asked. "Today, there is a 9 dragons cupping the sky phenomenon in the volcano. I invite you to take a look," Lu Huahua said. 9 dragons cupping the sky? Su Zimo was a little confused. "You guys are really lucky. This once-in-a-century phenomenon actually appeared this time." Lu Huahua said proudly, 9 dragons cupping the sky represents a kind of recognition. It is said that the Chaos Fire ancestor of this generation once received the recognition of 7 fire dragons. Recognition? I don't understand. Su Zimo shook his head. The volcano we are in now was moved here by the fire ancestor from outer space, Lu Huahua explained. This flame can reflect a person's future. The stronger your future is, the more the fire dragons will recognize you. It is said that those who can receive the recognition of 9 fire dragons will definitely become Dao fruit powerhouses in the future. That's incredible. Su Zimo smiled. Everyone walked out of the inn. Sure enough, the sky was already blood-red. More and more people gathered at a cliff of the volcano. This should be the closest place to the fire dragons. In the blood-red sky, there was a faint dragon roar. Su Zimo and the others also gathered together with the crowd. Someone suddenly exclaimed. "It's Xiao Linian from Red Dragon City." It's said that Xiao Linian is a popular contestant in this competition. I wonder how strong he is. He probably came to 9 dragons arching the heavens to see how many dragons he can get. Some people exclaimed, while others sighed. It could be said that there were all kinds of people. There were many cities under the rule of the Chaos Fire realm. Flaming City was one of them. Red Dragon City was naturally included. His great emperor aura constantly spread out as if he was afraid that others would not know that he was a great emperor. Xiao Linian stepped on the air and looked at the blood-red sky in the sky and a red dragon hidden in it. He was waiting for the real 9 dragons arching the heavens to appear. As time went by, more and more people began to gather here. The rules of entering the Chaos Fire realm would only be clear after 3 days. Everyone was bored these few days. With such a phenomenon, it was naturally popular. Look, Fire Beacon City's Luoji is here too. That guy is a lunatic. Let's stay away from him. While everyone was talking, an elegant young master walked over from not far away. This young master held a folding fan in his hand. His black hair draped over his shoulders and he looked a little demonic. His eyes were purple and his face was sickly pale. Seeing this young master walking over step by step, Su Zimo was surprised to find that the other party was walking in his direction. Lu Huahua was a little scared and took a few steps back. Su Zimo seemed to have thought of something. "Sister Huahua, why didn't you greet me when you saw me?" Luoji walked forward and laughed. "Save me." Lu Huahua retreated and looked at Su Zimo and the others. "Sister Huahua, come with me." Luo Ji smiled. Before Suzimo could speak, Zhang Hingji had already stood up. He stood between Luo Ji and Lu Huahua. He said, "Young Master Luo, Miss Lu is my good friend. May I know why you're looking for her?" Although Zhang Hingji had a headache, he really did not want to offend Luo Ji. However, after interacting with Lu Huahua these days, he had some feelings for her. If he watched her being taken away, Zhang Hingji naturally could not stand by and do nothing. "Who are you?" Luo Ji restrained the smile on his face and asked indifferently. "The sect leader of the Celestial Immortal sect, Zhang Hingji replied. "What random sect? I've never heard of it." Luo Ji waved his hand. He said coldly, "Get lost. If you disturb me, I'll destroy your Celestial Immortal sect." Hearing this, the disciples of the Celestial Immortal sect behind him were infuriated. 30,000 years ago, our Deva Immortal sect also had a Grand Emperor. "I'm not a nobody. It seems that all of you are seeking death?" Luo Ji raised his eyelids and asked. "Luo Ji, if you have anything to say, just tell me directly. Don't make things difficult for others." Lu Huahua had no choice but to stand up. "The two of us have a matchmaker. Isn't it only right and proper for you to serve this young master?" Luo Ji pointed at Suzimo's group. He smiled and said, "If you don't want them to die, then follow me." Lu Huahua hesitated on the spot with an embarrassed look. Zhang Hingji was a righteous person. He said directly, "If you want to take Miss Lu away today, you'll have to step over my dead body. I haven't achieved much in my life. Although I'm not talented, I'd like to experience a few moves from young Master Luo." "Experience a few moves from me? Are you worthy?" Luo Ji said bluntly. "Luo Ji, it seems that your face is useless." At this moment, a chuckle sounded from the side. Two groups of people walked over from not far away. The group on the left was led by a man. He wore a white robe with the words Ancient Rock engraved on it. "It's Xia from Ancient Rock City." Someone recognized the man. As for the group on the right, they were all women, and their leader was a woman with a veil over her face. She was a woman with a graceful figure. Although her face was covered by a thin veil, her slim waist and curvy figure all revealed her charm. "Xianxia," a man said infatuatedly. "Isn't Xianxia from the Divine Crow Fire region? Why did she come to the Primal Chaos Fire region?" "There's no rule that says people from other regions can't participate," someone replied. The person who chuckled was Xia. He looked at Luo Ji and joked, "Luo Ji, this is not Fire Beacon City. Luo Ji, your words aren't that effective." After he finished speaking, he looked at Zhang Hingji. He smiled and said, "Don't be afraid, I'll make the decision for you." Zhang Hingji looked at Xia gratefully. Luo Ji was not very angry at first, but he was interrupted. His face also darkened. He looked at Zhang Hingji and asked, "Are you really going to interfere?" "Young Master Luo, we can talk things over." "If Miss Lu is willing, I will definitely not interfere," Zhang Hingji replied. "Kill one, kill him." Luo Ji could not be bothered to talk nonsense. He directly ordered. As soon as he finished speaking, a man walked out from behind him. The man's eyes were indifferent, and there was not a trace of emotion in them. Only the endless killing intent around him was eye-catching. The man held two short knives in his hands, and his figure turned into a bolt of lightning as he charged toward Zhang Hingji. Although the man was also in the Divine Vein realm, his realm was similar to Zhang Hingji's. Unfortunately, his attacks were ruthless, and every move was fatal. Zhang Hingji could not react in time and was suppressed. He was at a disadvantage. After a few moves, there was a slash sound. Zhang Hingji's abdomen had been cut by the short knife. "If you want to fight for justice, you have to have the ability," Luo Ji spat and snorted coldly. "Young Master Xia, please help me." Zhang Hingji had no choice but to ask Xia for help. Kill One's moves were too fierce. Moreover, he was not afraid of death at all, as if he was fighting with his life. Zhang Hingji did not dare to fight with his life, so he was naturally at a disadvantage. When Xia heard this, he only smiled indifferently. Even Suzimo shook his head and laughed. Zhang Hingji was an upright person and had good judgment. It was just that he was sometimes stubborn. How could Xia really help him? The reason why he said that just now was just to make things difficult for Luoji. Alright, let's end it here. Su Zimo waved his hand and said. If he still did not make a move, Zhang Hingji's life would probably be in danger. Although he did not care whether Zhang Hingji died or not. But no matter what, Zhang Hingji had led the way for him to the Chaos Fire realm. As soon as he finished speaking, no one paid attention to him. How good would it be if you were obedient? Why force me to make a move? Su Zimo shook his head. He waved his hand, and the magma below suddenly surged. A fire dragon formed from magma swallowed Kill One. Kill One wanted to dodge, but he felt a powerful aura suppressing him. Then, the fire dragon ferociously swallowed him. The fire dragon engulfed him and disappeared into the magma again. The surroundings were silent. When the fire dragon was swallowed by the sea of fire, everyone was shocked. Sha-Yi, Luoji frowned and shouted. Logically speaking, Sha-Yi was a member of the fire tribe and should not be afraid of magma. However, after the fire dragon fell into the magma, Sha-Yi never came out again. Luoji stared at Su Zimo. He could not see through the person in front of him. He smiled and asked, "How should I address you, friend? You haven't heard of me even if I tell you." Su Zimo turned around. This matter ends here. Okay, then I'll give you face. Luoji nodded. Then, he looked at Lu Huahua and said, Huahua, don't be petty. You'll be mine sooner or later. After he finished speaking, he ignored her and stared at the 9 dragons in the sky. Boring, Basha shrugged and said helplessly. There was no good show to watch, so he naturally ignored them. Thank you. Lu Huahua looked at Su Zimo and the others and thanked them softly. Seeing that you just opened an inn, we're even now, Su Zimo replied. Miss Lu, how did you offend Luoji? Zhang Hingji asked in confusion. Luoji was not famous for his strength. Instead, it was people who said that he was a complete madman. He was even a little sick. How could I offend him? It's my father and his father who promised a marriage between us when we were young, Lu Huahua said helplessly. Then your father is really a scammer. Su Zimo smiled. He did not even know what she would be like when she grew up, so a marriage between children was naturally the scammer. Lu Huahua did not say anything. She sighed and said, I'll hide as long as I can. If it really comes to that, even if I die, I won't let him get away with it. Su Zimo did not say anything else. After all, this was her family matter. He looked at the sky. The 9 dragons that were originally hidden in the blood-red void finally appeared. The 9 blood-red dragons were mighty, and their dragon roars resounded through the world. They drifted in the void and finally gathered together. At the place where the 9 dragon heads converged, there was a golden dragon pearl. 9 dragons arching the heavens, I want to give it a try, someone shouted. He stepped into the air, his aura surging like a rainbow. He stood in front of the 9 dragons and unleashed all of his might. Unfortunately, the 9 dragons were indifferent, as if they did not see him. It can't be. That person's face turned ugly. Not even a dragon's approval? That person was unwilling, but there was nothing he could do. Let me try. Xiaolinian flew over. Draconic might also illuminated the sky around him. He came from Red Dragon City, and his cultivation method was more or less related to the dragon race. At this moment, he was standing in the air in front of the 9 dragons. The 9 huge dragon heads turned and looked at him with emotionless eyes. Then, 5 dragon roars sounded. 5 divine dragons had actually acknowledged him. What a pity. Xiaolinian shook his head. It seemed that he was not satisfied with this result. Seeing how powerful Xiaolinian was, the others naturally wanted to give it a try. Countless people stepped into the air, but unfortunately, only a small number of people were acknowledged by the divine dragons. How can I, Luoji, miss out on such an interesting event? Luoji laughed and also stepped into the air. The flames around him were the 9 windly fire. Like a beacon fire, the reddish-purple flames kept spewing out, even the void was incinerated. The fire dragons above him also moved. Similarly, 5 fire dragons descended from the sky and surrounded Luoji to express their approval. Luoji spat again, as if he was still not satisfied with this result. Since Brother Luo has tried, Baxia, naturally can't fall behind. Baxia stepped into the air, and the flames behind him formed the appearance of a Xianxia. The Xianxia roared at the sky. The flames on his body did not stop, and his aura was stronger than the others. In the sky, the 9 dragons' voices sounded. This time, 6 divine dragons flew out and circled around his body. This was also the first time he had received the most divine dragon's approval. Luo Ji's face darkened. Someone next to him praised, Baxia is indeed the prodigy of Limestone City. Limestone City is one of the most powerful cities in our Chaos Fire realm. 6 dragons will definitely become saints in the future. Baxia descended from the sky. He did not care about other thoughts. Instead, he looked at Xianxia. A flash of admiration flashed across his eyes. He smiled and said, Miss Xianxia, do you want to try? With Miss Xianxia's talent, you might be able to set another record. Xianxia smiled. Her face was covered with a veil, but there was a hazy beauty. Although I don't care about records, this 9 dragons surround the heavens is very curious. Her long robe fluttered as she stepped into the air. The ribbons on her body seemed to be drifting in the wind. However, this Xianxia had an outstanding aspect. The flame around her was the immortal spirit flame. It was countless times stronger than Luo Ji's 9 windly fire. The immortal spirit fire made her look even more ethereal and otherworldly. The immortal fire surged into the dragons. Lotuses bloomed under her feet with every step. White lotuses broke through the dawn and formed a lotus path along her path. This time, the 9 dragons' reaction seemed to be very intense. 7 divine dragons directly broke out and surged around her. 7 dragons. The people below were exclaiming. Envy, jealousy, admiration, and all kinds of emotions. However, Xianxia frowned slightly, as if she was not satisfied with this result. The immortal fire around her became stronger again. There seemed to be a pure and untainted power on her body. This was a special physique. Her black hair fluttered in the wind, and her immortal power shone on the 9 dragons. Among the remaining 2 divine dragons, another divine dragon opened its eyes and flew towards her. This time, there were a total of 9 divine dragons surrounding her. Xianxia seemed to be unsatisfied, but there was nothing she could do. Then, he slowly descended from the void. Miss Xianxia is indeed worthy of being a fairy. 8 divine dragons. The future of the Holy King is just around the corner, Baxia praised. Yes, yes. Today, we are able to see Miss Xianxia's talent. We are ashamed. There were many people around who admired and flattered her. Child Su, do you want to give it a try? Lu Huahua looked at Su Zimo and asked. She had a feeling that Su Zimo was not simple. Forget it. If I cause the 9 dragons arch the heavens phenomenon, I can just casually get the 9 dragons to acknowledge me. These so-called prodigies will lose face. Su Zimo waved his hand and smiled. As soon as he finished speaking, a cold snort came from the side. Baxia was dissatisfied. Su Zimo did not deliberately lower his voice when he spoke just now. It was not surprising that others heard him. This young master is good at bragging. Baxia snorted coldly. With Miss Xianxia's talent, only the 8 dragons acknowledge her. If you want to use the 9 dragons arch the heavens, you can only fool these ignorant children. Su Zimo glanced at Baxia. He was not angry. Instead, he asked, do you want to bet? What bet? Baxia asked. Let's bet our lives. Su Zimo smiled. Ridiculous. Baxia was stunned for a moment before he sneered. You clearly don't have the confidence and want to use this to scare me away. Do you think I'm afraid? You don't dare? Su Zimo asked. This kind of provocation is meaningless. Baxia shook his head. As for the bet, my life is much more valuable than your cheap life. It seems that you don't have the confidence to win. Su Zimo smiled. If that's the case, then shut your mouth. You. Baxia's face darkened when he heard this. He glanced at Xianxia. He found that Xianxia was also looking at him with interest. He snorted coldly and said, let's bet, I was afraid that you wouldn't dare. After Baxia finished speaking, he looked at Su Zimo and said, please, I want to see how you're going to make the 9 dragons surround the sky. Suzimo shook his head and sighed. There are too many people in this world who think they're smart. He stepped into the air step by step, and there wasn't much of a powerful aura around him. He was just like a mortal. He stood under the 9 dragons, waved his hand, and said calmly, "Dragons, come." This guy is crazy. If he says dragons will come, then the 9 dragons will listen to him. Someone said, "Let's see how he dies later." Baxia is the young city lord of Limestone City. This brat is blind, he deserves to die. He's just a human brat, how dare he be so arrogant in our fire tribe, he clearly doesn't take the fire tribe seriously. Everyone was discussing, but Suzimo ignored them. When he stretched out his hand, no one else could feel it. But only Xianxia's eyes narrowed. At this moment, it was as if the entire world had changed. The 9 dragons opened their eyes at the same time. The dragon's might was vast and mighty, and dragon roars sounded one after another. The 9 dragons' movements this time were more intense than before. Look, someone pointed at the sky in horror and shouted. The golden dragon pearl that was surrounded by 9 dragons was emitting a dazzling light. First, the 9 dragons surrounded Suzimo. They fell in a posture of submission. This situation caused everyone to reveal a shocked expression. Baxia's eyes flickered, and his face was extremely pale. So this is the 9 dragons surround the heavens? Xianxia sighed. Legend has it that ever since the appearance of the 9 dragons encircling the heavens, it seems that only the primal chaos fire ancestor has obtained this special honor. I didn't expect that, child Su. This old man's eyes were so bad that I couldn't see it. He's too low-key. Even I didn't think of it. Lu Huahua nodded in agreement. It's not over yet. Xianxian, who had been silent all this while, suddenly spoke. He said, he's not just a simple 9 dragons. What do you mean? Before the crowd could finish their discussion, dragon roars could be heard coming from the 9 dragon pearls. Dragon roars continued to resound. Inside the dragon pearl, there was actually a golden divine dragon piercing through the void. That's the purple gold dragon king. Everyone's exclamations never stopped. Are you kidding me? Isn't the purple gold dragon king a legendary creature? How could it really appear? The purple gold dragon king had 8 claws, and its entire body was purple gold in color. Rows upon rows of dragon scales were neatly arranged. Its gaze was majestic, and its body was larger than the other 9 divine dragons combined. Its winding body surrounded Suzimo, and the huge dragon head submitted to Suzimo. You want me to take you away? Suzimo smiled. Everyone looked up to the dragon clan. But Suzimo understood that the dragon clan was one of the 16 demon clans. It could be said that many of the dragon clans in the world today were fake dragons. Only the ancestral dragon clan could be considered a representative of the 16 demon clans. This guy has sensed my demon mirror. Suzimo was well aware. He said, you're too weak. What good will it do me if I take you away? Since you've spoken, the lives of us crippled dragons are all yours, the purple gold dragon king said solemnly. It was going all out. It directly put its life on the line. It seemed that it was extremely optimistic about Suzimo. It's better than nothing. All right. Suzimo took the dragon pearl. These few divine ranges were only at the peak of the divine ranges. And the purple gold dragon king was only a great emperor. He didn't care about those below the great sage level. Suzimo felt that he was a little arrogant. Seeing him put away the dragon pearl, the few divine dragons roared and turned into streams of light that surged into the dragon pearl. Suzimo held the dragon pearl in his hand and descended from the sky, landing on the cliff. Child Su, you. Xianxia was so shocked that he didn't know what to say. What's wrong? Suzimo was puzzled. You subdued the divine dragons? Lu Huahua asked. I didn't want them at first, but they shamelessly followed me. How could I force them? Suzimo nodded helplessly. He looked as if he had been wronged. If you don't want them, you can give them to me, Lu Huahua said leisurely after holding it in for a long time. She felt that Suzimo was pretending. But the truth was right in front of her eyes, and she couldn't refute it. You're Baxia, right? Suzimo turned to look at him. He looked at Baxia and said, "What do you think about our bet?" Baxia narrowed his eyes and replied, "Friend, where it's possible to make mistakes, one should spare them." "I knew you would back down." Suzimo shook his head. "Why don't you just call yourself Tortoise? It suits your personality." Baxia's expression turned ugly when he heard this. If it were any other place, he would definitely tear Suzimo to shreds. It was a pity that there were so many people watching. If he didn't deal with this matter properly, he would be in trouble. Baxia's reputation would be completely ruined. "I did promise you that I'd bet my life," Baxia snorted coldly. "But I never said that I would commit suicide. My life is right here, come and take it." Baxia had a smug look on his face as he spoke. "If you can't get it, don't blame me for not keeping my promise. It doesn't matter. You're going to die anyway." Suzimo directly threw the Dragon Ball over. He instructed, "I'll give you guys a chance to perform." A dragon's roar rang out as 9 divine dragons flew out and surrounded Baxia. Baxia was not simple. Although he had just become a great emperor, he was not someone these divine Vane Realm pseudo-dragons could offend. Emperor's might reverberated in the air. Behind him, Xianxia materialized and began to fight with the divine dragon. "I, Baxia, will remember today's humiliation. I won't waste any more time with you today," Baxia said and wanted to leave. He wanted to end this quickly. Otherwise, the longer this dragged on, the more disadvantageous it would be for him. However, Suzimo obviously would not let him do as he wished. The purple gold dragon king flew out and blocked Baxia's path of retreat. Suzimo controlled the Dragon Ball. The Dragon Ball was also a treasure. Suzimo did not even use the Dragon Ball's power. He simply tossed it out like a rock. With the support of his powerful strength, the Dragon Ball slammed into Baxia's body. No matter how hard Baxia tried to block it, it still penetrated his body. The Dragon Ball pierced through Baxia's body. The purple gold dragon king caught it off guard and tossed it into the lava with its dragon claws. Everyone looked at the boiling magma and didn't see Baxia for a long time. Did he die just like that? Someone asked tentatively. Baxia is the great emperor. How can magma hurt him? Someone didn't believe it. But no matter what, Baxia didn't show up again. Only Suzimo knew. Where did he set up the space door to the divine land under the magma? Whether it was Sha 1 or Baxia, they were all pulled into the divine land. At this moment, they were probably food for the blue people. Suzimo yawned and felt a little bored. He said to Xianxia and the others, "Let's go back to the inn. It's better to go home and sleep." "You killed Baxia." Lu Huahua's red face was a little pale. "Can't I kill him?" Suzimo asked. "His father is the city lord of Limestone City." Lu Huahua sighed. "If you do this, his father will definitely not let you go." "Then I don't mind sending his father to accompany him," Suzimo said with a smile. Since they had already become enemies, would they let him go if he didn't kill Baxia? That was definitely impossible. Just as Suzimo was about to leave, Xianxia walked over with graceful steps. "Greetings, fellow Taoist." Xianxia chuckled. "What's the matter?" Suzimo asked. Xianxia slowly took off the veil in front of her. She revealed her stunning face. She was like a budding peony flower, beautiful but not demonic, gorgeous but not extraordinary. She had an oval face, a tall nose, and a small cherry mouth that was as white as blood. There was also a sparkling earring on her earlobe. Her long hair fell from the top of her head and was gently tied with a blue ribbon. "May I ask where fellow Taoist is from? How can such a talent be unknown?" Xianxia's voice was like an aureole, weak but crisp. "I don't belong to any sect, just a loose cultivator." Suzimo laughed. Hearing this, Xianxia's eyes flashed. She asked shyly, "Then, are you willing to join our Divine Crow Fire region? Xian'er has many matters regarding cultivation that I would like to consult you about." Seeing Xianxia's bashful look, Suzimo suddenly stretched out his hand and pinched her face. Xianxia was startled, because the two of them were very close, and she did not expect Suzimo to be so bold, to suddenly attack. "Little girl, don't use your charm in front of me. You're still far from it." Xianxia's expression changed slightly, and he took a step back. in case Su Zimo took advantage of her again. He smiled and said, "Young master, you misunderstand. I just want to recruit you." "Recruit me?" Su Zimo smiled. It was as if he had heard the biggest joke in the world. "Even that old thing from the Sun Palace doesn't dare to recruit me. What does your divine crow fire region count for? It's just a broken bird that has lost its feathers." "Young master, that's a bit too much." Xianxia stopped smiling and said in a cold voice. "Your appearance makes me want to conquer you." Su Zimo replied, "Maybe for you, it's a bit too much. But for me, it's the truth." After he finished speaking, he waved his hand slightly and left with Xianxia and the others. Only Xianxia stood where she was, looking at his back as he left, thinking about something. "Senior sister, do you want to?" A woman next to her made a throat-cutting gesture. "Let's investigate it first," Xianxia shook her head and said. She could not see through Su Zimo, so she never did anything that she was not sure of. Otherwise, just because Su Zimo touched her just now, she would directly kill him. Back at the inn, Su Zimo asked no one to disturb him and went back to his room alone. He couldn't wait to enter the divine land and see the changes of the blue people. "How is it?" Su Zimo asked. "My lord, he does feed on the fire race," Baimont nodded and said. "I just let him eat the 2 fire race people, and the rules around him are much stronger." "Hasn't he woken up yet?" Su Zimo asked. "No, I feel like he's in a bottomless pit. I don't know how many fire race people he needs to eat to wake up," Baimont replied. "It's strange, this creature feeds on the fire race." "What is it?" Su Zimo muttered to himself. "My lord, in fact, I have a guess in my heart," Baimont replied. "The blue people and the fire race are not necessarily opposing each other." "Why do you say that?" Su Zimo was stunned. "The blue people feed on the fire race. But according to what you just said, a fire race person ate a drop of his blood. His lifespan increased by 100 years. I think it's a mutual process." Baimont guessed, he feeds on the fire race. "But why wouldn't the fire race want to have him?" "My lord, you have to keep the news of the blue people a secret, otherwise it's very likely to cause the entire fire race to hunt you down." "That's a good way to understand it." "I see." Su Zimo nodded. He looked at the other party's power of rules, which was getting stronger and stronger. He sat cross-legged and began to comprehend. He wanted to pass the heavenly tribulation as soon as possible. The heavenly tribulation was nothing to Su Zimo at all. Because when other supreme sages transcended their tribulations, they had a slim chance of survival. The heavenly tribulation of a supreme sage was very strong. If they were not careful, their realm would be knocked down, and it would be difficult for them to advance again. For Su Zimo, when he transcended his tribulation, he did not have to go to the 9 regions. He could directly transcend his tribulation in the divine land. Would the heavenly path of the divine land dare to strike him? After comprehending for an entire night, Su Zimo muttered to himself. "Soon, I can feel it, I'm just one step away." He left the divine land. Because today was the 3rd day, and it was also time to enter the Chaos Fire realm. When he walked out of the room, Xianxia and the others had been waiting for a long time. "You've finally come out. You've been in seclusion for 3 days. If you didn't come out, I would have forced the door open." Lu Huahua said, "The Chaos Fire envoy will come today. I know some inside information, and I can tell you." Lu Huahua's father was the guardian of the Chaos Fire realm. Su Zimo did not doubt that she knew something. In 3 days, hundreds of thousands of people had gathered in the Chaos Fire realm. As far as the eye could see, there was a dense crowd of human heads. Not only were there people from the Chaos Fire realm, but there were also people from other regions who came to fish in troubled waters. Above the magma, fire lotuses condensed one after another. The Chaos Fire envoy stepped on the air again. He had a powerful aura around him, and his dignified eyes swept over everyone present. He said lightly, "Now I'll announce the rules. The contestants stand where they are. If you're just here to watch the competition, you don't need to take the test. You can directly enter the Chaos Fire realm from the fire path on the right." As soon as he said that, more than half of the people separated from the crowd and went toward the fire path. In fact, there weren't many contestants. Most of them were just onlookers. The younger generation of the Chaos Fire realm would compete to determine the strongest few. This was a rare golden age for the Chaos Fire realm. It could be said that it wouldn't happen once in hundreds of years. Therefore, it wasn't surprising that countless people came to watch the show. After the spectators left, there were only a few hundred people who stayed behind. The Chaos Fire emissary's gaze swept across the hundreds of people. He said calmly, "We have set up 2 checkpoints along the way to the Chaos Fire realm. It's not difficult to say. We just screen out some people who want to fish in troubled waters." Although the Chaos Fire emissary said so, no one relaxed. After all, the quota to go to the origin of the fire ancestor was too important. No one could guarantee that they wouldn't fail midway. Go all out. Even a lion would use all its strength to catch a rabbit. On the celestial immortal sect's side, Xianxia was going to participate. He handed the disciples over to Lu Huahua for the time being. "Child Su," Xianxia said with a smile. "You have a good chance to win every time and make the human race proud." "What's wrong with the human race?" Su Zimo was puzzled. "You don't know, this blazing fire realm is the territory of the fire race. The human race has a low status here." Zhang Hingji sighed and said, "Back then, our celestial immortal sect's great emperor ancestor established this sect. He wanted to give the human race some habitat. But now that the sect has declined, I am ashamed to face my ancestor. Everyone has their own destiny." "It's the same between races," Su Zimo said with a smile. "Although that's the case, I've seen over the years. In the human race, Child Su is the most amazing prodigy I've ever seen," Zhang Hingji said. "In the future, the human race will have another great saint." Su Zimo smiled but didn't say anything. The human race had nothing to do with him. Zhang Hingji was the kind of person who had a strong sense of responsibility for his race, but Su Zimo wasn't. He looked up at the Chaos Fire emissary. The other party had finished speaking and pointed to the passage at the top of the mountain. He said, "You can set off at any time. 3 days. If you don't reach the Chaos Fire realm within 3 days, you'll be disqualified." "You will still be disqualified." After saying that, Chaos Fire emissary left. Everyone began to form groups of 2s and 3s and ran towards the top of the mountain. Su Zimo didn't know anyone else, so he went with Zhang Hingji. Who knew that Shang Wanxian had also followed them out of nowhere? "Child Su, we meet again." Shang Wanxian smiled gently. She didn't bring her washing yarn today. Her stunning appearance made many people involuntarily look over. "Oh." Su Zimo nodded. This could be considered as a response. Su Zimo didn't think that he had that kind of charm that the other party would fall in love with at first glance. Since they were pestering him like this, they must be in trouble, and he was most afraid of trouble. The first obstacle along the way is the blazing fire forest. Shang Wanxian knew a lot of information. He began to share it with both of them. There's no shortcut for this stage. It was filled with fire-type raging flame wood. These fiery flame trees can even devour fire race's people, so you humans have to be extra careful. Zhang Hingji listened carefully. He nodded from time to time. Su Zimo didn't care. The Zhurong flame was the ancestor of all flames, so he wasn't afraid of this. Everyone arrived at the so-called blazing fire forest. Only then did they realize that there was a forest in front of them. The big trees here grew in hot lava, and the trunks of the trees were all dark red. There wasn't even a place to land. Crackle, crackle, crackle. The flames were burning. The fire race was still burning. As soon as Zhang Hingji got close, he could feel his skin burning. Even the blood in his body seemed to be boiling. "Everyone, let's meet opposite the blazing fire forest." Shang Wanxian smiled. She took the lead and stepped on the lava towards the blazing fire forest. Stepping on the lava, she didn't feel the heat at all. With the immortal spirit fire surrounding her, she wasn't afraid of the heat. Her figure was ethereal, and her posture was elegant. Although she looked very weak, every time she landed, her figure would fly far away. In the blazing fire forest, countless raging flame trees began to move. They tried to attack the approaching contestants. Some people were caught off guard and were directly thrown into the lava and then swallowed. However, most people were still able to pass. The fire race is so good. They have a natural advantage. Xianxia sighed. Sword intent surged around him, and a sword that reached the sky appeared behind him. He jumped up and flew on the sword. The sword chi tore through the sea of fire in front of him. Xianxia used the method of breaking through with force. Any raging flame tree that approached him would be torn in half. At this moment, in the chaos fire realm, there was a very vast hall in front of him. The hall was grand and majestic, and there were more than a dozen figures sitting inside. At the head was a man shrouded in red mist. Only his voice could be heard. It was a man. As for the others, they were covered in red mist and were extremely mysterious. There are some good young people among the contestants this time. A voice laughed. It broke the silence of the hall. In addition to the existence at the head, there were also some people sitting on both sides. They were covered in wide red robes, and their faces couldn't be seen clearly. Yes, there are good seedlings in these cities. We can pay attention to them. These are the hopes of our Chaos Fire realm. There's one more thing. The young city lord of Limestone City has been killed. I don't think Ba Dao will let it go. Who killed him? It seems to be a human boy. Ba Dao won't let it go. Does he want to kill people in our Chaos Fire realm? Let's wait and see. Listening to the voices around him, the existence at the head said. Immediately, the decision was made, and everyone quieted down. Everyone looked at the void in front of them. The scene in the fire forest was projected there. Suzimo didn't want to be in the limelight. This level of flame couldn't hurt him. So he simply jumped into the lava and walked slowly in it as if he was swimming. He ignored the tens of thousands of degrees of heat. That guy. A contestant slightly narrowed his eyes. One had to know that even the people of the Fire Clan didn't dare to touch this kind of flame for a long time. He was a human. What right did he have? He scalded the lava and passed through the fire forest. During this time, the trees in the fire forest also wanted to attack him. Then, Suzimo burned them all. After coming out of the fire forest, Suzimo found that less than 50 people had been eliminated during this period. Some people were really weak. Xianxia and Xianxia were already waiting for him. You look more like the Fire Clan than the Fire Clan, Xianxia joked. Suzimo shook his head slightly and asked, what's the second stage? The fire of the soul, Xianxia said with a rare seriousness. What do you mean? Suzimo asked curiously. The fire of the soul burns your soul. If you can withstand it, you can pass. If you can't, you'll be turned into ashes, Xianxia replied seriously. End of chapter 1408. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.